Chapter 1. Am I the only one marked as a caged bird? As Chen Ji opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by numerous individuals. A glance around revealed nothing but disdainful glances. They were truly disdainful looks, not merely rolled eyes. He exhaled slowly, taken aback by the unexpected opportunity to traverse realms once more. Was the shadowy hand behind him truly so benevolent? Transported to the world of Zhu Xian, where he had beheld the beauty of Lu Sueki, he now found himself in the world of Naruto for yet another escapade. Hyugamushi stepped forward. Chen Ji was momentarily stunned, glancing at the small figures standing alongside him. Small figures? So, it seemed he had transformed into a child once again. However, he was the smallest among them, the child beside him towering over him by a head. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come here. Chen Ji snapped back to reality, noticing the middle-aged man in the center of the room staring at him in astonishment. Only then did he realize that the call was directed at him, and he took a step towards the middle-aged man. Hyugamushi? This name bore a certain weight. Coming from the esteemed Hyuga clan was quite respectable, however. He was uncertain whether he belonged to the main family or the branch family. Lost in thought, a sudden piercing pain shot through his mind. It felt as though someone had struck his brain with a hammer, a pain that pierced his very soul. It rendered him utterly powerless. Remember this pain, should you err in the future. You shall face this punishment. From this day forth, you shall live for the sake of the main family, dedicating your life to their honor. Hyugamushi, do not forget your family mission. Always strive to protect the main family and devote yourself to the clan. Chen Ji, or rather, Mushi, exhaled slowly, his eyes filled with a fleeting coldness that swiftly vanished, concealed deep within. I shall not sacrifice myself for you. This is nothing but exploitation. Mushi understood that he belonged to the branch family of the Hyuga clan, yet the sensation of having his life and death entirely in someone else's hands filled him with profound unease. I must escape. I must find a way out. Slowly rising from the ground, his body still trembling, he staggered his feet but lost his balance, collapsing against the main family member in front of him. Slap. Watch where you're falling, you fool. Mushi received a slap and was shoved back down, the tremendous force causing him to crash to the ground, the pain in his face momentarily bringing him back to his senses. A surge of anger swelled within his chest, barely contained. Is that look of yours a sign of discontent with the clan system? The elder of the main family loomed over him, gazing down as if he were not a member of the clan, but a mere insect, forming a hand seal and murmuring incantations. Mushi felt a splitting headache, waves of pain threatening to tear apart his consciousness. Cries of agony escaped Mux's lips as he glared fiercely at the elder of the main family. Survive! Survive! Enough! The middle-aged man seated nearby furrowed his brow and spoke. He's just a child. Is this really necessary? Yes, head of the family. Mushi felt a wave of relief wash over him, gasping for breath. The sensitivity of a child's nerves was heightened, especially under the influence of the caged bird seal, which seemed to affect the soul itself. If that were the case, it would be disastrous, as the soul was intricately linked to his cultivation of the Taijing realm. He desperately hoped it was not a seal imprinted upon his soul. Internally cursing, he maintained a facade of composure, slowly rising to his feet and discreetly covering his forehead, returning to his original position with his head bowed, concealing his expression from view. Mushi resolved to break free from the caged bird seal, otherwise he could perish at any moment. His obedient demeanor elicited a nod from the elder of the main family. The Hyuga clan desperately needed such loyal members. Hyuga Niji stepped forward. Mushi was taken aback, incredulous as he looked towards the small figure that had just been beside him. Niji Hyuga. Countless memories flashed through Mux's mind, a chaotic whirlwind that left him feeling dizzy. He could only cradle his head in his hands to alleviate the spinning sensation. Not only were these memories his own, but they also belonged to the original Mushi. The elder was about to mark Niji with the caged bird seal. Wait! A middle-aged man stepped forward, and little Niji looked up with innocent eyes and smiled. Uncle. Hyuga Hizashi scooped Niji into his arms, saying, Niji is still too young, let's wait a few more years. Mushi was momentarily stunned, glancing at Niji and then at himself. Was he not old enough? Such double standards. The clan elders in the room exchanged uncertain glances, recalling that Hizashi had only one daughter. If there were no boys, or if Hinata lacked aptitude, it would indeed be unwise to mark Niji with the caged bird seal at such an early age. Hyuga Hizashi surveyed the room, noting the silence, and sighed with relief, looking at the line of small figures. You all may return. Mushi stood there dumbfounded. Was all this fuss merely to seal him as a caged bird? Thank you very much. Yet he could not express his discontent. He feigned ignorance and innocently followed the group of children out of the room. Upon exiting the courtyard, he watched as the children dashed towards their parents standing at the gate. Mushi sighed in his recent memories. It seemed his own parents had perished in battle. Indeed, protagonists often had parents with perilous occupations. Hyuga Mushi, why are you standing there in a daze? Come here quickly. Mushi was startled, noticing a girl standing at the entrance, and memories surged back once more. Hyuga Haruki, Jinin, was assigned as his caretaker by the clan, the disciple of his birth mother, and his adoptive sister. Mushi felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had a caretaker. Otherwise, as a mere child in this family, he likely would not survive. He appraised his adoptive sister, short hair adorned with a leaf village headband, a commendable appearance, dressed in a loose white long-sleeve shirt and fitted pants that accentuated her slender figure. With kunai strapped to her legs, this was the typical attire of a ninja. Noticing Mushi lost in thought, she approached him, grabbing him by the nape of his neck and lifting him before her. What's wrong? Have you turned stupid after being marked as a caged bird? She poked at the caged bird seal on Mux's forehead, frowning in contemplation. Hadn't she herself remained composed back then? Enough, it's late, let's go home. Lifting Mushi as if he were a bag of trash, she made her way out. Mushi felt utterly defeated. Can I walk on my own? Too slow. Just as he was about to protest, in a swift motion, he found himself airborne, landing on a wall, and with a slight push, he dashed out again. The wind rushed past him, filling him to the brim. Landing in his family's courtyard, memories surged once more. This was the residence allocated to his parents by the clan, which had been reassigned to Haruki after their demise, with the condition that she would raise him. Beside this was the advantage of belonging to a clan. Even an orphan whose parents had perished could live a life better than that of children outside. The education and resources he required would not be lacking. Go prepare dinner. Mushi was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Was he not too short to even reach the stove? Sighing, he turned towards the kitchen and glanced around, feeling utterly speechless. Even if he lacked culinary skills, he could not tolerate the filthy and chaotic state of the kitchen. If Zhang Xiaofan were here, he could only imagine. Mushi felt a wave of shock as he realized he was no longer in the world of Zhu Xian. After tidying up a bit, he managed to whip up something to eat, just enough to satisfy his hunger. It was quite late, and he planned to renovate the kitchen tomorrow. Haruki, dinner is ready. After waiting for a moment, there was no response. Mushi pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to find Hyuga Haruki lost in thought on her bed. One hand rested on her knee while the other pressed down on her blanket. Mushi paused. What was she doing? Scars from war? As he approached, he noticed a book nestled in her lap. Leaning in to take a look, he read, endured the pain, yet unable to withstand the numbness and heaviness. Her waist gently twisted, seeking relief from the torment. Haruki snapped back to reality, quickly closing the book, revealing the cover. Mushi squinted at the cover, which featured a beautiful woman with long, wavy hair. Her figure accentuated. She seemed somewhat familiar. Intimate paradise? Haruki's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly pressed down on the book, ensuring Mushi could not see it. Mushi regarded the hand pressing on the cover with a peculiar expression, noticing a faint glow reflecting off it. Ahem, Haruki, dinner is ready. You can go out for now. Okay. As he reached the door, Mushi paused to remind her, by the way, Haruki, remember to wash your hands. Thoughtfully closing the door behind him, he scampered away in his wooden sandals. Haruki lay on her bed, utterly exasperated. Damn little brat. Why didn't he knock before entering? Remembering Mux's gaze from earlier, she tossed and turned on her bed. What am I going to do? Chapter 2. The calculations thrown in my face upon sensing the arrival of another. Mushi turned to gaze at the doorway, where Hinata Haruki entered with an expressionless countenance, having changed her attire. A mischievous grin could not be concealed from her eyes as she coughed lightly. Ahem, Harukini, have you washed your hands? Hinata Haruki's face flushed instantly, casting a fierce glare at Mushi. Time to eat. Mushi chuckled softly, exclaiming, Ah, youth truly is wonderful. With a finger poking Mu's eyes forehead, Hinata Haruki retorted, How old are you? You still consider yourself youthful? Suddenly, Mushi snapped back to reality, realizing he was no longer in the world of Zhu Xian, a habit that momentarily left him disoriented. Ouch! Harukini, be gentle, Mushi complained, rubbing his forehead incessantly. After tidying up the dishes, he meticulously cleaned those that had previously remained unwashed. It was already quite late. Hinata Haruki leaned against the kitchen doorway, observing Mushi as he stood atop a stool, laboring away, offering not a shred of assistance. Meeting Mu's eyes, somewhat forlorn gaze, Haruki produced a piece of fruit from seemingly nowhere, saying, "You're the one who said it. Don't throw yourself away, you are indeed useful." Mushi was momentarily taken aback, grasping the implication should he be discarded, his only refuge might be the clan's communal dwelling. From the memories of his original self, it seemed that Hinata Haruki had indeed emerged from the clan's communal dwelling. Though they belonged to the same Hinata clan, the treatment varied significantly. If Mushi remained, he could inherit his parents' legacy, which encompassed not only wealth but also ninjutsu, training experience, connections, and various resources both tangible and intangible. Conversely, residing in the communal dwelling meant vying for limited resources among many. For instance, he could receive the guidance of Hinata Haruki during her free time and opportunity not afforded to those living in the communal dwelling. A day might not reveal the disparity, but what of a month, a year, or even a decade? The original self had some discernment. As Mushi completed his tasks, Haruki seized him by the nape, dragging him back to his room. "Harukini, could you perhaps spare me some dignity? This way. How old are you? What dignity do you have?" She unceremoniously tossed Mushi into the bathtub, clothes and all. Mushi lay on the bed, utterly despondent here. He was a formidable being in the realm of Tiantian, yet the only instance of being undressed was during a playful scuffle with his wife. Yugao else had done such a thing. Arriving in this world had imparted a profound lesson. It was astonishing how far people would go for convenience. Utterly deranged. "All right, time to sleep, we have matters to attend to tomorrow." Hinata Haruki entered wrapped in a towel, closing the door behind her and covering Mushi with a blanket. Are you going to sleep with me? Is there any other choice? This way, you won't be afraid of the dark and cry all the time." "I'm afraid of the dark? And I cry?" Mushi searched his memories of his former self, but found no recollection. "Just don't wet the bed." Feeling somewhat defeated, Mushi resigned himself to the situation, hoping to grow up quickly. Adulthood would surely resolve his troubles. As he drifted into a drowsy slumber, he struggled to breathe, jolting awake in a panic, escaping from Hinata Haruki's embrace. Gasping for air goodness, he nearly suffocated. Bathed in moonlight, he glanced around. Indeed, one could starve a child, but what was worse, they could suffocate them. With Haruki's jade leg draped over him, Mushi experienced a sudden urge to flee, astonished. Logically, one would expect girls to be demure, while sleeping Sweki certainly was. Was his understanding too narrow? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sought a position further from her. Sleep beckoned. His body was too small and easily fatigued. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Hinata Haruki's somewhat dangerous gaze, which, even in the darkness, held a glimmer. Mu's heart skipped a beat, seizing the moment before she noticed. He quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Hinata Haruki adjusted her little paw before finally succumbing to slumber. At the break of dawn, Mushi hastily set about preparing breakfast. During the meal, he declared, "Harukini, I wish to sleep alone." Hinata Haruki's expression stiffened. "Aren't you afraid of the dark anymore?" "I'm not afraid," Mushi replied, convinced that if he continued this way, he would eventually suffocate. With ample daylight, he organized the kitchen. At the very least, he needed to be able to cook. He also constructed a fire pit, for the bed was cold, and he feared he might freeze to death soon enough. After dinner, Mushi swiftly returned to his room to sleep, anxious about being dragged up once more by Hinata Haruki. In the middle of the night, he sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state under the moonlight, gradually attuning himself to the spiritual energy of this world. He guided it into his body, ceasing only when he felt a gentle warmth in his lower abdomen. After confirming that his feet and legs were warm, he sighed in relief. In the initial stages of cultivation, he could not circulate his energy. He had to begin with the Yongquan acupoint. This was not the safest option. The Yongquan acupoint had the effects of opening the meridians, calming the spirit, and soothing the mind. If a regular person could not maintain the Yongquan acupoint, they would at least suffer from a cold and abdominal pain. In severe cases, it could lead to death from malevolent energy infiltrating the body. Feeling a slight bloating in his abdomen, Mushi realized he needed to gather the foundational elements necessary for his cultivation. Without them, his progress would be hindered. During breakfast, he observed Hinata Haruki's somewhat vacant eyes, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, she was his benefactor, and she was still a child herself, bearing the weight of her family's expectations. "Harukini, what's wrong? Did you practice late into the night? Did you not sleep well?" Hinata Haruki's eyes suddenly lit up. "Starting today, you'll train with me." Mushi was taken aback. This was indeed good news. "All right, sound good." She began by teaching him the most fundamental techniques, which posed no challenge for Mushi, given his foundation. If not for the need to conceal his capabilities, he would grasp them after merely one demonstration. Under Hinata Haruki's watchful gaze, He could only reveal a few flaws for her to correct. Yet, being a child, he soon grew weary. Moreover, Hinata Haruki forbade him from sleeping, insisting he learn to identify acupoints. After a long day, Mushi collapsed into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he found Hinata Haruki hovering above him. As a cunning fox, he was well aware of the ulterior motives behind this advantageous sister's actions. He had been mistaken her schemes were laid bare before him. Time flew, and after a year of Haruki's guidance, Muzai's foundation remained relatively solid, though it still fell short of his own expectations. However, he was still too young. As he matured, he would be able to complete his foundation. Chapter 3. Little Tiantian. This circumstance was unavoidable. The process of growth could not be rushed, as it would adversely affect the foundation. Overzealous cultivation could hinder his height. Mushi had no desire to be short. If he were to gain weight, would he even survive? Lost in thought, he suddenly halted, recalling his master. Tian, why wasn't he short and stout? What a sin. Nonetheless, while he could not yet establish his foundation, there were still activities he could engage in, such as honing his physical reflexes and exploring his subconscious. Casting a glance at the courtyard, he noticed that Hinata Haruki had already left for her duties. He knew she worked in the Hokage building and, without further inquiry, surmised she was likely a member of the Umbu. After stretching lazily and locking the door, he slung a small bag over his shoulder and set off towards the dense woods at the edge of the village. He sought a sanctuary where he could hone his reflexes and senses. Many of the techniques from the world of exterminating immortals were unsuitable for practice within the confines of the Hinata clan's territory. Once he ventured deep enough into the forest, Mushi began to practice his martial arts, a discipline he meticulously crafted from the depths of his memory. Drawing from the techniques of both Baji Quan and Shingi Quan, one must not underestimate these two forms in the realm of Juxian. It was precisely these martial arts that propelled him to prominence, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. However, as he executed a series of movements, the deficiencies in his bodily coordination became glaringly apparent, prompting him to focus on targeted practice to rectify these shortcomings. During a moment of respite, he opened the lunch he had prepared and indulged heartily. Suddenly, he recalled the techniques of the Hyuga clan, not merely techniques, but rather physical arts, which in Mushi's perspective, still fell under the category of martial arts. The 8 gates of Duanjia. Now that was true physical mastery, yet its limitations and repercussions were severe and unreasonable. Cultivation should preserve one's life. Forsaking any aspect could lead to catastrophic consequences. Had he not suffered losses, he would not possess such profound insights. Setting aside his lunchbox, he touched the caged bird upon his forehead, furrowing his brow. The sensation of life and death resting in the hands of others was exceedingly disconcerting. It was imperative to delve deeper into the mysteries of the caged bird and seize control of his own destiny. The Hyuga clan's technique of fist manipulation struck Mushi as quite effective. He believed it extended beyond mere physical confrontation. A phrase surfaced in his mind, locust stone. He picked up a small pebble and cast it, striking a tree trunk, only to watch it ricochet away. With a sigh, he lamented the frailty of humanity. The inability to defend oneself with strength left him in a perpetual state of unease. If he possessed flying needles, the matter would be simpler. Yet his current lack of funds for materials rendered him unable to forge weapons, forcing him back to square one, waiting for growth. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. He could create small items to sell. Accumulating some wealth would prepare him for future cultivation, and when the time came to undertake missions, he would be ready. He exhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated, and resumed his afternoon training. Observing the sky, he estimated that Chunmu would soon finish her shift. With short strides, he hurried home. Upon arriving, he prepared a meal, taking a bite before covering the remainder with a plate. He left a note for Hyuga Chunmu, packed the finished food, and grabbed a bundle of large leaves. With haste, he scurried to the street, where many ninjas and ordinary folk were likely returning home. Some lazy souls might even prefer not to cook, presenting an opportunity for business. Finding a prime location, he glanced at a nearby shop selling weapons, which posed no concern. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Rice balls. Ready-made rice balls. Delicious rice balls." His youthful, crisp voice, combined with his striking white eyes, undoubtedly piqued curiosity. The little rascal from the Hyuga clan? What was he doing selling rice balls? As Mushi raised her gaze, she encountered a robust figure, unfamiliar yet adorned with a cheerful smile. "Have one," he urged. "It is quite inexpensive. Allow me to sample one." Mushi picked up a rice ball from the basket with a wooden clip and handed it over. The man widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "So small? You little rascal, are you skimping on the portions? Merchants like you will surely be caught." After his tirade, he tossed the morsel into his mouth and began to chew. The flavor is indeed delightful. How much do you sell these for? 1 silver tael each, she replied. So inexpensive? The man rummaged through his pockets and declared. Then I'll take 10. Mushi cheerfully folded a leaf into a pouch, collected 10 of them, wrapped them neatly, and handed them over. The burly man ruffled Mushi's hair and remarked, Little one, you are quite thoughtful. Considering Mushi's youth, he generously added a few extra coins. Mushi chuckled as she tucked the money away. Who permitted you to peddle your wares at my doorstep? Upon raising her gaze, Mushi beheld a young girl adorned with 2 round buns, clad in a vibrant red kimono, who stood with her hands on her hips. Glaring at him with an imposing demeanor, Mushi glanced back at the shop behind her and then looked at the little girl in front of her. Could this child be Tiantian? Remarkably, she was indeed seeing the real person. Though still quite young, little Tiantian was already a budding beauty. Being right at the doorstep, Mushi swiftly took out a rice ball and placed it directly into Tiantian's hands. Tiantian held the rice ball, which was nearly the same size as her own hands, and fell into a daze, her once confident demeanor abruptly faltering as she became uncertain of what to do. Upon witnessing the scene, Mushi swiftly raised her hand and attempted to stuff a rice ball into her mouth. Unfortunately, her mouth was too small to accommodate it, causing some to spill out, a situation that might improve with age. Tiantian, wide-eyed and astonished, took a bite and found it quite delectable. You are blocking others, she remarked as she stood before Mushi. Oh, Tiantian then approached Mushi's side, crouching down to nibble delicately on the rice ball. After sending off the previous guests, Mushi glanced at Tiantian, noticing that she had finished her portion. Without hesitation, Mushi grabbed the wooden tongs and offered her another. Tiantian appeared somewhat dazed, resembling a little hamster as she continued to nibble slowly. Mushi glanced at the burly man seated within the shop, who was grinning broadly at the two of them. She sighed with relief, sensing that he would not be sending them away. Seizing the opportunity with no customers around, Mushi counted the earnings and decided to treat herself to 2 bowls of delightful ramen. It was quite satisfactory, yielding a modest profit, albeit not substantial. How much stock remained unsold? Mushi abruptly lifted his head, only to meet a pair of pale eyes belonging to a middle-aged man whose face seemed familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Suddenly, it struck him, this was Hinata Hizashi, the esteemed clan leader. Observing Mushi's dazed expression, Hinata Hizashi lifted the white cloth from the basket, revealing that only the bottom of the basket remained, after which he proceeded to count its contents. Mushi understood that he was counting for himself. He had not yet formally commenced his cultivation, making it impossible for him to discern the precise numbers at a glance. Hinata Hayashi took out the money from his bosom and counted out 23 taels, presenting them to Mushi. Mushi hurriedly accepted the basket, and soon witnessed Hinata Hinatsu withdrawing 5 taels and presenting them to her. Self-sufficient and performing splendidly, this is your reward. Chapter 4. Silver Needles lifting the basket. She observed Tiantian squatting there, having finished her meal, a grain of rice still adorning the corner of her mouth. With a gentle smile, Hinata Hinatsu handed her another rice ball. Noticing the young girl's vacant expression, lost in her thoughts, he chuckled softly and nodded at Tiantian's father inside the shop before taking Mushi's hand and departing. Is life at home particularly challenging? Hinata Hinatsu inquired, as he could not recall to which family this little one belonged. No, we have enough to eat and drink. I simply wish to save some money in preparation for future cultivation. Hinata Hinatsu suddenly halted, momentarily taken aback, then set down the basket and gently pinched Mushi's arm. Mushi understood that this was an examination of his skeletal structure, which holds significant importance, particularly in terms of density. For instance, some individuals possess a single bone in their wrists. Such a structure is not inherently deficient but can render them susceptible to injury during certain specific maneuvers. Conversely, others are naturally endowed with 2 bones in their wrists, resulting in a notably robust wrist. With appropriate training, their arms can exhibit formidable resistance to impacts and fractures. In certain rigorous training regimens, this attribute becomes invaluable. Although Hinata Hinazuki did not disclose the specific results, Mushi was well aware of how to assess his own bones and understood his own condition intimately. As he entered the courtyard with a basket in hand, he cast a glance back, noticing that Hinata Hinazuki was still observing him. Mushi let out a faint sigh, finding no aversion in the fellow's presence. You're back? Hinata Haruki inquired while enjoying his meal, glancing at Mushi as she returned with a basket before resuming his dining. Sister Haruki, Mushi replied as she placed the basket down, intending to use it again the following day. She then produced some money and laid it on the table, of course. This represented the cost, as the profits had already found their way into her pocket. One must possess a certain awareness when relying on others for sustenance, refraining from treating them as fools. Hinata Haruki cast a glance at the money on the table and smirked, suggesting that instead of this endeavor, it would be far more beneficial to dedicate time to one's studies. Making money in such a manner seemed a frivolous expenditure of time. Mushi fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware of Hinata Haruki's implications. In this world, the strong reign supreme. A mere D-rank task offers a reward of 5,000 taels, far surpassing the meager earnings he currently accumulates. Yet at his age, engaging in a D-rank task relegates him to trivial pursuits. It is a source of frustration, for personal growth cannot be hastened. Aside from perusing a few books, he finds himself merely biding his time. However, those scant volumes are hardly worthy. He often muses that even his own writings surpass them in quality. You may keep them for yourself, as a modest allowance, he adds. Mushi did not refuse. She promptly tidied up, observing Hinata Haruki finishing his meal, and quickly set about clearing the table and washing the dishes. The following morning, upon awakening, she found herself once again in Haruki's room. Many children were puzzled as to why they fell asleep in one place only to awaken in another. It seemed that every household had a child prone to sleepwalking. Mushi found herself at a loss for words. After exerting considerable effort to extricate herself from Hinata Haruki's tender, pale legs, she dressed and proceeded to prepare a meal. Once she had freshened up, Haruki's sister also awoke. After breakfast, seizing the opportunity while Haruki was on duty, she once again sought guidance on the nuances of fist techniques. After bidding farewell to Haruki's sister, Mushi ventured out of the village, heading towards the location from the previous day. After a day of diligent practice, she calculated the time to return, prepared the dishes, and stepped out with her basket in hand. Just as she settled into her spot from yesterday, her first customer arrived. It was Tiantian, who today donned a new outfit, a light blue kimono that could not conceal her vivacious charm. Mushi directly picked up a rice ball and placed it in her small hand. This time, the little girl did not fall into a daze. She consciously sat beside Mushi, quietly savoring her meal. Mushi's business gradually began to flourish. Just after finishing the first rice ball, he had already sold more than half of his basket. Little ghost, how much do you sell these dumplings for? With a slight smirk, he turned to examine the face, which was moderately attractive. Wasn't this Yushawashi's potato? He couldn't fathom why such a striking individual had transformed into a plump matron. This is not a dumpling. It is a rice ball. Yushawashi bent down to inspect Mushi's basket, picking up a rice ball. Isn't this a dumpling? Dumplings are typically smaller. Generally, 3 rice balls would suffice for an adult, but Mushi's would likely require a dozen to satiate hunger. My hands are small. I cannot mold such large dumplings. Ugh, rice balls. I see, Yushawashi remarked, pulling off a leaf. Mushi immediately broke into a smile. A valued client indeed. How much would the guest like to purchase? Fill it to the brim. Very well. Swiftly, she retrieved a large leaf, skillfully folding it into a parcel and filling it with rice balls. Once neatly packaged, she presented it to her. Yashuxi Hondo examined the leaf and marveled at the impressive packing technique. She handed Mushi 100 taels and said there was no need for change. For them, this sum was truly modest. Mushi insisted vehemently, no, this is unacceptable. I must find a way to break even. Otherwise, my reputation will be tarnished. Day after day, I find myself in a state of astonishment. Why did you not voice such sentiments yesterday? Turning to gaze at Yushue Washiazuki, I cannot shake the feeling that they resemble a naive benefactor. Mushi forcibly pressed the change into her hand, and Yushawashi Hondo smiled warmly as she gently patted his head. Little rascal, you were quite clever. Mushi was particularly eager to respond. I certainly will. You cannot possibly imagine. Over the course of several months, Mushi's life had settled into an unwavering routine. Every evening, Xiao Tian would patiently await her at the shop entrance, collecting his protection fee. As the two grew more familiar, this little sorceress began to display her mischievous nature, completely shedding the Navi charm she once possessed. She had learned to independently reach into the basket for her rice balls. Mushi glanced at Tiantian, fearing that she might, in the future, become like Yashuxi Tado, well, a rather complex character. After saving money for several months, she had requested Tiantian's father to craft over 40 silver needles for her, though they were not made of actual silver, but rather a type of cutting material. Tiantian's father did not refuse her request, as he generously supported his daughter daily. Even small matters require a sense of reciprocity. Yet, why did this young man increasingly irk her? After bidding farewell to Hinata Haruki in the morning, Mushi swiftly made her way into the forest. Holding a box of silver needles in her hand, she extracted a few and, while in motion, deftly released them. the needles silently embedding themselves into the tree trunks. Mushi meticulously examined the situation, wielding the power of weapons proved effective. Yet achieving an instantaneous level of injury posed considerable difficulty. In the case of a surprise attack, targeting acupoints would render the task significantly simpler, provided that the opponent was not overly formidable. Chapter 5. Encounter with Hinata. After familiarizing himself with his techniques, Mushi felt a sense of self-preservation beginning to take form. He exhaled deeply and stretched languidly. It was time to pack his belongings, the hour was late, and he needed to return, with the day concluding earlier than usual. There was no rush to hasten back. Exiting the forest, he strolled leisurely along the path leading to the village. Having walked a short distance, he was taken aback by the sound of children laughing ahead. Was there someone else here? As he advanced further, he then heard the weeping of a young girl. With a slight raise of his brow, he continued onward, only to find several children surrounding a little girl, calling her a monster. It was unclear whether the girl was frightened or feeling wronged, as she could only crouch there, sobbing softly. Mushi was momentarily taken aback as the words of the wide-eyed creature reached his ears, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Could this little girl truly belong to the Hyuga clan? He took a few steps forward for a closer inspection and found himself gazing into the pitiful eyes of the young girl, confirming her identity as a member of the Hyuga family. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him. Silence! You all, be silent. Mushi turned her head and caught sight of the signature hairstyle reminiscent of Naruto Uzumaki. Instantly, a series of plot lines surged through her mind. She recalled that the male and female protagonists were destined to meet in this very moment, and the young girl before her was none other than Hinata Hyuga. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated, uncertain whether to follow the script or to step forward and disrupt the narrative. In that brief lapse of concentration, Naruto had already dashed over, vociferously intervening to confront several children who were 5 or 6 years his senior. Unsurprisingly, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a hefty beating. Mushi felt a sense of helplessness as she stepped forward. She first assessed Hinata's condition. Perhaps due to their shared Byakugan, little Hinata was notably obedient. After confirming that she bore no injuries, Mushi directed her attention to the nearest child and delivered a swift kick, causing him to stumble. You little rascal! Are you seeking your own demise? Mushi, indifferent to their adolescent banter, approached them with a swift kick. Though he had yet to formally embark on his journey of cultivation, his honed physical reflexes were more than sufficient to handle these young ruffians. Their fighting lacked any semblance of technique. They merely charged forward recklessly. Mushi did not indulge them. She struck where it hurt the most. Just wait for me, she declared fiercely before running away. Mushi crouched down to examine Naruto's injuries. Fortunately, they were superficial wounds. It's nothing serious. Get up. We shall be on our way. Mushi turned and walked towards the village. After taking a few steps, he noticed Hinata timidly following behind him, her bashfulness melting his youthful heart. Why do you follow me? He inquired. Hinata lowered her head, on the verge of tears, stammering, I cannot find my way back. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that at his age, he should not possess such a vivid recollection of the long journey. Much like Hinata, he had some impression of the path he had traversed, yet he was hesitant to affirm it. Come with me, he said, extending his hand to grasp her small one. Given her tender years, her stamina likely could not keep pace. He could only wonder how she had managed to escape. As Mushi guided her towards the Hyuga clan's territory, she imparted upon her the art of navigation. Do you see that building? Remember it. As long as you can spot it, you shall know you are not far from the Hyuga clan. Upon returning home with Hinata, Mushi found that her sister Haruki had yet to arrive. So she commenced preparing the evening meal. Little Hinata, still shy and timid, stood at the threshold of the kitchen, observing her with wide eyes. Mushi kneaded the rice balls, glancing at the curious Hinata, and suddenly realized the advantage of having someone to share the labor. Would you like to give it a try? Hinata hesitated momentarily and timidly inquired, is it really all right? Mushi took her to wash her hands and taught her how to mold rice balls. Once completed, they placed them into a basket and ventured out to sell. Indeed, the first customer was Tiantian, who stared at Hinata for quite a while. Noticing their identical eyes, she inquired, is she your sister? This left Mushi momentarily speechless, as he was uncertain about their ages. Sister it is, he nodded, handing a rice ball to Hinata and another to Tiantian, advising them not to cause any mischief. Upon turning around, he saw that Hinata had already finished her rice ball, so he gave her another one and continued selling. When there were only a few left in the basket, Tiantian tugged at his sleeve. Mushi glanced back and found both of them had finished their portions. He distributed another rice ball to each. and as they neared the end of their sails, he handed one more to Tiantian, who was quite easy to please, having only consumed 3 rice balls for dinner. However, Hinata seemed less satisfied. Noticing her lingering desire for more, he promptly offered her another. After finishing their sails, he gave the last rice ball to Hinata, who swiftly devoured it once again. Mushi appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if recalling something significant. It was unwise to engage someone of such caliber, capable of rivaling the Akimichi clan. After exchanging pleasantries with Tiantian, he inquired on their way back. "Have you had your fill?" Hinata hesitated, remaining silent, casting a timid glance at Mushi as if fearful of being a nuisance. "Do not fret. Being able to eat is a blessing, and having food to eat is fortunate," he reassured her. Upon returning home, Hinata Haruki was already there, awaiting Mushi for dinner. And upon seeing Mushi had brought back a little one, he raised an eyebrow, pondering how this small child had begun seeking companionship, evoking a sense of nostalgia about childhood growth. A closer look revealed that the child belonged to the main branch of the clan. He pursed his lips, choosing not to comment. Fostering good relations with the main family bore many advantages, though he could not overtly seek such connections. A casual encounter would be far more preferable. While dining, Hinata was initially reserved, but as familiarity grew, she became more at ease. Haruki, momentarily taken aback, urged the 2 youngsters, "Please, continue eating. There is no need to wait for me." With that, he exited the kitchen. Mushi paused, glancing toward the yard and then back at Hinata. He understood her significance well, recognizing that the Hyuga clan would not allow her to wander freely. Had they sought her out now? In the courtyard stood a figure, Hyuga Hisashi, the clan leader. Hinata Haruki respectfully bowed. Observing the young lady greeting him with such deference, Hisashi felt a pang of nostalgia. How swiftly time passed, reminding him of when her parents were still present. Noticing Hisashi's prolonged silence, Haruki ventured, "Clan leader, should we call Miss Hinata?" Hisashi seemed momentarily lost in thought, replying, "No need. Let her return tomorrow." With that, he turned and exited the courtyard. Haruki sighed in relief. She preferred to avoid dealings with the main family, as the pressure was quite burdensome. Returning to the dining table, the 2 little ones had nearly finished their meal, patiently awaiting her return. The evening hours were not to be squandered. Hinata Haruki began to impart some knowledge of ninjutsu to Mushi, planning to teach him a little each day. Considering his youth, Hinata stared blankly at the notebook before her. She had already learned this material, and now it felt like a mere review. Chapter 6. How could one eat the bunny? Mushi felt a sense of helplessness, such as the advantage of being from a prominent family. While he was still grappling with these matters, Hinata had already mastered them effortlessly. What he yearned for was readily accessible to her. It was an inevitable reality. Given his lineage from the Hyuga clan, where even a simple technique like the gentle fist was a resource unattainable for many. This disparity explained why numerous commoners struggled to rise above their circumstances. As night fell and Mushi lay down to sleep, he believed he had finally escaped the clutches of fate. Yet, upon waking, he found himself once again in the embrace of Hinata. A glance revealed her beside him, and a singular thought raced through his mind. Had he truly shared a bed with the heroine? He shook his head vigorously, casting aside the chaotic notions, and rose to prepare breakfast. Just after finishing his meal, someone arrived to escort Hinata away. Once he bid them farewell, the house was left with Mushi alone, prompting him to step outside for training. His life had always followed a disciplined routine. As noon approached, he opened his lunchbox, but before he could partake, he noticed Hinata approaching from a distance. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Hinata, with her head lowered and fingers fidgeting, replied, Niji is training, and there's no one to play with me." After speaking, her gaze fell upon Mushi's lunchbox, and she swallowed hard, with a sense of helplessness. Mushi could only extend the lunchbox forward. After all, one must indulge a little in the whims of a young girl. It is not excessive. She picked up a few stones and approached the edge of the forest, focusing intently. Spotting a rabbit, she swiftly hurled a stone, which struck the creature and rendered it incapacitated. Reflecting on Hinata's appetite, she surmised that one rabbit would scarcely suffice. With the remaining stones in hand, she launched another, successfully incapacitating another rabbit. As she returned with her catch, she was met with Hinata's wide-eyed gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the scene before her. "How could you harm the bunnies?" Hinata lamented, forlornly setting down her empty lunchbox before rushing over to comfort the rabbits in her arms. Mushi smiled softly, her tender heart entangled in complexity. Approaching the riverbank, she prepared the rabbit, constructing a smokeless stove and skewering the creature over the flames. The enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, while Hinata, with a forlorn expression, shifted her gaze back and forth between the little rabbit in her arms and the succulent meat sizzling above the fire. Mushi tore off a rabbit's leg and handed it to Hinata. With tears welling in her eyes, Hinata took a bite and sobbed, "How can you eat the bunny?" This question had been posed several times, and Mushi was beginning to feel exasperated. "Just tell me if it's delicious or not." Hinata, with her large, glistening eyes, gazed at the rabbit in her arms and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I can't believe I hesitated." Mushi rolled her eyes, a gesture she often employed. She tore off a piece of rabbit meat and unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth, which rendered her silent in an instant. After satisfying her hunger, most of the meat found its way into Hinata's belly. Glancing at the time, she noted that it was still early, so she decided to practice a bit longer. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she led Hinata back, who still cradled the rabbit in her arms. After escorting her back to the Hyuga ancestral home, Mushi turned to return to her own abode to prepare a meal. As time swiftly passed, several months slipped by unnoticed. Mushi observed the Azuki beans in the courtyard, clutching her dumpling as she munched contentedly. "Little Mushi, would you care for one?" "No." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Sister Potato, if you continue to eat like this, you'll soon transform into a sweet potato." Azuki paused, her expression darkening instantly. "You little rascal! How dare you mock me?" With a swift gulp of her dumpling, she discarded the skewer and appeared before Mushi in an instant, her greasy hands pinching his face and giving it a vigorous rub. "I speak only the truth. Listen here, little rascal, while Chunmu may gain weight, I shall not. This year, Chunmu has indeed put on 7 pounds. Mushi earnestly salvaged her face, as Chunmu's flesh developed in all the right places. "Oh, you little rascal! To harbor such mischievous thoughts at such a tender age." Hongdo firmly pressed down on Mushi's head, as if uprooting a radish. Enough of the antics. What wicked thoughts could Mushi possibly entertain? As Hiragi Haruki stepped through the door, she intervened to halt Hongdo's playful antics. "Ha, Haruki! You might as well indulge this little one. He possesses a wealth of mischief within him." Mushi appeared utterly bewildered at that moment. An image of a meme inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "Mushi, for the next few days, you will need to dine alone. Visitors from neighboring villages have arrived, and we will be returning quite late." Mushi, in a state of bewilderment, nodded slowly. As a chunin, his abilities were neither exceptional nor lacking, making his haste quite justifiable. Observing the retreating figures of the two individuals, he belatedly realized that Yusho Washi Akane was part of the same team as Haruki. That evening, while selling rice balls, he noticed an influx of outsiders in the village, specifically Cloud Ninjas. The majority of his customers were from the Cloud Village, which instinctively struck Mushi as peculiar. With more than half a basket of rice balls remaining, he felt it was time to cease selling. As he tidied up the basket, he was abruptly halted by Tiantian, who exclaimed, "My father insists that you join us for dinner today." Mushi was taken aback. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man within the room, profoundly sensing the malice emanating from him, a gaze that seemed to yearn for her demise, unmistakably genuine. Shaking her head, she lifted the basket and proceeded toward the Sunward clan. After taking just a few steps, she noticed someone trailing her from behind, her heart sinking momentarily. She quickened her pace and turned around, finding nothing amiss. "Little rascal!" Upon hearing the voice of Tiantian's father, Mushi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to see him directly lifting her basket, inspecting the rice balls inside. Noting with surprise that there were quite a few left from today. "Uncle, are you planning to take the leftovers?" Tiantian's father playfully tapped her on the head, causing Mushi to wince, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. "I have yet to settle the score with you for making my daughter plump." Mushi did not offer a rebuttal, following him until they reached the Hyuga clan's territory, where he finally halted, returning the basket to Mushi and gesturing for him to hasten back. After taking a few steps, Mushi glanced back, noting that his father was engaged in conversation with a chunin of the Hyuga clan. Upon returning home, Mushi closed the door, contemplating that in 2 years, he would be able to begin his training. The memory of the earlier sensation filled him with unease, prompting him to retrieve a box of silver needles, deftly pinning them to his clothing for easy access in times of peril. Securing the door, he concealed himself in a corner of the room, mindful of his youth and the lack of strength to resist. The Hyuga clan represented an original sin, an unavoidable circumstance. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, a sudden sound from within the house jolted him awake. It was eerily quiet. Had Sister Chuanmu returned, she would have stealthily come to carry him to her room. If not, Chapter 7, The Perils of Loquacity. The sound of the door being slowly opened echoed through the silence. As Mushi instinctively slowed her breathing, she realized that someone was searching the house. A shadow passed in front of her, confirming her worst fears. Her home had indeed been invaded. She stifled her breath, striving to minimize any sound. Once the shadow was certain that no one was present, it let out a sigh of relief and began to meander about the room. Suddenly, an unexpected noise startled Mushi, drawing her attention back to the intruder. He had halted before the cabinet, causing her heart to skip a beat as she slowly swallowed. The soft sound of a blade scraping against its sheath filled the air. Mushi covered her mouth with one hand while her other hand stealthily reached for the silver needles concealed within her clothing, preparing for confrontation. Little ghost, I have discovered you. Come forth. Mushi was certain that the sound did not originate from herself. It seemed as though something had brushed against the wardrobe. The wardrobe? Mushi was taken aback. Were there others in the house besides herself? When had they entered? Suddenly, the wardrobe beside her swung open. Ah, Wawa, keek. So you truly are here. The shadow reached out directly towards the depths of the wardrobe. With a heavy heart, Mushi realized that the voice she had just heard belonged to Hinata. How did she arrive here? Gently pushing open the door of the bookcase, she positioned herself to clearly observe the scene before her. The shadowy figure had one hand gripping Hinata's neck while the other covered her mouth, silencing her cries. The few needles in Mushi's hand were swiftly hurled, piercing his side and both arms. Before he could even register the pain, his limbs and body became weak and rigid. Mushi swiftly emerged from the bookshelf, executing a roll to catch the descending Hinata, and promptly vanished at the doorway. The shadow, now languid and slumped upon the ground, extracted the needles embedded in its body, rendering the two children's figures invisible. You little rascal. Upon rushing outside, I noticed the courtyard's gate ajar. How could one move so quickly? Hastily pursuing, Mushi observed as he just crossed the threshold, only to hurl 3 silver needles once more beneath the courtyard table. The shadow, now on high alert, swiftly evaded, watching as the needles embedded themselves into the wooden door. And with a malevolent grin, it turned around. Mushi had never harbored the illusion that such trivial tricks could deceive a jonin, nor had he ever imagined that his rudimentary skills could inflict harm upon one, especially in a state of unpreparedness. Once caution was exercised, the prospect became nearly impossible. As he observed the empty space behind the table, the 2 youthful figures re-entered the room. Why must you persist in this fruitless endeavor? No amount of back and forth could alter the outcome. As he chased into the room, the interplay of light and shadow momentarily blinded him, only to be punctuated by 3 silver needles piercing his flesh. He staggered, an immediate numbness enveloping half of his body. The progeny of the Hyuga clan. As his vision cleared, he again found no trace of the 2 children. Extracting the needles, he felt the undeniable impact on his mobility. Rising, he resolved to tread with greater caution. The wondrous nature of the bloodline limit offered little rationale. Moreover, throughout the conflict with Konoha, they had been severely constrained by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Chakra surged within him, and he propelled himself with remarkable speed into the house, casting swift glances into every room. Suddenly, he froze. Where had those 2 children vanished? Were they concealed somewhere? He methodically searched each room, particularly scrutinizing wardrobes and cabinets, yet found nothing. Damn it! Were the offspring of the Hyuga clan mere mice? Then, as if struck by a revelation, he realized his oversight. Perhaps they had not retreated inside at all. Now, he hastily exited the house, spotting a fleeting shadow at the yard's entrance, further solidifying his conclusion. Racing to the doorway, he looked outside, only to be met with emptiness. His gaze fell upon the freshly tied cloth on the door knocker, and his expression darkened. He felt as though he were a mere toy, manipulated by unseen hands. In a sudden jolt of pain across his back, he turned with fury to find the 2 children standing at the door, Hinata Hyuga hiding timidly behind Mushi, gazing at him with trepidation. You little brats! Mushi glanced at the silver needle in his hand, a treasure he had retrieved. There was still one more missing, currently embedded in Yunren's back. He exhaled slowly, observing Yunren as he approached step by step. Mushi turned to Hinata, who stood behind her, and said, Remember this, villains perish from excessive chatter. Hinata's eyes sparkled with wonder, standing behind Mushi as if oblivious to any impending danger. As the cloud ninja took a few steps forward, he noticed his movements becoming increasingly burdensome. By the time he reached the center of the courtyard, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he felt his inhalations grow more labored. Weakly, he sank to the ground, bewildered by his own condition. How could this be? I'm a jonin. Mushi squinted slightly, confirming his inability to rise. The silver needle in his hand was once again launched, piercing directly into the chest. Yunrin's breath resembled a shattered bellows, each inhalation proving futile. He incessantly clawed at his throat, rubbing his chest as though attempting to extract his very heart and lungs. It continued until the struggle for breath extinguished his life, leaving his body utterly limp. Mushi, how did you achieve this? Mushi gazed intently at the lifeless body, waiting for it to cool completely before approaching. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the silver needle piercing directly into the eyeball. The eye's reflex, under such sudden stimulus, was involuntary. If the person were truly deceased, there would be no blink. The Tiantian point is where the energy of the pericardium meridian converges, a crucial juncture for the body's vital essence. Thus, it possesses the remarkable ability to invigorate blood circulation, alleviate cough and asthma, regulate qi, open the chest, and descend qi to facilitate the flow of energy. It serves as a vital acupuncture point for treating ailments such as palpitations, shortness of breath, chest tightness, chest pain, and respiratory issues. Should the Tianjiang point be obstructed, it might lead to various discomforts like chest distress, palpitations, anxiety, and angina. By complementing it with other acupoints, one can effectively close off the heart meridian and the lung meridian. Hinata, with a bewildered expression, nodded in acknowledgement, though the details eluded her comprehension. It simply seemed quite impressive. Stepping forward, he retracted the silver needle and then led Hinata into the house. Upon returning, Hyuga Haruki was met with the sight of the body in the courtyard. Remembering the chaos that had erupted in the Hyuga clan, where numerous skilled individuals had been dispatched, a pang of anxiety struck him. He dashed into the house, calling out for Mushi. Upon seeing the two children preparing dinner, he finally felt a sense of relief. "Oh, Mushi, have you forgotten about your elder sister now that you have Miss Hinata?" Mushi shot her a disdainful glance. And Yunrin outside the door still required your attention. Chunmu was taken aback, even now. She found it hard to believe that you were the one who had committed such an act. A jonin. That was no mere commoner, but a figure of high rank within a village. Chapter 8. The Death of Richan No. It should be that he was injured while escaping from the Hinata clan and collapsed right in our courtyard. Hinata's mouth fell agape as she gazed at Mushi, astonished that Mushi would resort to falsehoods. Mother always said that lying was unbecoming of a good child. Hinata Chunmu nodded. This explanation seemed plausible. Turning to exit, she summoned the members of the Hinata clan to hand over the body to the main family. As she stepped out, Hinata suddenly looked up and fixed a serious gaze upon Mushi. "Mushi-kun," she said, "Mother has warned that children who tell lies will grow into bad individuals." Mushi glanced at the earnest little girl, noting that not only could one turn bad, but one could also develop an elongated nose. Hinata should first examine whether her own nose had indeed grown longer. Quickly, Hinata covered her nose, and upon confirming that it had not lengthened, she reassured herself that she was not a naughty child. Mushi smiled, feeling a twinge of cruelty within himself. He wished to let out a sinister laugh. Yet he pondered the consequences of becoming a villain. Hyuga Hinata must be prepared. Why? Because Hinata would never utter a falsehood. Once the accusation of murder fell upon me, I would be lost to the world, doomed to perish under the wrath of the Cloud Shinobi. Hinata paused, lowering her gaze. Observing her inner turmoil, Mushi smiled apologetically, reflecting on the saying, "A dead friend is preferable to a living foe." When Haruki returned home for dinner, members of the came to escort Hinata away. After finishing the dishes, Mushi observed the members of the Hyuga clan standing in the courtyard, their eyes wide open as they conducted a thorough inspection. Once she dried her hands, she turned and retreated to her room. In the ensuing days, the Hyuga clan encountered grave troubles. Hinata Hyuga perished, becoming a casualty of the conflict between the two villages. More accurately, he was a victim in the struggle between the Hyuga and the third Hokage. The village's disposition towards the Uchiha clan grew increasingly hostile, and it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. As a clan that held a comparable stature to the Uchiha, the Hyuga had to brace themselves and prepare for the impending challenges. The first to be scrutinized was the Hitaki clan, whose achievements and reputation could significantly influence the balance of this conflict. Now it was the Hyuga's turn. Mushi stood behind Sister Chuinmu, observing the individuals gathered both inside and outside the morning hall. Among the Uchiha clan, only a select few were present. Was that individual Uchiha Fugaku? Beside him stood a small child of similar stature, presumably Sasuke. A commotion ensued as a group of Cloud Shinobi entered, none of whom Mushi recognized. After a somewhat formal tribute, as they were about to depart, a child suddenly burst forth from the crowd. "Return my father's life." Hinata Hazashi furrowed his brow tightly and grabbed Niji, preventing him from taking any further action. The Cloud Shinobi bowed to Hazashi, stating, "Lord Hazashi, please accept our condolences. Young one, this is the tragedy of war. We wished for none of this. Mushi nearly stifled a laugh. Two words came to mind: hypocrisy. This seems to be the consistent demeanor of Xiaorizi. Mushi concealed the smile adorning his face, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Yunrin's objective was to provoke the Byakugan, and now they had presumably achieved what they desired. The identity of Yunrin's assailant holds little significance. What truly matters is that Yunrin perished within the confines of the Hyuga clan's territory, and therein lies the crux of the issue. The third Hokage seeks to exploit this incident to diminish the Hyuga's influence. Losing a top-tier jonin would indeed be a substantial blow to the clan. Furthermore, it presents an opportunity to gauge the Hyuga's response. What advantage could be found in not seizing it? Regardless of the perpetrator, both the third Hokage and Yunrin will be implicated in the actions of the Hyuga clan's Hayashi. At that juncture, the Hyuga would find themselves with but two options. One would be to replace their clan leader, which is evidently implausible given Hinata's tender age. The other would involve seeking a branch family member of commensurate strength to take the blame, entrapped in the internal strife between the main and branch families. The Hyuga clan can only strive for self-preservation, unable to instigate any further turmoil. Mushi was suddenly taken aback, pondering whether this was laying the groundwork for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. A fleeting glance revealed no Uchiha in sight. Instead, he spotted Hinata's pitiful expression. With a light laugh, he recognized the complexity of Hinata's feelings and chose to disregard her, allowing the young girl to wrestle with her emotions alone. Even if Hinata were to unveil the truth, it would be futile. Who would believe that someone without training could possibly slay a genin? Upon returning home that evening, Hinata Haruki went on duty, leaving Mushi with idle time. He promptly delved into studying the restrictions surrounding the caged bird. Gazing into the mirror at the seal inscribed on his forehead, he deduced from his experience that this was merely a fragment. Another portion was etched within his mind or upon his eyes. In due time, he would have to activate his eyes to investigate further. With a resigned sigh, he lamented his youth, realizing he must wait several more years. For a considerable duration thereafter, he did not encounter Hinata. Mushi's life returned to tranquility once more, ensconced in a monotonous routine. On this particular day, filled with joy at having aged another year, Mushi returned home early. Upon opening the door, he beheld Hinata sitting in the courtyard, awaiting his arrival. "Mushi-kun," she greeted, her demeanor reflecting a certain grace that seemed to have blossomed during their time apart. "It has been quite a while, hasn't it, Hinata?" Mushi entered the house, took a refreshing bath, and then began to prepare a meal. Hinata instinctively stepped forward to assist. Recalling Hinata's hearty appetite, Mushi decided to eat first. Otherwise, the entire basket would likely be devoured by her. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Hinata followed Mushi to the entrance of Tiantian's shop, where she quietly seated herself to the side. She naturally accepted the rice ball offered by Mushi. After savoring just a few bites, she noticed someone sitting beside her. Tiantian. "Hinata, it has been quite some time since you last visited." "Yes, Tiantian, it has indeed been a long while." Mushi cast a glance at the two charming young ladies, smiled softly, and continued to sell her rice balls. In the days that followed, she could almost always see Hinata, who would come to seek him out beyond the village. Mushi paused her training and observed Hinata, who was gnawing on a piece of rabbit meat. She inquired, "Hinata, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Hinata's face flushed crimson as she stammered. "See, can I learn that technique of yours, the one for shooting needles?" Mushi was taken aback as she gazed at Hinata, who presented a silver needle crafted in imitation of her own. It appeared rather exquisite, far surpassing her own in beauty. Mushi hesitated for a moment, feeling reluctant to impart her knowledge, as the risks of exposure were considerable. However, she pondered that having someone come to her every day was also not a viable situation. It would be preferable to exchange something of value, such as resources for cultivation. "I am willing to teach you, but what would I gain in return?" Hinata appeared troubled, her delicate face etched with concern, unsure of how to proceed. "Would it be acceptable if I offered my younger sister to you?" Mushi chuckled softly, asking if she could bring the fireworks so that she might feed her. "I require resources, specifically, the herbs you utilize during your cultivation, the substances you soak in while bathing, and a portion of the ointments you use for your injuries. Please keep some for me discreetly." Hinata nodded, readily acquiescing. The young girl was utterly unaware of the significance of these items. Mushi beckoned her over with a wave of her hand, gesturing with her fingers as if holding a needle. Observing Hinata's struggle to grasp the needle properly, she decided to take her small hand and guide her through the process of casting the needle. The needle should be flicked out rather than thrust with force. It requires a gentle yet firm motion. Mushi patiently elucidated the techniques to Hinata, allowing her to practice independently only after she had fully grasped the concepts. Observing her potential for growth, Mushi was confident that her own abilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. That evening, as Hinata practiced diligently in the training room, Hayashi stood nearby, gazing intently at her innovative weapon, which appeared strikingly familiar. The wounds on the cloud ninja bore a resemblance to the marks left by this very tool. However, the targeted pressure points were not lethal. The needle technique Hinata employed lacked such formidable power. With a dismissive thought, he turned away. Years later, after Hinata received the chakra refinement method from Hyuga Haruki, he playfully patted Mushi on the back, reminding her that the time for school would soon arrive. Mushi was taken aback. School? He had never contemplated that notion. Is it possible to forego attendance? No. Attending school allows you to acquire knowledge that I cannot impart. And moreover, you will have the opportunity to meet new friends. Chapter 9. The Ninja School. Mushi did not refute. In his heart, he believed that attending school was merely a waste of time. Instead of spending that time in classrooms, he would rather devote himself to cultivation. When Hinata Haruki went on duty, Mushi immediately began practicing the Tai Chi Shinqing Taoist technique of the Yuqing level. With superior methods at his disposal, why bother learning those chakra techniques that could harm the foundation of the body? The 12 meridians of the human body essentially form a triadic circulatory system. To attain mastery, one must unblock all of them. The easiest to open are the legs and limbs, while the most challenging and perilous are the Rin and Du meridians. Mushi glanced at her legs and feet, confirming that no malevolent energy had infiltrated her being, and only then did she exhale in relief. The first step in cultivation is to discern the spiritual energy that permeates the world. Malevolent energy is also a form of spiritual energy. Once it enters the body, it transforms into sinister energy, which can be lethal. After stretching lazily, she noticed someone entering through the front door. It was Jun Mushi, a little head peering timidly from the entrance. Hinata, what brings you here? Mushi inquired. Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief, as she had feared that Mushi might not be home. I came to check on you since you haven't been practicing outside the village these past few days. Mushi did not respond but smiled, then proceeded to prepare dinner. Mushi, are you going to school? Sister Chunmu will take me. Hinata's eyes brightened. And just as she was about to suggest that they could attend school together, she heard Mushi continue, I probably won't be in the same class as you. Hinata was taken aback. Why not? It's a matter of social standing. I belong to the branch family of the Hyuga clan, while your class predominantly comprises those of considerable strength and influence. That can't be. We will definitely be in the same class. Mushi let out a faint sound of acknowledgement, seemingly indifferent to which class he would be assigned. His sole interest lay in shattering the fantasies of the young girls. After dinner, Hinata hurriedly departed, leaving Mushi once again immersed in his training. When he regained his focus, he noticed that Sister Chunmu was packing her belongings, causing his heart to skip a beat. Sister Chunmu, what is this about? Hinata Chunmu glanced at him briefly before continuing her preparations. Their essay mission, and I don't know how long I'll be gone. Our family's finances are tied up there, so be frugal. Listening to Hinata Chunmu's incessant chatter was quite rare. Her demeanor was usually quite aloof. Yet, her words bore the weight of a farewell. Is it very dangerous? Chunmu remained silent, merely continuing to gather her things. Mushi let out a gentle sigh, pondering when they would depart. Tomorrow morning, came the reply. Return early. Being a ninja is a perilous profession. Individuals like them are mere fodder for the battlefield. At that moment, Mushi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, an urgent yearning for strength. Suppressing her emotions, she arranged the meal, as Sister Chunmu had yet to eat. That evening, Mushi did not wait to be embraced by Haruki. Instead, he entered her room, cradling a pillow in his arms. Hinata Haruki gazed at him with a hint of perplexity. Mushi murmured, Sister Haruki, I am afraid of the dark. A blush crept across Hinata Haruki's face as she cleared her throat and replied, Come here. Nestled in Hinata Haruki's embrace. The sound of her breathing revealed that she was still awake. Mushi was acutely aware of her own anxiety. After all, this journey was uncertain, and she feared whether she would ever return. Sister Haruki, are you asleep? Mushi asked, fully aware of the answer, yet using it merely as an opening. She contemplated how to alleviate Sister Haruki's apprehension. What's the matter? You should get some rest. We have a mission tomorrow. Upon awakening the following morning, she discovered that Hinata Haruki had already departed. Mushi exhaled deeply, as if yesterday's events had been a mere dream. For a moment, she lingered in a daze, coming to realize that she was now alone, and it was essential to find something to occupy her time. After a simple breakfast, she embarked on a day filled with activity. The day of the new school term arrived swiftly. Mushi strolled leisurely towards the school. At the entrance, a throng of people gathered. Mushi scanned the crowd and located the registration area, then proceeded to join the queue. "What is your name?" asked someone from the Sunlight family. Mushi gazed upon a table that matched his height, requiring him to tilt his head to catch a glimpse of the beautiful teacher behind it. "Hinata Mushi," the enchanting teacher remarked after checking the roster. "You are in Class 7, where Irika-sensei is the most gentle of all instructors." She gestured in a specific direction for him to queue up and await Irika's arrival. "Thank you," he replied. "You're welcome, little one," she said playfully, affectionately ruffling Mushi's hair, as his cool demeanor struck her as particularly endearing. Upon reaching the designated spot, he found several individuals already waiting in line. Among them was Naruto Uzumaki. Spotting Mushi, Naruto eagerly approached, relieved to finally see a familiar face. "Mushi, why did you arrive so late?" Mushi cast a glance at him. This fellow had been mooching off her rice balls for over 2 years without ever contributing a single cent. Arriving too early would mean a long wait, thus wasting precious time. Before long, Hinata also arrived, quietly standing behind him in line. Mushi cast a glance at this group, most of whom hailed from noble families. Their origins exceptional. Chapter 10. Instruction. It is an unavoidable truth that those endowed with power and influence invariably reap the finest resources. He had not anticipated that he would indeed be assigned to Class 7. A fleeting look at Hinata revealed that she must have exerted considerable effort. Yet, it is not entirely so. There must always be a few diligent and talented common students to uplift these young lords and ladies. Mushi's gaze briefly settled upon Haruno Sakura before it was silently withdrawn. Shortly thereafter, Irika arrived, counted the attendees, and found that most were present. He clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "Everyone, look this way. Follow me. We are heading to the classroom." Upon entering Class 7's classroom, Mushi took a sweeping glance. It was a spacious room capable of accommodating around 100 individuals. After a cluster of small figures found their seats, the room still retained an air of emptiness. Mushi found a discreet corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. To his bemusement, Hinata followed him there, just as he contemplated relocating. Her timid demeanor dissuaded him from being too abrupt. He resigned himself to leaning on the table, observing the little ones scattered throughout the room. Irika incessantly elaborated on the school's history and significance, explaining the class structure and assigning duties for the week. Mushi stretched lazily, contemplating that the upcoming lesson would likely focus on the refinement of chakra. Once Irika finished his lengthy discourse, the school day came to an end. Mushi, feeling somewhat bored, strolled towards the school. As the crowd around her dwindled, she realized that 2 small figures were trailing behind her, Hinata and Naruto. The corners of Mushi's eyes twitched incessantly. What on earth did the male and female protagonists intend to do? My frail frame cannot withstand their antics. Mushi turned her head, casting a wary glance at them. "Mushi, let us return home together," Hinata spoke timidly. Being members of the Hyuga clan, there was nothing amiss about going home together. Then, glancing at Naruto Uzumaki, he awkwardly scratched his head. Mushi exhaled slowly, understanding that Naruto, lacking in cunning, was easy to read. His thoughts were merely centered around his lack of funds for sustenance. With Sakura away these past few days, he invited Naruto to stay at his home. Sounds good. After returning home, he set the 2 free laborers to work making meatballs, a task well suited to Naruto's skills. Once dinner was finished, they packed the food, and the trio pushed a cart towards the street, once again setting up in front of the daily bustling shop. Their location was undeniably advantageous, and the goods they sold did not compete with those of his family. The day passed, and by the time everything was sold, it was quite late. In the following days, Irika focused on teaching chakra refinement techniques, which, for their class, constituted rather basic instruction. Nevertheless, Mushi grasped the concepts easily, as Irika tailored his lessons for children from common backgrounds like Sakura. After school, from a distance, he spotted someone standing at his doorstep, a member of the Hyuga clan, specifically from the branch family, accompanied by a large box. Upon noticing Mushi's return, the individual smiled and asked, "Finished with school?" "Yes," Mushi replied, bowing slightly. He opened the door, inviting the visitor inside. Once in the courtyard, the man placed the heavy box on the ground, explaining, "This is a supply prepared by the clan. Each child receives resources when they embark on their training, and this is your portion." Mushi was taken aback. Is there truly such a delightful occurrence? These items do not come cheaply. Upon reflection, it is only natural that a prominent family possesses such confidence. Supporting so many individuals surely entails certain benefits. I am deeply grateful for the patriarch's consideration. The man smiled gently, ruffling his hair, assuring him that these matters had already been taken care of. and urged him to devote himself to his cultivation. Mushi nodded, watching the individual depart. Eagerly, she opened the box, revealing an assortment of secret medicines from her clan, which Sister Haruki had taught her were meant for awakening the eyes. The process of awakening the Byakugan is relatively straightforward. Some individuals, like Hinata, are even born with the ability. However, the majority of clan members acquire this skill later in life. The school curriculum is commendable, covering fundamental ninjutsu such as the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique. The quality of instruction is notably robust. For them, these techniques may seem trivial. Yet for ordinary ninjas, they represent some of the few forms of ninjutsu they can access, in a context where most ninjutsu is monopolized. The only avenue to learn these techniques is through apprenticeship at school. Naturally, not everyone is afforded this opportunity. Only those with commendable aptitude and performance qualify, such as Sakura Haruno. As time passed, Mushi felt an increasing sense of urgency. Hinata Haruki has yet to return. Hinata Mushi, come forth to accept my challenge. Mushi rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage with these children. It was rather tedious. Naruto, seeing that Mushi remained unfazed, boldly positioned himself directly in front of him. Mushi, are you afraid? He queried. Indeed, I am. Huh? What did you say? I am afraid. I cannot best you. Mushi then rose from his seat and relocated to the opposite side, resuming his tranquil demeanor. Naruto's expression darkened. You clearly look down on me. Come, let us battle. With a light sigh, Mushi walked onto the playground and gestured for Naruto to hurry over. Instantly filled with joy, Naruto exclaimed, Mushi, you will become my defeated foe. He threw a punch towards Mushi, who did not even flinch and simply fell to the ground. How is this possible? I've actually been defeated by the underdog. His tone was overly dramatic, and his expression conveyed a heart-wrenching despair, as if he had lost 18 wives, evoking sympathy even from the Uchiha clan. After his outburst, Mushi stood up, casually walked past the nowadays Naruto, and returned to her original seat. She yawned and remarked, why hasn't school ended yet? The playground was enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving them at a loss for words. What a performance! Hinata timidly sat beside Mushi and said, Mushi, it's all right. I will practice with you from now on. Mushi found herself in a rather perplexing situation, caught between laughter and tears, as her old stage partner displayed an impeccable sense of timing. After school, she exited the premises and fortuitously encountered Uchiha Sasuke, along with the esteemed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance in Mushi's direction before turning away, as if even a fleeting look from her was a source of shame. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Mushi with a hint of curiosity, bemused by his son's reaction, and engaged in a hushed conversation with Sasuke. Mushi, feeling a tinge of boredom, strolled towards the Hyuga clan's territory. The Uchiha clan, it seemed, was on the brink of extinction. The significant affairs of the village were not yet a concern for their generation, alas, even if he wished to intervene. He lacked the means to do so. For now, the most prudent course was to focus on his own development. Mushi pushed open the courtyard gate and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the door to the house ajar. She hurried inside and found Hinata Haruki struggling to pack his belongings. A joyful expression blossomed on Mushi's face as she exclaimed, Sister Haruki. She immediately dashed forward and embraced her sister's leg from behind. Chapter 11. Sister Haruki, please adhere to medical advice. Hinata Haruki's body tensed up momentarily, and as she wriggled free from Mushi's grasp, she observed Mushi's demeanor. Clearly, she had forgotten the events of that day, prompting Haruki to release a sigh of relief. As Mushi was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the bandage adorning Hinata Haruki's arm, and her words became lodged in her throat. Sister Haruki, your arm. Hinata Haruki glanced at it and replied, It's nothing. Fortunately, it is merely a minor injury. Mushi ceased her commotion, inquiring if you had yet dined, and then hurried off to prepare a meal. Observing her swift departure, Hinata Haruki rubbed his flushed cheeks, exhaling a long sigh. Upon awakening, the sky had completely darkened. The soft sound of Haruki's snoring indicated that the recent mission had been quite taxing. He was not an ordinary child, but rather a peculiar entity that should have surpassed 3 centuries in age, possessing the mindset of an adult. And he was certainly no paragon of virtue. After nestling for a while in Haruki's embrace, he slightly lifted his head, and suddenly, Mushi froze, her eyes widening in shock as a fierce and ominous expression crept across her face. There, at the root of Haruki's tongue, she discovered a cursed seal. Continuously replaying the image of the seal in her mind, she realized that though she lacked the strength to unravel it, one truth was undeniable. Hinata Haruki was a member of the Root organization. The following morning, upon waking, she noted that Sister Haruki was still asleep. Evidently exhausted from the demands of the mission, Mushi glanced at her arm, gently pinching it as her vital essence flowed through her meridians towards the wound. Her complexion gradually darkened. This injury had nearly been fatal. Her entire arm had been on the verge of being severed. Mushi retrieved a silver needle, channeling his true essence to hasten the healing of the wound. Regrettably, his strength was insufficient, and soon his energy was depleted. After dressing, Mushi rose to prepare breakfast. When Haruki-chan awoke, her complexion had significantly improved. Mushi sat across from her, savoring small bites of his meal. Sister-chan, when did you join the route? Haruki-chan froze, staring blankly at Mushi, her mind racing to comprehend how he had uncovered this information. Recalling the morning's awakening, when her tongue and lips felt slightly numb, she began to grasp the implications. Her face flushed. What route? I am merely a lowly operative of the Umbu. The tongue plague is not a method that an Umbu could wield. Apart from that individual, no one else could be so insidiously cruel. Haruki-chan remained silent, quietly finishing her breakfast. Sister-chan, let us withdraw from the route. Life has been quite pleasant lately, and I am maturing. In the future. Suddenly, Haruki-chan raised her head, her expression grave as she interjected, do not concern yourself with it, and do not speak of this to anyone. Mushi sighed deeply, lowering his head as thoughts began to swirl in his mind. They revolved around the routes, which, once joined, offered no path to retreat. To seek an exit from this entanglement bore but one consequence, death. Mushi's eyes grew increasingly indifferent, and a fierce determination settled within her heart. Since withdrawal was no longer an option, she resolved that Danzo must perish. After having breakfast and washing the dishes, Hinata Haruki languidly reclined on a chaise longue in the courtyard, a creation of Mushi's design, remarkably comfortable. Due to her injuries, she was spared from duty for the time being. Mushi hurriedly dashed out of the house and came to a halt in the center of the courtyard, where he found Riseong Chenmu staring at him in a daze. As he pondered what mischief this young lad was up to, Mushi suddenly dashed over, pressing her hand firmly against her head without hesitation. Hinata Haruki was rendered completely speechless. It wasn't until Mushi vanished from the courtyard that he managed to regain his composure, collapsing weakly into the rocking chair. What on earth was happening? Mushi hurriedly made his way to school, contemplating many thoughts. Since the relationship between the two could never revert to its former state, he decided to take a step further. After all, what was the age difference of merely 10 years? With a leisurely demeanor, he entered the classroom, facing Irika's disapproving gaze. He quickly surveyed the room for a discreet seat. In a hushed tone, Hinata called out to Mushi, fearful of being overheard, as she had reserved a seat for him. However, in the stillness of the classroom, her voice stood out distinctly, overshadowed only by the sound of Choji munching on snacks. Hinata paused, puzzled by the sudden attention directed her way, only to realize her blunder moments later, her face flushing crimson as she buried her head in embarrassment. After Mushi took her seat, Irika continued to speak. Why are you late? Hinata inquired softly. Sister Haruki is back. Is that so? Sister Haruki has returned. How wonderful. Hinata's little face lit up with excitement. Hinata. Mushi, are you two ever going to be quiet? The two immediately fell silent, with her mouth shut. Mushi's thoughts were far from the classroom. She was contemplating that the household's income could not rely solely on Sister Haruki. Depending on the earnings from missions was far too perilous. Mushi contemplated the possibility of engaging in some business ventures. A swift search of her mind unveiled a myriad of ideas that danced before her consciousness. It appeared that returning to her original profession was still the most prudent course of action. Mushi exhaled deeply, regaining her focus just as the class was nearing its end. Another day had slipped away in a haze of distraction. After school, she hurried to the pharmacy, where she prepared a prescription for Sister Chunmu and procured several medicinal herbs. Upon returning home, during a brief interlude while cooking, she began to brew the medicine. She meticulously sorted through the herbs, ensuring they were properly prepared and stored in bottles. After dinner, she insisted that Rihang Chunmu consume a bowl of the concoction. Following this, she cautiously unwrapped the bandages, revealing the extent of the injury. A long incision marred her skin, reminiscent of a deep gash made by a sharp instrument. It was indeed a narrow escape, a life saved against all odds. What subsequently unfolded before Mushi's eyes was. Mushi forced herself not to look in that direction, yet regrettably, her gaze continually gravitated towards it, leaving her feeling quite helpless. Seizing the opportunity while applying the ointment, she boldly reached out. Chunmu could no longer endure it. She firmly grasped Mushi's hand. I am not injured there. I do not require any ointment. Sister Chunmu, you must heed the doctor's advice. Both internal and external treatment will expedite your recovery. Be obedient. Surely you do not wish for your arm to be rendered useless. She removed Hinata Chunmu's hand. Chapter 12. The old climber Hinata Chunmu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, thinking, this scoundrel, has he grown up to such an extent? Struggling to contain her emotions, she deftly diverted the conversation, asking, where did you acquire such knowledge? Mushi's attention was entirely focused on her wound, and she casually remarked, it's nothing. I learned it on my own. Rest assured, it is quite useful. You also possess a talent for being a medical ninja. Mushi smiled gently. Realizing she should not be overly indulgent, she rewrapped the disinfected bandage. Hinata Haruki wished he could swat her for her shameful behavior. Mushi, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Mushi take out several needles and insert them into her body. A warm sensation coursed through her, entering and exiting her form, akin to basking in the gentle embrace of sunlight. Mushi, is this your chakra? Mushi nodded, inquiring. How do you feel, Sister Chunmu? You truly possess a remarkable talent for becoming a medical ninja. Mushi remained silent, stimulating several acupoints to accelerate the healing process of her own wounds. It was only then that Hinata Haruki began to feel a tingling sensation at his injury. During the school holidays, Mushi presented her concocted healing salve before Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi recognized him as the child who once sold rice balls, a classmate of Hinata, and noticed the birdcage mark on his forehead, wondering why it remained uncovered. Was this a deliberate attempt to irritate himself? Little one, what brings you to me? I have come to conduct a business deal with the clan leader. Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but smile at Mushi's earnest demeanor and affectionately ruffled his hair. What sort of business do you wish to engage in with me? Mushi placed a small vial upon the table and then grasped Hinata Hizashi's hand, allowing the blade to slice through, leaving a long gash upon his skin. How audacious! You dare to harm the esteemed leader of our clan. The seal in his hand instantly solidified, and Mushi's pupils constricted as he fought to suppress his murderous intent. Striving to maintain a calm gaze upon Hinata Hizashi, furrowing his brow, Hinata swiftly waved his other hand to interrupt the incantation of the intruder. Dismissing the matter with a flick of his wrist, is this triviality truly worthy of such a fuss? Depart. The individual exited the room and closed the door behind him. Now, let us proceed, young one. Mushi let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had experienced firsthand the formidable power of the caged bird, a true curse imprinted upon the soul. Hinata Hizashi was relatively accommodating, displaying a commendable degree of leniency towards the branch family members. This created a foundation for further dialogue. Observing the bloodstains that had already marred nearly half of the table, Mushi picked up a small vial and sprinkled the medicinal powder onto the wound. In the next moment, Hinata Hizashi stood in astonishment, witnessing his wound begin to scab over, accompanied by a peculiar itch. As chakra coursed through, a portion was surprisingly retained, aiding in the healing process. This is a transaction I engaged in with the clan leader. Regaining his composure, Hinata Hizashi regarded him with a bemused expression, his mind racing with thoughts of the information he had gathered. Hinata Haruki, branch family of the Hinata clan. The two were hardly worth excessive scrutiny. How much do you intend to ask for? Mushi pondered for a moment, and then said, 100,000 taels. I will provide you with the formula. Hinata Hayashi appeared somewhat taken aback. Aren't you going to divide it? Mushi shook his head. The great clans are predatory and merciless. Division? What a fanciful notion. He currently lacks the strength and capability to scrutinize the accounts. Who knows how the clan might manipulate him? It would be far more straightforward to obtain a sum of money. You seem particularly fixated on wealth. Mushi remained silent. This is not mere triviality. For every cultivator is inevitably reliant on the support of wealth. The ninjas, too, constitute the primary consumers of Konoha. Very well, if you desire 100,000 ryo, then it shall be granted. Subsequently, someone presented the sum of 100,000 ryo in banknotes. Mushi meticulously pinned down the formula and the method of concoction, grasped the banknotes, and departed. Upon exiting the grand gates of the Hyuga clan, Mushi exhaled deeply. This was a test to discern whether the clan would uphold reason. What, after all, does the branch family signify in the eyes of the main family? Fortunately, not everything was at its worst. Instead of returning home, Mushi directly sought out Tiantian's father. Standing at the entrance, Mushi glanced inside the shop, where Tiantian's father was engaged in explaining something to a customer. Mushi quietly entered and seated herself by the counter, choosing not to disturb the ongoing business. What brings you here, young man? Hello, uncle. I wish to order some materials. Given our relationship, you were the first person who came to my mind. Tiantian cast a displeased glance at him. In the entire Konoha, there was but one reputable ninja tool shop. You always flatter him. Is this how you deceive Tiantian? Mushi was taken aback, wondering what on earth was happening. Disinterested in engaging in a futile argument with Lao Deng, she promptly handed over the list. Uncle, do you think you can procure these items? You little rascal, are you trying to compete with me in business? Of course not. I can only manage to create a few blades, and in the end, won't they be sold to you? You must offer me a fair price. Every day? Father observed Mu Shi, glancing at the order, seemingly weighing his options. Very well, once everything is ready, I shall accompany you to the courtyard. Mushi handed over the deposit and, upon exiting the shop, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. To think one could compete with these affluent clients for business? Utter nonsense. Haven't we seen enough examples from the previous life of a certain goose? Here, one could easily vanish without a trace. Since we cannot prevail, why not join them instead? Mushi stretched lazily and returned to her old profession as a weaponsmith. Her skills far surpassed those of the mediocre tools crafted by others. As the seasons changed, she received delightful news. Due to the exceptional completion of her previous mission, Hinata Haruki had been promoted to Jonin. In Mushi's eyes, her strength was rather lacking. But what could be done? A scout's role does not demand formidable combat prowess. The benefits afforded to a Jonin were remarkably generous, and suddenly, their living conditions and training resources flourished. It must be said that those with greater strength truly enjoy the advantages. Their lives were no longer strained. And Mushi's cultivation began to progress steadily. Thanks to the channels provided by the Tiantian family, Mushi's ninja tools, magical artifacts, were selling quite well. Due to limited production, their prices had consequently risen. The bodies of young children grow swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they shot up like springing chives. Mushi gazed at the little pudding in the classroom, which had transformed into a much-despised troublemaker. Observing Irika's increasing frustration, she couldn't help but sigh at how swiftly time passed. Silence, everyone. Tomorrow is the graduation examination. I hope each of you performs well and achieves commendable results. Class dismissed. Muki sauntered leisurely towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Muki, really, why don't you wait for me? Glancing at the increasingly beautiful Hinata, Muki couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Over the years, Hinata had grown familiar with him, often shy in his presence, yet occasionally displaying a bold demeanor. Are you still selling rice balls today? Hinata's voice suddenly softened, cautiously stealing a glance at Muki. No, there's an exam tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off. If I don't do well, Sister Haruki will have my head. Seeing Hinata brighten up, Muki felt a pang of confusion. Why did it seem that Hinata was reluctant to sell rice balls on her own? At the entrance of the store, Chapter 13, the protagonist. Tiantian sat on a bench, growing increasingly impatient. Where are they? Honestly, dear, come home for dinner. You don't need to wait for me. You all eat first. Tiantian's father, with a grim expression, approached her. I heard there's an exam tomorrow. That boy is taking a break today, so he won't be coming. Tiantian paused. Realizing the situation, she followed her father inside to eat. With a face full of sorrow, she elicited an exasperated reaction from her father. After so many years, he had painstakingly raised her on white rice. The graduation exam loomed ahead. Mushi stood at the back row and stifled a yawn. The examination was rather straightforward, merely assessing the proficiency in the transformation technique and the body flicker technique. These two skills constitute the foundational pillars of ninjutsu and are the most widely utilized. However, they impose stringent demands on the refinement of one's chakra. As a benchmark for evaluating novice genin, it is most fitting. In terms of chakra control, if either the quantity or quality is lacking, it becomes nearly impossible to execute the techniques. Yet, for Team 7, this posed no challenge at all. The resources of a prominent clan had long since facilitated the cultivation of these abilities. The true difficulty of the examination lay solely with those students of commoner origins. Uzumaki Naruto. Mushi gazed at Naruto, who had conjured a feeble version of himself, and smiled softly. Suddenly, memories from years past flooded back to him, their first encounter, when he too was capable of creating two chibi versions of himself. His innate talent and the quality of his chakra were unquestionable. The issue lay in the control of that chakra. Yet, this was of little concern to him. His thoughts were consumed with how to discreetly sabotage the examination without raising suspicion. In contrast to the illustrious ninjas, he found a certain satisfaction in being a self-proclaimed novice, quietly honing his skills within the village. Much like his father, who, despite possessing the strength of a Genin or even a Kage, lived a life of unassuming simplicity. Mushi stretched lazily, just about to change her position when suddenly, Hinata Mushi. Mushi paused for a moment, then sauntered over to Irika. With a deft hand sign, he performed the multi-shadow clone technique, creating two lifeless replicas of himself slumped on the ground, in a bid to appear convincing. He gasped dramatically, feigning exhaustion. Irika's face turned pale with fury as he glared at Mushi, wishing he could swallow him whole. Hinata Mushi, are you mocking me? Mushi stifled a yawn, lamenting to the teacher, I truly have exerted myself. With the demands of daytime classes, he could only allocate his time for cultivation to the night, while occasionally delving into the enigma of Sister Chuanmu, pondering whether he might succumb to an even greater mystery. The busyness was overwhelming. Were it not for Irika's stringent supervision, he might have succumbed to slumber during class. Irika exhaled deeply, seeking solace in his own self-reassurance, as he marked an unsatisfactory grade in Hinata Mushi's performance. Hinata. Mushi strolled to the back of the line, finding a comfortable position to sit down. Mushi, you didn't make it either. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I am not the least among us. Mushi glanced at the intellectually challenged individual before shifting her gaze to Lumar, who had just completed the examination. Mushi, what is the matter with you? Mushi shook her head, remaining silent. Although there are many paths to becoming a ninja, attending school is perhaps the most effortless. Shikamaru sat beside Mushi, genuinely curious as to why she chose to forego the exam. Upon exiting the school, she noticed several children proudly displaying their Konoha headbands. Mushi absent-mindedly touched the cursed seal on her forehead. There was nothing to conceal it, but it mattered little. She had grown accustomed to it. A fleeting glance revealed Naruto sitting despondently by the edge of the playground, prompting Mushi to suddenly recall something. The forbidden jutsu scroll. A tome that contained a compilation of most A-rank ninjutsu. Suddenly, a fervent excitement ignited within Mushi as she realized that this opportunity had indeed presented itself. It was imperative to devise a well-thought-out plan. In any realm, the fundamental principle of mutual creation and destruction exists. The art of ninjutsu is both wondrous and ever-changing, always harboring a technique, skill, or artifact capable of countering one's own abilities. When the time comes, the distinction between life and death will be stark. Thus, one must incessantly strive to learn and enrich oneself to possess the strength to confront such challenges. Engaging with advanced ninjutsu is no simple feat. It demands relentless efforts to achieve merit. Yet, even under such circumstances, the likelihood of obtaining a rank A or higher is nearly unattainable. The third Hokage was notoriously stringent in his assessments. Naruto's ability to acquire such knowledge was merely a result of the third's leniency, akin to fishing with bait. As Mushi's heart gradually sank, she realized it was improbable for her to examine the scrolls right under the watchful eyes of the three generations. With a sigh, she made her way towards the Hyuga clan's territory, her mind incessantly preoccupied with thoughts of sealing techniques. What if she could? Upon entering, Mushi was abruptly lifted, a familiar face coming into view. It was Haruka, Sister Haruka. I heard you abandoned the exam. How could that be? I simply lacked strength and faltered on the three-body technique. Is that so? Haruka Hyuga chuckled, pressing Mushi down onto her thigh, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed as several firm strikes landed upon her. The pain caused Mushi to weep, her tears and snot flowing freely. Haruka, growing increasingly exhilarated, found amusement in venting her frustrations upon the child, speaking not a word, purely relishing the act of reprimanding him. Long before her sense of filial piety had soured, she had yearned to deliver a proper thrashing. How could she not retaliate for such treatment? How could she assert her authority otherwise? After a considerable time, witnessing Mushi sobbing and gasping for breath, her backside ablaze with pain, it was clear that Sister Haruka had struck with considerable force. Haruka Hyuga's mood had significantly improved. She placed Mushi upon the bed, where he could only lie down. I shall prepare the meal today. Consider yourself fortunate, young one. Mushi wiped away a tear, her voice trembling as she watched Sister Chuanmu leave. It was then that she began to summon her meager reserves of energy to reduce the swelling and alleviate the pain. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Once she grew a little older, she would show that little minx. That evening, after observing Hinata Chuanmu fall into slumber, she found herself able to rise and walk the next day, though still in some discomfort. She prepared breakfast and was in the midst of her morning routine when Hinata Chuanmu stormed over, exclaiming, Mushi, you. Good morning, Sister Chuanmu. Hinata Mushi replied with a naive expression. What's wrong? What do you mean by that? Hinata Chuanmu, her face flushed, seemed caught between anger and embarrassment, pointing at Mushi but unable to articulate her thoughts. With a huff, she turned to leave. Throughout breakfast and her shift, she completely ignored Mushi. Mushi stretched lazily, relishing the fact that there was no school today, allowing for the opportunity to practice. Just as she was about to enter the house, An unsettling sense of danger crept up behind her. With a sudden lunge forward, her Byakugan activated, revealing a multitude of shadowy figures. Among them stood Naruto Uzumaki. Perched atop the wall, grinning amiably at Mushi, his forehead adorned with the emblem of the Leaf Village. Mushi felt a sense of helplessness. How did he arrive here? Mushi, I have already become a genin. I am one step closer to becoming Hokage, while you have yet to graduate. Haha, how boring. As Mushi turned to enter the house, Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased. He dispelled his multiple shadow clones and followed her inside. Chapter 14, Genin. Once inside, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, I apologize. I should not have mocked you. Mushi poured him a glass of water without uttering a single word. Rest assured, once I become Hokage, I will protect you. Mushi raised her gaze to him and asked, why not begin to care for me now? To this, Naruto scratched his head and replied, I am aware of my shortcomings. I am not yet capable of providing the care you deserve. Mushi nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. The dedication he had invested over the past few years was not in vain, which was quite commendable. Cultivating a good rapport with the protagonist could only prove advantageous, should he encounter any troubles in his fervor for the young ladies in the future. It would be beneficial to have assistance at hand. With this thought, a broader smile graced Mushi's face. Mushi, I have spoken with teacher Irika, and he has agreed to grant you another opportunity. Come with me, and let us take the exam once more. I am certain you will succeed. Mushi was taken aback. This foolish boy actually had some cunning, resorting to underhanded means? There was no need for that. No, it was imperative that he accompanied me. Naruto swiftly enveloped Mushi in his arms and carried him away without hesitation. Mushi wore an expression of speechlessness as she retracted the silver needle in her hand. Acknowledging the bond formed, vowing to refrain from causing any embarrassment in the future. Reflecting on Hinata's gaze directed at her, she felt a peculiar discomfort. It seemed that this situation was becoming quite challenging. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Indeed, how inappropriate. Upon arriving at school, Irika had already been waiting in the classroom for a while. As he observed Mushi and Naruto rushing in, a smile graced his face. Irika-sensei, Mushi has arrived. Mushi scrutinized Irika from head to toe. Under the penetrating gaze of her Byakugan, he bore no secrets. The wounds on his back were undoubtedly remnants from the previous night. Observing Mushi lost in thought, Irika unleashed a powerful punch. As Mushi hurriedly evaded, she instinctively defended against his onslaught, her elbows and arms still poised for further offense. Observing that Irika had ceased his assault, a hint of perplexity crossed her mind. Indeed, this was something I should have anticipated. Mushi gazed in bewilderment at the forehead protector that Irika had placed in her hands. The Hyuga clan, renowned for their mastery in taijutsu, indeed exhibited shortcomings in ninjutsu. Congratulations on your graduation, classmate Mushi of the Hyuga clan. Mushi's complexion was somewhat grim. Is the school's assessment standard truly so low? You are a reconnaissance operative from the Hyuga clan, renowned for producing exceptionally skilled ninja in the art of stealth. Irika patted his shoulder, assisting him in donning his forehead protector before departing the classroom. Do not forget to return in 3 days for the class division. Mushi felt somewhat bewildered, having graduated at the tender age of 16. Upon exiting the school, she wore a perplexed expression, absent-mindedly touching her headband. A mere supporting character, as they say, with such pleasant words. Mushi, let us go enjoy some ramen. Mushi nodded in agreement, fulfilling Naruto's wish. 3 days later, Mushi sat in the classroom, surrounded by a diverse assembly of over 100 students. Some familiar and others unknown. Among the throng, acquaintances clustered together, while beside Mushi, Hinata remained seated. Observing Hinata's cautious demeanor, it was evident that she harbored concerns about the identity of the genin who would be leading them. Muki stifled a yawn, feeling rather unconcerned. Given his status as a branch member of the Hyuga clan, it was unlikely he would attain the rank of Jonin. Perhaps he might achieve that of a Chunin at best. To him, it mattered little. Ideally, it would be preferable if Sakura-senpai led the team. Before long, a mentor entered to gather the participants. Hinata and Yuhi Kurenai cast a fleeting glance over those present. In a hushed tone, Hinata murmured, Muki, I shall take my leave now. Mushi nodded, unable to deny the breathtaking beauty of the crimson sunset. The inherent flaws of man are inescapable. Is lust truly a vice? No, it serves as the driving force behind human advancement. Inazuka Kiba, Oil Girl Shino, Teammate, Follow Me. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. Team 10. As each small group was led away, the number of people dwindled. Mushi stifled a yawn just as someone entered the room. She recognized the newcomer. It was Yushirya Potato. In addition, there were Inuzuka Suzu and Yamanaka Kanai. Hongdo cast a fleeting glance, her eyes narrowing slightly, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Hinata Mushi, Class 17, follow me. Mushi felt a sense of helplessness as she observed the configuration. It truly resembled a reconnaissance team as she followed her companions out of the classroom. Casting a glance at her two fellow teammates, she began to contemplate the remarkable synergy exhibited on the battlefield, exemplified by the collaboration of the three clans. Uchiha, Nara, and Akimichi would undoubtedly be perpetuated by the younger generation. As for the Hyuga clan, their prowess was unparalleled among all clans. However, what surprised her was that her guiding jonin was none other than Mitakahashi Potato, a particularly exceptional jonin. Perhaps even more unrefined than Sister Haruki. Letting out a yawn, she watched as the jonin led the three of them aimlessly through the woods. Just as she was about to speak up, Akane suddenly declared, "All right, this will do. We are about to engage in an examination." She produced a pair of bells. "Whoever manages to seize these bells will attain the status of a true genin. The rest of you may return whence you came." Mushi stifled a yawn and cast a glance at her two teammates, who returned her gaze. In that instant, they became adversaries. Mushi paid no heed to the animosity between the two, seizing the moment while Yoshuxi Hongdo was incessantly chattering. With a sudden and decisive motion, he swept past the bell, leaving only two red threads behind. Mushi held two bells, gently massaging her temples. Under the gaze of the bewildered Hongdo, she pressed the bells against the chest of her two teammates. The moment her hands made contact, an unsettling sensation washed over her, prompting her to retract her hands swiftly and examine their slightly flushed faces. What? They are both women. An airfield? Or perhaps not fully developed. Such folly. Such folly. In a bid to avert their impending wrath, Mushi hastily diverted the conversation. "I no longer possess the bells. Please send me back." The three of them stared at Mushi in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend her train of thought. If her desire to return had been mild before, now she found herself with an undeniable reason to go back. Women possess an innate talent for theatrics. 2 women can stage a play, 3 can create a drama, and a multitude can rival the battlefield horrors of Verdun. With her petite frame, she was utterly incapable of stirring their tumultuous emotions. Yoshoshi Hongdo raised an eyebrow. Internally frenzied, the performance had yet to commence. She retrieved the bells and reattached them to the red string. Mushi gazed at her in silence and inquired, "Sister Hongdo, may we commence now? Let us begin." As Mushi opened her eyes, all of Hongdo's movements slowed down. In an instant, she swiftly swept past the bell and caught it in her hand. This time, instead of placing it on her teammate's chest, she set it gently on their dazed hands. Hongdo was momentarily taken aback. How could Chunmu claim that his performance was lacking with such prowess? At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind, betrayed by her good friend. Her countenance shifted from pale to crimson, and then to a deep shade of anger. Chapter 15, The Training Plan. With a swift motion, she seized Mushi, pinning his head under her arm. "You little rascal! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Is causing chaos amusing to you? This is my first time leading a team, and if you ruin it for me, just wait and see." Her fist waved enticingly in front of Mushi's eyes, a gesture both cordial and friendly. Mushi was not engaged in any particular activity. The assessment that Hongdo had meticulously prepared was thus disrupted by Mushi. With a sense of helplessness, she rubbed her forehead and suggested, "How about we go for some meatballs?" Hongdo led the trio to the snack street, where she bought them a generous skewer of meatballs. Noticing that it was getting late, she sent them on their way, bidding them farewell for the next day. As she watched her two companions depart, the smile on Hongdo's face swiftly faded, replaced by a somewhat somber atmosphere. Observing Mushi's nonchalant demeanor, she delivered a playful smack to his head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, causing me trouble." Gripping Mushi's ear, she headed towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Mushi wore an expression of speechlessness. How could she blame me for her lack of skill? Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld Chunmu Jie leisurely reclining on a deck chair, and without hesitation, Hongdo dashed over. "Chunmu, you must take a stand for me. Your child is bullying me." As she threw herself upon her, Mushi was left in a state of astonishment, witnessing Hongdo's lamentations and incessant complaints. Her body twisted and contorted, resembling a serpentine creature. Mushi gazed for a moment and felt that continuing to look might reveal her intentions, so she hurried off to prepare dinner. Setting the dining table, the three of them ate in silence. "Haruki, as your guiding jonin, I must admit I am utterly defeated, and it is your son who has rendered me so. I can only imagine how Inuzuka Rin and Yamanaka Kanai will mock me for this," she lamented. Haruki felt a slight headache. When would such a prestigious jonin as himself finally lead a team? Wasn't that merely setting the students up for failure? Reflecting on Mitarashi Anko's background, a disciple of Orochimaru. One of the legendary three ninjas, her status was indeed formidable, yet her prowess left much to be desired. He glanced at Mushi, who seemed completely unfazed, quietly enjoying her meal. What arrangements does your team have for tomorrow? Anko asked, momentarily taken aback, her hand pausing mid-bite. Arrangements? What arrangements? Mushi was utterly speechless. Should I take them out to play tomorrow? Training. Observing the overly enthusiastic Red Bean, he found himself momentarily at a loss and directly stated. He certainly did not wish to sacrifice his training time due to the unreliability of the team leader, the Jonin teacher. Indeed, but what should one train in? Mushi was utterly speechless. The mastery of chakra begins with the practice of climbing trees, followed by treading water, and ultimately culminates in the intricate art of imprinting the veins of leaves. Mushi extended her hand, and in an instant, a leaf from outside the window was drawn to her palm. Hinata, Haruki, and Hongdo were momentarily taken aback. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. Mushi grasped the stem of the leaf, channeling his vital essence along its veins, gradually peeling away the intricate network of the leaf structure. Regrettably, with his current mastery, he could not detach the finer veins. Hongdo stared in astonishment at the leaf's veins in Mushi's hand, leaning closer to observe. Remarkable. Such a deft manipulation truly is. Well, let us proceed according to Mushi's plan. Mushi tidied up the dishes and went straight to the kitchen to wash them. Upon returning to the room, she found Hinata, Haruki, and Azuki engaged in conversation. Mushi handed a piece of paper to Hongdo. Upon opening it, Hongdo discovered it was filled with a dense array of training plans. From physical techniques to ninjutsu, even extending to various combat strategies, the content was remarkably comprehensive, so much so that it left Hongdo feeling inadequate. Mushi? The document contained training materials, particularly specialized ninjutsu from the Mountain Clan and the Inuzuka clan. The spiritual ninjutsu training of the Mountain Clan would be attended to by themselves. What you need to focus on is enhancing his mental strength and control. For instance, to intricately sketch or depict precise objects without the use of chakra. Regardless of whether Mushi believes that Hongdo comprehends or not, there is no necessity for concealment. To do so would only result in a considerable waste of time. As for the Inuzuka clan, their ninjutsu is intricately linked to their summoning beasts. Thus it is imperative to enhance her physical prowess and agility alongside the sensory acuity of the summoning animals. After Mushi finished speaking, she noticed both of her sisters were gazing at her. Unfazed, she directly inquired, "Is there anything else you do not comprehend?" Hongdo furrowed her brows, feeling as though it was she who was leading the team. Mushi did not respond. If that were the case, he indeed possessed the capability. After bidding farewell to Hongdo, Mushi did not hasten to sleep. Instead, he retreated to his study, a sanctuary he had meticulously prepared for contemplation and reflection. He withdrew a tome from the bookshelf, a compilation of his insights gathered over the years regarding the intricacies of prohibitive seals, though his resources remained scant. He had only two, the caged bird and the tongue calamity eradication. These concepts were neither too complex nor too simplistic, within the realm of the exalted immortal. He had the foundational knowledge of the exalted immortal sword formation and the mysterious fire formation. As long as he could translate these fundamental incantations, many of his experiences would prove applicable. Exhaling deeply, Mushi gazed at the half-unraveled caged bird and the fully deciphered tongue calamity eradication. Currently, his power was insufficient. But once he ascended to the 8th layer of Yuqing, he would be able to dispel them. Closing his notes, he commenced his cultivation. The following day, when Mushi arrived, Hongdo had already been there. Observing the discontent etched upon her face, Mushi felt a twinge of confusion. How audacious. You actually arrived late. Grasping Mushi's ear, she subjected her to a playful torment, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Just look at the mess you've created. Inuzuka Susan and Yamaguchi Kanai no longer regard me with any seriousness." Mushi rubbed her face, which had been pinched painfully, wearing an expression of helplessness. Truly a case of adjusting one's demeanor according to the company one keeps. As noon approached, the two esteemed figures finally made their tardy entrance. Rarely, Hongdo exhibited the formidable presence befitting a high-ranking ninja, her countenance stern as she crossed her arms, gazing at the two. "Teacher Yushuxi, Teacher Hongdo. If you are dissatisfied with my role as your guiding shinobi, you are welcome to petition the school." The two young girls exchanged glances, evidently unyielding. Hinata Mushi. Mushi stood up, exuding an air of authority. "You two," she addressed, "if you believe you can best him, then do as you wish, however. If you find yourselves unable, I expect you to comply and accept the consequences." In response, the eyes of Inuzuka Rin and Yamanaka Kanai sparkled with determination. As they followed Hong Do into the shade of the trees, the two young girls displayed remarkable synergy, springing into action simultaneously. Mushi smiled faintly. Yet he showed no mercy. Swift as the wind, his sword swiftly struck the acupoints of both individuals, inflicting pain precisely where it mattered. With a single move, he transformed their expressions into those of despair. The art of swift turning. Mushi was taken aback. Had the ninjutsu been unleashed so swiftly? The pace was rather sluggish. Before the ninjutsu could fully manifest, Mushi had already approached her. Chapter 16. The unchanging cat-catching mission with a powerful elbow strike. She propelled her opponent directly between the valleys, sending her flying until she collided with a tree, where she finally came to a halt. Yusho washed red beans produced a string of dumplings from somewhere. Observing Mushi's performance, which now exhibited a combat prowess likely on par with a nin. Releasing a slow breath, it was evident that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was formidable, incomparable to those of lesser caliber. However, it certainly stood strong among the ranks of ordinary ninjas. Mushi's behavior is not excessive. Watching him approach and present the remaining dumplings to him as a reward, Mushi disdainfully shook her head and took her place beneath the shade of the tree. Hong Do swallowed the remaining dumpling in one bite. Now, do you concede? The two young girls, disheveled, rose to their feet, feeling the lingering pain from Mushi's heavy hand. They cast a glance at the individual standing beneath the tree. Their teeth clenched in frustration. Now, you two, it's time to begin your penance. Mushi, disinterested in the punishment arranged by Hong Do, turned her gaze towards a nearby tree, recognizing that the mastery of one's true essence requires diligent practice. With a determined step, she ascended the trunk, gradually climbing higher. Mushi, Hong Do's voice startled her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble from the tree. She landed with remarkable agility, narrowly avoiding a mishap. Huh. You've even started your training, exclaimed Hong Do, her enthusiasm soaring. Well, I shall leave you to it then. With that, she hurried over to her other two teammates. Eager to tease the girls, Mushi let out a sigh, reflecting on the unreliability of the situation. With a sudden burst of strength, she landed back on the tree. Her feet firmly planted on the trunk, leaving no trace behind. Many challenges can be easily overcome if one finds the right approach. Standing horizontally on the tree, she stretched lazily. Her next task was to locate a water source. Observing the area where Hong Do and the others practiced, she noticed a small river nearby. Perhaps digging a pit could prove useful. Mushi approached, listening to Hong Do incessantly chattering, educating the two disobedient fledglings. Observing the expression on Hong Do's face, it was evident that she relished this experience. Returning to the village, she gathered her tools and diverted the stream, excavating a deep pit. Inquisitively, Inazuka Suzu and Yamamoto Kana watched her, puzzled by Mushi's actions. Was she attempting to dam the spring? Surely, this was a game meant for children. Mushi paid no heed to the opinions of others. His sole focus was on the advancement of his own cultivation. With a decisive gesture, he cast the tools before the two individuals. You may assist as well, Hong Do instructed, gesturing towards Mushi. We need to excavate a deep pool. For our forthcoming training will require it. Mushi glanced at them briefly before continuing to dig her own pit. The two, reluctant as they were, concealed their displeasure. In the ensuing hours, the girls Ling and Kong Nai were assigned to climb trees, while Mushi had already found her footing on the water's surface. It was at this moment that the young girl realized the remarkable utility of the pond. Ling, does this training truly hold value? Kong Nai queried as she landed on a branch, casting a glance at Hong Do, who had mysteriously vanished, presumably to procure some dumplings. Seriously, can one not survive without dumplings? Her gaze shifted back to Mushi, who stood confidently on the water. It must be effective. Haven't you noticed how much more precise your chakra control has become? Yet, a lingering question arose. Why has Hinata Mushi progressed so much faster than us? Ling recalled his formidable strength and the spot on her chest where he had struck her, still aching, flushing with embarrassment. His power is undeniable, naturally. You don't harbor feelings for him, do you? No, absolutely not. How could that be? I will surely surpass him one day. The following days were filled solely with training. This arduous regimen was mentally taxing, and without a calm mind, it was a struggle to endure. To Mushi's surprise, the two young girls proved resilient against the monotony, while Hong Do could not withstand it any longer. Her funds had been depleted. Mushi gazed at her in utter disbelief. Was this not a waste of time? Ha. As ninjas, one must rely on oneself. Though you are merely genin, you still need to undertake missions. I have secured a few tasks for you. Let us tackle them one by one and gradually accumulate experience. Mushi gazed at Ling and Kong Nai, who appeared eager and excited, feeling somewhat speechless. It was their first task. Hongdo retrieved a mission scroll from her lower back, tasked with assisting Madame Jijime in locating the young tiger. In Mushi's mind, a corpulent figure suddenly materialized. He knew well that no group could escape her clutches. Exhaling slowly, he realized that with the presence of the disdainful gaze, finding something was hardly a challenge. Within the woods of the feudal lord's estate, Mushi wore a look of resentment as he grasped the scruff of a creature named Xiaohu. Success. 3 figures, lurking in the grass, sprang forth in an instant. Having completed the task, Mushi turned around and beheld a statuesque beauty approaching. An elegant matron. She exchanged greetings with Hongdo. Mushi was taken aback for a moment and glanced at her. Wasn't she just a plump figure? With a face that exuded a captivating allure, she appeared enticing, especially with her tall stature that surpassed even that of a red being. Mushi's gaze fell upon her long, elegant legs. Truly, they were captivating enough to occupy one's attention for an entire year. As her eyes traveled upward, they traced the delicate curve of her waist, which was indeed striking. In contrast, her 2 teammates seemed utterly incomparable, observing the allure of another. Ling and Kong Nai regarded Mushi with a somewhat perilous glint in their eyes, feeling a sense of offense from that fleeting moment. The intensity of Mushi's stare seemed to suggest a desire to devour her whole. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she scoffed at the men. Ah! It was Hongdo, whom she hadn't seen in quite a while. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jijime approached Mushi and took Little Hu away. In her arms, the small creature squirmed incessantly, on the verge of slipping from her grasp, its tiny paws playfully batting at the bun. Mushi, feeling somewhat helpless, reached out and grasped the scruff of the little tiger's neck, instantly rendering it docile. Jijime smiled gently, like a blooming flower. Oh, the mischievous child of the Hyuga family. Thank you. Mushi nodded, watching her depart with the little tiger in her arms. The group divided the commission. 5,000 taels shared among 3 individuals, with the team leader receiving a slightly larger portion. The forthcoming assignments would predominantly pertain to reconnaissance-related tasks. Mushi understood the essence of Hongdo's words. They did not require overwhelming combat strength. However, as scouts, possessing exceptional qualities was imperative. Mushi stifled a yawn. Today's commissions were substantial, and upon returning home, she entrusted them all to Hinata Haruki, thus proving her capability to support the family. In the presence of Sister Chuinmu, Mushi felt considerably more confident. The ensuing days settled into a rhythm, with little to attend to apart from the D-grade tasks. After a day of cultivation, Mushi returned home early, prepared a meal, and awaited Sister Chuinmu's return. As soon as Sister Chuinmu entered, unloading her belongings, her first words were, "Mushi, the clan leader wishes to see you." Chapter 17, Meeting the Clan Leader. Mushi was taken aback. Hinata Hayashi wished to see him? He felt there was little of substance to discuss with the clan leader. Stretching languidly, he arranged the dining table. During the meal, Mushi glanced at his own physique. Robust and strong. In just a few years, he would be. Sister Haruki, I am about to grow up. Hinata Haruki, lost in thought, merely acknowledged him with a distracted paying no heed to Mushi's sentiments. With a faint smile, Mushi extended his foot from beneath the table. Hinata Haruki cast a fleeting glance at him, urging him to eat properly. After the meal, as was his custom, Mushi began his cultivation, slowly exhaling. He opened his eyes. He had reached the 4th level of the Jade Clarity and was now capable of forging magical artifacts. He approached a corner of the study, where an entire wall was lined with densely packed boxes. These contained the materials he had meticulously gathered for the creation of his own magical implements. In Mushi's eyes, the weaponry of the Naruto world appeared rather crude, lacking the exquisite craftsmanship of the Genshin realm. In the days to come, he would need to refine these materials and forge his artifacts. However, there were more pressing matters at hand that required his attention. Mushi returned to the table, picked up one of the booklets, and carefully examined it, reaffirming the cursed seal that rooted the calamity. It was time for her to attempt to decipher it. The initial endeavor would likely disturb the core's sensitivity. To remain undiscovered would undoubtedly prove challenging, necessitating a gradual exploration. Thinking of Hinata Haruki, Mushi's expression brightened. What an opportune moment. Returning to her bedroom, she clutched a pillow and glanced out the window, noting that darkness had fully enveloped the sky. With a mischievous grin, she knocked on Hinata Haruki's door. After a brief wait, Haruki opened the door, a look of lingering discontent adorning her face as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Mushi took a gentle whiff, sensing the essence of the ocean, dark and profound. She donned a pitiful expression, saying, "Sister Haruki, I fear the dark." Haruki Hinata, with a furrowed brow, could easily discern the mischievous intentions of this rascal. No longer the innocent little lamb, he had transformed into a cunning wolf. Seizing the moment when Haruki was momentarily distracted, Mushi swiftly squeezed her way in. With a hint of resignation, Haruki realized that nothing productive would be accomplished that night. She closed the door and prepared for slumber. Nestled in Haruki's embrace, Mushi lifted her gaze to the moonlight, studying her face. With her eyes shut, she appeared to be in a deep sleep, and had it not been for the subtle movement of her eyes beneath their lids, Mushi might have believed it. "Sister Haruki, are you asleep?" There was no response. As Mushi smiled gently, she slowly leaned in and kissed her lips, disregarding whether Hinata Haruki would resist. She deftly struck several acupoints on her body, rendering her entire form numb. Activating her Byakugan, she sought the curse seal that caused the tongue calamity. Discerning the intricate layout of both the curse and the human meridian system, surrounding the curse seal with a series of intricate formations, she effectively isolated its reactions. Subsequently, she advanced to invade the curse seal, striving to sever its energy supply gradually, piece by piece. After a considerable duration, Mushi exhaled in relief. Having successfully mitigated the tongue calamity, alleviating her concerns about Haruki's inexplicable demise. As Hinata Haruki regained sensation in her body, she abruptly pushed Mushi away. Intending to slap him, her hand hovered over his face, yet she hesitated, reluctant to strike. Frustrated, she turned over and decided to sleep. Mushi gently embraced her from behind. Now, having grown tall and robust, he was nearly as tall as Sister Chunmu. The gentle breath of Mu, she whispered in her ear, "Sister Haruki." "What?" Hinata Haruki responded with a bewildered expression, her confusion abruptly shifting as her countenance changed. Tears began to fall onto the pillow. The voice of Mushi resounded once more, "Sister Chunmu, will you hate me?" "Hinata Mushi, how could one not harbor hatred?" From this moment forth, the enmity would run deep. Sister Chunmu, with tear-stained cheeks, turned around and fiercely grasped the flesh at Mushi's waist, circling her grip once, then twice. Mushi was continuously drawing in cold breaths as the sun ascended high in the sky. Mushi stretched languidly, casting a glance at the still slumbering Chunmu Jia, a smile gracing her lips. Her body had yet to fully mature. There remained a need for nourishment. After preparing a sumptuous breakfast, rather, a brunch, Mushi roused Chunmu Jia from her slumber. The dining table was enveloped in silence, both women at a loss for words. In truth, there was little to say. After last night's unexpected encounter, they had exchanged a wealth of conversation, both the pertinent and the extraneous, even formalizing their agreement in writing. "Ah, you've just begun your lunch?" A voice emerged from the doorway, that of Yushue Hongdo. The two exchanged a glance, but chose to ignore her, returning to their meal. Chapter 18, Exposure. "Ah, you two seem a bit peculiar. What's amiss? Have you had a quarrel?" "Mushi, this is where you are in the wrong. Chunmu has worked so hard. How could you possibly be upset with her?" Mushi swallowed the food in her mouth. "Sister Potato, I am aware of how arduous Sister Haruki's efforts have been, which is why I prepared quite a bit for her, solely to allow her to unwind and rejuvenate. I even sacrificed my sleep in the dead of night." "Oh, is that so? How does it feel? Are you comfortable?" Hongdo initially believed that Mushi had given her a massage. Hinata Haruki shot her a glare, thinking, "Isn't that an obvious question?" As they sat at the dining table, Hongdo furrowed her brow slightly, catching a whiff of something. "Did you have seafood?" The expressions of the two froze momentarily. Mushi looked at her with a smile, while Hinata Haruki first reacted with alarm but soon felt reassured. Exhaling a deep breath, she replied, "Well, you arrived too late. We have already finished our meal." "What? You had something delicious and didn't call me?" Hongdo exclaimed. "Mushi, the next time you have something delightful, you must include me." "Absolutely, definitely." Mushi nodded fervently in agreement. Suddenly sensing a hint of menace, she lifted her gaze, only to meet Hinata Haruki's eyes, which were filled with warnings. Mushi swallowed hard and lowered her head to eat. "The clan leader is looking for you. Do not forget to go." After finishing her meal, Mushi timidly stepped outside. Hinata Haruki was currently in a foul mood, so it was wise to keep a safe distance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the clan's residence, someone guided Mushi inside. When she encountered Hinata Hayashi, he was already seated at the table. Mushi stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, esteemed clan leader." Please take a seat." Mushi sat obediently in the position beside him. "How has your recent training been?" "Not very smooth. My talent is limited, and I can only see the peak of my achievements." Hinata Hayashi glanced at Mushi without uttering a word. "Let us practice with Hinata." "All right." Hinata Hayashi rose and walked towards the training room, with Mushi closely following. Upon entering the training room, they saw Hinata practicing her punches with an elder from the clan. Noticing the two newcomers, they paused their training. Esteemed clan leader, dear father. Upon seeing the person behind Hinata Hisashi, Hinata's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Mushi, please go ahead. Hinata Hisashi gestured for Mushi to step forward. Mushi approached Hinata, his expression solemn as he said, Miss Hinata, I humbly seek your guidance. Hinata, momentarily flustered, swiftly composed herself. In their previous training sessions, she had often sparred with Mushi, particularly during their practice of acupuncture techniques, where she found it nearly impossible to inflict any harm upon him. Mushi-kun, I kindly request your instruction. In the next instant, Hinata launched an all-out assault targeting the vital points around Mushi's body. Mushi hastily defended herself. Her hands and feet somewhat flustered as she barely withstood Hinata's onslaught. While Hinata remained perplexed by Mushi's apparent decline in strength, she caught sight of Hyuga Hisashi standing nearby, his brow furrowed in concern, and she began to comprehend the situation. Given Mushi's disposition, it was clear she would never reveal her true capabilities in front of others. Is it true that a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind? She recalled Mushi's words. He lacked the prestigious lineage of a noble family and was without the safeguard of formidable protectors, making him vulnerable to becoming mere cannon fodder at any moment. Contemplating this, she tightened her grip with renewed intensity. Does that imply I may have the opportunity to discipline Mushi? Hinata felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Reminiscing about the arduous trials she faced during their training together, she found herself somewhat nostalgic, questioning whether she possessed some peculiar proclivity. Mushi looked at Hinata with confusion, deliberately allowing a move to slip through, resulting in her fist striking his shoulder. It was swift and fierce, employing the very technique he had taught her, causing half of his body to go numb in an instant. What the heck? The next punch was aimed directly at Mushi's face. What grudge does this little girl hold? He could evade the blow, but he couldn't, as Hyuga Hisashi stood nearby. The punch landed on Mushi's eye socket, immediately causing it to swell. Mushi suddenly realized that Hinata was even more exhilarated. Mushi felt a sense of discomfort and, in a moment of unbalance, pretended to have evaded Hinata's punch, collapsing to the ground without a trace of movement. Mushi, are you all right? The warm tone of the inquiry stirred a sensation in the listener's heart, yet the grip of the hand remained unyielding. A fist struck Mushi's abdomen, devoid of mercy. Mushi suddenly shrank into a shrimp. Was this a retaliation for his ambush on Sister Chuanmu last night? After a match, Mushi endured a severe beating. Observing Hinata beside him, who was inquiring with concern, he couldn't shake the feeling that her intentions were less than pure. Very well, so this is how it will be. You wretched woman, just wait. As he watched Hinata prepare to take action again, Hyuga Hisashi furrowed his brow and interjected, enough. Hinata, somewhat disappointed, was about to step forward to offer her concern when she caught a glimpse of Mushi's eyes. Though her smile seemed somewhat forced, she still warmly said, Mushi, it is entirely my fault. I should not have been so harsh. Mushi disregarded her, planning to exact revenge in the future. Feeling somewhat better, she followed the servant to where Riseong Rizu stood. At that moment, he was intently observing something. Mushi raised her eyes slightly, a heaviness settling in her heart as she beheld her own file. Mushi, do you harbor any discontent towards your family? Mushi was taken aback, instinctively becoming cautious. How could I dare to harbor discontent towards my family? Having received the family's protection, I must exert myself for its benefit. I cannot. I understand now. Hinata Hinatsuki sighed deeply. The system of separating the main family from the branch families was established by our ancestors. I, too, wish to transform this stagnant situation, yet alas, my abilities are insufficient. The caged bird, while restricting us, simultaneously safeguards us. Mushi lowered her head, obscuring her thoughts from view. Take a look at this, Hinata said, presenting a stack of documents before her. Mushi was momentarily taken aback. Upon receiving the papers and flipping through them, a torrent of emotion surged within her, akin to a stampede of alpacas. Oh, Hinata, you have truly ensnared me in this predicament. This collection of documents detailed the extent and intensity of Hinata's training. And although the words eluded her comprehension, they were sufficient to reveal certain truths. Mushi slowly exhaled a breath, pondering her own folly. She ought to have kept a greater distance from Hinata. As the esteemed daughter of the clan, it was inconceivable that she would be unprotected. Observing Mushi's silence, Hinata let out a sigh. The cursed seal capable of slaying kin was a power that resided solely within me. Let us forge a pact. As long as you do not betray us, I shall never bring harm to you. What say you? Mushi still kept her head lowered, recognizing that the words were merely for listening. Once her strength reached a certain level, the Hyuga clan would not let her go. At that point, she could only rely on the confines of a caged bird to restrain her. The Hyuga clan does not discriminate between esteemed disciples of the main family and those of the branch. Her resources would be akin to those of Hinata and Niji in the future. She must diligently cultivate her skills and return. Mushi bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, esteemed leader. I am willing to devote my life to the family." Upon exiting the ancestral gates, Mushi exhaled deeply. With the enhancement of his own strength and the foundational knowledge of formations, he believed he could unravel the mystery of the caged bird. Chapter 19. Magical Artifacts. Once the strength of the soul reaches a certain level, he felt confident in facing the caged bird without fear. However, at present, he could only bide his time. Observing the materials in his hand that had yet to be returned, Mushi scrutinized them intently, eager to ascertain the extent of his exposure. Among them was a record detailing the abduction of Hinata, including notes on the pinholes found on the body of the Cloud Ninja. As Mushi meticulously recalled, such slender needles would heal in no time, making it difficult to discern how they had been discovered. Was it through mere coincidence? Perhaps. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in her mind. She had administered several needles to ensure Yunren's demise. Her expression darkened instantly. It was indeed her carelessness. Slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, she made her way home. At this juncture, in the Hyuga clan's main house, Hinata sat across from her father, her head bowed in silence. Before her lay a box of silver needles. Hyuga Hizashi picked one up, examining the peculiar ninja tool, and glanced at the nearby window before abruptly hurling it. The sound was faint as the silver needle struck the window frame and fell to the ground with barely a noise. Hizashi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at his daughter and inquired, "How is this used?" Hinata timidly replied, "It stimulates the meridian points." She picked up a silver needle, flicked her wrist, and the needle shot forth. With a dull thud, half of the needle embedded itself in the window frame. Hizashi frowned slightly, observing the limited power. It was less damaging than a shuriken. Meridian points? Is it akin to the techniques we practice? Hinata weakly nodded, affirming that it was indeed based on the same principles. Mushi believed that each meridian point had its unique function, capable of stimulating the body to achieve either healing or lethal effects. Hizashi stood up and began pacing, then picked up another silver needle to inspect it closely. "Come, demonstrate it. Allow me to experience it," he insisted, feeling a lingering suspicion about the circumstances surrounding Yunren's death. No visible injuries or traces of jutsu, merely 3 red dots. It was only upon seeing Hinata practicing her flying needles in secret that he grasped the nature of that wound. Having breached the veil of secrecy, they might as well understand it fully. "Father, this. No worries, I merely wish to experience it. You won't harm me." Hinata hesitated, sensing her father's impatience. "Shall I fetch that Mushi lad? If given the chance, I have no doubt he would eliminate me." Hinata paused, contemplating who Mushi was. She had some understanding that anyone would seize the opportunity to eliminate a threat to their life. Taking a deep breath, she bowed before Hizashi, saying, "Father, please be cautious." Hinata grasped a silver needle, declaring, "This one obstructs the flow of chakra." With a gentle flick of her wrist, the needle pierced Hizashi's body. As he channeled his chakra, he felt a swelling sensation at that point, akin to overeating, where vast rivers suddenly transformed into narrow streams. The discomfort was palpable as he nodded. During combat, abruptly restricting the enemy's chakra flow would lead to overwhelming victory. Hinata appeared to exert minimal effort, significantly conserving her own chakra. "Very well, continue. This one severs the body's sensory pathways." Once again, a silver needle pierced his body, and Hinata Hizashi instantly felt half of his body go numb, as though his arm had been frozen for an entire night, rendering it unresponsive. This caused significant inconvenience to his movements. "Is there a lethal technique?" Hinata stammered in fear, timidly replying, "Yes, there is." Mushi explained that the human body contains 720 acupuncture points, among which 108 are critical points. Of these, 72 are generally non-lethal, while the remaining 36 are fatal, commonly referred to as death points. The fatal points are further divided into 4 categories: soft numbness, dizziness, light, and heavy, each containing 9 points, collectively amounting to 36 lethal points. In life and death combat, these can be employed as lethal techniques. Hizashi removed the silver needle from his body and returned it to Hinata, refraining from further inquiries. He rubbed his still numb body, realizing that he must learn from him. Such techniques were indeed formidable. "Yes, father." Hisashi furrowed his brow again, wondering why the numbness and pain seemed to intensify. Hinata hurried to Hisashi's side and pressed on the same acupuncture point once more. Hisashi's pain and numbness subsided significantly. Did this acupressure technique require further unblocking? The needle was coated with medicine, which slowly acted on the acupuncture point, its effects lasting for an extended period. Hisashi sighed. Contemplating that Mushi's ability to devise such methods was indeed genius, why would he choose to conceal it? Was he dissatisfied with the family? Upon reflection, holding someone's life in one's hands, no one would find such a family endearing. Hinata's heart sank momentarily. Father, Mushi once said, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. Only the genius who survives is truly a genius. Hisashi paused, finding this sentiment quite reasonable. Once a person dies, they truly lose everything. In the future, I shall seek what I need from the main family. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. I will go practice now, father. Mushi discovered that the resources of the Hinata family were indeed inclined towards her. Mushi raised an eyebrow. In just a few months, he had gathered all the materials necessary for crafting magical artifacts. He sought a secluded spot to inscribe the intricate patterns and constructed a 2-meter-high furnace, an essential tool for his alchemical endeavors. With this furnace at his disposal, the fabrication of complex magical instruments would no longer pose a significant challenge. Mushi gazed into the flames of the furnace, watching as various materials were gradually melted. The time had come to harness his true essence, guiding the liquefied mixture into the mold. Seizing the moment before it cooled, he began to inscribe intricate patterns and formations within the confines of the vessel. The world of Juxian was a nascent realm of cultivation, where many concepts had yet to diverge, such as the art of weapon forging and the intricacies of formations. Numerous lines within the formations could be adapted for weapon crafting. In essence, a magical artifact is merely a compact assembly of operational formation clusters. Once the vessel had cooled, Mushi summoned the earthly malevolence to coalesce upon it. Upon demolding, a moonlit golden wheel, towering above a person, gently hovered before Mushi. This moon golden wheel was a formidable instrument, akin to a great bell or a cauldron. Resembling a crescent moon, its outer rim was lined with razor-sharp edges, while the interior housed an extraordinarily hefty blade. After etching the final patterns onto the colossal blade, its massive form instantaneously diminished in size. Mushi exhaled slowly, his breath escaping in a gentle sigh. At the 4th level of the Jade Purity realm, his strength was pitifully meager. It was only upon reaching the Supreme Clarity realm that he might possess the power for self-preservation. With another deep breath, he stowed away the moon gold wheel and began to forge his next magical artifact. Having crafted 2 artifacts, the Sun Gold Wheel and the Abyssal Rainbow Sword, these constituted his 3 primary life treasures. Glancing at the sky outside, he noticed that night had fallen, and he pondered how many days had passed. It was time to venture forth. Chapter 20. C-Class Mission. The days that followed were devoted to relentless cultivation, as elevating his strength promptly became paramount. After completing a year of D-Class missions, even his normally composed demeanor began to waver with impatience. Perhaps influenced by this corporeal vessel, Mushi found himself in a lamentable state, where the body's emotions triggered the release of hormones, or perhaps the hormones themselves swayed his emotions. He was at a loss. Observing his youthful physique, he felt the fervor of vitality coursing through him. Our next mission is to capture the little tiger, came the calm voice of Hongdo. When it came to tasks, she exuded an unusual seriousness. Another little tiger? How many times has it been this month? Indeed, we've captured it over a dozen times already, not counting the missions taken on by other teams, chimed in Ling and Kanai. Their grievance is not without merit. And Mushi too felt a tinge of annoyance. Let us go. We've accepted the mission, and we cannot simply abandon it. Hongdo rolled up the mission scroll and headed into the thicket. Mushi let out a sigh, rolling his eyes as he began to search through the woods. With impatience, he swiftly incapacitated the little tiger with a single needle, grasping it by the scruff of its neck, and making his way towards Hongdo. The task scroll. Please. Observing Mushi's somewhat irritable expression, Hongdo smiled softly, pondering if this was truly the demeanor of a young man. The depths of the ancient well appeared calm yet oddly awkward. Here you go. Mushi swiftly took the task scroll and vanished into the depths of the forest. Hongdo turned to Ling and Kanai, addressing them. You too. Instinctively, they stood up straight, respectfully adhering to their instructor's command. Hurry and practice. Let's assess your progress. It's truly hard to articulate. The two, timid and hesitant, dared not retort. They no longer underestimated Hongdo, despite her nominal status as a ninja. Her methods of torment were undeniably formidable. Mushi submitted the task scroll without waiting for the notification for Mei to come and collect the little tiger. Mushi hurriedly made her way towards her residence, carrying the little tiger. Mei's husband was a favored figure before the powerful, a lord of considerable strength. Konoha is situated not far from the daimyo's residence, bearing the responsibility of safeguarding it. After delivering the report, Mushi stepped into the estate. A quintessential embodiment of the tranquil lifestyle characteristic of the region, Mushi cast several glances around, for he had never visited the illustrious mansion before. He yearned for the opportunity to explore it further. The unfamiliar surroundings rendered Mushi somewhat uneasy, prompting him to instinctively roll his eyes as he surveyed the entirety of the residence. Mushi gently exhaled a breath. Upon entering the room, a barrier stood before him. Madame Mei, speaking, placed the little tiger on the ground, allowing it to frolic freely within the room. Mushi's voice prompted her to turn around. It was the young scion of the Hyuga family. Over the course of a year, he had grown remarkably. Mushi gazed at Mei in astonishment. The allure emanating from her was more potent than ever, capable of ensnaring anyone with her every gesture. I wonder if the lady could settle the commission, he inquired. Mei paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what an utterly charming little rascal you are. Come along and collect your payment." Mushi let out a slow, relieved breath. He yearned to swiftly conclude this tedious task and return to his cultivation. As he strolled along the corridor with Madame Mei, he observed her delicate waist and the slender legs swaying beneath her kimono. Reminiscent of a full moon's rounded form, twisting and turning gracefully. Mushi raised her eyebrows slightly. It must be said that her figure is truly remarkable. Upon entering the room, she observed Mei taking out some silver coins, only to retract them just as she was about to hand them to Mushi, leaving her grasping at air. "Oh, don't be hasty, little ninja. Tell me, do you find me beautiful?" Her face drew close, allowing Mushi to catch a whiff of her faint fragrance. Madame Mei has always been exquisite. Mushi lowered her gaze slightly. He. Your little mouth is indeed quite sweet. Mushi slowly exhaled a breath, just about to receive the commission when Mei suddenly leaned in close to Mushi's ear. Caught off guard by such proximity, it felt rather intimate. Just as he was about to retreat, Mei unexpectedly remarked, "So, do you wish to learn more about your elder sister?" Mushi was taken aback by such fervent enthusiasm. Suppressing his desires, he took a step back and said, "Madame Mei, I implore you to exercise restraint." As Mushi was about to turn away, Mei, with remarkable speed and agility, seized Mushi's arm with considerable force, causing him a twinge of pain that darkened his expression. "Dear boy, you are quite disobedient. I asked you to wait, and I expect you to comply." With a firm tug, Mei pulled Mushi into the inner room. "Let go." Mushi protested, but Mei feigned ignorance, pushing him onto a chair and settling herself upon his lap, resting against his chest to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Such audacity made Mushi's heart race uncontrollably. Mei seemed to possess no bones, her entire form soft and pliable, as if she were a bundle of sponge nestled on his thigh. Her hand gently caressed Mushi's face, admiring his striking features. "You young men of the Hinata clan are truly handsome." Observing Mushi's tense demeanor, Mei smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I shall not devour you nor impose any harm. I merely wish to embrace you. Do you possess any ninjutsu skills?" Mushi was momentarily taken aback, as images flooded her mind of someone forming hand seals while shouting, "Who built the dam?" How juvenile. Uncertain of what mischief she was about to unleash, she hastily denied, "I won't." "Heh, look how frightened you are." Mei rose to her feet, handing over the remuneration to him, intending to let Mushi depart. Mushi lowered his head, realizing that he had gained some insight. "My lord, you have returned," he exclaimed. "And where's the lady?" "She is resting inside." The voice from outside made both their hearts skip a beat. Mushi, reacting swiftly, took the ticket that Mei handed him. Rolling his eyes, he leaped out of the window, evading everyone and escaping the duke's residence. Standing by the riverside, Mushi exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been mocked. He splashed some water on his face to regain his composure. Subsequently, he hurried towards the Hinata clan's territory. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he finally found Hongdo and the others. "Mushi, why did you take so long this time?" Mushi, at a loss for words, hastily concocted an excuse, inadvertently allowing Xiaohu to escape and drenching herself in the process. She then returned to change into a fresh set of clothes. "Well then, let us swiftly return to our cultivation." Mushi let out a sigh of relief. She announced to everyone that she had accepted a sea-level mission for overseas reconnaissance. For the next few days, she would be preparing as they embarked on their assignment. Chapter 21. The room. Mushi paused for a moment and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the Kingdom of Water," Hong Do replied, his expression grave as he regarded his team members. "Among your contemporaries, nearly all have undertaken sea-level missions, and some have even accomplished B-level tasks. Our progress is critically lagging." Hong Do's gaze swept past Ling and Kong Nai, causing both to lower their heads in silence. The advancement of their cultivation was far from satisfactory, and it could be said that they were significantly holding back the team. There was no alternative. It was unthinkable to lead them into peril. Mushi stifled a yawn and, after listening to Hong Do's incessant chatter, made her way back to the Hyuga clan's territory. This time, she harbored a sense of anticipation for the mission. After spending so long in Konoha, it would be a welcome respite to venture out and clear her mind. Hinata Haruki busied herself with packing, ensuring that all necessary items were meticulously organized. Notably, the soldier pills required personal preparation. Mushi picked up a fruit with a hint of disdain, observing that not only was its quality poor, but its taste was also difficult to articulate. Do not be dismissive. This humble item could very well be a lifesaver in times of need. Mushi organized the medicinal supplies, carefully packing them, convinced that these items were indeed the key to preserving his life. As he turned to glance, he found himself captivated by the sight of Hinata Haruki, who was bending down to tidy up her belongings. In the realm of cultivation, it seemed there were no unattractive women. While chakra may not nourish the body as profoundly as the energies of heaven and earth, it undeniably possesses the ability to enhance one's physical state. The woman's waist appeared as alluring as a mandala, inviting and enchanting in its elegance. Mushi quietly approached, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. "What's wrong?" Hinata Haruki asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "It's nothing. I just realized it's been a long time since I last saw you." Haruki chuckled softly. "You haven't grown up at all." "Let me show you how much I've grown," Mushi declared, playfully tossing her onto the bed and pinning her limbs down. "Stop messing around. There is still so much left to tidy up." His voice held a seductive undertone, and Mushi knew that she was thinking the same. Glancing back towards the village entrance, he noticed that Haruki was not in sight, a stark contrast to the heartfelt farewells he had imagined. Mushi, burdened with luggage, trailed behind the caravan's vehicle. Stretching languidly, he cast a glance at the cart, yearning to recline within. Unfortunately, such indulgence was not permitted. His gaze then wandered to Hong Do, and to this day, he remained oblivious to the nature of their reconnaissance mission. As night fell, the group gathered around the flickering campfire, and Mushi boldly posed the question. "Sister Hong Do, what exactly do we need to investigate?" Hong Do's expression turned grave as she regarded Mushi and replied, "From now on, refrain from inquiring about such matters." Mushi was taken aback for a moment, glancing at her companions, who displayed neither surprise nor curiosity regarding the mission. Reconnaissance tasks are known solely to the leading jonin or the captain, a measure taken to safeguard sensitive information. The remaining members are merely required to follow the captain's directives, organizing task details, drawing conclusions, and subsequently relaying the information back. Reconnaissance assignments are a contest for information. The more individuals privy to the details, the greater the risk of exposure. It is entirely possible that those involved in the mission remain unaware of their participation from its inception to its conclusion. Furthermore, the task's resolution is conducted under a different guise. For instance, upon the successful completion of our current mission, it will be recorded as a C-rank escort task. Mushi nodded, choosing not to speak further. Information has always been a battlefield devoid of bloodshed. Given this, Mushi decided to take a more nonchalant approach. Their current assignment ostensibly involved escorting a merchant convoy. Such tasks are typically quite manageable, as merchant fleets belonging to prominent families seldom attract the attention of reckless marauders. Even if they do, they are usually merely petty thieves. Individuals like Ling and Kanai would suffice to handle such nuisances. The Kingdom of Water is an island nation, and due to insufficient vessels, a person is required to oversee the cargo at both the starting and ending points, with an additional individual needed aboard the ship during transit. Mushi consciously took the rear seat and boarded the last cargo ship. Sitting on the vessel, he glanced back at the land. Recalling that this was likely a time of darkness in the Kingdom of Water, shrouded in the blood mist. Amidst these thoughts, his curiosity was piqued by a certain individual, leg shadow, Komei-ming. Just how exquisite was her figure? Mushi found it difficult to fathom. The previously plump Ji-Mei had transformed into an enchanting and graceful woman. What could be said of Komei-ming? The Kingdom of Water, while the smallest among the 5 great nations, remained one of the relatively affluent realms. Mushi disembarked, gazing at the nearly overflowing cargo ship. Amidst the bustling throngs of people, a sense of otherworldliness enveloped him. The Water Nation's prominence as one of the 5 great nations is not without merit. Mushi, over here. He turned towards the voice, where Ling was waving him over. After approaching, he settled the remuneration for the escort task with Hongdo, and then sought out a place to stay. What? Only 2 rooms available? Mushi regained her composure and looked at Hongdo, feeling a bit exasperated. Should 3 girls share a room? Should we make a reservation? What if both rooms are gone in a moment? It's settled then. The group ascended the stairs, gazing at the adjacent small rooms, each bed accommodating at most 2 individuals. They exchanged glances among one another. How about I share a room with Mushi? Ling shyly suggested. Mushi raised an eyebrow but had yet to speak, when Kongnai promptly declined. How can that be? Wouldn't that be unfair to Mushi? Hongdo's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Very well, you 2 shall share 1 room, while Mushi and I will share another. Mushi wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. Upon entering the room, he performed a brief ablution. The space was quite cramped, instilling in him a sense of confinement that was decidedly uncomfortable. Approximately 15 square meters, it contained merely a small bed, making it rather inadequate for accommodating 2 individuals. Mushi ordered some dishes and was enjoying her meal when Hongdo emerged after washing up. You certainly have a carefree spirit. Mushi did not respond but instead remarked, the items for Ling and Kana have already been delivered. Hongdo observed Mushi as she dined, remaining unhurried. Only after confirming that Mushi was well, did she begin to lift her own bowl and chopsticks. When one is away from home, it is wise to be vigilant and exercise caution during meals. Mushi was momentarily taken aback and nodded in acknowledgement. After several hours of cultivation, when Mushi climbed into bed, she discovered that most of the space had already been claimed by red beans. Mushi felt a twinge of melancholy as she glanced around the room. Apart from a small table, there was no other space to be found. She looked down at the floor, realizing there was no room to lie down. With no other option, she had to squeeze herself upwards. Hongdo wore a look of resignation, unable to utter a word. The body, which had been lying down, simply turned to lie on its side, facing the wall. Wasn't this action akin to being face to face with Mushi? Such intimacy made her somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to turn once more and face the wall. Mushi found herself unable to ascend, thus she could only embrace Hongdo. The soft curvature of her hips pressed tightly against Mushi's abdomen, creating a sense of snugness. Once reclined, the darkness deepened around them. The warmth emanating from Hongdo enveloped Mushi, leaving her hand resting gently upon the small of her abdomen. It was only at this moment that Hongdo realized this gesture seemed to convey an intimacy beyond mere proximity. Chapter 22. Have you offended her? The nickname Yushizutu was but a playful moniker. At this juncture, Hongdo possessed an exquisite figure. Unlike the delicate frame of Chun Mujia, she exuded a sense of voluptuousness that captivated Mushi, especially with her rear pressing against Mushi's abdomen, perpetually stirring a profound sense of wicked temptation within her. With a slow exhalation, the breath inadvertently caressed the nape of Hongdo's ear, causing her to shudder slightly, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Mushi detected a faint, elusive fragrance. Upon closer inspection, however, there was no discernible scent. This almost imperceptible aroma left Mushi feeling somewhat restless, for he was a man of ordinary disposition. Mushi, perhaps it is time to remove the burden of bitterness that you carry. Mushi, observing the stillness of the surroundings, felt a twinge of impatience as she reached out to untie the concealed weapon. Realizing her folly a moment later, she calmly withdrew her hand. Mushi was unaware of her current expression, likely blushing profusely. The teasing from Hongdo made Mushi's situation even more unbearable. The inherent flaws of men elicited a sigh from Mushi, a man himself, as he pondered the complex emotions of love and hate intertwined. Hongdo felt her mind swirling in confusion. Mushi, have you fallen asleep? Mushi remained silent and motionless. As Hongdo slowly exhaled, she suddenly felt the hand resting on her abdomen come to life. Hongdo swiftly pressed down on that mischievous hand. Behave. It's time to sleep. Mushi remained still, while Hongdo exhaled a sigh of relief, as drowsiness gradually enveloped her. It seemed as though someone was gently pushing the door, attempting to gain entry. Hongdo's heart raced, and she became fully alert, swiftly pressing down on the hand that weighed heavily upon her conscience. Her face burned with a fierce heat. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you entertain such thoughts? In a fit of exasperation, Hongdo delivered a sharp slap. Sister Hongdo, it is time to sleep. I will sleep with you. Hongdo struggled to rise, intent on kicking Mushi off the bed. Mushi tightly embraced her, disregarding her curses. Hongdo was akin to an agitated fan, trembling with fury, unable to restrain herself from unleashing a torrent of invective against the unsportsmanlike players. It was utterly infuriating. The following morning, Mushi stretched lazily, casting a glance at the slumbering Hongdo on the bed, whom she had playfully exhausted the previous day. With a mischievous smile, she proceeded to freshen up. Upon stepping outside, she made her way to procure breakfast. The moment Hongdo heard the door click shut, she exhaled deeply, drawing in a sharp breath through gritted teeth as she lifted her shirt. Her complexion was both flushed and chilled. With a fierce scowl, she muttered a curse under her breath. "You scoundrel." She then entered the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing shower, and picked up a dry, crisp outfit, preparing to change. Mushi returned home after purchasing breakfast. Upon delivering the 2 portions to her teammates, she re-entered the house where Hongdo had already awoken and was in the midst of changing clothes. The moment she saw Mushi, her expression darkened considerably. Mushi cast a glance at the wrinkled clothes she had just changed out of, and Red Bean, with a look of exasperation, tossed them over. Goodness! Mushi hurriedly dodged, her attire not properly donned. Leaving no room for significant movement, she simply lunged forward. With a thud, she landed Red Bean onto the bed. "Red Bean, stop messing around. Ling and the others may have awakened. If they see..." Red Bean's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a shade of green. "Let go." As Mushi prepared to rise, she glanced at the somewhat blushing face of Hongdo and smiled mischievously. Exhaling a warm breath, Hongdo shuddered slightly. A sound, almost imperceptible, escaped her lips, resembling a gasp or perhaps a startled exclamation. "You!" she exclaimed. "Oh dear." "Sister Hongdo, lower your voice and be mindful of the mentor's image," Mushi teased with a playful grin, seemingly considering her feelings. "You wouldn't want your students to find out, would you?" Hongdo's complexion darkened a shade further as she dressed, only to find Mushi gazing at her with a transformed expression, no longer one of sisterly reverence, but rather imbued with a distinct admiration, a man's appreciation for a woman. A sense of melancholy washed over Hongdo. What a situation this was. After breakfast, the group convened. Ling scrutinized Mushi and Hongdo with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss between the two. "Now, let's assign our tasks," Hongdo announced, her voice ringing out. The trio instantly perked up. "Ling, you shall head to the marketplace and seek out someone named Puyo. Kong Nai, you are to investigate the personnel defenses within the city." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through them. Mushi narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that significant undertakings were on the horizon. "Riseong Mushi." Hongdo's tone carried a hint of reprimand, full of dissatisfaction. "You are to make contact with the high-ranking officials of the Water Kingdom and ascertain their current situation." Mushi was taken aback. Was this task even legitimate? What sort of mission were they undertaking? Spies, in other words, traitors, stealthily infiltrating. Was that even feasible? His disdainful gaze was the most telling sign. It was as if he had a label on his forehead declaring, "I am a traitor." And to think he would attempt to engage with the higher-ups? In the next moment, he could very well find himself suspended and tortured. Did you hear that? Yes. X3, remember your mission well. If captured, do not reveal your comrades. With that, Hongdo exited the room. "Mushi, have you offended Teacher Hongdo?" Kong Nai inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. Ling also cast a gossip-laden glance in his direction. Chapter 23. Deceiving, and then deceiving again. Ahem, it's nothing. I was merely having a cordial exchange with the teacher, considering the circumstances. The two regarded Mushi with disdain, as if to say his words carried any weight. Just as they were about to speak further, Hongdo re-entered, calling out, "Mushi, hurry and come here. I'm coming. I'm coming." After Mushi stepped out, Ling wore a contemplative expression. Was the night spent in a tussle for the blanket with Teacher Hongdo? Why not take advantage of Teacher Hongdo instead? Just look at her figure. Tut, tut, even I couldn't resist. But no, Mushi is such an upright person. Then what else could there be? Mushi entered the room and noticed that Hongdo appeared quite unwell. She closed the door and took a seat opposite her. With a firm rap on the table, Hongdo declared, "Riseong Mushi, I warn you, abandon your little schemes. Do not lay a hand on Ling and Kong Nai." Mushi poured a cup of tea for Hongdo. "Hongdo, how can you speak to me in such a manner? What do you take me for?" Hongdo glanced at the tea before her, disregarding it entirely, and glared at Mushi with a fierce expression. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry out your mission." Mushi was taken aback, fully aware that she was in a fit of anger, and she grasped her hand firmly. Ignoring the increasingly perilous expression on Hongdo's face, she said, "Sister Hongdo, I am unmarried, and you are yet to wed. I am more than willing to care for you, just as I do for Sister Chun Mu. Let us become one family." Hongdo's face flushed momentarily, but she quickly assumed a stern demeanor and retorted, "Who wants to become a family with you? Hurry and go complete your task." Mushi sighed, a trace of sorrow etched upon her countenance. With a heart heavy with despair, she stepped outside, only to cast a glance back into the room, her eyes rolling in exasperation. Hongdo appeared lost in thought, murmuring to herself, questioning whether she had indeed overstepped her bounds. At this tender age, Mushi finds herself filled with curiosity about the opposite sex. With a gentle smile, she descended the stairs and embarked on her assigned task. Exhaling deeply, a myriad of questions began to swirl in her mind. Firstly, they were engaged in a sea-level mission, which posed no issues. Tasks that could be distinctly categorized were invariably supported by intelligence. Those responsible for assessing task levels generally aim to elevate the ratings. Driven by the allure of commission, this being the lifeblood of a ninja survival, underestimating a task would indeed result in a loss. Given that she was an intelligence operative assigned to a reconnaissance mission, it was somewhat perplexing that the classification was relatively low. Mushi speculated that it was likely an investigation into certain individuals or events, and deemed it not perilous. If it pertained to the clandestine affairs of various ninja villages, it could still be classified as a sea-level mission. Konoha deserved to be obliterated. A village that betrays even its own ninjas serves no purpose. Exhaling deeply, he considered that being assigned to a high-ranking task might merely be a gesture of reassurance, indicating their benign intentions in seeking information. Why? Because vital intelligence is typically acquired through the efforts of elite jonin. Sea-level missions are fundamentally viewed as training opportunities for novices, a tacitly accepted convention. Approaching the building of the hidden mist village, Mushi observed its somewhat eerie interior. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated whether to enter. 2 guards stood at the entrance, one of whom approached him directly, scrutinizing the forehead protector atop his head. "A ninja from Konoha? A member of the Hyuga clan? Greetings, senior. What brings you here?" Mushi exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect, and the individual before her no longer spoke in a frosty tone, instead addressing her with gentle inquiry. "I was sent by the team leader to engage in discussions with your esteemed party. As for the nature of these discussions, I remain uninformed." The person appeared somewhat taken aback. Was it not customary to first gather intelligence and gain a thorough understanding before taking action? To approach so boldly was hardly the conduct expected of a proficient ninja. For a moment, the questioning ninja found himself in an awkward position, feeling a sense of embarrassment on Mushi's behalf. Observing her nonchalant expression, he pondered whether she harbored any fears of receiving a poor evaluation from the team leader. With a soft sigh, he beckoned, "Follow me." He understood the purpose of Mushi's visit, merely to undergo a certification process confirming her lack of threat to the ninja village, a task of little consequence. Such matters were not burdensome. Every village welcomed newcomers, and undertaking minor assignments was commonplace for their training. Approaching a door, the ninja rapped gently upon it. "Please, come in." The melodic voice, imbued with allure, instantly roused Mushi's attention. "Lady Karatsuchi, there is a ninja from Konoha here." Mushi's lips curled slightly, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. Indeed, where there were shadows of legs, they had arrived. "Oh, very well, please let them in," she said. The individual stepped aside to allow entry and turned to leave. Mushi entered the room and casually closed the door behind her. Before her sat the enchanting Koyomi Mei, a vision of beauty. As Mushi's gaze fell upon the long, elegant legs beneath the table, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh?" Koyomi Mei looked up, momentarily startled. It was a member of the Hyuga clan. "What brings you here, young one from Konoha?" In response, Mushi lowered her head, her focus unwavering on those alluring legs. "I was sent by my supervising instructor for a brief exchange. The specifics elude me," she admitted. A soft chuckle escaped Koyomi Mei's lips. Such a naive soul could either be the victim of a prank by her teacher or genuinely absent-minded. "You cannot embark on the path of a ninja in such a manner," she remarked, reclining slightly, crossing her beautiful legs as she gazed at Mushi with piqued interest. "If you cannot even comprehend your own mission, a failure awaits you. Not only will you forfeit your reward, but you will also face reprimand from the village." Mushi swallowed hard, expressing gratitude for Lord Kamei-mei's concern. "Could you please inform me of what needs to be done now?" Kamei-mei squinted, realizing she might have been overly inquisitive. "Very well, I shall pose a few questions to you." Soon, she inquired about specific matters concerning the village, to which Mushi candidly replied that he was unaware. This response left Kamei-mei quite exasperated, prompting her to compile a document for verification from the archives. In truth, further verification was unnecessary. Mushi's pair of white eyes served as the most compelling evidence, which was also one of the reasons why Hong Do had sent him here. Mushi, I observe that your experience within the Hinata clan has not been particularly favorable. Why not consider residing in my hidden mist village? It may offer you a refreshing change of environment. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Komime. I have an elder sister as well. You may extend an invitation to her to join us. Mushi chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting a response. Mushi, do you have any particular interests or hobbies? Asked Zhao Mei Ming, seemingly engaging in casual conversation. In Mushi's heart, alarm bells indeed rang loudly. Yet there were passions to pursue. Mei Yin smiled faintly. Oh, would you care to share them with me? Waiting idly can be rather tedious. Mushi exhibited a certain shyness, her fidgeting demeanor prompting a raised eyebrow from Zhao Mei Ming, who found it somewhat difficult to broach the topic. Let us engage in casual conversation. I assure you, I shall not divulge anything indiscreet. Really? Zhao Mei Ming set aside her materials, her gaze alight with excitement. Oh, come now. Am I truly capable of deceiving you? Chapter 24. Kicked off the bed I like. Huh, what? Take a look at my legs. Zhao Mei Ming exhaled deeply, wondering if she had misheard. Mushi, what did you just say? Blushing, Mushi cleared her throat and said, I like to admire legs. Komei Ming suddenly felt a fiery sensation on her own legs and instinctively pulled them back. What I mean is, I understood the implication of Komei Ming's words, and I must admit, there is another activity I enjoy. Komei Ming exhaled deeply, acknowledging that everyone has their peculiar preferences, which is not excessive. Admiring legs, while perhaps slightly odd, is hardly unreasonable. Do share, let us converse. I mentioned it, right? Yes. Please continue. Looking at certain features. Komei Ming pondered, what shall we do about this? Observing Mushi's rolling eyes made her feel quite uncomfortable, as if those eyes could see through her. Instinctively, she covered herself. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Komei Ming felt a wave of relief. Come in. Lady Komei Ming, everything has been verified. The individual handed a document to Komei Ming, who examined it closely. Much of what Mushi speaks resonates truthfully. Well, Mushi, there is nothing of concern here. You may proceed with your endeavors. Mushi sat still, her gaze sweeping over Komei Ming. Komei Ming, I have but one task and am in no hurry. I can still keep you company for a chat. Komei Ming appeared to swallow something as unpleasant as a dead fly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a growing aversion towards the white-eyed ninja. This little ninja was becoming quite irksome, and it seemed time to teach him a lesson. However, she was preoccupied. Very well, I take my leave, the junior said. Komei Ming hesitated, her retorts momentarily lodged in her throat, rubbing her temples in vexation. It was not until Mushi's figure had vanished that she exhaled a long breath, glancing at the documents in her hand. She massaged her forehead and resumed her work. In the dead of night, Komei Ming abruptly rose, exclaiming, when did the ninjas of Konoha become so infuriating? Mushi returned to her residence and handed the receipt-like document that was given to her by Misty Hidden Village to Hong Do. After glancing at it, Hong Do said nothing and simply put it away. Mushi stretched languidly, reclining on the bed for a brief respite, for the night would demand her labor once more. Engaging in energy-draining tasks, one must ensure proper rest to maintain their vigor. Upon awakening, she found Ling and Kenai had returned. Currently briefing Hong Do on the latest developments, Mushi settled into the vacant seat, her eyes half closed as she listened to their reports. Gradually, she discerned the nature of their current assignment, which aligned closely with her own thoughts. It involved reconnaissance regarding the circumstances of another mission. Mushi stretched lazily and stifled a yawn. Hong Do delivered a swift punch to his abdomen, admonishing him not to be disruptive. With no other recourse, he succumbed to sleep once more. Later that evening, after partaking in dinner, Mushi engaged in his cultivation for a while. Spiritual energy gradually coalesced, allowing him to channel his strength through the entirety of his meridians. He exhaled deeply. He had reached the 5th level of Jade Clarity. Henceforth, he could directly initiate the Great Circulation. It was only at this moment that Mushi truly embarked on the path of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was time to practice a technique, the Divine Sword Thunder Control Formula, the art he was most familiar with. Its formidable power would evolve in tandem with his growth, enabling even greater manifestations of strength. Exhaling once more, Mushi opened his eyes. The sky had darkened, and Hong Do had already completed her evening routine and succumbed to slumber. Once again, he squeezed onto the bed, but this time, Hong Do was vigilant, positioning herself directly opposite Mushi, leaving him no opportunity to cause mischief. Mushi smiled gently, finding this to be preferable. Embracing Hong Do, His hands glided softly across her back. Sister Hongdo. She remained silent, her breath warm against Mushi's chest, evoking a ticklish sensation. Mushi suddenly tightened his embrace around her waist, drawing her entire being closer to himself, while also pressing inward. Mushi. Hee, Hongdo Jia. Are you feeling particularly flustered right now? Hongdo gently pushed against Mushi's chest, wary of him tightening his hold once more. I am not. What do you know? Mushi leaned close to Hongdo's ear and whispered, I can hear your heartbeat. It is quite chaotic. You must be joking, she exclaimed, abruptly covering her mouth to stifle the sound. Mushi's eyes sparkled, as if she had made a significant discovery. In the next moment, Hongdo suddenly bent her leg, driving her knee forcefully into Mushi's abdomen. With a powerful push, she sent him tumbling off the bed. Mushi clutched her abdomen, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Sister Hongdo, are you intent on rendering me childless? Hongdo was momentarily taken aback, her heart sinking as she contemplated the implications. Just moments prior, that kick had landed on. If Chunmu were to discover that she had incapacitated his cherished younger brother, the ramifications would be dire. They exchanged incredulous glances. It took Hongdo a while to realize that she had been outsmarted by this mischievous lad. Her face flushed, a blend of embarrassment and anger. She seized Mushi's ear and tugged it upward. Sister Hongdo, have mercy. If this continues, I shall truly be rendered useless. Mushi was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. Hongdo grasped the nape of Mushi's neck and unceremoniously hurled her out of the room, promptly locking the door behind her. Mushi organized her garments, letting out a wry smile. Was this a misstep? Glancing at the time, she realized dawn was still a distant prospect. Very well, she decided to practice the divine sword thunder technique. Descending the stairs, she ventured deep into the woods. There, she discovered a secluded spot that offered both discretion and shelter from the rain, and she settled into a meditative posture. The divine sword thunder technique embodies both swordsmanship and the art of thunder. These two disciplines do not conflict, rather, they enhance one another. In the realm of the immortal slaying world, this technique has earned a formidable reputation. Its practice is exceedingly challenging, with the upper clarity realm serving as the threshold. Subsequently, she and Lu Sueki divided the divine sword thunder technique into two parts, training separately in the early stages, only to merge them into one upon reaching the upper clarity realm. Mushi exhaled slowly, summoning the energy harbored within her 5 internal organs. In the process of invoking this energy, it was essential to mobilize her true essence to compensate, requiring the conversion of chi through the 5 organs. Only then could she cultivate the essence of the 5 elements thunder chi. As a tingling sensation coursed through her body, akin to the jolt of electricity, Mushi released a long breath of turbid air, finally marking her entry into the realm of practice. Rising to her feet, she stretched languidly, only to be startled by a fleeting shadow darting swiftly overhead. A sudden jolt coursed through Mushi's heart as he activated his wide eyes for a clearer view. Was that a water shadow? He had never encountered such a phenomenon before and felt uncertain. In the next moment, another figure dashed past him, Cao Mei Ming. The two exchanged a perplexed glance, each wondering what the other was doing in this place. Chapter 25, The Function of the White Eyes. Mushi watched her figure swiftly glide past, pursuing the shimmering reflection ahead. As he exhaled slowly, contemplating whether to follow, Ji Meiming suddenly appeared before him, startling Mushi into an instinctive sidestep. Ji Meiming gazed at him quietly and slowly spoke. The white eye can dispel illusions, correct? Mushi noticed the glimmer of hope that flickered in Zhao Meiming's eyes. He exhaled slowly, recalling that one named Qing also possessed the Byakugan, did she not? Unless, perhaps, she was unaware. However, Mushi had not detected any capability within the Byakugan to dispel illusions. From where did Zhao Meiming acquire this information? Zhao Meiming. I am uncertain, he replied. Zhao Meiming fell into a contemplative silence, unsure herself, merely posing the question in passing. How about we put it to the test? She suggested. Mushi suddenly spoke, causing Terumi Mei to hesitate. This matter pertained to the secrets of the hidden mist village. However, upon reflecting on the disappearance of Lord Mizukage, Terumi Mei felt that including him might not be such a bad idea after all. With a decisive gesture, she embraced Mushi and swiftly soared in the direction where the Mizukage had vanished. Mushi felt a sense of helplessness. Being held captive in such a manner was rather disconcerting for him. However, his abilities were insufficient, rendering him unable to keep pace with the swift movements of Kagayame. Mushi exhaled slowly, seeking a semblance of comfort as he gently wrapped his arms around Zhao Meiming's waist. Zhao Meiming cast him a sidelong glance. an enigmatic smile playing on her lips, yet chose to disregard Mushi's awkwardness, quickening her pace in pursuit of the shimmering water's reflection. Mushi was not idle either. She began to search for the water shadow with a roll of her eyes. "Look, Lord Mei Ming, over there." Mushi suddenly pointed in a direction, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Mei Ming soared towards it. Shortly thereafter, Mushi indicated several more directions, and before long, Zhao Mei Ming discerned the trace of Shui Yingshirtsong. After resuming her pursuit, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. Mushi gazed at the shimmering water's reflection, then turned to observe her embrace of Koizumi Mei. Presently, the hidden mist village began to harbor suspicions that the Mizukage had been manipulated. Indeed, otherwise, Koizumi Mei would not have chosen to follow him. Mushi pondered subtly, continually contemplating whether there was any advantage to be gained during this interval. The demeanor of Lord Mei Ming and Lord Shui Ying appeared somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, Lord Mei Ming seemed taken aback, then recalled something, gazing at Mu Shi with eyes brimming with astonishment. "What have you discovered?" Perhaps it dawned on her that Mu Shi was not a ninja from their village. She added reassuringly, "Rest assured, we have effectively engaged your services, and you will receive appropriate compensation along with a record of your tasks. For ninjas, there are two principal concerns: remuneration and reputation. A commendable task completion rate correlates with significantly lucrative rewards." Mushi was indifferent to such trivial matters. What truly concerned him were the resources for cultivation and the enchanting beauties that could satiate his desires. "Lord Zhao Miming, you are aware that I pay little heed to those things." I understand." Zhao Miming interjected directly, signaling that this was not the appropriate time for such discussions. Mushi smiled faintly, knowing that her dish was ultimately inescapable. Lord Shui Ying seemed to have fallen under an illusion. Suddenly, Zhen Mei Min halted, her expression grave as she gazed intently at Mushi, earnestly inquiring, "Are you certain?" Mushi nodded slightly. Within the mind of Lord Shui Ying, a force was at play, influencing his judgment. Zhao Mei Ming let out a sigh of relief and continued to follow, while Mushi chose to remain silent. Many words are superfluous once spoken. Suddenly, Mushi noticed that Shirtsong had come to a halt, and hastily relayed this news to Zhao Mei Ming. No longer in a rush, Zhao Mei Ming descended to the ground, cautiously advancing as she led Mushi to conceal themselves amid the distant thicket. Mushi embraced her slender waist, feeling an exquisite sensation. Raising her gaze, she noticed an unfamiliar figure standing before the water shadow, a person she did not recognize. In mere moments, Ichang swiftly twisted the neck of the ninja. Having dealt with the ninja, Ichang suddenly froze, as two individuals emerged from the depths of the jungle. Mushi abruptly closed his eyes, and Terumi Mei pressed down with her body, forcing Mushi's back against the ground. Her face was pressed closely against his, as if intent on suffocating him. However, at that moment, both were too preoccupied to regard this. The one controlling the arrow warehouse had made their appearance. Terumi Mei's expression turned grave, remaining motionless atop Mushi. Mushi felt as if she had invoked some form of stealth technique, rendering their presence nearly undetectable. Slowly exhaling, she acknowledged that her actions this time had indeed been perilous. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never jeopardize one's own life. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Mushi confirmed that they would not be discovered for the time being, allowing herself a moment of relief. Ultimately, even if they were to be found, escape was not assured. All she could do now was hope that Kame Mei possessed formidable strength and remained undetected. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into Mushi's nostrils, an essence reminiscent of a mature woman, rendering her unable to concentrate. The woman was utterly captivating, akin to a devil from the depths of hell, ensnaring the heart and leaving one yearning for more. Mushi slowly exhaled, the warm breath enveloping the sea dog. In an instant, a thought surged within him. Does Zhao Ming feel anything? Uncertain, he slightly raised his gaze towards the sky. From this angle, he beheld her fair neck and the delicate blush on her face illuminated by the moonlight. Mushi smiled softly, for she too possessed her own emotions. The hand encircling her waist gradually ascended, gliding to her front, as if intending to gently push her away. It was that sensation of being cradled in the palm, able to flow slowly yet refusing to let go and descend. Mushi took a deep breath, enveloped by a subtle fragrance. If you dare to act up again, I shall cast you out. Mei Ming's breath quickened, and in exasperation, she cast a glance at Mushi, pondering how this young man could be so reckless. Did he not realize the perilous time they were in? A moment's carelessness could be fatal. How could she possibly contend with a figure whom even Lord Shui Ying could not withstand? Mushi exhaled deeply, once more directing her breath towards the dog. A flush crept onto Mei Ming's face, as she had not anticipated being outwitted by this impish scion of the Hinata clan. In a sudden flash, an idea struck her. What if she were to conceive his child? The bloodline of the Hinata family. She hastily suppressed this notion, reminding herself that such thoughts were inappropriate, especially at this moment. Mushi glanced outside and confirmed that they had not detected their presence. Chapter 26. The Function of the White Eyes 2. With a look of fury, Kotome raised one hand. Kotome, you surely do not wish for your whereabouts to be exposed, do you? Kotome's expression turned ashen in an instant. Was she being threatened? It created a false impression, a natural stimulus to her body. Sensing a slight tremor in Kotome's form, Mushi smirked slyly and exhaled slowly. What is the status of Wuying Village? A sudden jolt surged through Mushi's heart as the sound resonated above them. The movement of her hands came to an immediate halt. Mushi could hear the heartbeat of Zhao Meiming, and she felt quite anxious. It was nearly time. We had absorbed a considerable number of elite jonin from Mist Shadow Village. You should let go now. Impossible. Her demise is also a responsibility of Mist Shadow Village. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, gradually comprehending whom he was referring to. He slowly exhaled, realizing that he could no longer afford to act recklessly. After all, his life was at stake. After a prolonged wait, several individuals finally departed. Zhao Meiming swiftly lifted Mushi and soared in a different direction, for there was no time to settle accounts with him. Ensuring their safety was the utmost priority. Shortly after their departure, Mushi cast a disdainful glance back. Standing at their original position was a figure clad in a mask, a beetle. A sudden shock coursed through Mushi's heart. Had they been discovered? When did this happen? After a prolonged chase, Meiming finally cast Mushi onto the ground, her face contorted with fury as she glared at Mushi. You little imp. Do you have the audacity to take advantage of me? Mushi remained unperturbed, for she knew that Kagayame would not harm him. The moment he revealed that the Water Shadow Arrow store had been manipulated, it was clear she would spare his life. Had not Kagayame long been aware of his proclivities? In such circumstances, how could he possibly restrain himself? Kagayame found herself momentarily speechless, gazing at Mushi's defiant expression that seemed to challenge her. Fury coursed through her, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she chose to endure. Can white eyes truly dispel illusions? Mushi shook her head, unable to comply. Meiming offered a faint smile, as if relieved. Very well. Gently exhaling a wisp of mist that lingered above her palm, she added, in that case, I shall not hesitate to take your life. Mushi remained unperturbed, seated on the ground with one hand propped against his arm. However, I possess the ability to decipher illusions. When he utilized his Byakugan to perceive the state of the Water Shadow's arrow, he had already formulated a plan to eliminate that particular energy. The methods of cultivation in this world, regardless of their variety, adhere to a singular principle, conservation. Energy cannot spontaneously materialize nor vanish into thin air. Chakra, true essence, spiritual energy, and the like all conform to this rule. Illusions are no exception. He was skeptical of any techniques that could circumvent the transformation of energy. For Mushi, the Byakugan was an extraordinary asset. Drawing upon the experience from his previous life, he was confident that as long as he could observe the transformation of energy, the process, or the act of casting a technique, he would be able to devise a method and a means of unraveling it. For instance, the enchanting beauty before him. He had clearly discerned the flow of her chakra and the fluctuations of her energy. Indeed, her physique was quite impressive. With this thought, Mushi burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Koyomi Mei felt a twinge of irritation, questioning whether she truly lacked any intimidating presence. Mushi has become somewhat more reserved. I believe that one should still venture outside occasionally. Otherwise, one risks becoming rather ignorant. Humph. As long as you understand. Mushi stood up and turned to walk towards her residence. Mushi, where are you going? Go back to sleep. She waved her hand to signify farewell. Suddenly, Kagaya blocked Mushi's path. Are you just leaving like this? If you wish for my assistance, it cannot come without a substantial reward. Humph, such grandiose claims. How can you prove, little one, that you possess the ability to unravel illusions? Mushi smiled gently, extending a hand, upon which a misty sphere gradually formed, emanating an intense heat and a corrosive essence that left Zhao Meiming utterly astonished. Blood, the bloodline limit. How could this be possible? Upon closer examination of Mushi's white eyes, she found herself questioning whether Mushi might indeed be a long-lost member of her clan. Boil release, is it? Such a technique is remarkably powerful. Mushi walked past Zhao Meiming, and now, esteemed Zhao Meiming, do you believe that I can unravel the illusion? Mushi did not linger and proceeded directly towards the edge of the forest. Wait, do you have any requests? Mushi turned back and smiled. I want you. Impossible. Then there's nothing more to discuss. I can offer you a substantial sum of money. The Hinata clan is not lacking in that regard. Ninjutsu. I can provide you with S-rank ninjutsu. Mushi turned back and pointed at her own eyes, saying, with these, do I still lack any ninja techniques? Konohame's tone faltered, and her expression grew slightly fierce as she retorted, aren't you afraid that we will detain you and gouge out your eyes? Mushi remained indifferent, choosing to step directly out of the forest. Mei Ming, gritting her teeth, cast a venomous glare at Mushi. She had never harbored such disdain for anyone before. A part of her wished to unleash a molten technique upon him, to rid herself of him once and for all. With a slow exhale, she swiftly vanished into the woods to report back to Master Yuan, seeking his guidance on the matter. After delivering her report, she returned to her dwelling, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto her bed. The warmth of Mushi's hand lingered in her mind, evoking a tingling sensation that was oddly addictive. Sitting up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Clutching her knees, she wondered how she could have such a reaction. Was it due to her prolonged solitude? As thoughts of Mushi's attributes resurfaced, her previously fanciful ideas reemerged. If she were to bear a child from a member of the Hyuga clan, what would that entail? She had witnessed the formidable power of the Byakugan and its exceptional reconnaissance abilities in battle. Yet, why did Mushi's Byakugan possess the replication abilities akin to the Sharingan? Had the Hyuga family strayed? Had the Uchiha family faltered? These two prominent clans of the ninja world were perpetually perplexing. Mushi returned to the door of her room, casting a glance with a hint of disdain at the scene within. The red bean, undisturbed, lay fast asleep, with no one vying for the bed beside her. Mushi summoned his true essence and opened the door. He squeezed onto the bed, cradling Hongdo in his arms. Despite the barrier of their tight-fitting attire, the warmth of their bodies was undeniably comforting. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. For him, having Lu Sueki was sufficient, yet lamentably, the world was devoid of his cherished senior sister Lu. Chapter 27. An invitation from Ming Mei. Hongdo, did you practice your ninjutsu last night? Hongdo blushed and smacked Mushi on the head. I practiced your grandfather's ninjutsu. Hurry up and get dressed. If Ling and Kana find out, I shall make you pay dearly. Mushi stifled a yawn, having endured quite a night of turmoil, and felt utterly fatigued. After dressing, she found that Hongdo had already procured breakfast. Just as they settled at the table, two frugal companions arrived. The group shared their meal, only to be once again assigned tasks by Hongdo. Mushi walked along the bustling streets of Misty Hidden Village, observing the thriving shops on either side. The economic prowess of the village was indeed impressive. Unfortunately, it was not particularly welcoming to the ninja of the village. Exhaling softly, she activated her Byakugan, gazing at a corpulent figure indulging in frivolities within a nearby dwelling. This was their target. They needed to assess his true strength. Mushi had been observing him for several days. Every ninja who appeared by his side had been meticulously sketched by her. As she completed the final stroke of her drawing, a shadow loomed before her. Upon looking up, a smile instantly graced her face. Kojime stood above her, surveying her with an air of authority. Noticing the sketch in her hands, he chose to ignore it. This was merely a part of their mission. I wish to discuss something with you. What would you like to discuss, Lord Kojime? I can offer you what you desire. Upon speaking, a slight flush appeared on his face as he scrutinized Mushi's features, finding them quite commendable. For those of their esteemed lineage, beauty was almost a given. When shall we meet? Kojime snapped back to reality, casting a glance around to ensure their surroundings remained discreet, with no one in sight. Once the illusion cast by Lord Shui-ing is dispelled, I shall fulfill my promise. Mushi firmly declined, stating, no, if you resort to deceit, I would have labored in vain. The expression on Zhao Mei Ming's face darkened slightly. Then tell me, what should we do? Mushi replied, you must first fulfill my demands. My strength is inferior. I cannot contend with you. Should you renege on our agreement, you could easily detain me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mei Ming conceded. That is not entirely unfeasible. Gradually exhaling a breath, she affirmed, very well, I shall determine the location. Mushi smiled and nodded, surveying Zhao Mei Ming's figure from head to toe, ultimately resting her gaze upon her long, elegant legs. Remember to seek me out, she said. Zhao Mei Ming cast a half-smiling glance at Mushi before turning to depart. Mushi continued to monitor. Upon returning to her dwelling, Hongdo sat at the table with a serious expression. When she noticed Mushi's return, she merely cast a fleeting glance. Mushi was taken aback, pondering what had transpired. as if she bore the weight of the situation herself, grappling with the gravity of a shocking revelation. "Sister Hongdo, what is the matter?" She turned to her two companions, only to find them shaking their heads in uncertainty, before directing her gaze back to Hongdo. "The Hidden Mist Village requires your assistance. They seek your Byakugan to aid in a particular mission." Mushi was taken aback, recalling the peculiar gaze of Zhao Mei Ming she had encountered earlier that day. She sat across from Hongdo. "What should we do? My thought was to send you." "Sister Hongdo." Hongdo promptly interrupted Mushi, urging her not to entertain thoughts of sneaking away. While other villages might be feasible, Wuyin Village maintains strict control over the ferry ports that regulate entry and exit from the island. Given our current capabilities, it would be exceedingly challenging. Mushi's eyes immediately turned red as she spoke. "Sister Hongdo, I cannot bear to part with you." Hongdo rolled her eyes. Had she not understood Mushi's true nature, she might have believed her words. If it were said that he was scheming for the sake of Mei Ming's beauty, she could have accepted that as well. "Stop with that morose demeanor." Hongdo poured herself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. Mushi let out a slight sigh, aware that Hongdo was under considerable pressure as well. "Go on, assist them in completing their task, and you shall be rewarded handsomely, along with an evaluation for a B-level mission." After speaking, Hongdo appeared deflated, her expression somewhat despondent. Mushi cast a glance at her two companions, exhaled deeply, and turned to leave. Upon stepping outside, a ninja awaited her. "Hinata Mushi, please follow me. Lord Terumi may request your presence." Mushi nodded and followed suit. In front of a household, the ninja gestured for Mushi to enter, then swiftly departed. Mushi glanced at the house, which was quite large, resembling a villa. With a discerning eye, she observed that most of the surrounding houses were unoccupied. Only a few households had residents, among them being the Zhao family. At that moment, Zhao Mei sat leisurely on the sofa, a smile gracing her face as she gently swirled the wine in her glass, seemingly adjusting her demeanor. Mushi felt a slight headache, as if she were the one being toyed with. Standing at the doorway, she resembled a hapless suitor offering herself. Exhaling deeply, she stepped inside. She knocked on the door, and Mushi quietly awaited a response. When Mei Ming opened the door, she found Mushi standing there with a solemn expression. "Come in," she said, moving to the table to personally pour a glass of red wine for Mushi. Mushi was polite and took a taste, finding it indeed delightful. Suddenly, Mei Ming tilted Mushi's chin with an amused expression. She leaned in closely and, in a seductive tone, said, "Little ghost, are you not afraid that I might melt you?" Mushi cast a sidelong glance at Terumi Mei, a smile gracing her lips. "You cannot," she remarked. "Not necessarily." Mushi remained silent, gently brushing her hand away. Rising to her feet, she settled beside Zhao Mei Ming, wrapping her arms around her waist. Leaning closer to whisper in her ear, she remarked, "You see, the physical form you have conjured through your illusion lacks both your true strength and your inherent beauty." With a swift motion, she tapped several acupoints on her own body, and a surge of energy manifested in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a form of mental energy, quite intriguing indeed. When Mushi lifted her gaze once more, the room had not changed much, however, at a distance. In front of the desk, Zhao Meiming was seated, diligently attending to her documents. Mushi rolled her eyes again, confirming that it was indeed her. No longer feeling anxious, she quietly sipped her red wine. "Are you feeling nervous, Lady Zhao Meiming? What should I be nervous about?" Zhao Meiming did not lift her head, appearing remarkably composed. A woman of strength primarily focused on her career. "Well, your document is upside down." Zhao Meiming paused, her face instantly flushing crimson, and calmly turned the document in a different direction. Upon closer inspection, it was still inverted. Suddenly realizing that this little rascal was toying with her, she simply set the document down and rubbed her slightly aching forehead. Chapter 28. The rescue plan for Yagura. Nervousness was inevitable. She had never been in a romantic relationship before, and now she was taking such a significant step with someone. Everything felt rather peculiar, and she sensed a certain awkwardness in her heart. Exhaling deeply, she sought to alleviate her pressure. Mushi finished the last sip of wine and rose to approach Kagayame. Each step she took resonated heavily, as if every footfall struck a chord within Kagayame's heart, intensifying her anxiety. Upon reaching her side, Mushi gently enveloped her in an embrace, soothing her temples with tender strokes. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Lady Kagayame, are you prepared?" Ignoring Kagayame's speechless expression, Mushi gradually pressed her lips to hers. As they embraced, Mushi slowly drifted into slumber. The Mist Village had devised a plan to rescue the Water Shadow, though the specifics eluded Mushi. and she had no intention of revealing them. Such matters held little relevance for her, as they bore no connection to her own fate. In the presence of the esteemed leaders, she felt like a mere novice. Enhancing her strength remained paramount. Awakening from her meditative state, she found Kaguya Mei standing before her. "Lady Kaguya Mei, when did you return?" Kaguya Mei did not respond directly. Instead, she scrutinized Mu Shi from head to toe. "You are unlike the other Hyuga clan members." Mu Shi dismissed the notion, attributing their differences to their lack of skill. However, Kaguya Mei, with a perceptive gaze, recognized Mu Shi's uniqueness. "Your energy is not merely chakra. Is it natural energy?" Sage mode. Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback. This was hardly akin to the celestial mode. "I have encountered Jiraiya and witnessed the might of his manipulation of natural energy. Are you his disciple?" "I do not recognize him at all." Mu Shi rose to his feet and stifled a yawn. "How much longer must I wait?" "Not much longer. We will soon be ready. Once we lift Lady Shui Ying's illusion, how long will it take you?" "I will be swift." After several days of anticipation, Kawaii Mei called for Mu Shi to prepare. As night fell, she swiftly led him into the woods. Initially, Mu Shi believed the battleground lay within the trees. However, he was taken aback to find that they had encircled Shui Ying's residence. Kawaii Mei landed behind and inquired of one of the others, "How are the preparations coming along?" "Lady Kawaii Mei is ready, and so is Master Yuan." Kawaii Mei nodded and cast a glance at Mu Shi beside her. At that moment, Mu Shi's focus was entirely on the one-eyed individual. He recalled that he too possessed a white eye, untainted by the cage of a bird. Looking back at Kawaii Mei, he wondered if his revelation would provoke her wrath. Suddenly, he found himself oddly intrigued. Suddenly, a tailed beast orb erupted from the house, shattering the wall and hurtling directly towards them. Mu Shi muttered a curse under her breath and swiftly made her escape. Once she had retreated to a safe distance, she immediately activated her Byakugan. At that moment, Chen Ji, having harnessed the chakra of the tailed beast, manifested a tail behind him. He was about to emerge. Mu Shi raised his voice in a reminder, asserting the necessity of proving one's worth. One cannot allow their investment to go to waste, nor can one risk having infiltrated the enemy's domain for naught. With a thud, the arrow crate descended, stirring up gusts of wind and turbulence. Mu Shi exhaled slowly, uncertain whether his silver needles could penetrate the crate in its current state. He felt the two boxes of needles. One contained ordinary silver needles, while the other could be considered a magical artifact. The effort invested in crafting these tools had been substantial, and losing even one would cause him great distress. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a silver needle, its surface intricately adorned with delicate patterns of formation. He cast the needle silently, and it struck the chakra shield enveloping the crate, lingering for a moment before seemingly dissolving the chakra and vanishing into the crate's body. The crate turned to face Mu Shi, its expression cold and menacing. To it, Mu Shi appeared as a treacherous figure, lurking in the shadows. Mu Shi swiftly concealed herself behind Zhimei Ming as Jia Song went into a frenzy, believing she could contain him. Just as Jia Song reached for the silver needle, Zhimei Ming darted forward in an instant. With the swift application of her blazing technique, she thwarted Jia Song's movement while simultaneously granting Mu Shi the opportunity and time to strike once more. Though Zhimei Ming could not comprehend Mu Shi's actions, she instinctively understood the essence of her intent. Alone, Zhimei Ming could not hope to restrain Jia Song. Nearly simultaneously, 4 or 5 elite ninjas emerged on the battlefield, surrounding Jia Song with precision. Mu Shi grasped a stone firmly and hurled it towards the arrow store with great force. Yi Song remained unperturbed, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Mu Shi. A shimmering water mirror materialized, effortlessly intercepting the stone's trajectory. The onlookers, including Main and her companions, were momentarily taken aback, prepared to assist in shattering the water mirror technique. Beneath the stone, a silver needle shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing once more into Yi Song's acupoint. "Cunning little devil." Yi Song's cherubic face belied the aged tone of his words. Mu Shi paid no heed and continued to search for the right angle. The white eyes he possessed were akin to a bug, granting him a comprehensive view of every detail on the battlefield. The clarity was unparalleled. From this divine perspective, Mu Shi believed that with an enhancement of his strength, he could easily overpower numerous titans of the ninja world using his physical techniques. Terumi Mei and her companions were persistently creating opportunities for Mu Shi. Suddenly, Mu Shi came to a halt, clapped his hands, and declared, "All right. Everyone can take a breather now. Restore your strength. It is time to confront the remaining 2 mysterious individuals." The words of Mu Shi left everyone momentarily stunned. Just as Shikura was about to speak, he realized that he had been pierced by several silver needles at some point, rendering him immobilized. When did this happen? A chill crept into the hearts of the few present, who pondered the silent and stealthy release of the silver needles. Lord Shikura had been vigilant, ever watchful of his movements. Mushi stood behind Ching, observing the few individuals still suppressing Shikura within the arena, a smile gracing her lips. Sensing that the moment was ripe, she abruptly raised her head, directing her gaze towards two figures perched in the distant trees. Stifling a yawn, she exclaimed, "Behold! The true adversaries have arrived." The crowd followed Mushi's gesture, their eyes landing on a masked figure alongside a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 29. The Invisible Silver Needles. Mushi. Are you not going to take action? As Terumi Mei's words echoed in the air, Shikura, encircled by them, suddenly crouched down. Shikura clutched his head, emitting frantic howls, as if he were in a fierce struggle for control over his own body. Mushi once again drew his silver needle. But before he could launch it, a voice cried out to stop him. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his great fireball technique, and the flames surged forward, nearly engulfing Mushi entirely. Uchiha Itachi, indeed? Mushi cast a glance at him, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. Activating his Byakugan, he was finally able to discern the faces of Itachi and Obito. Be careful. Conan swiftly rushed forward. Ching formed hand seals, and in an instant, a torrent of water surged forth, effectively quenching the flames. At that moment, Conan landed right before Mushi. Observing her silhouette, Mushi smiled softly. Realizing that their time spent together had not been in vain, his efforts had borne fruit, as she was there to rescue him. Mushi lightly blew on the tip of the needle held between her fingers, causing it to shoot forth with great speed. At that very moment, a shuriken struck directly against the silver needle. The needle vanished like smoke, and before one could realize, it had already pierced the acupoint on the target's body. A sudden stillness enveloped the scene, as neither party made a move thereafter. Mushi concealed himself behind Zhao Yiming, cautiously peering at the archery platform situated at the heart of the battlefield. Within his Baihui acupoint, an obscure gray energy materialized, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. However, under the influence of his Byakugan, it appeared strikingly clear. Mushi cast a glance at the two Uchiha individuals, their faces bearing an unmistakable gravity. Could the genjutsu of the Sharingan truly be unraveled? The perceptive Ao was also observing him, particularly fixated on his eyes. Mushi lifted her forehead guard and scratched her brow. Listening to Qing Wei's faint sigh, she turned her gaze toward the battlefield. Mushi finally set aside his protective gear. Yichang exhaled deeply, turning to gaze at the two figures perched upon the branches. Without hesitation, he unleashed a tailed beast bomb. The two swiftly evaded, as Uchiha Itachi dodged, while simultaneously casting the great fireball technique once more. Yichang, undeterred, transformed into a half-tailed beast, charging towards them with ferocity. You shall not be spared. Obito intercepted his claw, retreating as coral began to sprout abundantly from his form. Confronting Uchiha Itachi, Yichang unleashed another tailed beast bomb. The Susanoo was activated instantly in defense. The conversion of various energies unfolded clearly before Mushi. At this moment, he had no bandwidth to attend to anything else. This scene was indelibly etched in his mind, a future subject for study when the opportunity arose. Kagaya Otsutsuki leapt with sudden vigor, exhaling a dense fog that seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping Uchiha Itachi. The sizzling sound echoed, reminiscent of something frying in hot oil. Mushi watched in astonishment as the Susanoo was eroded by the boiling force, leaving behind a gaping wound. How remarkable! Mushi had to admit that the ninjutsu of the Naruto world was indeed quite captivating. Obito activated his Sharingan, intending to exert control over Yugura once more. What he did not anticipate was that, in merely an instant, Yugura dispelled the illusion. Let us go. Itachi Uchiha glanced back at Mushi, who was concealed behind a throng of ninjas, before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Yugura cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, particularly noting Mushi. Upon observing his Byakugan and the forehead protector of Konohagakure, a tinge of regret flashed across his face. Summon the village's higher-ups for a meeting in the building. The rest of you, disperse. As Mushi was about to depart, she was abruptly seized by Mei Ming, who grasped the nape of her neck and exclaimed, "Do not be in such haste to leave. Are you truly willing to abandon what you have left behind?" Mushi smiled as she was brought before the Mizukage by Mei Ming. Mizukage, I must express my gratitude to you on behalf of the young man from the Hyuga clan. The Mizukage is too kind. Mushi stepped forward, retrieving the silver needles and counting them, only to find one missing. With a flick of his eyes, he scanned the surroundings, confirming that it was not on Shui Ying. A slight frown creased his brow. He was certain he had not misfired. What has happened? My lord Shui Ying, one needle is missing. Haha, fret not. We shall compensate you. We cannot allow you to suffer a loss, can we? Mushi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. A sense of helplessness enveloped her. What else could she do? Should she conceal her own tools and conduct her research in secret? Mushi curled her lips slightly and replied, I extend my gratitude to Lord Shui Ying. The kingdom of water is affluent. Money holds little significance for them. Mushi added a remark, Lord Shui Ying, could you possibly provide me with additional materials? Although I hail from the Hyuga clan, I belong to the branch family and thus lack access to ample training resources. Guoju Yizong smiled gently. Of course, you are a valued member of my Guoju clan. These resources shall be provided by our lineage. Mushi was filled with joy, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Lord Shui Ying. As the hour grew late, she suggested that it might be time for her to take her leave. Grapefruit Shizuka nodded in agreement. Following Kagaya Mei's lead, they returned to her residence, where Mushi let out a sigh of relief, feeling that her journey had not been in vain. Upon entering the room, Kagaya Mei promptly pushed Mushi down onto the sofa. Over the past few days, she had learned quite a bit from Mushi. Mushi possesses an equally remarkable talent for both stirring up trouble and imparting knowledge. She gently pressed against his chest, tilting his chin upward, and said, Wait for your sister to return. With that, she turned and exited the room. Mushi let out a long sigh. What is a fairy? This is it. A professional arsonist, so despicable. Mushi reclined on the sofa, meticulously recalling the fluctuations observed among the chakra attributes. If one were to substitute it with true essence, he was uncertain about the magnitude of its power. Letting out a slow breath, he resolved to conduct further research upon his return. Stretching languidly, he tidied up his belongings, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. The exertions of recent days had left him somewhat fatigued. After all, he was not made of iron. Upon awakening, he found it was already midnight, and Mei Ming had yet to return. He prepared a modest meal in the kitchen. Noting that there was still time to continue his cultivation, he was determined to awaken the vitality of his kidneys, no matter what. As dawn approached, Mei Ming returned. Wearied yet resolute, Mushi prepared breakfast for her, and the two sat at the dining table, quietly consuming their meal without uttering a single word. As she gazed at the empty plate, Mei Ming found herself momentarily lost in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Can you stay? Mushi was taken aback. Casting a wary glance at her, she noticed that Mei Ming was in a daze, as if the person who had just spoken was not herself. This was impossible. My family and friends are all in Konoha. Mei Ming did not inquire further, turning to ascend the staircase and entering her room. Mushi tidied up the utensils and followed suit. Upon entering the room, she discovered that Zhao Meiyin had already completed her evening routine and had retired for the night. In the stillness of the night, Mushi found herself unable to sleep, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. She lay beside Zhao Meiming, succumbing to a hazy slumber. When she awoke, the afternoon sun had already graced the sky. As she rose to freshen up, she noticed Zhao Meiming still wide awake, her eyes bloodshot, leaving Mushi momentarily stunned. Chapter 30 concerns what weighs on your mind? Have you been sleepless through the night? Lady Zhao Meiming, are you burdened by thoughts? Mushi casually inquired. Do not address me as lady any longer. Simply call me by my name. Mushi paused for a moment while washing her face, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that this fellow has developed feelings for me? It has only been a few days. Surely it cannot be so. Very well, Zhao Meiming. She hastily dried her face and made her way outside. Mushi was taken aback and turned to glance at her. Zhi Meiming sat on the bed, gazing at Mushi with an expression of deep sorrow. Please rest well, she murmured hurriedly before descending the stairs. Zhi Meiming sighed, lay down, and tucked herself under the covers, pondering what was amiss with her. She drifted into a tranquil slumber. Upon awakening, she was enveloped in an endless darkness. Had nightfall already descended? Rising to wash up, she realized there were numerous matters awaiting her attention. Descending the stairs, she cast a cursory glance around the room. For some inexplicable reason, an unsettling silence pervaded the space, rendering it eerily quiet. In a desperate bid, she exited the house, making her way swiftly toward the administrative building of Wu Yin Village. Mushi entered the room and stifled a yawn. She noticed Hong Do reclining on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. Mushi glanced at her weapon, reflecting on the laborious days she had endured. Quietly, she sat at the table, patiently awaiting Hong Do's return to reality. "You're back," Hong Do exclaimed with delight. "Yes." A hint of confusion flickered across Hong Do's face as she sensed a certain aloofness in Mushi. Why was she not as clingy as before? "Are you injured?" "No." An awkward silence enveloped them, prompting Hong Do to approach Mushi and scrutinize her closely, yet she found no signs of injury. She then wrapped her arms around Mushi's shoulders, proclaiming, "I completed my mission this time, and now it's time for me to return." She affectionately ruffled Mushi's hair. "This time, my dear, you have truly struck gold. A B-rank mission with a substantial reward." Mushi glanced at the ball resting on her shoulder before averting her gaze, gently removing Hong Do's hand from her own and clearing her throat softly. "When shall we return?" she inquired. Hong Do was momentarily taken aback. Mushi's serious demeanor left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Had their brief separation created distance between them, or had something transpired? "What is it?" she asked. "Cough, it's nothing. Merely a bit fatigued." "I see. Why don't we take a proper rest today and head back tomorrow?" "All right." That evening, Hong Do treated them to a sumptuous feast. The recent assignment had not been particularly arduous, merely somewhat troublesome. Its primary purpose was to familiarize them with the operational procedures of reconnaissance personnel. Mushi drank from the cup, observing the clamor within the restaurant. Feeling somewhat bored, he realized that after several days, his purse had grown empty. And now he found little to ignite his interest. "Mushi, what troubles you? Are you feeling discontented?" Mushi regained her composure and noticed that Ling and Kanai were both gazing at her. "No, I'm just a bit tired. Please, eat without worrying about me." The atmosphere became lively once more. Hong Do, inherently a spirited young girl, felt no barriers with the other two teammates. In contrast, her relationship with Hinata Mushi was distinct, as there lay a veil between them. As Mushi lost herself in thought, Hong Do had already indulged excessively in drink. Casting a glance at Ling and Kong Nai, who had also partaken quite liberally, after hastily consuming a few bites, they returned to settle the bill. And soon the three of them, inebriated, succumbed to slumber, their bodies leaning in various directions. Mushi wore an expression of helplessness, as if he had anticipated that he would not succumb to intoxication. With one person on his back and another in each hand, he thought to himself, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Carrying three individuals at once tested not only his physical strength, but also his endurance. When Mushi and her companions returned to their room, they were drenched in sweat. They laid Hong Do down on the bed, assisted Ling and Kanai to their quarters, and upon tossing them onto the bed, let out a sigh of relief. Their figures were not as extravagant as that of sister Hong Do, yet they were acceptable. It was merely of a modest size. After stifling a yawn, Mushi pondered whether she ought to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, she would find herself laboring at the next gathering. The youthful girls had skin that was somewhat less than ideal, rather firm, unlike the softness of the ants. She pinched a few marks into their skin, satisfied with her handiwork before departing. Returning to the room, she squeezed Hong Do inside, while still opting to sleep outside. After another yawn, she embraced Hong Do, found a comfortable position, and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. It was then that Mushi slowly drifted into slumber. The following morning, the group awaited the ferry at the dock. Mushi cast a glance at her teammates, and coincidentally, Ling also looked over. Upon meeting Mushi's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and instinctively, she clasped her chest and quickly averted her eyes. Kong Nai glared fiercely at Mushi and, in a decisive manner, strode over. "Mushi, was it you who did this?" Mushi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, what have I done?" Suddenly, Kong Nai paused, fell silent, and, feeling somewhat reluctant, leaned closer to Mushi's ear and whispered, "It's the bruise I have." Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, shielding her vulnerable heart. "Oh, is it from yesterday's mishap? Have you bruised yourself? How dare you?" she exclaimed indignantly, before walking off to sulk in a corner. Mushi gazed out at the sea. The boat had yet to arrive, her eyes sweeping over the red beans. Today, she donned a different pair of trousers. Meanwhile, Komei Ming stood respectfully before Yugura. "Komei Ming, the village's defenses require a thorough reorganization, and you, along with Qing, should investigate the surrounding situation." "Yes, Lord Mizukichi. Indeed, Qing is quite talented. By the way, how do you intend to involve the Hyuga clan in this task?" Yugura's brow furrowed slightly. The affairs of the Land of Water would likely not remain concealed from Konoha. Komei Ming paused. "Lord Mizukichi, the Byakugan possesses the ability to see through illusions." "So," Yugura nodded, "doesn't Qing also possess it?" "The Hyuga clans." Komei Ming was taken aback. "Qing has the Byakugan? You weren't aware?" "Indeed." This is somewhat of a secret. During the Third Shinobi World War, Qing inadvertently captured a member of the Hyuga clan and took one of his eyes. To this day, the Hyuga clan remains oblivious, as Qing handled the aftermath exceptionally well. Ko Mei Ming vacantly exited the building, and as a gentle breeze brushed past her, she regained her senses. Had she inadvertently given away information? Not entirely, at the very least. She found herself unable to suppress her complicated emotions, feeling quite distressed. She harbored a complex sentiment towards the young member of the Hyuga clan. With a long exhale, she returned to her bedroom, staring blankly at the desk before her. It seemed as though two shadows had appeared. Their forms intertwined, the trembling table emitted creaking sounds, akin to a haunting melody. Chapter 31. You were such a remarkable teacher. Hongdo. Ko Mei Ming shook her head, as she appeared to still harbor that feeling. Lying in bed, her thoughts remained restless, as if that troublesome boy continued to disrupt her tranquility. On board the boat heading towards the shore, Mushi glanced back at the Water Nation, gently caressing the notebook nestled in his arms. These were the thoughts that had emerged after his participation in the battle. While he acknowledged the merits of ninjutsu, he found the incantations and hand seals rather cumbersome. It would be far more preferable if one could unleash techniques with the immediacy akin to that of lightning. Hongdo seized Mushi, unceremoniously pulling him to a secluded spot. Hinata. Mushi, do you have nothing to say to me? Mushi was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. Sister Hongdo, I have feelings for you. Hongdo, shaking her fist in frustration, contemplated giving Mushi a playful punch, feeling somewhat exasperated. She had always regarded Mushi as a younger brother. Due to her close ties with Chunmu, she had developed a certain fondness for him, regardless of who he was. However, this audacious child had unexpectedly set his sights on her. I will certainly inform your sister Chunmu, and we shall see how she chooses to discipline you. Mushi stifled a yawn and exclaimed, Oh, I see. Hongdo was taken aback. You see? Is that all there is to it? Shouldn't he be pleading for mercy, claiming it was merely a moment of folly, assuring that it would not happen again? Sister Hongdo, we have done all that we ought to and all that we ought not to. Sister Chunmu will only wish us well. Wait, what exactly have we done? We must clarify this. Hongdo felt a twinge of madness, thinking, You took advantage of the situation for just a fleeting moment, and now you wish to maintain this advantage? I'm going to sleep now, you. Sob. Hongdo, quick of hand and eye, swiftly covered Mushi's mouth, daring to speak so freely. Upon seeing the pleading look in Mushi's eyes, she finally released him. I must tell you, this is impossible for us. Sister Hongdo, you are so heartless. I am carrying your child. And you intend to abandon me? Have you fallen for someone else? The voice of Mushi resonated loudly, filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Upon encountering Ling and Kanai, their expressions were one of sheer astonishment. It was an explosive revelation. How could teacher Hongdo possibly be such a person? Wait, something feels amiss. Regardless, this juicy gossip must be savored. It would be a travesty to let it slip away. Hongdo's entire being seemed to short-circuit as it took her a moment to collect her thoughts. Gazing at Ling and Kanai, she instinctively sought to clarify. No, it's not as you think suddenly. She grabbed the mute one and attempted to explain the situation. What on earth? Hinata. Mushi. How can a man be pregnant? A punch landed on Mushi's head, resulting in a noticeable bump. In an instant, Ling and Kanai understood. They had sensed that something was off. At that moment, they exchanged glances filled with confusion, wondering if something untoward had transpired. The imaginative capacity of young girls is remarkably formidable, akin to that of deities. Within a short span, they concocted a grand narrative of love and rivalry between a seasoned jonin and a hapless genin. Are you two just idling about? No. We merely stepped out for some fresh air. With that, Ling and Kanai scampered back, tails between their legs. Mushi gazed at Sister Hongdo with a look of deep resentment. His expression drove her to the brink of exasperation, this time. She found herself at a loss for words. It is all your fault. I am determined to expose your misdeeds to Chunmu. Mushi rubbed her forehead. Knowing Chimaku's temperament, she would undoubtedly package you up and deliver you to my bed. Hongdo was taken aback, her complexion paling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You and Hongdo are close friends. Consider this. If your best friend were to be courted by your brother or son, wouldn't he that place her in a subordinate position before you? Just think about it. Would she dare to speak to you so casually? Would she still have the audacity to vie for your food? Hongdo looked bewildered, as if there was a semblance of logic in the argument. Guard against fire, theft, and even friends. The mere thought of having to speak to Chimaku in a humble manner in the future made her heart ache. She struck Mushi on the head, exclaiming, "Don't try to fool me. Being a bit eccentric does not equate to being foolish." As a competent nin, she was certainly able to discern Mushi's subtle tactics. Mushi pressed her head in pain, pondering the character of Sister Chuanmu. "You should assess it for yourself. When the time comes and we truly become inseparable, you must not." Hongdo, feeling indifferent, chose to disregard him. As she was currently overwhelmed with her own troubles, she turned and walked away. Mushi gently massaged her forehead and smiled, reflecting on the fragile nature of friendships. "You see, even Sister Hongdo has begun to harbor doubts. Hinata Haruki was not her biological sister, and she had already been consumed by him. At this moment, her thoughts focused solely on how to tighten her own defenses. Even if Hongdo revealed the truth to Sister Haruki, he would only face a beating. He would never follow in Chen Ji's footsteps. Those who were loved remain fearless." Stretching her limbs, she stepped into the cabin to take a moment of respite. A few days later, Mushi stood at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. This was his novice village, home to his dear sister Haruka. After completing his task and receiving his reward, Mushi returned directly to the Hyuga clan's residence. Upon entering, he discovered that Haruka had yet to finish her duties. He prepared the meal and then settled down to meditate. The divine sword of thunderous elegance had already been harmonized with his 5 organs. What remained was to accumulate the fundamental essence. Once he transcended to the upper clarity realm, he would be able to wield this formidable technique in its entirety. Next, he needed to practice other techniques and delve into the conversion of ninjutsu into magical arts. This endeavor was, in essence, rather straightforward, as the core of ninjutsu and magical arts is interconnected. However, magical arts utilize the spiritual energy and vital essence of the universe. In summary, it can be encapsulated in a single phrase, communicating with the heavens and the earth through one's own microcosm. By harnessing true essence, one can connect with the energies of the cosmos. Ninjas operate in a similar fashion, albeit with a greater emphasis on magical techniques rather than self-cultivation. In fact, they often enhance the potency of their ninjutsu through their own foundational essence. This is one of the reasons why ninjas tend to have shorter lifespans. Mushi exhaled softly, gazing at her own records. The boiling and scorching transformations represented a harmonious amalgamation of energy attributes. Having cultivated her internal organs through the art of lightning, she believed it would not be an arduous task to imitate and innovate based on this foundation. She gently touched her eyes. Though her wide eyes were not as extraordinary as the Sharingan, they held profound significance for her. Mushi finds it perplexing, with such a flawed vision. Why persistently grapple with physical techniques? You possess the ability to perceive the flow of others' chakra and the fluctuations of energy, yet you still insist on practicing physical arts? Why not simply emulate his ninjutsu? Mushi gently touched his eyes, feeling a newfound affection for them. He pondered whether utilizing the Byakugan as a conduit for techniques between the heavens and the earth might yield unexpected results. Without hesitation, he resolved to put this thought into action. Activating the Byakugan, he summoned his true essence, immersing himself within its unique perspective. Chapter 32. The airport saved you. His vision appeared remarkably clearer, allowing him to perceive the energies of the universe, subtly visible in a myriad of colors. The vibrant aura of the world enveloped him, alongside a rich, humanoid chakra. As he deactivated the Byakugan, Chuanmu stood before him, her expression devoid of emotion. "Chuanmu, you're back," Mushi exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace her. "All right, let's eat first," Chuanmu said, affectionately patting his back. "No, I want to eat you first." Mushi gently lifted Chunmu and carried her into the house. After setting the dining table, he embraced Chunmu while they dined, making the meal linger longer than usual. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage listened intently to the report from Mitarashi Anko regarding the events occurring in the Land of Water. Observing Anko, a hint of sorrow clouded his expression. Among his 3 disciples, he had always favored Orochimaru, who bore the closest resemblance to him. As for Anko, his thoughts remained conflicted. He yearned to assist her, yet she had not mastered the true skills of Orochimaru. He contemplated abandoning her, but she was still a direct disciple of the Hokage lineage. Placing her in a critical position filled him with apprehension about her potential inadequacies leading to her demise. Conversely, securing her in a safer role seemed insufficient, as she constantly aspired to achieve greatness. With a sigh, the third Hokage lamented, "Is this all there is?" "Hokage-sama, there is more," Anko responded, producing a scroll that contained the results of the mission investigation. It revealed that in the Land of Water, there existed a member of the Hyuga clan possessing the Byakugan. The third Hokage immediately regained his composure, accepting the mission scroll and scrutinizing the recorded details, his expression darkening. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which had always harbored intentions of division, the Hyuga clan represented a strategic asset. In every conflict, they could secure significant battlefield advantages. The scroll initially documented the disappearance of Hyuga Hisashi from the battlefield. Following that were speculations regarding Kirigakure's acquisition of the Byakugan, supported by various evidence. At the bottom was Anko's recorded observation of the subject named Ao, noting that his field of vision was extensive. This conclusion was noteworthy. The concepts of sensing and seeing diverged significantly. Sensing involved an instinctive reaction to danger within a certain proximity, whereas seeing entailed being prepared for defense from a safe distance. Hokage-sama. There is another piece of information obtained by Hyuga Mushi, Anko declared, presenting another scroll. This intelligence confirmed that Ao indeed possessed the Byakugan. Mushi had witnessed the eye beneath Ao's eye patch during his temporary assignment. Furthermore, she reported that the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had been compromised. A detail she had observed amidst the chaos. The third Hokage's expression grew serious as he examined the mission records, tapping the table, which summoned a member of the Umbu. He noted the signature at the bottom of the intelligence report belonged to Hyuga Mushi, indicating that two individuals had corroborated the findings. Can the Byakugan dispel Genjutsu? He inquired, only to dismiss the thought immediately. No, it allowed one to perceive the chakra of the Genjutsu. Upon further inspection, he found sketches of Uchiha Itachi and a mysterious masked individual, their faces unveiled through the Byakugan's gaze. This artistic style intrigued the third Hokage. As the individual appeared somewhat familiar, suddenly, the third Hokage's gaze sharpened, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He shook his head in self-deprecation, pondering how one's appearance could be altered by such means. Further examination revealed the condition of the fourth Kazekage. Hinata Mushi deduced that Koryuza Sakurazaka's body had been thoroughly damaged. With perhaps only 3 years left to live, the third Hokage chuckled unexpectedly. If this were true, it would indeed be fortuitous news. Well then, this intelligence holds significant value. I shall designate it as a B-rank mission for your team, along with the corresponding remuneration. He took a puff from his pipe and continued. Now, let us discuss other matters. Please proceed, Hokage-sama. Do you have someone you fancy? If not, I have a fine candidate. Akane froze. Her cheeks suddenly flushed as memories of Mushi's previous transgressions surfaced. No, thank you. Just as she was about to dismiss the thought, she paused. For her desire for wealth outweighed her aversion to men. Turning her head cautiously, she inquired, Hokage-sama, how much? The third Hokage smiled at Akane, 100,000 ryo. However, discretion is paramount. Hooray! Akane's spirits soared as she merrily proceeded to settle the mission. The third Hokage smiled softly, letting out a slight sigh. Hinata Mushi, the branch family. What a pity. Hinata Haruki finally finished his meal, having satisfied both their appetites. He cast Mushi a playful glare, despite frequently witnessing her signature look. He patiently awaited Mushi to finish washing the dishes and to take a moment of rest. It must be said, the training of one's physical organs truly cultivates strength. In his previous life, he had experienced this firsthand, though he could hardly fathom its extent. Lu Sueki was no less formidable than he. He and his wife, Lu Sueki, often stood on equal footing with occasional defeats. Unlike now, he felt capable of taking on 10 opponents. The mere thought brought him a rush of excitement. As Mushi entered the room and pushed the door open, he was unexpectedly met with a locked interior. Sister Haruki? He called out, but received no response. A sense of awkwardness enveloped him as he grasped the implication of the silence. Yet, he mused, if you require rest, how am I to love others? A chuckle escaped his lips. The following day, he stepped out feeling rejuvenated, leaving behind Hinata Haruki, who had taken a day off to catch up on sleep. Having just completed a mission, they were granted a brief respite. After all, one is not a machine. Human beings must embrace life. He prepared a hearty breakfast for Sister Haruki and, after watching her consume it, she drifted back into a drowsy slumber. Mushi changed and washed the soiled clothes and bedding, ensuring that Sister Chuanmu had a comfortable environment for her much-needed rest. Afterward, she ventured out to practice. As was customary, she returned to her usual spot and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to begin, a timid voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Mushi? Turning around, she was greeted by Hinata. It has been quite a while since we last met. Hinata, still somewhat shy, softly added. We just returned from a mission with teacher Yuhi Kurenai. What a coincidence. We too have just returned. Mushi's casual remark caused Hinata's eyes to brighten with intrigue. Is that so? Truly wonderful. She exclaimed. Let us practice. Mushi cast a glance at Hinata's chest and shook his head, remarking, "Ah, Hinata, the airport has indeed saved you." Chapter 33. The Thoughts of a Young Girl. Mushi was suddenly taken aback, recalling that Hinata had grown quite significantly after maturing. He inhaled sharply, realizing how close he had come to missing this moment. The allure of a woman is truly captivating. It is not merely a matter of nourishment, but rather a gift bestowed by nature. After giving birth, many undergo a transformation, often altering their physique. After throwing a few punches, Mushi harnessed his true essence, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered a distant tree branch. It was only when he felt a warmth enveloping him, accompanied by beads of sweat, that he finally ceased his exertions. Regrettably, his current strength was still somewhat lacking. It was a bitter truth that to establish a solid foundation, he must endure this process. The growth of one's body is intrinsically linked to future accomplishments. Mushi, could you possibly teach me?" Hinata's timid voice echoed softly. Mushi turned her head and saw Hinata with her head lowered, unable to meet her gaze. Her two index fingers were nervously tapping against each other, filled with a mix of anxiety and hesitation. This innocent display stirred the romantic sentiments within Mushi's heart. Very well, she decided, and began to demonstrate the techniques of the martial arts, guiding Hinata through each movement with patient instruction. Mushi had certainly invested considerable effort and was feeling somewhat fatigued. In his recollections, Hinata was an exceptionally astute young lady. How had she become so dim-witted now? He exhaled slowly, reflecting on the years of diligent practice that had led him to master the art of channeling energy. It would be unreasonable to expect too much from Hinata at this moment. Observing her somewhat unorthodox stance, he called for a halt, inhaled deeply, and approached to offer correction. The punch should not extend excessively. It suffices to strike within a certain range, as the objective is to project the energy outward. He grasped Hinata's small fist and drew it back a short distance. The warmth of his breath caressed Hinata's cheeks, causing a slight flush, and at that moment, she could scarcely hear Mushi's words. Her attention was entirely captivated by the movement of his lips. Suddenly, emboldened by a daring resolve, she gently rose and pressed her lips against Mushi's. In that instant, a surge of electricity coursed through her body, leaving her in a state of delightful tingling. Mushi felt a sense of bewilderment. Were they not merely correcting their stances? Why had there been an unexpected ambush? As she beheld the immense visage before her, her pupils dilated in shock. To her astonishment, she had even stuck out her tongue. The innocent gesture jolted him back to reality. He hastily pushed Hinata away, stumbling backward. Hinata gasped for breath. Her complexion flushed, and coupled with her bashful demeanor, she appeared undeniably alluring. I. Hinata felt an overwhelming sensation coursing through her. She could hardly believe that this was her own doing. Had she truly launched an ambush on Mushi, desperate to flee? The scene was almost too much for her to bear, yet she discovered, to her dismay, that her legs had turned to jelly. Mushi smacked her lips, savoring the lingering flavors in her mouth. "You are still too young. Wait until you grow a little more, and we shall." Hinata felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, burying her head in her chest. Mushi's response sparked a glimmer of light in her eyes. "All right," came her timid voice, barely audible. After speaking, she shyly covered her face and dashed away, just as Mushi was about to call out to her. Urging her to watch her step, she witnessed Hinata tumble headfirst to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she hurriedly rose to her feet and sprinted towards the distant path. Mushi smacked his lips, as if the lingering taste of Hinata still danced upon his tongue. Fresh yet tantalizing, akin to a green apple, its sweet juice intertwined with a hint of bitterness. He had never anticipated that he could stir the heart of the female protagonist. Initially, he sought to distance himself from potential troubles, to keep a safe distance from them. Yet, now he finds himself waiting for the fruit to ripen. The young girl, in the throes of youthful restlessness, is easily swayed by desire. Once she matures and comprehends her actions, then he would consider further matters. Exhaling, he felt the quickened rhythm of his heart, stirred by the innocent allure of a young girl. In contrast to this unripe apple, Mushi preferred the fully ripened peaches of Haruki and Akemi, sweet beyond measure, their juice nourishing the soul and evoking fond memories. He practiced his familiar routines of boxing, shingi, and baji until beads of sweat formed on his brow, prompting him to cease. As night enveloped the world, moonlight cascaded upon Hinata's bed. Tonight, sleep eluded her, as images from the day incessantly replayed in her mind. She recalled her father's insistence on early morning training, convincing herself that she ought to rest. Yet, the image of Mushi persisted, an unrelenting distraction. If she allowed her thoughts to run rampant, it felt akin to rebellion. Conversely, suppressing them only served to further ensnare her heart. Enough of this. Hinata began to indulge in her memories, reliving each of Mushi's movements, every glance, and each word he uttered. Gradually, she began to ponder the subtle nuances of their flirtation, his scent, his warmth, and the tingling sensation and taste of their kiss. The unexpected decision stirred a bold tremor within her heart. Lost in thought, her mouth watered, and her smooth, pale neck involuntarily quivered. A subconscious swallow snapped her back to reality. She turned over, seeking a comfortable sleeping position, yet no adjustment brought her peace. With a soft sigh, she felt a sense of helplessness. Why did Mushi have to torment her so? Why must he wait for her to grow up? Could he not simply seize the moment? Hinata slowly lifted the covers, allowing the moonlight to cascade over her, casting a delicate silvery hue upon her porcelain skin. Clutching the blanket to her chest as if it were a cherished pillow, she entwined her legs with it, yet found no solace in this embrace, restlessly tossing and turning. Suddenly, a surge of resentment towards Mushi welled up within her for the torment she had endured. Her spirits plummeted, and she inwardly chastised herself for having fled in that moment. Her hands fidgeted with the corners of the blanket, kicking it as if it were the source of her vexation. Unbeknownst to her, the bed had transformed into a chaotic tangle, her pillow lost to the fray. Her body writhed incessantly, teeth clenched around the fabric, her gaze somewhat unfocused. A long, mournful sound escaped her lips, filled with regret for having run away during the day. If only she had stayed. After a brief moment to catch her breath, she gradually regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed. She pondered the consequences if her mother were to discover the disarray she had wrought upon her bed. With a weary body, she tidied the bed and retrieved the misplaced pillow. Lying down, perhaps worn out from her restlessness, she finally succumbed to a light slumber. Time passed swiftly, and in what felt like mere moments, several months had slipped away. Mushi exhaled a deep breath, opening her eyes and taking a slight inhalation. She had reached the 6th level of Yuqing, noting that her progress was rather swift and perhaps warranted a bit of restraint. Feeling slightly sticky, she returned to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her emergence, Hondojia, Ling, and Kanno were already waiting in the room. Mushi, you are the slowest among us. Hurry up, we still have tasks to complete, Kanno remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Mushi cast a glance at them, showcasing her robust physique. Chapter 34. The information on the joint examination left Ling blushing with embarrassment, while Connie, feeling somewhat exasperated, hurled a cup at her. What is there to flaunt with such a bony figure? Mushi chuckled with a sly grin, exuding an air of mischief. Yet, I am as fierce as a tiger. If you doubt it, inquire with Sister Hongdo. Kongnai was momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Hongdo, who seemed to have given up, clearly no longer resisting. She realized that this rascal, Mushi, was being deliberately provocative. He was coveting teacher Hongdo's beauty, perpetually creating misunderstandings. She clenched her fist, yearning to utter a fierce retort, but the thought of her inability to match Mushi in strength dampened her spirit. Mushi donned her attire, grasped the Yuanhong sword, and caressed its blade, now adept at wielding it with finesse. The art of sword flight had transformed her into a rare talent capable of soaring through the skies. Exhaling softly, she sheathed the sword at her waist and stepped outside. Shall we proceed? She inquired. There is no haste. Let us first take a seat, for I have matters to discuss with you. Mushi was taken aback, sitting opposite Sister Hongdo. In just a few months, the Chen exam would commence. Mushi was momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances with her two less experienced teammates, she refocused her attention on Hongdo. The announcement from the Hokage Tower had been issued. This time, the Chunin exam was unlike any previous assessments. The Land of Wind was joining forces with our Konoha for a joint examination. Mushi inhaled sharply, taken aback, as the plot unfolded so swiftly. Soon, however, she regained her composure, pondering whether their capabilities were sufficient to partake in the Chen exams. Her gaze drifted towards her two companions. While she felt confident in her own strength, the same could not be said for her teammates. Their faces flushed slightly as they understood the implications of her thoughts. Teacher Akkad, our abilities. They were not the most outstanding of the group. Had it not been for their backgrounds, they would be indistinguishable from ordinary ninjas. After years of training under Akkad, their potential and foundations had been solidified, yet they felt they were still a step behind, lacking the confidence to compete with the prodigies. They felt uncertain. This was the will of the Hokage. A single statement from Akkad silenced the group. Nevertheless, do not fret. During the exams, there will be Chen and Janin supervising to ensure your safety. Akkad, seemingly attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere, smiled as she added, and I have more good news. This time, you're supervising Janin, myself, Yashitake Akkad, will be in charge of overseeing the second round. Mushi suddenly recalled that it was during the second examination that Hongdo encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Mushi exhaled slowly, realizing that he was a perilous individual, one to be avoided at all costs. Even if one wished to engage, it should only be after attaining sufficient strength. Hongdo's intentions were clear. They understood the necessity of providing assistance at opportune moments. Do not bear such a heavy heart. Mushi is quite formidable and can safeguard you. Furthermore, I do not insist that you must succeed. Rather, it is about amassing experience. The two sighed in relief. Observing the atmosphere lighten, Hongdo smirked mischievously, however. I shall assign you some homework. For this Chunin examination, you are tasked with investigating and gathering information on these candidates, particularly the prominent ones from Konoha and Tsunade. None should be overlooked. With a deep exhale, Mushi, as a seasoned intelligence-gathering ninja, acknowledged the fundamental nature of these matters. Seeing the three nod in agreement, Hongdo smiled and said, "Now, we need to revise our training regimen." She produced a sheet of paper, inscribed with details pertaining to their specialized skill development, areas in which she excelled and required no assistance from Mushi or Chunmu. As the trio engrossed themselves in the training plan, Hongdo's thoughts grew heavy. Her team harbored significant issues. It was unclear whether Mushi was merely lazy or genuinely diligent. While the two aspiring novices held aspirations as lofty as the heavens, yet maintained a certain wariness toward one another. Trust among teammates was far from complete. Her gaze fell upon Mushi, who exhibited an even greater degree of suspicion. Even as her mentor, he remained an enigma, his true capabilities shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, her expression darkened, revealing a rather lascivious side. Over the course of the next few months, the primary focus of training for Mushi and the others would shift to reconnaissance, relegating combat training to a supplementary role. Standing in a narrow alleyway, she surveyed the paper in hand, belonging to Shana, along with teammates Shay and Viper, women characterized by arrogance and sadistic tendencies. Behind Mushi, two teammates meticulously verified the information they had gathered. Moreover, she exuded a domineering presence, insisting that her comrades refer to her as young lady. Kong Nai's voice echoed as she reviewed her collected data, which largely aligned with Mushi's findings. Her abilities included being a puppet master utilizing hair as a medium, alongside the power to traverse walls. Ling, determined not to be outdone, contributed the remaining information. Mushi furrowed her brow. "You are mistaken. That is her sister, Shaye." Ling and Kanai exchanged awkward glances, sticking out their tongues, and promptly sought to gather information about Shanai. In their line of sight, a charming young girl with flowing lavender hair, adorned with 2 green ribbons, was purchasing food at a snack stall. She wore a kimono in a delicate blend of green and blue, complemented by a brown corset and fishnet leggings. Her wrists and ankles were adorned with bands and wraps. However, her headband was affixed to the right sleeve of her garment. Mushi exhaled softly. This young lady is truly remarkable. Her gaze settled upon the alluring curves of her kimono-clad figure, undeniably enticing. This girl aligns perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Just as he was about to depart after confirming his observations, Mushi suddenly paused, captivated by the sand before him as it began to coalesce. He alerted his companions, urging them to retreat and defend. Ling and Kanai exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly making their way towards the alley behind them. No sooner had their figures vanished than the mound of sand before Mushi lunged menacingly in his direction. Mushi deftly evaded, and upon glancing back at the pile of sand, she found a young girl there, Shanai. A surge of joy welled up within Mushi, for this opportunity had presented itself directly before him. Observing her tightly cinched waist, even clad in a kimono, her graceful figure was unmistakable. What particularly captivated Mushi was her impressive décolletage. At this moment, she appeared quite youthful, yet she undeniably outshone Hinata by several leagues. The rhythmic sound of her footsteps accompanied her movements, and her long, nearly floor-length violet hair caught Mushi's attention, eliciting a sparkle in his eyes. He had a fondness for this cascade of purple locks. A ninja of the Hyuga clan, she inquired, "Why do you persist in staring at me?" Mushi smiled. "For your beauty is captivating." Shanai's expression turned icy, and an endless tide of sand surged towards Mushi. However, the sand moved too slowly. By the time Mushi reappeared, she was already behind her. Shanai was taken aback, wondering when this had happened. The gentle breath of Mushi caressed her shoulder, carrying a faint, fragrant aroma that Mushi inhaled deeply. "I have taken a liking to you. What shall I do?" Chapter 35, Shayu Shanai. Shanai was taken aback, a shiver running down her spine. She turned to retaliate, determined to bring Mushi to ruin. Mushi grasped her hand firmly and scoffed. If you look down upon me, just admit it. Why go so far as to dismantle the ancestral hall? Have you even considered your own future happiness? What a repulsive creature. How can you deem it disgusting without having tasted it? Shanai's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. There are 3 essential techniques for pursuing a girl. First, be audacious. Second, be persistent. And third, maintain your audacity with unwavering determination. Each individual possesses a personal comfort zone. Between strangers, it is approximately 1 meter, while among acquaintances, it shrinks to about 30 centimeters. To foster a closer relationship, one must continuously breach her personal space, allowing her to acclimate to your sudden proximity. This closeness can evolve into intimacy, ideally within a distance of 10 centimeters. If you wish to draw even nearer, it will depend on your ability to stir her emotions and the finesse with which you navigate them. Shanai swiftly turned and delivered an elbow aimed directly at Mushi's face, but Mushi deftly shifted to the side, evading the blow. He exhaled slowly, letting the breath cascade against the back of Shanai's ear. You possess a delightful fragrance. What special shower gel do you use? Shanai's cheeks burned with embarrassment, her anger palpable, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety at her inability to strike Mushi. You scoundrel! My name is Hinata Mushi. Remember it well, for you will be tested when we meet again. As Mushi was about to retreat, a lock of her hair was abruptly severed by someone. Mushi was taken aback, for a silhouette had unexpectedly materialized behind him. A figure adorned with colossal blue twin tails, fringes framing the sides of the face. Donned a kimono interwoven with shades of red and purple, complemented by a light gray corset. Atop her head rested a delicate bow hairband. Shayi. With a smile, Mushi leaned back abruptly, feeling a pair of warm cantaloupes pressing against her. It was a real person. Mushi finally let go of his worries. Before he could take any action, he instantly felt as though his body was no longer under his control. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he activated his Byakugan and observed the dark energy that bound and entangled around him. Rather than hastily attempting to free himself, he took a moment to closely examine Shayi. This pair of sisters truly possessed extraordinary talents. Mushi summoned his true energy, severing the dark energy enveloping his arm. He reached out to touch the face of Shanai before him. A look of urgency appeared on her countenance as she exclaimed, "Quickly, evade. I am losing control." Startled, Shanai instinctively prepared to leap forward, but Mushi swiftly encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. His palm began to ascend slowly. Mushi could sense the slight tremor of the body cradled in her arms. "Sister!" Shanai exclaimed in exasperation, her voice not loud, while Shayi looked utterly bewildered, pondering what had transpired, as she had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. Noticing the current state of the sisters was indeed rather unsettling, Mushi hastily retreated, forcefully pushing Shanai away. As she turned around, her 2 ears were tightly pressed down. Feeling somewhat limp, she abruptly stood upright again, as if regaining control of her body. With a flushed face, Mushi uttered to Shanai, "Yes, I'm sorry." And with a sudden leap, she vanished amidst the architectural jungle. Shanai still felt a pain and burning sensation on her chest, which filled her with both embarrassment and anger. "Sister." Shayi shot her a cold glance, causing Shanai's tone to falter, leaving her speechless. The grievances she bore had to be swallowed in silence. Gritting her teeth slightly, she thought, "Hinata Mushi, just you wait." She understood that her relationship with Hinata Mushi was not significant. Yet he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation, and thus she placed the blame on him. Shayi observed the direction in which Mushi had departed, puzzled as to why she had not noticed her escape from comfort. Gathering a stray lock of hair, she resolved to attempt again next time and turned to exit the alleyway. Mushi, Ling, and Kong Nai completed their task and proceeded towards their daily training. Sister Hongdo had already begun preparing for the invigilation duties, entangled in numerous responsibilities such as coordinating the patrols of the Shadow Guards. Currently, it was Mushi who led them in gathering information for their assignments. News of the commencement of the Nin joint examination had begun to circulate within a limited circle, prompting some to undertake missions to collect data on the candidates. Most of this information had been utilized for practice purposes. What better way to enhance their skills in task management and reconnaissance than to seize such opportunities? After a brief respite, Mushi unrolled the next task scroll and was momentarily taken aback. Gaara. This individual is notably formidable among the younger generation. What is the matter, Mushi? You seem surprised by the task. Mushi unfurled the scroll, revealing to the two of them the details of Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Tsunade. Ling and Kanna were momentarily taken aback, casting a wary glance at Mushi. How could you have taken on such a daunting task? Are we truly capable of overcoming this challenge? Mushi smacked her lips. Can we win? Nonsense. We are an intelligence reconnaissance team. Our focus is on information gathering, not combat. She assigned the tasks. Ling, you are primarily responsible for investigating Shoju's information. Kanai, you will handle the inquiry regarding Kiro. I shall confront my beloved Gaara. Ling and Kanai exchanged glances. Are you up for it? Mushi's expression suddenly fell. How could a man say it was impossible, unaware that Sister Chunmu had already? Why don't you both give it a try? I can take on the two of you. The faces of the two men flushed. They had long been acquainted with Mushi's irreverent nature. A girl must always safeguard herself when venturing outside. Well then, let us proceed. Should we encounter any additional information, we must gather it. It's a simple task. Later, we shall reconvene and validate our findings. After the trio parted ways, as Mushi traversed the path toward the intelligence department's edifice, he was unexpectedly intercepted by an individual. Upon raising his gaze in astonishment, he found himself face to face with Hinata Hayashi. Esteemed patriarch, shall we engage in a conversation? After you, he replied courteously. Mushi followed Hinata Hayashi to a private dining room in a restaurant. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us have a light meal first, the clan leader commanded. Hinata Hayashi said nothing in response. He merely ordered a few dishes and then handed the menu to him. Mushi lightly summoned two individuals, then rose to submit the menu. Upon returning, he stood beside them, bowing respectfully, embodying a demeanor of subservience. Riseong Rizu let out a sigh. The customs of the Hinata family transformed all its members into mere servants rather than kin. On the surface, they appeared obedient and attentive to commands. Yet what thoughts lingered within their hearts? Who could say? Please, have a seat. Indeed, Mushi sat gracefully opposite Riseong Rizu. During their meal, neither spoke a word. Mushi conducted herself with impeccable courtesy, leaving no room for criticism. Riseong Rizu set down his utensils and picked up a towel prepared nearby, wiping away non-existent grease from his hands. What do you think of Hinata? Mushi was momentarily taken aback. She set down her utensils and respectfully said, Lady Hinata, she is doing quite well. Chapter 36. The sudden assassination. Hinata's father, Hinata Hisashi, nodded. In his eyes, Hinata was fraught with various shortcomings. However, he could distinctly perceive her transformation. The once timid and self-deprecating Hinata had unexpectedly begun to exhibit a semblance of strength. The heiress of the Hyuga clan, plagued by insecurity? Indeed, she was beset by self-doubt, having been overshadowed by Niji's prowess. Despite her diligent training, she found herself unable to match Niji's effortless attempts. At one point, she even developed an aversion to training, which he had to compel her to undertake. Consequently, her efforts became mere formalities, resulting in painfully slow progress. He had even contemplated nurturing Hanabi instead. Hinata Hisashi sighed deeply, pondering when this change had begun. Suddenly, he recalled a small figure quietly practicing in the dead of night. Filled with a sense of pride, he was delighted to witness his daughter growing up, only to be taken aback by the peculiar weapon she wielded, what she referred to as silver needles. Each needle was precisely aimed at specific points on the body, targeting acupuncture meridians. Hisashi was momentarily stunned. It was indeed the human body's energy pathways. Swift and accurate. Most importantly, it consumed minimal chakra and was executed almost silently. Though the effectiveness remained uncertain, this technique could potentially overcome Niji's physical superiority. Believing she had developed a new ninjutsu, he arranged for her to battle Niji the following day to provide her with an opportunity to test her skills. Unfortunately, witnessing her struggle to rise after being bested by Niji and seeing no evidence of her employing her newfound technique, he contemplated her immaturity. He held on to the hope that one day Hinata would triumph over Niji. In the days that followed, he secretly observed her training until she unveiled that peculiar fighting style. It appeared to consist of two distinct forms. One was fierce yet agile, exceedingly ruthless, each strike aimed at taking a life, eschewing defense for a battle of survival. The other emphasized power, relying on her physical advantages, characterized by simplicity and refinement, devoid of embellishments or aesthetic concerns. It was only then that he realized Hinata had clandestinely taken on a mentor, a skill set far beyond what a young girl could conceive. From that moment on, he began to assign individuals to monitor Hinata to ascertain with whom she had been associating. As the cherished gem of the Hyuga clan, he could not permit anyone with ill intentions to approach her. Thus, Hinata Mushi entered his line of sight. He had observed, with keen interest, her earnest guidance of Hinata's training in the woods. Teach Hinata various acupuncture techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an extraordinary skill. It was during that occasion that he encountered Hinata Kiki and inquired about his opinion on the main family, which yielded less than favorable results. Unfortunately, yet fortuitously. He did not conceal his discontent, but rather articulated it in his own manner. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Kiki before him, lifted his cup, and took a sip. Do you harbor feelings for Hinata? Mushi was taken aback and respectfully replied, Respected clan leader, Miss Hinata is truly adorable. I hold great affection for her, and am willing to protect her. His words adhered to decorum, leaving no room for criticism, yet this was not the response he desired. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, pondered something further. It was perplexing that he had become so uncertain about his own daughter's abilities. It was as if the towering mountains before him no longer represented Niji, but rather, she had transcended that peak, gazing towards even loftier summits. She concealed everything, preferring to endure Niji's strikes rather than reveal her true capabilities. He had no inkling of how much his cherished daughter had truly grown. Casting a resentful glance at Mushi, he felt an inexplicable malice brewing within him. This left Mushi somewhat helpless, wondering what had provoked such unfounded hostility. Hyuga Hizashi then produced a mission scroll and handed it to Mushi. Mushi opened it to find a C-grade assassination mission, the target being Hinata, who was currently on a mission. Mushi's heart tightened as she took a closer look. This was, astonishingly, a task issuance scroll. She hurried to see the person who issued the task, Hinata Hizashi. Mushi's mind was racing. He recalled that Hinata had recently embarked on a mission, intending to enhance her task panel's appearance during the Chunin exams. At that moment, he found it rather peculiar. Surely, at such a critical juncture as the Chunin exams, preserving one's energy should be of utmost importance? What does Hinata Hayashi signify? Mushi felt uncertain, yet the most plausible interpretation seemed to be one of experience and growth. The prowess of Yugito Ni was undoubtedly that of a genuine jonin, far removed from the mediocrity of someone like Anko Mitarashi. What I inquired was not merely that you found Hinata's appearance endearing, but rather that you cherished her as a woman, envisioning a future of marriage with her. Mushi's heart skipped a beat. What could this mean? Sending his daughter to the doorstep? Chief of the clan, we are one family. I am aware that the Hyuga clan ensures the purity of their lineage through intermarriage within the clan. My initial choice was Niji. I can discern that Niji harbors resentment towards Hinata, yet you are different. Those peculiar abilities of hers, were they not taught by you? Mushi's expression was grave. He neither affirmed nor denied the situation, and there was no dissent. Since Hinata Hizashi had spoken those words, it was evident that absolute proof existed. Slowly exhaling, he pondered the clan leader's intentions. To become Hinata's husband, one must possess sufficient strength to support her. I must witness your prowess. Once again, Hinata Hizashi produced a mission scroll, revealing an assassination task, specifically, a B-rank assassination mission, with the target being none other than himself. How unfair. Why is Hinata's mission classified as a C rank, while mine is deemed a B rank? A B rank mission is typically undertaken by the majority of jonin. Mushi swallowed hard, reflecting on the treachery of that old curmudgeon. At this juncture, what options remained? He was certain that Hinata Hyuga harbored a deadly intent towards him. Taking a deep breath, he pondered the village chief's arrangements. In 2 days, Hinata would return to the village to submit her mission report. They would traverse a grove located 10 miles to the west of the village, not far from his training grounds. Very well. On that day, he too would face an assassination attempt, or perhaps something even more prolonged. Mushi scrutinized the 2 assassination assignments closely, noting that their remuneration was quite meager, characteristic of contracts wherein no final payment is rendered upon failure. Such tasks are typically employed as tests. However, the outcome is not always certain, as they may also involve formidable individuals dispatched due to the presence of certain influential figures. With a solemn expression, Mushi considered the unique nature of Hinata, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Her eyes were of immense value, and those who accepted the mission did so not for monetary reward, but for the eyes themselves. Are you not afraid, esteemed clan leader? Hinata Hizashi remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no fear, clearly having made thorough preparations, prompting Mushi to refrain from further inquiries. After consuming a few more bites to satiate his hunger, he paid his respects to Hinata Hizashi and proceeded to the doorway. With a resounding clap, the private room's door closed behind him, and in that instant, Hinata Hizashi activated his Byakugan, manipulating the hand seals with precision, invoking the caged bird technique. After a prolonged wait, Even as Mushi descended the stairs, there was no response. Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, feeling a mixture of relief, anger, and excitement. His emotions tumultuous and incredulous. Could the caged bird truly be undone? Hinata Tenten, the most outstanding ninja of the Hyuga clan, had seen the caged bird technique. Refined through generations of clan leaders, potentially shattered. Lifting his water cup, the liquid spilling onto his hand jolted him back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. The Hyuga clan had produced yet another prodigy, a genius rivaling even the Tenten. Exhaling deeply, he settled the bill and returned to the clan. After an intimate few days with Sister Haruki, Mushi arrived at his usual training grounds early on the third day, finding himself in a state of ennui. He examined the sealing scrolls containing his blade tools. Currently, he lacked the capability to forge the Yu Qian Kuan Qingguang ring, an elite defensive spatial artifact from the realm of the extermination of immortals, which felt distant given his current strength. Inhaling deeply to alleviate the psychological pressure, he realized that Hinata Hizashi had played a clever game, testing not only his own abilities, but also gauging whether he could rival Hinata Niji. He awaited the movements in the west, confident that he would be able to perceive any disturbances from this vantage point. Mushi quietly pondered the nature of her feelings towards Hinata. It could hardly be classified as romantic. Rather, she found her quite agreeable. As for a mentor-student relationship, it was somewhat accurate, considering she had guided her little by little. To say that she could bear to watch her perish would be an exaggeration. Now that Ri-Ying and Ri-Zu had brought them together, she felt no aversion in her heart. Yet she feared that Hinata might not be able to endure it in the future. Mushi exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of impatience. Ascending into the air, she alighted upon a sturdy branch and swiftly darted westward. The speed of flying with a sword would have been swifter, yet the target was too substantial. Before long, within the scope of Mushi's Byakugan, the Hinata team appeared. Following them for a brief while, she soon discerned others through her Byakugan. These must be the individuals tasked with the mission, she mused. Just as this thought crossed her mind, several shurikens were launched directly at Hinata. Hinata! Wai Kurenai called out, and upon witnessing Hinata's effortless evasion, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The team descended into the forest, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Byakugan. Hinata abruptly activated her Byakugan. Mushi hastily retreated, halting at the periphery of Hinata's vision. Observing the battlefield, she noted that countless ninjas had already encircled them. Assassination lines sprawled throughout the woods. This was a deadly weapon, and a moment's inattention could result in a swift demise. Wai Kurenai scrutinized the situation but could not discern the origin of these ninjas. Frowning slightly, she pondered if such a grand display was truly necessary. With the Ch-Nin exams imminent, any injuries sustained could jeopardize their performance. Down! Hinata's voice rang out, prompting the group to leap aside as an endless surge of earth erupted beneath them, scattering into the sky before descending once more. Earth release. As the earth release was initiated, a J-Nin unsheathed his blade and directly targeted Wai Kurenai. As an illusionist ninja, she was at a significant disadvantage against this physical combat specialist. After narrowly avoiding his attack, she struggled to create distance. Turning to assess her teammates, she realized they had been divided, leaving them vulnerable. Fighting separately would have dire consequences. Wai Kurenai had no time to contemplate a strategy as the physical J-Nin swung his blade at her, preventing her from even casting a jutsu. Retreating hastily, she found herself further distanced from Hinata and the others. If something were to go awry now, she would be unable to assist. Gazing at the physical J-Nin before her, she recognized that he was unfamiliar to her. Moreover, the physical combat styles of Konoha had evolved into a distinct school over the years. Whether it be from Gai, the Hyuga, the Uchiha, or the Akimichi clans, there were recognizable similarities due to mutual influences. This was the Konoha style, easily identifiable, yet this J-Nin felt entirely alien to her. Hinata Hizashi. What on earth are you doing? The significance of Hinata was clear to all. She could not afford to be harmed. Wai Kurenai swiftly made her way deeper into the forest, knowing she needed time to deal with this J-Nin. Meanwhile, Hinata, gripping a silver needle, remained alert to the surrounding ninjas. They had not employed any particularly lethal weapons, indicating their intent to capture her alive. She understood her worth all too well, alas. She had no choice but to reveal certain aspects of her abilities. Suddenly, an onslaught of shurikens surged toward her. Hinata's expression changed dramatically within the realm of her Byakugan. The movements of the shuriken appeared sluggish. In a brief moment, she identified a secure escape route, deftly evading the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, a ninja materialized behind her, standing motionless. Yet Hinata seemed oblivious to their presence. As the other ninjas closed in once more, Hinata sprang into action, her silver needles shooting forth with lethal precision, instantly claiming the lives of those closest to her. Struck at vital points and subjected to the debilitating effects of the poison on the needles, survival was a grim prospect. Hinata moved with remarkable swiftness, positioning herself beside the still figure as she withdrew her needles, deftly avoiding the encroaching adversaries. Fire release. An inferno erupted, engulfing her, the searing heat reducing the surrounding corpses to charred remnants. As the flames subsided, a gentle blue vortex materialized around Hinata, swirling gracefully. Without a hint of hesitation, she quickly distanced herself, charging towards the area of least defense. With a single punch, she dispatched the ninja obstructing her path and plunged into the thicket. Taking refuge behind a tree, Hinata gasped for breath, the intensity of her exertion proving overwhelming. She recalled the tactical analysis provided by Mushi. As a member of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan was her greatest asset, not only for observing the physical condition of her foes but also for sensing the battlefield, identifying the most advantageous weaknesses. Activating her Byakugan, she surveyed the approaching ninjas and exhaled slowly. Mushi has devised several training methods for Baiyin, one of which is named Guan. As a member of a clan with ocular jutsu, it is the height of folly not to harness one's inherent advantages. Hinata reflects carefully on what she had once articulated. The heart is ever-changing, and the law is devoid of self. In varying circumstances, one may experience a myriad of emotions: avarice, anger, ignorance, distraction, scattered thoughts, high aspirations, focus, liberation, and numerous complex sentiments. Each situation evokes distinct emotional responses. While external factors remain constant, our inner feelings perpetually fluctuate. The heart is easily swayed by circumstances, and the environment transforms according to the heart's whims. Consequently, outcomes and developments are altered, thereby influencing one's judgment and leading to continuous errors. Chapter 38. Assassination or Test. This exemplifies the impermanence of the heart. To dispel distractions and extraneous emotions is essential. Human judgment regarding matters is often predicated upon habitual thinking. If I believe it to be so, then it must be right. Yet, discrepancies in information or other factors can skew this perception. The autonomous nature of one's mentality is, in fact, a form of ego attachment, projecting one's consciousness outward to bolster a sense of self-identity. Taking a deep breath, Hinata closes her eyes. She recalls having experienced this state with Mushi, and now she must reach it on her own. She casts aside her ego. Upon reopening her eyes, they radiate innocence and purity. Merely gazing into her eyes evokes the impression of a naive and sweet individual. However, unlike the typical cheerful demeanor of such a character, Hinata's expression is devoid of joy or sorrow. In the next moment, Hinata shifts her position, her silver needles darting swiftly, untainted by any distractions. They pierce through a ninja's eye and emerge from the back of his head, embedding themselves in another's forehead. One of the assailants swiftly lunges towards Hinata's previous location, yet finds nothing amiss. Their countenance darkens. They are aware of Hinata's presence in the forest, yet cannot pinpoint her whereabouts. Retreat. At his command, numerous ninjas hastily withdraw in the opposite direction of the woods. Just then, two more individuals collapse before him. Damn it, he exclaims, quickly scanning the surroundings. Hinata is nearby. But where exactly? Despite possessing the strength of a jonin, she should not be able to move without a trace while utilizing chakra. As he contemplates Hinata's hiding spot, a cacophony of battle cries erupts ahead of the retreating forces. Stunned, he bolts toward the sound. Where are the enemies? After a thorough search, he finds no sign of Hinata among his comrades. Were it not for the 6 or 7 corpses, he might suspect he had merely imagined the events. Approaching the fallen, he inspects their wounds. On their foreheads and the backs of their heads are dark bruises. Nevertheless, there are no signs of external damage to the skin or bone. An unusual ninjutsu. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds allowed him to finally detect the trace of the chakra. Little brat, let us see how you escape this time. He rushed to the spot where Hinata had stood, only to see her figure flicker in the distance. He dashed forward, expecting to seize her, but suddenly realized it was merely a corner of her clothing left on a bush. What is this? In the next moment, a scream erupted from behind him. Damn it! He hastily turned back, feeling his anger simmering just beneath the surface. What is going on? This is mockery. Being toyed with by a mere leaf village genin. Calm down. The man snapped back to reality, realizing Hinata appeared to be deliberately provoking his emotions. Retreat. We're deep within the Leaf Village. Our movements cannot escape the notice of the Umbu. If we don't withdraw now, we might all be captured. He glanced back, still unable to spot Hinata. What a pity. Such an excellent opportunity. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is worth a fortune in the black market. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something ominous was about to transpire. Looking at his old teammate beside him, he inexplicably felt the urge to engage in earnest conversation. Not good. In the next instant, he turned sharply. Whoosh! A tremendous force propelled him backward, slamming him against a tree with a painful thud. A white arrow pinned him firmly to the trunk, and he felt his chakra being siphoned away by this very arrow. Cough, cough. We must leave. He glanced at his teammate, his eyes filled with urgency. This arrow was peculiar. Its speed so swift that even a Janin would struggle to react. Looking up at the branch ahead, he saw a little girl wielding a bow taller than herself, aiming with an unsettling indifference, as if life before her was nothing more than a mere stone, utterly insignificant. Hinata Hyuga. Coughing. He noticed that Hinata had yet to release her arrow. His teammate swiftly retrieved the arrow, shouldered the Janin, and hurried away. Hinata landed on the ground, stowing her bow and sealing it away. Once she released that state, her body went limp, her limbs weak. Gasping for breath, she trembled violently, never having anticipated that she could kill with such resolve. Realizing someone stood before her, she timidly called out, Red Sensei. Yugao crouched down, enveloping Hinata in a tight embrace. Feeling her quaking form, she gently patted her back. Do not be afraid. You did exceptionally well. In the distance, Moku stood atop a tree branch, somewhat contemplative. With long hair and dressed in a red skirt and white top, she bore a striking resemblance to Kikyo from Inuyasha. Is this what you taught Hinata? Mushi cast a glance at Hinata Hyuga beside him, surprised that this fellow had personally come, and his Byakugan had an exceptionally vast range. If he hadn't shown up, Mushi wouldn't have even noticed his presence. Observing the Byakugan, Mushi's expression darkened. The bird in the cage had not yet been entirely freed, though it no longer posed a threat to his life. The perspective of his Byakugan remained incomplete, lacking a degree of vision rendered it flawed. Centered on himself, his gaze radiated outward, and this singular angle of deficiency would be magnified infinitely. Do not succumb to despair. If you truly survive, then I shall bestow upon you these eyes of mine. Mushi rolled her eyes at the drawing of the cake. She stood up, ready to pursue Hinata, when Hyuga Hizashi called out to her once more. Wait a moment. Mushi turned around in confusion. The task remained unfinished. As she spoke, Hinata Hazuki produced a scroll containing the task and tossed it to Mushi. Upon opening it, she discovered it was yet another assassination mission targeting herself. And the individual assigned to the task was none other than Hinata Hazuki, along with another name that he had concealed. Mushi's pupils contracted sharply as she tossed the task scroll back, then drew forth the abyssal rainbow sword. Hinata Hazuki carefully stored the scroll, observing Mushi's peculiar blade in silence. In the next moment, he lunged forward towards Mushi. Mushi reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly while maintaining a certain distance from Hinata Hayashi. Upon landing, Mushi seized the initiative, launching a fierce and rapid strike with his sword. Hinata Hayashi hastily stepped back, but he was a moment too slow, primarily due to the swiftness of Mushi's blade. Glancing down at the gash across his abdomen, Hinata Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, which reminded him of someone, Kikuchi Shigematsu. He exhaled slowly. This was sufficient, for Mushi possessed the strength of a jonin, and that alone was ample. Chapter 39, The Assassination by the Cloud Ninja. Kikuchi Tsukumo's martial prowess, coupled with the strength of a jonin, is commendable. Why do you not? Mushi smiled lightly and interjected, You have already mentioned Hatake Tsukumo. Is there any uncertainty regarding his fate? Mushi lightly adjusted the sword in her hand. For the beauty of the wood may attract the tempest. Riseong Rizu's countenance was far from pleasant. He was acutely aware of the nature of the third Hokage, not to mention the looming presence of Danzo. Furthermore, how could one forget the fate of the Uchiha clan from years past? Surely, Lord Rizu understood the gravity of the situation. In those times, did you not feel a sense of trepidation? Silently, Riseong Rizu sighed. The recognition as a jonin by the village encompassed more than mere status and strength. It was intrinsically tied to politics and reputation. The esteemed Hatake Tsukumo had garnered such acclaim that it posed a threat to the very lineage of the Hokage. As the foremost clan in Konoha, it was indeed prudent for us to exercise restraint. With these words, Riseong Rizu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. No. Lord Rizu, the current preeminent clan in Konoha is not the Hyuga, but rather the Sarutobi. When the Senju falter, the Sarutobi thrive. Riseong Rizu paused, momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. He tore a strip from his garment to bandage his wound and turned to leave. Mushi was taken aback, filled with confusion. Wasn't this meant to test his strength? Lord Rizu, are we not to engage? Sunlight, without acknowledging him, simply tossed the mission scroll over. Mushi opened his eyes once more. A sense of vexation washing over him as the identity of the last person to accept the mission remained shrouded in mystery. As he made his way towards the village of Konoha, he had not ventured far when, within the range of his Byakugan, he spotted a contingent of individuals. Observing their forehead protectors, Mushi furrowed his brow slightly. Were they from the Cloud Village? This revelation filled him with perplexity. How could there still be others hastening this way when Konoha's Umbu were soon to arrive? Seeking a concealed vantage point, he watched as they descended into the battlefield, conducting a brief reconnaissance before redirecting his course. Mushi was taken aback, secretly pondering, could it be approaching me? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. It dawned on her that Hinata Hayashi had taken action against her to impede her swift return. How infuriating. Could he not spare a thought for his daughter? Mushi turned and departed, veering towards another direction, distancing himself from the wooden leaves to reduce the risk of exposure. Upon finding a suitable location, he finally paused, yearning for a confrontation, particularly during his cultivation. A proper battle could illuminate his true capabilities. Secluding oneself in an echo chamber inevitably fosters illusions of grandeur. One must not forget the adage that speaks of the importance of engaging with the outside world. Clearly, Hinata Hayashi harbored similar sentiments. Fearing that he might not accurately perceive his own strength, Mushi let out a breath, gazing at the figure of Yunrin before her. The young scion of the Hyuga clan. Why, for this mission, must they send a mere child? Mushi revealed a radiant smile and waved her hand, greeting. Hello, beautiful sister. May I inquire your name? Sam-e, replied the little one. How sweet you are. Mushi cast a glance at the three individuals encircling him, one elite ninja and two mid-ranking ninjas, a male and a female. It was quite flattering to be regarded so highly. His gaze ultimately settled on Samui, a true beauty in every sense. How to articulate it? She possessed a statuesque height and a voluptuous figure, her curves gracefully accentuated, with features that were exquisitely defined. Her skin was pale and radiant, complemented by her impressive bosom. Her countenance exuding a serene and aloof demeanor. Her striking blue-green eyes were framed by a cascade of straight, shoulder-length, light golden hair. Mushi smacked her lips, truly enticing. Her gaze once again swept over the low-cut, light gray outfit adorned with protective netting in the hills. The black mini-skirt, crimson arm guards, and black thigh-high boots evoked a particular phrase in Mushi's mind, uniform allure. Little imp, your eyes are wandering. I could very well pluck them out. Mushi smiled awkwardly. Observing the situation, it did not appear as though they were there to take his life, but rather to obstruct his escape. I beseech you, dear sister, to show mercy. Very well, replied Hinata Henzuki. Once we capture you, you shall become one of our cloud shinobi. A sudden jolt ran through Mushi's heart as she silently cursed under her breath. In the next moment, she took the initiative and charged directly towards the female Nin, who was positioned the farthest away and thus the most vulnerable to her attack. Mushi moved with astonishing swiftness, arriving in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion of her sword sheath, she struck, causing her unprepared opponent to stagger. At the same moment, Sam-e also sprang into action, but regrettably, was a fraction too late. Yun-Lu, Rising Dragon, managed to extend his elbow just enough to reach Mushi, yet she had already delivered several decisive blows with her sword sheath, rendering the female ninja incapacitated. Each strike skillfully avoided vital points, ensuring it was non-lethal but effective in rendering her combat capability null for the time being. Mushi's speed and reflexes astonished Sam-e. Upon seeing him dash towards the gap in the encirclement, he hurriedly followed suit. Yun-Lu, Rising Dragon, surged forward once more, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Mushi's back. Mushi had transformed into a mere piece of wood, employing a substitution technique. This is dire. Glancing back, Mushi had already dispatched that male Chunin. Mushi carefully secured the abyssal rainbow, sword upon her back, gently massaging her wrist as she approached herself. No wonder they summoned me. This little imp possesses considerable strength. Mushi smiled lightly. Sister Samui, you are a Jonin, after all. It would not be fair to take advantage of you. If by some stroke of luck I were to defeat you, I should certainly receive a reward, shouldn't I? Samui paused, recalling the generous remuneration for this mission. Hinata Hayashi had offered a sum that seemed almost like a life insurance. Very well, she replied. If you were to win against me, I shall bestow upon you a gift. However, Should you lose, you must obediently accompany me. Mushi nodded slightly. And in the next moment, with several swift strides, he surged forward. As Sammy swiftly distanced herself, convinced that Mushi could not keep pace, she unleashed the technique Cloud Flow, Ascending Dragon. In an instant, she appeared before Mushi, who promptly adapted his strategy. With a powerful strike, he met Samyi's fist, momentarily catching her off guard. Mushi's strength was formidable. Not stopping there, Mushi advanced once more, and Sam-yi suddenly realized that he was closing in too rapidly and too closely. Utilizing the 8 Extremes fist, he executed a strike with his elbow that pierced directly into the hollow of Samyi's chest. A surge of intense pain radiated through her, forcefully propelling her backward. With a furrowed brow, Sammy rubbed her chest incessantly, attempting to alleviate the pain and the wound. This was purely a demonstration of physical prowess, devoid of chakra. Otherwise, the issue would have transcended mere pain. Humph. Mushi let out a low grunt, stepping forward once more to unleash the celestial palm. Sammy abruptly retreated, simultaneously launching a flurry of blade-like strikes towards Mushi's arm, creating a multitude of shimmering knife shadows. Waves of thunderous blades surged towards Mushi, resembling a net cast by a fisherman. With a powerful stomp, Mushi's foot struck the ground, causing deep fissures to erupt beneath. Swiftly shifting his weight, he executed the 8 Extremes fist, as if the endless thunder blades were being forcefully stripped from the canvas of a fishing net. Chapter 40. Reward yourself. He then hurled it down with great force to the ground beside Mushi. Mushi stood upright, her smile radiating warmth and brightness. Sister Samui, what a coincidence. I too possess lightning-style ninjutsu. Samui gently caressed the blade of her short dagger, replying, Is that so? What a remarkable coincidence indeed. Mushi took a slow, deep breath, and waves of lightning began to materialize around him. In the next instant, the electric light erupted violently, propelling Mushi forward like a bolt of lightning. Racing towards Sammy, Sammy was momentarily taken aback. This was the power of a shadow-level warrior. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Mushi had already arrived before her. She hastily attempted to defend herself, but the nature of lightning was unlike any physical technique, rendering her defenses futile. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by a sensation of numbness and pain coursing through her entire being. Mushi appeared behind her at an unknown moment, the electric energy coursing through her fingers. Sam-yi attempted to evade, but alas, the numbing pain that gripped her body had yet to dissipate, rendering her movements beyond her control. A hand struck the center of Sam-yi's back, and in an instant, the electricity surged throughout her entire being, radiating towards her limbs. Mushi steadied herself, gazing at Sam-yi, when suddenly she collapsed onto the ground. Mushi swiftly caught her, gently pulling her into his embrace. He half-squatted, assisting her in finding a comfortable position to lie down. Sammy's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet her consciousness remained clear. Sister Sammy, how do you feel? He inquired. Impressive, she replied, sensing her body was devoid of strength, aware that Mushi had shown restraint. Otherwise, her fragile form would have been shattered by his might. Then may I ask for a gift? Sammy chuckled lightly. Feel free to take it yourself, she added. However, a sudden sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to quickly add, What is it that you desire? Mushi's cunning schemes had come to fruition. Sister, you are so beautiful. Surely you can help me grow up and become an adult, she implored. Sam's body went rigid at once. Little one, this is no jest. It was then that she noticed her clothes had been singed by the lightning. Mushi lifted Sammy effortlessly and strode toward the distance. What do you intend to do? You must think this through. I possess a remarkable dagger for you. Observing that Mushi remained unfazed, it became evident that this young man was resolute. Our Cloud Nation has other beautiful women. I can introduce you to them. I do not want anyone else. I only desire Sister Sammy. You, Sam-yi, filled with exasperation, thought, Is this insufferable brat truly born to be a lecher? Sensing a flicker of awareness returning to her body, she plotted to catch Mushi off guard. Upon reaching a cave, he laid Sammy gently on a flat surface. Instantly, he unleashed a lightning spell. Once again, the electricity coursed through Sam-yi, leaving her utterly incapacitated. Sam-yi's frustration mounted. This young man was truly infuriating. Mushi cast a glance at Sam-yi, whose striking visage was now marred by a hint of confusion and disarray. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her attire in tatters, singed in numerous places by the searing bolts of lightning, yet it could not conceal her graceful form. The delicate silk beneath her garments was partially exposed, revealing expanses of skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow. Sam endeavored to shield her body, but alas, her limbs were devoid of strength. Mushi's gaze was intense, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. As she opened her eyes to behold Mushi's countenance, she found him rather handsome, his striking white eyes suggesting a distinguished background. Regardless, she decided to dismiss it, attributing it to a mere sting of words. She tightly shut her eyes, choosing not to dwell on such matters. After an extended pause, she finally opened her eyes again, only to find Mushi still standing there, observing her. "What are you staring at?" she exclaimed in irritation, leaving Sam momentarily taken aback. Was there a hint of ambiguity in her words? "Hee haha, Sister Sam. Are you inviting me?" he teased. "No, that's not it." Mushi no longer waited, tearing apart the already tattered garments. This action completely revealed the anxious little talisman beneath, alongside her proud figure, which exuded a certain wicked allure that left Mushi feeling parched. With a gulp, she swallowed hard, a surge of forbidden desire igniting within her. "You mustn't, I implore you. I am yet unmarried." Subsequently, she noticed the brightness in Mushi's eyes intensifying, causing Sam to wish for his own demise. Cursed fate. This was indeed a compelling temptation. Mushi seemed to have discerned her thoughts and softly whispered in her ear, "Sammy, if you were to marry, that would indeed be a point in your favor." Sammy was momentarily taken aback, still pondering Mushi's words. The tears at the corner of her eyes appeared to be bidding farewell. Mushi took a deep breath, silently reciting the tale of the peach blossom spring. During the Taiyuan era of the Jin dynasty, a man from Wuling made his living by fishing. Mushi sighed, lamenting that the passage of 3 lifetimes felt exceedingly protracted, to the extent that he had muddled the renowned works of Tao Yuanming, a grave transgression indeed. Sam sensed that he could regain control over his body, yet alas, he lacked the desire to move. He felt utterly exhausted. Mushi stretched lazily, unable to suppress a gasp as she pressed her hand against her lower back, gently kneading the stiffness that had settled there. Realizing the tension in her waist, she hastily summoned her vital energy to alleviate the discomfort. Exhaling softly, she glanced at the slumbering Sam and retrieved a sealing scroll, draping her own garments over the sleeping figure. Stepping outside the cave, she noted the dimming light of the sky as the sun prepared to dip below the horizon. Mushi cast a glance around, rolling her eyes as she noticed Samwee's 2 companions searching for her. They were approaching. As soon as Mushi's words fell, a rustling sound emerged from behind. Turning her head, she beheld Sam already dressed. Although she was not short, standing slightly taller than Sam the garments suited her perfectly. However, her upper body appeared somewhat slender. Mushi gazed at her tightly wrapped form. No wonder her shoulders ached from the prolonged strain. Once her waist was cinched, she let out a sigh of relief. Grasping the collar of Mushi's garment, she admonished, "You little rascal, keep your lips sealed. I certainly do not wish for my future husband to hear any idle gossip." As she spoke, she brandished a dagger, measuring the distance between it and Mushi's legs, adding ominously, "Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to use it." With a soft chuckle, Mushi reassured, "Rest assured, we shall keep this a secret, ensuring your husband remains oblivious." Sam felt a sense of relief, yet a lingering unease tugged at her. Hearing the calls of Omoe and Ka Lui, she finally emerged from the cave. Chapter 41. The villain adjusting her demeanor, she hastened to join them. Mushi once again stretched lazily, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. He found himself somewhat reluctant to bid farewell to Samwee. Casting a glance back at the cave, he waved his hand, and an endless inferno swiftly engulfed and obliterated every trace within. The art of cultivation from the world of Juxian, the burning incense jade technique. After a brief survey, he confirmed that no other flaws remained. Only then did he dash towards Kanahagakur. Upon landing at the village entrance, he stumbled and nearly collapsed to the ground. Hastily straightening himself and exhaling deeply, his legs felt somewhat weak. Channeling his true essence to regain composure, he finally made his way back to the village, intending to return home for a moment's respite. As he pushed open the grand door, he was greeted by Hinata, who awaited him in the courtyard. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sudden wave of shyness washed over him, prompting a light cough to mask his awkwardness. "Hinata, you have returned." Hinata suddenly leaped into Mushi's embrace, nuzzling against his chest. "Father said that you will become my husband in the future." Mushi was momentarily taken aback as he gently ruffled Hinata's hair. "You are a candidate, and I still have to compete with countless others for your affections." Hinata, feeling a touch of shyness, inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Mushi, a peculiar scent mixed with a hint of fire. "Where have you been?" she inquired. "Ah, just checking up on you." Mushi replied with a cheerful smile. And no, not at all, she stammered. He gently peeled Hinata off himself and made his way to the bathroom to take a shower. As he emerged, towel drying his hair, he noticed Hinata gazing intently at his clothes, lost in thought. Mushi felt somewhat helpless when women are caught in the act of infidelity. They're intellect rivals that of Sherlock Holmes. The clan leader received word that an assassination mission had been ordered against you, and we are here to assist you. Hinata suddenly came to her senses, her face flushed and tinged with embarrassment. Mushi continued, stating that they had encountered the individual assigned to the task, a ninjutsu practitioner with whom she had exchanged a few moves in close combat. So, she is a female ninja then? Mushi let out a bitter laugh and inwardly mused, as expected. He then spoke again. How did you come to know? Hinata felt a tinge of shyness as she lowered her gaze, repeatedly tapping her fingers. I am a reconnaissance ninja. The recollection of her terrifying state of slaughter filled her heart with a wave of panic. Did you see all of that? Mushi took out a new set of clothes and, without a hint of modesty around Hinata, unwrapped the bath towel and began to dress. Indeed, Hinata was impressive and quite astute. She quickly grasped this state of selflessness. The blush on Hinata's delicate face could almost boil water. She was torn between curiosity and bashfulness, her gaze wavering uncertainly. After Mushi changed her clothes, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing Hinata's demeanor, it was clear that there were no pressing matters at hand. Upon returning from their mission, they would have a period of respite. The night had fully descended, and Haruki should be back by now, having prepared dinner. She awaited Hinata's return in tranquil anticipation. The past few days had been quite eventful, with overtime work becoming a routine. After dinner, as Mushi practiced her cultivation, she focused on transforming her kidney energy, sensing her essence burgeoning, and let out a long breath. The weight of her own pressures was substantial, and the burdens of the future would only escalate. The cultivation of her internal organs needed to keep pace. Currently, her practice of the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao was at the 6th layer of the jade purity, and she had yet to formally cultivate her internal organs. Once she reached the upper purity, she could finally let loose and enjoy life. She could invite 2 friends to play Do Di Zhu, or gather 3 for mahjong, or even assemble a group for a game of tractor. How delightful! The future was indeed promising. Rising to her feet, she noticed that Hinata had not yet departed, indicating her intention to stay. Her gaze shifted to the gently rising curves of Hinata's figure. The young girl was beginning to blossom, and it was time for nurturing. As Mushi lay in bed, she found it difficult to drift into slumber, feeling as if something was amiss. With a sigh, she reminded herself that with Hinata present, she need not fear the dark. Suddenly startled, she pondered how, with Hinata there, she could still be afraid of the darkness. Turning over, she quietly approached Hinata's door, intending to use her true essence to open it. To her surprise, a gentle push was all it took for the door to swing open. Exhaling once more, she recalled that at Hinata's age, curiosity and impulsiveness were at their peak. After securing the door, she nestled under the covers, embracing the smooth, porcelain-like form beside her, finding a comfortable position. Sensing a slight tremor from the body in her arms, Mushi realized that Hinata had awakened. Mushi exhaled slowly, sensing Hinata's increasingly labored breaths. She gently whispered in her ear, "Sleep now." Hinata, caught in a state of indecision, helplessly muttered 2 words, "Bad person." During breakfast, Hinata's weary and silent demeanor caught the attention of Hinata Haruki, who looked on with curiosity. "Miss Hinata, did you not sleep well last night?" Haruki-san, I just had some insomnia," she replied timidly, casting a glance at Mushi, blaming him for her distress. Experiencing such a terrifying ordeal for the first time, she felt a sense of dread, recalling her own struggles from that initial moment. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, as if ants were crawling all over her body. Will it take long? However, Miss Hinata, there is no need for undue worry. Once you restore your health, your spirits will naturally improve. Isn't it said that the first time is painful? Why do I? Hinata wished she could bury her head in her arms. Is Miss Hinata injured? Haruki inquired, taken aback. Be cautious during your first encounter with danger. Some jutsu can have delayed effects, which is quite peculiar. Would you like me to examine you? Hinata froze, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. No, it's fine. I've already been checked. Seeing Mushi's barely contained laughter only deepened her embarrassment. Her cheeks burned as she silently cursed him for relishing her predicament. Finally, when Haruki went on duty, Hinata sighed deeply, feeling as though she had clawed her way out of hell. Noticing Mushi still laughing, She angrily approached him and playfully hit him with tiny fists, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. All your fault." Mushi embraced Hinata, pulling her into his arms and fervently kissing her lips. Hinata, completely taken aback, found herself momentarily speechless. As noon approached, Mushi finally stepped outside, followed closely by a bashful Hinata, her cheeks flushed with a lingering crimson hue. A trace of white remained at the corners of her lips. Mushi's task remains uncompleted. Regarding the information about Gaara, Mushi and Hinata initially proceeded to the intelligence department to transcribe the intel. However, the two were required to expedite their pace considerably. Mushi held a notebook, gazing at the information regarding Gaara inscribed within. The time for verification had arrived. As the two, with their Byakugan activated, located Gaara, they fortuitously stumbled upon a grand spectacle. How painful, you little rascal. Chapter 42, Preliminary Examination. Mushi stood atop the rooftop, observing the commotion below. Kanjo Lang grasped the collar of Mu Yuan, lifting him effortlessly. Shomaru cautioned, "I warned you to cease. Be mindful, or you shall face reprimand soon." Mushi stifled a yawn and jotted down the preliminary personalities of the two individuals in her notebook. Observing the impending clash below, Hinata timidly inquired, "Mushi, shall we not descend to offer our assistance?" Mushi shook her head, declaring, "We are intelligence operatives, not combatants." Whoosh! Konohamaru tumbled directly to the ground, while Sasuke sat perched on a distant tree, idly tossing pebbles. "Are you truly so audacious in another's village?" Mushi extended a finger, and lo! Someone had made a move. Mushi. Hinata gazed fearfully at Sasuke, pointing towards him. Countless grains of sand began to ascend the tree, as if they had come to life. Mushi turned her head and discovered that Gaara had already gathered on a branch beside Sasuke. "Mushi, should we alert them?" Mushi prodded her head with a pen, reflecting on Sasuke's pretentious demeanor. Any man would find it quite irksome, especially with Hanabi's remark, "What a good man he is." Wasn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Mushi suddenly recalled that, in the end, Shikamaru seemed to have married Temari. Wouldn't capturing this moment add a touch of flavor to their lives as a couple? Temari, you wouldn't want Shikamaru to find out, would you? Mushi regained her composure and clicked her tongue, realizing that she could not dwell on this matter. Shikamaru, that cunning young man, was not only shrewd but also a formidable rival. It would be unwise to create an enemy for the sake of a woman. With this thought, she shifted her focus away from Temari, though she was undeniably beautiful. "Kanjuro, cease this at once. You disgraceful wretch." Ignoring the astonishment of those below, Mushi proceeded to tie her knot. The dynamics within the group were strained, as Kanjuro harbored a disdain for Gaara, yet was compelled to respect Gaara's formidable strength. Hinata craned her neck to observe Mushi's actions, sensing that she was being somewhat impulsive. "Mushi, could it be that?" Mushi smiled gently and handed the notebook to Hinata, encouraging her to share her thoughts as well. After stifling a yawn, Gaara suddenly turned to gaze at Mushi. Mushi was taken aback. Could there be matters concerning herself within this? The subsequent developments left Hinata somewhat hesitant, as the dynamics within their group appeared to be rather strained. "Hey, what is your name over there?" Temari inquired with a look of astonishment, turning to ask, What? Me?" Mushi suddenly felt that she should record this scene to add some spice to the relationship of the Nara couple, allowing him to observe how his wife adores Sasuke. "No, it is the one beside you carrying a gourd. I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you somewhat intriguing, your name." "Uchiha Sasuke." Gaara and Sasuke exchanged names, and Mushi felt a bit awkward. It was quite juvenile, reminiscent of Hong Do. She poked Hinata gently and asked, "Don't you think they seem a bit uncomfortable?" "It's so juvenile." Hinata shyly lowered her head and replied, "Well, it's not too bad." Mushi finally grasped the situation. It seemed that at this age, lower-ranked ninjas often exhibited such youthful exuberance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It appeared that Hong Do was not much older either. At 29 or 30, one would typically be a Jainin. She had initially assumed that Hong Do, much like sister Chunmu, was around a decade her senior. However, it now appeared that she had overestimated their ages. They were indeed younger than she had presumed. No wonder it felt so intense. With a soft cough, she cleared her mind of the chaotic thoughts. The tasks here had reached a conclusion, and all that remained was to coordinate with Ling and Kong Nai. Upon locating the two, she commenced the verification of information. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Kakashi had just recommended their respective teams for the Nin exams. After a prolonged wait, Mitawashi Hongdo eagerly raised her hand. The class led by Mitawashi, consisting of Hinata Mushi, Inuzuka Ling, and Yamanaka Kong Nai, was set to participate in the upcoming Chen exams. The third Hokage paused, contemplating for a moment, before inquiring, Hongdo, are you certain? The excitement that had once graced Hongdo's face immediately transformed into a calm resolve. I am certain. The following morning, Mushi held her examination permit, feeling somewhat bored. Hongdo wrapped her arm around Mushi's shoulder, saying, Mushi, you must perform well. The fate of Ling and Kunai rests in your hands. Mushi wore a look of exasperation as she squeezed the plumpness of Hongdo, instantly dampening her previously cheerful mood. She pondered, what should one do when one's own student harbors such thoughts? The Chen exams boast a remarkably low acceptance rate. We seem to have little hope. Hongdo's expression grew somewhat rigid as she glanced at Ling and Kunai, both of whom appeared rather disheartened. Do not be so despondent. Consider the diligent efforts you have put forth in your training. You are no less capable than others. If you do not attempt, how will you ever know your potential? Mushi stifled a yawn and remarked, how about this, Sister Hongdo? If we manage to survive, would you grant us some rewards? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Hongdo. What rewards do you have in mind? She inquired. You know what I desire. As for what Ling and Kunai cherish, you must consult them. Observing the spark of excitement in their eyes and Mushi's calculated expression, she felt a surge of irritation. Exhaling deeply, she conceded. All right, if you can survive the Chen exams, I shall reward you. However, your ability to participate successfully hinges solely upon your own efforts. With that, Hongdo sprang to her feet and departed with a flourish. Mushi gazed at the examination permit in her hand, aware that the impending test would surely involve scrutiny of their eligibility. Do pay attention, she advised. Well, thank you for your concern, Mushi, she replied, waving her hand as she departed. Just behind her, Hinata Haruki unexpectedly approached Mushi. She merely cast a quiet glance in his direction. Irika-sensei, I didn't expect you to be the first to seek me out, he remarked, momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about? Mushi extended his clenched fist and said, Come on, the old trick? Guess what I am holding in my hand? Hinata Haruki froze and replied, This. Return to being Irika himself. He inquired. The examination is quite ruthless. Your aptitude, however, pales in comparison to those individuals, yet you still. Mushi gazed at Irika, reflecting on how little attention he had received from him during his school days. The genuine concern in Irika's eyes was unmistakable. Does it truly matter whether one begins early or late? Ultimately, these experiences are inevitable, are they not? Irika was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected sense of cruelty. The life of a ninja was indeed harsh. What if one were to perish? Teacher Irika, with a look of bewilderment, simply smiled and expressed his gratitude. As he returned to the Hyuga clan's territory, Mushi commenced his training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tiantian was training and felt a surge of joy. Chapter 43. Hyuga Mushi could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. For Tiantian, participating in the Chunin exam as a newcomer was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Shaoli, puzzled, inquired, Do you not understand? Mushi is exceptionally formidable, even surpassing Niji. Niji Hyuga's expression darkened. He abhorred comparisons, particularly with his comrades. Was he truly that powerful? More so than Niji? This was news to him. Intrigued, Shaoli was drawn to the prospect of a strong adversary. Of course, replied Tiantian, her admiration evident, which irked Niji. Hyuga Mushi is also a member of the Hyuga clan. Why have we never heard of him before? On the day of the exam, in front of classroom 301, as Mushi observed the three individuals approaching, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It seemed as though numerous eyes were fixated upon him. A fleeting glance revealed one of them to be Hyuga Niji, whose barely concealed animosity was rather palpable. He instinctively sought refuge behind Ling, only to catch sight of Shaoli beside Niji. His gaze akin to that of a man who had stumbled upon his long-lost wife after 18 years, sending a shiver down Mushi's spine. Just as he prepared to exhale in relief, he felt an arm encircle his own. Mushi, it has been quite a while, came the familiar voice of Tiantian. Turning to face her, he was momentarily taken aback. Tiantian had grown remarkably. Gone was the little girl who once squatted behind him, nibbling on rice balls like a little hamster. That image lingered vividly in his memory. Unlike his own base thoughts, he had genuinely cherished that adorable girl. Yet now, things had changed. Tiantian harbored inappropriate feelings towards him, and the now graceful young woman she had become was undeniably alluring. Glancing down, he noted her burgeoning femininity. Though her attire remained modest, it was evident that she had not developed as fully as Hinata. Mushi coughed softly and said, All right, let us proceed to the examination. With that, She turned and made her way towards the fourth floor. "Hey, wait a moment," Tiantian exclaimed, grasping Mu Shi's arm gently. "This is room 301. Mu Shi stifled a yawn. The daily training sessions with Sister Chunmu had deprived him of a restful slumber. Illusions. Tiantian remained momentarily dazed. Following Mu Shi up to the fourth floor, it seemed he had just recalled his teammates, quickly turning back to beckon. "Xiao Li, Ning Ci, hurry and catch up." Ning Ci was taken aback, suddenly realizing and glancing at Mu Shi, wondering if this guy truly possessed such formidable prowess. Xiao Li gazed at Sakura with a lovesick expression, while Tiantian helplessly covered his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Li." Mu Shi smiled lightly and turned to ascend the stairs. Glancing around the vacant classroom, Mu Shi cast her eyes over the examination admission ticket, noting that her assigned seat was on the side by the window, quite favorable indeed. However, as she daily contemplated her seat number, a twinge of disappointment lingered, for it was not adjacent to Mu Shi's. Mu Shi gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, his mind contemplating how to navigate this examination with ease and enjoyment. Whether he achieved the rank of a lower or middle ninja held little significance for him. What truly mattered was seizing the moment to cultivate his foundation and strength. With his keen battle instincts and extensive experience garnered from 3 centuries of life and death struggles, he believed he could manifest the prowess of a high-ranking ninja through this body. Yet, he felt a sense of inadequacy, recognizing that he could not compare to the true masters. This led to a rather pitiable situation, reminiscent of being caught in a cycle of using several skills only to find his resources depleted, severely hindering his performance. Exhaling deeply, he returned to his senses, startled to find the examination hall nearly filled to capacity. Suddenly, he became aware of a rhythmic tapping on the desk, a gentle yet captivating cadence that resonated in the air. Mu Shi glanced at her 2 teammates. Ling was looking nervously at the throng of students surrounding her. This was Morse code, a specialized mode of communication that they had trained in with their squad. The observational skills of ninjas are remarkably acute, particularly those endowed with the Byakugan. With just a subtle movement of their fingers, they could perceive everything with crystal clarity. "Mu Shi, I find myself feeling somewhat anxious. What should I do?" With a sigh, Mu Shi crossed her arms and continued gazing out the window, her fingers gently tapping. "Do not worry, we are merely reconnaissance ninjas. What significance does advancement hold?" Suddenly, Kana interjected, "Indeed, our primary mission is to gather intelligence. This time, Teacher Hongdo simply wishes for us to gain some experience. Passing or failing matters little." Ling replied, "All right, if you say so." Kana encouraged, "Do not be afraid. You can confront those around you freely. With Mu Shi as our safety net, consider the formidable training she has undergone." Ling exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Outside the door, Sunset Hong and Hongdo stood together, peering through the crack to observe Mu Shi and her companions. Sunset Hong, arms crossed, inquired with interest, "Are they chatting?" Hongdo swallowed the dumpling in her mouth and replied, "Yes." Ling seems a bit nervous, but Mu Shi and Kana are soothing her. This method is indeed quite innovative. While aware they were exchanging information, it was unfortunate that the content of their communication remained elusive. Hinata Mu Shi is remarkably skilled, yet she possesses an extraordinary ability to conceal her true strength. Even now, I am uncertain of her capabilities. Sunset Hong paused, recognizing that although Hongdo is an exceptional J-nin, being a disciple favored by Orochimaru undoubtedly signifies impressive potential. Nonetheless, her research abilities, along with other qualifications, fall short of Orochimaru's stringent standards. However, this does not imply that Hongdo is devoid of talent. She simply lacks the benefit of elite mentorship. In recent years, her prowess has surged, leading me to suspect that perhaps the Hokage is providing her with special training. If Hongdo can see through Hinata Mushi's foundation, then, turning to Kakashi, who is also a genius, I wanted to seek his opinion, but I noticed his attention was entirely focused on the 9 new students at the entrance. As for Rock Lee, that is all the information I have. Regarding Gaara, you should inquire with him. Senior Do gestured towards Hinata Mushi, who appeared lost in thought by the bedside. Their group has been cultivated as an intelligence reconnaissance team, distinct from yours, as they do not require exceptional combat prowess. However, their methods of reconnaissance are indeed formidable. Yamashiro Ino seemed somewhat dazed, gazing at Yamashiro Kana, her cousin several times removed. Cousin? Inazuka Kiba appeared bewildered. Only then did they realize that among the newcomers, originally 12, one class was missing, and they had completely overlooked it. Do continued, they have undertaken numerous reconnaissance missions, including the collection of information on the examination candidates. In the past, such tasks were often disregarded due to the high error rate, which could adversely affect one's scores. However, this year's CHNEAN exams are different. At the outset, teams were suddenly assigned tasks, and the information gathered is remarkably comprehensive. They have even conducted investigations on Gaara, acquiring details that surpass my own findings. Yashiro adjusted his glasses and concluded, to my knowledge, Hinata Mushi is likely the most formidable among your cohort. Chapter 44. The academic overachiever. The words of Yakushi Kabuto left the nine in a state of astonishment. What is this? That guy Mushi is someone I cannot even defeat. Naruto expressed his indignation. Yakushi Kabuto chuckled softly. His mission panel was not inferior to that of the others, boasting a multitude of D-rank tasks, a handful of C-rank tasks, and a singular B-rank task. This B-rank mission had been deliberately downplayed by the Hidden Mist Village. And according to rumors, he had encountered the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha from the Leaf Village and had unraveled the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. Sasuke froze momentarily, abruptly turning to gaze at Mushi, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Mushi was utterly unconcerned about the impending examination, distractedly gazing out of the window. After the pharmacist Do shared the information he possessed regarding Gaara, he tucked away the cards. Outside, Yugao inquired with curiosity of Hondo about what had transpired at that moment. Hondo, finishing the last of the dumplings, exclaimed that Itachi Uchiha had indeed appeared. Both Yugao and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback, their expressions gradually growing solemn as they listened to Hondo continue. At that time, I had transformed into a subordinate of the Hidden Mist Village to participate in the encirclement of the Mizuki's residence. I witnessed Itachi Uchiha's emergence, as well as Mushi's peculiar needle techniques. Needle techniques? Yes, it is a bizarre type of blade, one I had never seen him employ before. That was the first instance. Yugao furrowed her brow slightly, producing a silver needle. Is this the kind? Hondo's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you possess that? Yugao sighed, explaining that it belonged to Hinata, who had practiced it in front of her, mistakenly thinking it was a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Hondo appeared momentarily lost in thought, realizing the implication. Unbeknownst to them, Mushi had utilized the needle to directly channel the chakra of the Genjutsu outside his body, thus naturally dispelling the illusion cast by the Sharingan. The three remained silent, likely due to Kakashi's continued reticence. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I shall not be defeated by any of you. Mushi was startled by the sudden cry, casting an annoyed glance at the 9 little ones that disrupted her tranquility. Rolling her eyes, she stretched lazily and resumed her daydreaming while gazing out of the window. Suddenly, she felt a tug at the hem of her garment. Turning her head, she discovered it was none other than that rascal, Naruto. Mushi, hurry, please share a copy of the information on my opponents with me. Mushi scrutinized him up and down, then glanced at the few individuals standing at the doorway before producing a notebook and handing it over. Naruto accepted it and casually flipped through the pages, coming across the entry for Tosu. Physical characteristics: head wrapped in bandages, revealing only the left eye. Draped in a cloak resembling a broom, it concealed the porous armor on his arms and the loose-fitting garment covering his right arm. Hunched posture, O-shaped legs, and unconventional appearance. Naruto read it aloud, and the room fell silent, with some glancing at the sound ninja trio. Ninjutsu, Sonic Wave. Utilizing the porous armor equipped on the right hand to generate piercing sound waves that can incapacitate the opponent's auditory nerves. Ha ha ha, that is hardly impressive. Sakura's face flushed with anger as she grabbed Naruto by the neck, exclaiming, "You fool," and dragged him away. Such information was meant to be shared within their small circle. And by reading it aloud, he not only offended others but also drew unwanted attention. Mushi stifled a yawn, his ears filled with a cacophony of murmurs. He particularly focused on the trio of sound ninjas, with special attention directed towards the young girl named Chin, who in some versions is rendered as Jean. Her striking appearance, accentuated by a cascade of lustrous black hair, piqued Mushi's interest. Although her physique was somewhat lean yet robust, and while she lacked the polished beauty of Hinata, there was an undeniable allure about her that stirred a certain appetite within him. May she not fall into my grasp? Mushi turned her gaze towards the window, allowing her thoughts to drift away. Be careful. Mushi turned his head, and Tsunade had already arrived at an angle above him, launching a punch. Mushi's pupils constricted, and with a swift reaction, he struck out with his palm. The visible imprint of his hand expanded gradually, akin to swatting a fly, and it directly countered Tsunade, landing amidst the crowd. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and after a prolonged moment, he barely managed to rise to his feet. What madness is this? If you seek someone, go find them. Why target me, a mere soft persimmon? With that, he turned again to gaze out the window. The words of Mu, she rendered the room enveloped in silence. The previous technique had directly expelled chakra from the body, still unscattered and untransformed into a ninjutsu. Instead, it absorbed the energy of the heavens and the earth, amplifying its power and striking the enemy directly. Such a method, coupled with the control of chakra, could be deemed terrifying. What appeared to be a simple technique was, in practice, exceptionally challenging. Even elite jonin might struggle to accomplish it. Outside, Yuhi Kurenai slowly exhaled. Akamaru, is this the result of your desperate pursuit of that plan? Swallowing the morsel in her mouth, she continued, that plan is truly arduous. She took out a leaf from her pocket, gripping its stem, and let her chakra gradually ascend, meticulously peeling away the leaf veins, which were exceedingly delicate. Halfway through, she suddenly halted as a relatively robust vein snapped. Kurenai handed the leaf to Akamaru and produced another leaf to offer to both her and Kakashi. What seemed simple was, in reality, immensely difficult. This was not even the highest standard. According to Mushi's criteria, once chakra completely filled the leaf stem, it should be withdrawn with grace. Only then could the leaf be deemed suitable for use as a kunai. Suddenly, the stem of the leaf in Kurenai's hand broke, prompting her to furrow her brow. Such stringent standards. She glanced at Kakashi, who had already stripped away a substantial portion of his leaf stem, but alas, he too faltered at the final, delicate point. Enough. Silence, announced the proctor of the first round of the Chunin exam, Marino Ibiki. Upon his arrival, he collected the examination permits and reassigned seats, seemingly dissatisfied with Mushi's nonchalance, promptly relegating him to face the wall. Mushi felt a tinge of boredom as she listened to Yubiki incessantly chattering away. Stifling a yawn, she resolved to indulge in a restful slumber. Settling into a comfortable position, she closed her eyes and drifted into a state of drowsy repose. Her sleep, however, was not entirely tranquil. The persistent rustling of paper filled the air, the sound of a pen gliding across the surface, which proved quite irksome. Upon awakening, she cast a glance at the examination paper, finding its contents utterly devoid of significance, particularly for those like them, trained in the art of intelligence reconnaissance. With a roll of her eyes, she observed Ling and Kanai diligently pinning their answers, their fingers lightly tapping as if engaged in contemplative thought. This subtle, nearly imperceptible gesture was a product of their rigorous training. 5 mistakes, and one would be eliminated. Mushi raised her eyes and cast a glance at the exam paper before picking up her pen and swiftly beginning to write. In just a matter of minutes, she had completed her answers. Chapter 45, Soul, Heart Turned. A fleeting glance revealed the anxious candidate sitting beside her, nervously tugging at their hair. What a coincidence, isn't it? Shauna? This cursed fate. Mushi adjusted his position and resumed his slumber. His nonchalant demeanor irritated many, causing them to silently grip their pens in frustration. Was he truly deserving of his teammates' trust, or was he merely a scholarly prodigy? As this thought crossed their minds, the atmosphere around them became charged with tension. Mushi's examination paper instantaneously became the object of intense desire. Moreover, this fellow remained utterly indifferent. Various tactics converged upon him. Suddenly, Mushi felt a surge of energy infiltrate his body, thrusting him into a third-person perspective. It was somewhat disconcerting, as if something had been inserted into his being. It felt as though a spirit had nestled within him, taking command of his corporeal form. Mushi yearned to reclaim control over her own body. Yet she discovered that it was an exceptionally arduous task, as if she were not the rightful owner of this vessel. Alas, how frustrating. Mushi directly experienced an out-of-body experience. Given his current level of cultivation, he had yet to attain such a state, let alone achieve the emergence of the yang spirit. Such a feat could only be accomplished during the realm of supreme clarity and spiritual cultivation. In this ethereal state, he felt somewhat fragile, swaying with the flow of energy in the air, as if he could dissipate at any moment. Mushi slowly exhaled, gazing at the figure within her own body, Jingye from the mountains. However, in the state of her soul, Jingye was devoid of clothing, completely exposed. Hiss. Mushi inhaled sharply, her figure exuding boundless potential. She felt a surge of excitement. Mushi touched her nose and realized that in her soul state, she would not experience a nosebleed. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto the table as Ino controlled Mushi's body. Ino was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Touching her nose, she quickly wiped away the blood with Mushi's sleeve. Is the body unable to accommodate this? Is it a limitation of the bloodline? She hastily noted it down, determined to avoid any complications. The soul of Mushi manifested in the air, offering a gentle smile. You are quite remarkable. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Mushi began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. A vast quantity of this energy converged, permeating Mushi's soul, following the predetermined path of cultivation, gradually strengthening the essence of her being. Regardless of the system of cultivation employed, the enhancement of the soul is exceptionally arduous, progressing at a sluggish pace. If measured in time, it would equate to a decade of effort to witness any significant advancement. Outside, the setting sun cast a crimson hue as Hong and Kakashi paused, glancing around with a sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the source of their discomfort. What is troubling you? Hongdo inquired. Kakashi, do you sense it? Hong did not receive an answer, but instead directed her question at Kakashi. I cannot ascertain, but the chakra in the vicinity feels amiss. What is the big deal? Hongdo replied nonchalantly. They are employing ninjutsu. These children are far from ordinary. The two nodded in agreement, finding this explanation reasonable and satisfactory. Mushi observed Jingyu exiting his body, a peculiar sensation enveloping him, as he realized that he had been. Mushi's body lay motionless upon the table. Jingye's hand, fervently scribbling on the paper, abruptly halted. Heavens! Could there truly be a problem? He thought. If only I had chosen Sakura instead. Scratching his head, he was about to alert the examiner when he glanced up to see Mushi sit up, looking at him with a smile that seemed rather perilous. Mushi exhaled deeply, pondering the art of turning one's spirit. This technique could aid him in cultivating his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit, however, is not to be confused with the mere soul. An ordinary soul is fragile, easily dispersed by a gust of wind. The most remarkable aspect of soul cultivation lies in the sun exaltation technique from his original world, yet he lacked the knowledge to wield it. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the upper purity realm in the world of Zhaoxian that he realized the key to transcending the Tai Ching realm was the fortification of the soul. It was then that he devised a weakened version of the sun exaltation. Initially, he believed he would have to wait until reaching upper purity to delve into the realm of soul cultivation. Now, with the presence of the well in the mountain, fortune smiled upon him. After a yawn, his gaze towards the well transformed, recognizing it as a treasure. In a state of drowsiness, a loud crash echoed as he slammed his hand on the table. Mushi lifted her eyelids, a visage laden with melancholy. It is imperative to find an opportune moment to engage in a serious discussion with the Crown Prince, to converse about the transgressions of disturbing one's peaceful slumber. She stifled a yawn. Do not underestimate me. I shall not flee in the face of adversity. I harbor not a trace of fear. Mushi clapped her hands, the sound echoing starkly in the otherwise silent examination hall. Some turned to gaze in her direction, noticing that she had dozed off, the imprints on her face from the pressure of her slumber still visible. Observing the majority of the room's attention directed towards her, Mushi inquired, May we conclude the examination now? Yubiki sighed, lamenting how the tense atmosphere had been shattered by that fool, Naruto. As Yubiki announced the end of the examination, a shadow suddenly burst through the window. This was hardly the moment for celebration. Mushi wore an expression of utter disbelief. Was this brazen display truly not going to offend anyone? Moreover, when would Hongdo ever outgrow her juvenile antics? Exhaling deeply, he could not shake the feeling that the gazes directed at him within the examination hall were decidedly peculiar. The intentions of the third generation were unmistakable. Appointing Hongdo as the chief examiner was a transparent attempt to enhance her prestige, ensuring that she would possess commendable options for both advancement and matrimony. Yet, was it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand spectacle? It was as though they feared others might not recognize the favors being bestowed. Next, the second round of examinations. Follow me. Silence enveloped the examination hall, thick with discomfort, to the point that Mushi felt he could almost carve out a 3-bedroom apartment from the tension. He longed to vanish into the cracks of the earth. This juvenile behavior was akin to an affliction that required remedy at him. Upon noticing Hongdo persistently signaling to him, Mushi turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. Once outside the examination venue, Hongdo wrapped her arm around Mushi's neck. You rascal. In such an awkward situation, you didn't even bother to lend me a hand. She playfully tousled his hair, as if attempting to dismantle him. After freeing himself from her grasp, Mushi sighed. Sister Hongdo, you can't blame me. I had just awakened and was still disoriented. Hongdo then pulled Ling and Kunai close. Ah, my dear subordinates, my beloved disciples, do you have anything to say? Teacher Hongdo. Ling was on the verge of succumbing to Hongdo's overwhelming presence. Kunai, in a moment of exasperation, pressed down on Hongdo's impressive pectorals, giving them a gentle squeeze. Hongdo felt a wave of vulnerability wash over her, instinctively glancing at Mushi. Such sensitivity in her body was undoubtedly his fault. Teacher Hongdo, we genuinely wish to assist you, but the atmosphere in the examination hall was far too oppressive. Hongdo shot a glance at Mushi, observing his hands flailing helplessly. She felt a surge of discomfort throughout her being. For now, I shall temporarily spare you. And thus, they proceeded to the venue for the second round of examinations. Mushi stood at the front, listening to Hongdo's incessant chatter. Chapter 46, Taking the Back Door. Feeling a bit bored, she cast a glance around, observing that all she saw were newcomers from their cohort. A little further out were the candidates from Konoha. This could be considered a circle, albeit one formed by them, the new arrivals. Mushi was taken aback as he beheld an individual, a candidate adorned with a bamboo hat. This person, possessing long hair and a strikingly handsome visage, hailed from the Grass Kingdom. He, too, was gazing at Mushi, or rather, observing his small team. Mushi shifted her gaze, a weight settling in her heart. Orochimaru. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past her, aimed at that individual, gliding through his hair before embedding itself in the ground. Mushi's expression gradually grew solemn as she turned to glance at Sister Hongdo, who was currently toying with Naruto. Suddenly, Orochimaru materialized behind her. Mushi's fingers brushed against the silver needle of her garment, and the murderous intent that had flickered moments ago vanished like a wisp of smoke. Hongdo abruptly pivoted, bracing herself in defense. Casting a sidelong glance at the figure behind her, Mushi exhaled softly. Although Hongdo's abilities were lacking, he was currently on the path of growth. At this rate, becoming a competent jonin was merely a matter of time. After returning the kunai, Mushi surprisingly detected a hint of admiration in Orochimaru's gaze, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Did Orochimaru harbor feelings for his underwhelming disciple, Hongdo? Upon lifting his head, he found Orochimaru observing him intently as they walked, their eyes meeting briefly. Orochimaru's gaze then settled upon the hem of Mushi's attire, the very spot where he concealed his silver needles. Mushi exhaled slowly. Recognizing the formidable prowess of the veteran actor, he was acutely aware that he was no match for them at present. Sakura graciously stepped aside, allowing Mushi to regain his composure. Just then, Kangnai approached quietly and inquired softly, "Mushi, what just happened?" Mushi cast a glance at her. This individual possessed quite remarkable perceptiveness. Unlike Inuzuka Ling, who harbored a lingering sense of inferiority within her heart, Kunai of the Mountains exhibited none of the self-doubt characteristic of a peripheral family member. Instead, she shared a confidence and enthusiasm akin to that of Lady Inoue. Though she was not as aesthetically pleasing as Inoue herself, Mushi replied softly, "It's nothing much, but I must ask you, what is your true relationship with Ino?" Shanjong Kangnai suddenly distanced herself from Mushi, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" Observing her guarded demeanor, Mushi sighed, wondering if her image in Kangnai's heart was so pitiable. "Do you possess the art of heart-turning?" Mushi inquired. Shanjong Kangnai's face flushed. "What is the matter? I seek your assistance in my cultivation," Mushi declared. "We are the most trusted of teammates. You cannot turn against us." Mushi wore a look of utter disbelief, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Moreover, if Teacher Hongdo could take such measures, it was only because your demeanor was too unremarkable and your appearance rather plain. What am I even thinking? I am a paragon of virtue, merely lending an ear to a woman's confessions. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. Can you truly manage this? In the mountains, Kangnai felt a twinge of guilt. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I possess a modicum of skill." Mushi shot her a disdainful glance, regarding her as utterly worthless. "Mushi, I implore you. Ino is the precious gem of our family and the most talented individual of our generation. The future of our clan rests upon his shoulders. You must not entertain any thoughts of him." Mushi stifled a yawn, contemplating the technique of soul detachment, which could aid in liberating his spirit from his corporeal form. I pondered the method of cultivation that necessitated such a separation, reliant on the assistance of Jingyi. In the mountains, Kunai regarded him with evident skepticism, yet decided to grant him the benefit of the doubt. Should she enter into matrimony, she would understand the adage, "A man's words are but deceitful phantoms, and a woman's waist, a perilous blade." Such is the profundity of this heartfelt truth. Upon signing the notification, the trio promptly made their way to the venue for exchanging scrolls. As the appointed time arrived, Mushi and his companions were the first to redeem their scrolls. Holding the Book of Heaven in hand, they carefully stowed it in their backpacks. After another yawn, they followed a middle-ranking ninja to the designated entrance, arriving at Gate 22. As they awaited the ninja to unlock the door, Mushi ambled inside, curiously surveying the surroundings. In a tone of exasperation, Inuzuka Rin remarked, "Mushi, We are not here for a leisurely outing. He had a point. Indeed, they were merely here to observe. With a dismissive pout, Inuzuka Rin ceased further commentary, recognizing that aside from cultivation, Mushi was perpetually oblivious to all else. Kinai, smacking her forehead in resignation, exclaimed, Mushi, shouldn't we be seizing essential resources for survival? At this rate, we will soon find ourselves devoid of food and water. Mushi waved his hand dismissively, assuring them of his skills. Casting a glance back at them, he added, moreover, if we charge ahead now, who could we possibly defeat? It would be wiser to play the role of a cunning little bird. A cunning little bird? What do you mean by that? Mushi paid her no heed, instead turning her gaze towards the direction from which a newcomer had just arrived. Within her line of sight stood a figure, Sister Hongdo. Ah? Oh. How come you all have only just made it here? Hongdo exclaimed, perched upon a branch and regarding the three individuals below with an expression of exasperation. Nihil? Mushi, are you once again shirking your responsibilities? Indeed, Teacher Hongdo. Mushi mentioned something about a yellow sparrow. Another chimed in, clearly indicating that the importance of this examination had been overlooked. You must swiftly reprimand him. Mushi cast a fleeting glance at Mountain Zonkanai, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet ultimately indifferent. Hongdo chuckled softly, producing a scroll that she weighed thoughtfully in her hands. Do not say I neglect your needs. Behold. With a swift motion, she hurled it directly towards Mountain Zonkanai. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the scroll of earth. Teacher Hongdo, this. Mushi smacked her lips. Sister Hongdo, you actually want me to take your back door? Hongdo was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss, yet she reasoned there was no harm. After all, you are my subordinates, and it is only natural to look after you. With a word of caution, Survive, she vanished without a trace. Folding away the scroll of the earth, the three continued their leisurely journey toward the center, for with 5 days at their disposal, even a leisurely crawl would suffice to reach their destination. Mushi walked ahead, meticulously surveying her surroundings. The trees here were remarkably tall, each one nearly as thick as 3 people could embrace. However, they were considerably less dense than the outer jungle. Was it the result of wood release? In the rear, Inuzuka Rin and Yamanaka Konan trailed behind, feeling rather bored. They believed they were merely on an excursion. Have you ever seen an exam where someone like Mushi appeared so leisurely? Mushi, do you not wish to advance to the rank of Chunin? Yamanaka Konan asked wearily. Is it truly advantageous to be promoted to Chunin? As a person, not only can the rewards for missions increase, but one can also partake in some of the village's decision-making processes. And, Mushi interjected, so one can still serve as cannon fodder, can they? Yamashita Kanai was taken aback by her words. She continued, firstly, your prowess bears no relation to your ninja rank. A low-ranking ninja at the level of a shadow. If you were the Hokage, would you employ them, or not? Well, Chapter 47, The Ambush. What else could it be? Merely a means of selection, designed to identify those so-called elites. Just take a look at those in power, the Jounin and Chunin. What sort of individuals are they? Yamashita Kanai and Inuzuka Tsubaki fell silent. Enemies were approaching. The two exchanged glances, instantly alert. Yet, Mushi continued her advance, seemingly indifferent to the gathering throng. After a prolonged wait, no one attacked, and the two girls failed to discern the whereabouts of their foes. They even began to wonder if Mushi was merely deceiving them. After a tense moment of walking, Inuzuka Tsubaki finally called out to the figure ahead, Mushi. Mushi turned her head slightly, awaiting what Quan Zhuoling would say. Wait for me a moment, she said, as she pulled Shan Zhongkong into the nearby thicket. Mushi curled her lips in disdain, her eyes rolling in an instant. In such circumstances, whenever a teammate departed, vigilance was paramount. Within Mushi's line of sight, the dog-like figure of Quan Zhuoling squatted behind the thicket, revealing a patch of pristine white, her face tinged with a faint blush. Meanwhile, Shan Zhongkong stood alert, scanning the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lingered just behind Quan Zhuoling. She let out a cold snort. How could she allow her teammates' advantages to be exploited by others? Just as a rabbit avoids eating the grass near its burrow, she too would not permit anyone to encroach upon her territory. With a sudden thrust, her silver needle plunged into the thicket, directly striking the vital point of a ninja, rendering him paralyzed as he slumped forward, gradually losing consciousness. What is happening? The voice of the man startled the two, causing Inuzuka Ling's face to flush crimson as she flicked her tail and swiftly secured her waist. Angered, she cast a glance behind her. In the underbrush, a figure was ensnared, one hand limply extending outward. The two were uncertain of his ordeal, yet the proximity was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Let us regroup with Mushi. Yamashita Kana urged as she tugged at Inuzuka Ling to flee. Whoosh! A kunai suddenly intercepted their path, obstructing their advance. When they looked up, they found themselves besieged by two individuals, one in front and one behind. Yamashita Kana and Inuzuka Ling stood back to back, gripping their kunai firmly as they warily regarded their adversaries. Do not worry. If we do not return for a while, Mushi will come looking for us. Yamashita Kana reassured, sensing Ling's trembling behind her. Hinata Mu, she perched atop the trees above, observing the scene below. All this time, the two young girls had not truly encountered any serious combat. Aside from training and enduring the occasional scolding from Sister Hongdo, their experiences in actual battle were nearly non-existent. Mushi exhaled deeply. An opportunity had arisen. In contrast to the unwavering confidence displayed by Naruto and Sasuke, their own trepidation was a more typical human response. Confidence is cultivated gradually, founded upon one's abilities. Below, the war was on the brink of eruption. With both sides comprised of novices, and the adversaries were no more skilled than Yamanaka Kane and Inuzuka Susan. Thanks to Mushi's rigorous training, their foundational skills were significantly more robust than those of their opponents. What began as a disadvantage was gradually transformed into an assertion of control. The enemy was already gasping for breath, their chakra depleting, while Yamanaka Kane and Inuzuka Susan merely exhibited slight signs of fatigue. The tide had turned. The two young girls had encircled their foes. It was at this moment that they comprehended the profound impact of their stringent training and demanding standards. Humph. A glimmer of confidence appeared in Yamanaka Kane's smile. Despite her disheveled appearance, her eyes sparkled with determination. Now, the two of them were poised to vanquish their opponents. Raising their hands, they invoked the body replacement technique. With a sudden surge, they charged at the adversaries, re-entering their own bodies, witnessing the momentary confusion on their opponents' faces. Inuzuka Suzume and Yamanaka Kane sprang into action simultaneously. Now was their moment. Mushi stood atop the tree, pursing her lips in disdain. What a half-hearted effort. Using a major skill merely to stun is quite ridiculous. After dispatching two adversaries, the remaining duo leaned against each other, sighing in relief. We should take a moment to rest. Mushi is yet to arrive. She must be facing some trouble. Inuzuka Suzu expressed her concern. Kongnai the mountain merely scoffed. What are you worried about? That individual is remarkably strong. She is likely just enjoying a leisurely moment somewhere. Perhaps she is even watching us and finding amusement in our predicament. Surely not? Inuzuka Suzu replied, gesturing towards the incapacitated foe. Isn't that proof enough? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Inuzuka Suzu lamented, we become a hindrance. Kongnai, recalling his past misdeeds, retorted fiercely, let us ensure he pays for it. Are you rested? Once you are, we shall continue our journey, he urged. See? I told you so. The two unfurled their scrolls, the Book of Heaven, and secured them safely. What shall we do with them? Inuzuka Suzu inquired. Let us leave them be. When they awaken, they will find their way out. We are not far from the main gate. Mushi leaped down from the tree and approached them, continuing onward. Not far ahead, a resounding roar echoed, resembling a sonic boom. After a brief pause, even the rush of air surged towards them. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at her teammates. They still required experience. The most effective way to enhance their strength was through relentless battles. Come, let us join the fray. Mushi's words startled the two individuals unexpectedly. Mushi did not glance at them, but leaped into the tree. Do you aspire to grow stronger? A true warrior requires extensive practical experience, along with a broad spectrum of knowledge and insight. Tell me, which of these do you possess? If you wish for a life of tranquility, to marry an honest person and live peacefully, we might as well head to the heart of the Death Forest right now. The two fell silent, as who among them had not harbored a dream of Tsunade? Every girl from Konoha, to some extent, held a reverence for Tsunade, commanding and one of the legendary Sannin. The impact of such an aspiration was no less significant than that of Princess Li from Mushi's original world. With newfound resolve, they leapt forward, keeping pace with Mushi. Mushi rolled her eyes and meandered through the woods, hastening towards the direction from whence the sound emanated. Upon alighting on a tree, she beheld a small group of Muyi below, acquaintances only from a previous examination. The group was currently being trampled by a rotund individual. Just as she was about to strike, she noticed the trio of Mushi perched upon the branch. Ah, look, here come 3 more to deliver their offerings, he sneered. Mushi took out that extra celestial book. Did you receive one as well? Does it truly match you? If not, shall we exchange? While speaking, he continuously searched for his teammates, but unfortunately, he was alone. Why should we exchange? If I eliminate you all, then everything will belong to me. Mushi smiled, extending her hand to point at him, and said to Kong Nai, did you see that? This fool can be dealt with simply by playing tricks on him. There is no need to exert ourselves here. Chapter 48. Schemes you seek death. The man suddenly leaped forward, and before Mushi, an endless barrage of palm strikes descended, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a flurry of palm strikes rained down upon him. Dust and air swirled violently, dispersing to reveal the figure of the corpulent man from the grass kingdom, lying in the pit and spitting out blood, which was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The power of Mushi's palm imprint is formidable. Both Baji Quan and Xingyi Quan are exceptionally vigorous martial arts. Thus, the essence refined into the true energy palm imprint is inherently robust. Mushi exhaled deeply, deciding to descend and practice with him, cherishing the opportunity. In the mountains, Kong Nai and the dogs Ling pulled the 3 Konoha ninja candidates aside, clearing the battleground, and then gradually closed in. Mushi observed his 2 teammates as they cautiously tested the waters, their apprehensive demeanor eliciting a chuckle from him. It seemed quite beneficial to have his companions undergo a trial under the ninjas of the Land of Grass. Glancing at the now conscious Konoha ninja, he thought, since you have awakened, it would be wise to swiftly depart with your companion. The man nodded towards Mushi in gratitude, half supporting and half carrying his teammate as they staggered towards the exit of the examination venue. Through his Byakugan, he noticed the ninja from the Land of Grass suddenly channeling chakra, meticulously forming hand seals, presumably intending to unleash a formidable attack on the 2 young ladies. With a deft flick of the needle in her hand, Mushi severed the flow of his chakra, causing the ninjutsu he attempted to unleash to fizzle out ineffectively. Once more, he was restrained by the 2, who unleashed a relentless barrage upon him, gradually transforming him into a mere source of experience. Mushi stifled a yawn, only to be struck by an unsettling sense of foreboding. Her expression gradually turned grave as, beneath her gaze, a colossal serpent slithered menacingly toward her. Was it the technique of myriad serpents or perhaps a spirit beast? In any case, it was undoubtedly Orochimaru. An adversary was approaching. The words of Mushi momentarily stunned the 2, allowing her to swiftly deal with the corpulent adversary, secure her silver needles, and rapidly distance herself from the battlefield. The 2 did not utter a single word of inquiry. After all, Mushi was no match for them. Why remain and await inevitable defeat? Once she reached a safe distance, Mushi paused, her gaze sweeping broadly, and beheld a familiar figure on the battlefield, Orochimaru. At that moment, he stood before 2 others, Sasuke and Sakura. The oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru rendered the pair paralyzed with fear, until Sasuke, overcoming his trepidation through sheer pain, urgently took Sakura in his arms and fled. Orochimaru, possessing the strength to easily subdue them, merely observed as they made their escape. Muki exhaled deeply, recalling that Orochimaru had been defeated by Uchiha Itachi, which had sparked his interest in the Sharingan. This implies that they would endure suffering, yet not meet their demise. Orochimaru gazed upon his tragically fallen comrades and smiled. What an intriguing little imp he was. Mushi gazed at his lips, her heart skipping a beat. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned his head sharply, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, following the line of his white-eyed gaze. Mushi's expression darkened, yet she remained largely unaffected, as if the murderous intent surrounding her were of no consequence. Waves of fierce, killing intent emanated from her, conveyed through her disdainful gaze. The nearly tangible black malevolence swirled incessantly around her. In the mountains, Kong Nai and Inuzuka Susan were compelled to distance themselves from Mushi. Let us depart swiftly. Mushi swiftly turned and leaped into the distance, glancing back to observe Kong Nai and Inuzuka T. Are you struggling to keep up in the mountains? Behind them, Orochimaru pursued rapidly. Mushi's expression changed slightly. While his own speed in fleeing was not a concern, the situation for Kong Nai and Ling was quite different. As they might succumb to fatigue, Mushi abruptly came to a halt, and the 2 individuals stood breathlessly beside her. What is happening? Are we not fleeing anymore? In the mountains, Kana's face turned pale, uncertain whether it was from fear or the frantic exertion of chakra. Mushi exhaled a breath. Realizing there was no escape, it was time to return. The 2 were taken aback. Why? Isn't going back tantamount to courting death? Have you ever fished? Mushi inquired. When a large fish is hooked, one must not hastily drag it out of the water. Instead, it is prudent to tire it out first. Otherwise, with only 2 of us to take hold, the rod may snap, or the fish could slip the hook. Knowing there is no escape, why engage in a futile struggle against the opponent? Depleting one's own chakra will yield the same outcome. It is far better to take a desperate gamble, for there remains a glimmer of survival. Seizing the opportunity, Mushi set up traps and quickly adjusted her own condition. The two, though anxious, emulated her actions. The experiences and methods imparted by Mushi had always proven correct, never faltering. Rather than viewing Hongdo as their team leader, it was in truth Mushi guiding a Chunin and two Jinin in the execution of their mission. Mushi waited for a moment, and the serpent within the white eye of Orochimaru suddenly came to a halt. After a brief hesitation, it turned back. Mushi furrowed his brow slightly, unable to comprehend that Orochimaru would abandon them, or perhaps what unforeseen variables lay ahead. Let us rise and change our location. The two exchanged few words, following Mushi as he maneuvered in a different direction, swiftly returning to the original battlefield. In the depths of Mushi's gaze, a colossal serpent suddenly emerged from the ground, incessantly seeking its prey in the surrounding area. Mushi smiled, adopting a perspective akin to that of a deity. A truly formidable tool at her disposal. It proved exceptionally effective, akin to possessing an unfair advantage. Exhaling deeply, she calmed her mind, continuously contemplating the extent of the benefits she could acquire. The prowess of Orochimaru was beyond question, and as disciples of Mitarashi Anko, the three of them could be deemed part of the Hokage lineage. Yet, they found themselves lacking the expected privileges and resources. It was not only them. Even Anko herself was deprived. Orochimaru's ninjutsu and the connections from the Ryuchi cave, or rather, the serpent lineage, were beyond their reach. Since these opportunities were not readily available, it was time to seize them for themselves. Are you daring enough to join me in striving for our future? The two of them were taken aback, gazing at Mushi in bewilderment. Such a melodramatic proclamation seemed more fitting for their teacher, Anko, rather than her. Mushi spoke slowly, for both you and me. Hongdo Jie's greatest worth lies in her being a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, as well as a student of the Hokage lineage. While her identity is commendable, her abilities are rather lackluster, as she has not received Orochimaru's direct tutelage, placing her in a rather awkward position. Although the third Hokage has intentions of taking care of her, her lack of strength prevents him from personally guiding her. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a fourth Sannin. Given the third's esteemed power and status, listening to Mushi's musings, they were already well aware of these matters, as their elders had imparted them before they joined Hongdo's team. Now, Orochimaru stands before us. Do we dare to confront our esteemed master? The two remained silent, lost in contemplation, and Mushi exhibited no impatience. After a brief pause without a decision, Mushi remarked, "If we choose not to go, then let us find a place to conceal ourselves, awaiting my return or the journey to the destination." Chapter 49. Orochimaru. Mushi leaped up, but was swiftly halted by Kong Nai in the mountains. Without further hesitation, "I shall accompany you." "I, too, shall join," Lin quickly added. Mushi nodded in agreement. When the three of them arrived, they noticed the scene unfolding not far away, where Sasuke tossed the scroll to Orochimaru, only for Naruto to snatch it away. Orochimaru gazed at them with a mocking expression, as though he were witnessing a dramatic play, turning his attention to Mushi and her companions. The gleam in Orochimaru's eyes intensified. In Mushi's hand, a fireball materialized, which he abruptly hurled into the sky. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Hongdo. Astute. Mushi's voice momentarily silenced the arena. To engage an equally matched adversary in a fierce battle is a display of courage. However, to recklessly confront an opponent one knows to be superior is sheer folly. "Are you insinuating something about me, Mushi?" Naruto exclaimed, a frown marring his expression, clearly displeased. Mushi smiled lightly, realizing she had been discovered. Well, there's no other choice but to summon the monsters. As soon as her words fell, her two companions immediately hurled shurikens at Orochimaru. How intriguing, he mused, blocking the shurikens while casting a shadowy glance at Mushi. Mushi remained motionless, merely locking eyes with Orochimaru and exhaling a breath. He acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to rival Orochimaru. It was not a deficiency in combat techniques, but rather a shortfall in accumulation. In his past life, with 3 to 4 centuries of cultivation, he considered himself unmatched in martial skills. Yet, the limitations of his current body's accumulation and resources hindered him from unleashing his full potential. It was akin to Kakashi, who suddenly found himself devoid of chakra, grappling with frustration. As Mushi exhaled deeply, his only recourse was to prolong the confrontation, hoping to unsettle Orochimaru's composure. Sasuke, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly regained his senses. Escape. He must flee at once. Noticing that Mushi and the others remained unresponsive, a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he surveyed the few individuals who had subtly encircled him, a look of disdain evident upon his face. In contrast to these minions, his interest was piqued by the young Hyuga who stood defiantly before him. How was it that this individual exuded a murderous intent that rivaled his own? Furthermore, possessing an extraordinary instinct for combat and a keen perception of danger, he was truly intriguing. A faint smirk played upon his lips as he swiftly formed the hand seals, summoning technique. The air around them began to churn violently, a powerful force scattering in all directions, making it difficult for the others to keep their eyes open. As they looked up, a colossal python coiled upon a branch, its movements languid, causing the trunk of the towering tree to bend slightly under its weight. The enormous branches sagged low, and as Orochimaru perched upon the snake's tongue, he elevated himself further into the air, casting a disdainful gaze down upon the group. His formidable serpentine eyes fixated intently on Mushi. Mushi spread his palm, and a crescent moon gradually emerged upon it, gently rotating in the center of his hand. Simultaneously, a translucent golden aura manifested around him. The aura was intricately patterned, appearing and disappearing like an enchantment inscribed upon the void. Mushi exhaled deeply, and at that very moment, launched an assault against the colossal serpent. The moon gold wheel in his grasp shot forth with remarkable velocity, expanding as it danced through the air. The immense blade spun relentlessly, slicing through the air with negligible resistance, advancing unwaveringly. Upon reaching the serpent's head, the moon gold wheel had nearly attained the same size as its target. With a swift motion, it cleaved the serpent's head in twain, the severed half sliding down into the jungle below. Remarkably, no blood flowed. The vast majority had been absorbed by the moon gold wheel, akin to a droplet of water falling upon parched earth, leaving no ripple behind. Orochimaru's expression froze, caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events. He deftly evaded the whistling moon gold wheel, only to find Mushi standing before him upon turning back. With a powerful elbow strike, he aimed for Orochimaru's chest, only to be met with a soft resistance, as though he had struck nothing but air. Dismissing the momentary confusion, he retreated swiftly to a safe distance, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, his instincts had proven accurate. Orochimaru appeared languid, coiled like a serpent, gazing at Mushi with an ambiguous smile. He watched as Orochimaru and the immense serpent tumbled from the tree, the whistling moon gold wheel in hot pursuit. Naruto and Sakura were about to leap down when Mushi, startled, urgently called out, "Do not pursue." As he observed those around him halt in their tracks, he let out a sigh of relief. Sensing the broad blade of the moon gold wheel piercing something, Mushi activated his Byakugan to survey the unfolding situation. The moon gold wheel severed through the tree trunk, and with a swift gesture, Mushi summoned forth the radiant blade once more, its brilliance cutting through the air. Mushi exhaled softly, his eyes narrowed as he meticulously searched for traces of Orochimaru. Aside from the corpse of the enormous serpent, he found nothing out of the ordinary. His gaze fixated on the serpent's body, where it appeared that a figure was concealed within, continuously absorbing energy. The serpent's form resembled a vessel of energy, and it dawned on Mushi that this serpent was not merely a creature, but a conduit for harnessing the energies of the universe, serving as both a reservoir and a tool for Orochimaru. Indeed, it should be referred to as chakra. With such an extraordinary ability, one could potentially exhaust their opponent to the point of defeat. The expression on Mushi's face was grave, a stark contrast to his tactical planning. If things continued this way, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. The crescent moon blade descended with a fierce howl, striking directly at Orochimaru nestled within the serpent's body, compelling him to emerge prematurely. With a pair of sorrowful eyes, he gazed at Mushi, particularly noting his ashen complexion, and managed a faint smile. In unfavorable circumstances, no one could maintain a cheerful demeanor. Orochimaru understood Mushi's troubled state of mind. However, the way this Hyuga lad controlled the timing of the battle was indeed remarkable. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked around his mouth. "Be cautious," Sasuke suddenly warned. And before the words could fully escape his lips, a colossal python appeared behind Mushi, equally formidable as the previous one, and swallowed him whole. Ninjutsu, serpent's mouth binding. Mushi was engulfed by the colossal serpent, yet Orochimaru remained far from at ease. He furrowed his brow, observing as the serpent's abdomen suddenly flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of embers glowing in a fire. In an instant, the entire serpent was reduced to ash. A searing wave of heat sweeping through the vicinity, singeing the surrounding trees to the brink of carbonization. The figure of Mushi reappeared, enveloped in a flowing golden aura. In the next moment, Mushi vanished, only to materialize once more before Orochimaru. Grasping a sword, the abyssal rainbow sword, he swung it with precision, aimed directly at Orochimaru. Serpent's hand of hidden shadows. Countless diminutive serpents coiled around Mushi's form, striking at his vital points with relentless ferocity. The golden light emanating from Mushi shimmered as if scorched by sunlight, incinerating the attacking serpent. In Chapter 50, The Difference in Eyes. The speed of the abyssal rainbow sword in hand did not diminish. Rather, it surged unexpectedly, cleaving Orochimaru in two with a single strike. In the next moment, the dismembered body of Orochimaru suddenly weakened, and his mouth gaped wide, from which a whole and complete Orochimaru emerged anew. The substitution technique. Mushi furrowed his brows, watching with a sense of aversion as Orochimaru executed his ninjutsu. It seemed as though his original body was akin to a garment, cast aside without a hint of diminishment, retaining its formidable presence unabated. Mushi fixated intently on the flow of his chakra, considering himself a clandestine apprentice in this art. Despite the discomfort, he could not deny the potency of this technique. With a swift maneuver of the Abyss Rainbow Sword, he launched a rapid thrust aimed directly at Orochimaru's vital points. Orochimaru's expression stiffened. This Hyuga brat was exceedingly vexatious. Hastily evading, he successfully executed a substitution technique, only to find himself once again under the relentless assault of Mushi. The swordsmanship was ferocious, compelling Orochimaru to resort to the substitution technique multiple times. Perched upon a tree branch, he attempted to catch his breath, but suddenly, thrust. The blade pierced through his chest, draining copious amounts of blood. Looking down, he beheld the enormous blade protruding from his body, nearly cleaving him in two. Stunned. As his chakra and blood were siphoned away, he quickly regained his composure and resorted to another substitution technique to escape his dire predicament. Mushi found himself standing before his lifeless body, his brow furrowed in distress. Orochimaru has vanished. The urgent call of Sakura pierced through his thoughts, causing his heart to lurch as he recalled that Orochimaru's target was indeed Sasuke. In a state of haste, he turned around, only to see Sasuke ensnared by Orochimaru. Naruto leaped into action, intent on providing rescue. Mushi swiftly followed suit, brandishing the Abyss Rainbow Sword, which he then swung with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword aura. The straight blade of energy hurtled toward the tongue that held Sasuke captive. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he regarded Mushi with disdain, clearly irritated by the impudent youth. As Mushi beheld Sasuke being caught by Naruto, she was poised to launch another assault against Orochimaru. Suddenly, an endless inferno engulfed Mushi. As the radiant sun wheel upon Mushi turned, it absorbed a considerable portion of the flames. Oh, a blade, is it? Such an impressive weapon. Observing Mushi charging forward once more, Orochimaru felt a twinge of reluctance to engage further. Mushi's combat instincts and experience were commendable, rivaling his own. However, his chakra was lacking. Youngster, relying on external enhancements to bolster your strength can lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Is it not due to the negligence of a certain mentor? Had he imparted more ninjutsu to Sister Akkad, you would not be standing here today. Ha ha ha. A mentor? What an amusing term. Mushi found himself in the position once occupied by Orochimaru, and at this moment, he was already exhibiting slight signs of breathlessness. Orochimaru, however, refrained from engaging, continuously evading his attempts. This left Mushi in a state of helplessness, akin to striking a punch into a mound of cotton, yielding neither assent nor dissent. With the opponent refusing to engage, he was rendered powerless. Ultimately, his strength was simply insufficient, leaving him at the mercy of Orochimaru's mockery. Suddenly, Orochimaru charged directly at Sasuke, the massive serpent's head crashing forward with tremendous force. Mushi's pupils narrowed, and she silently cursed under her breath. Just as she was about to advance, a massive serpent's head re-emerged before her, crashing towards her with tremendous force. With a sudden tightening in her heart, Mushi sank her lower body, assuming a horse stance, and summoned the dwindling essence within her with resolute determination. The eight extremities fist, executed with a bow stance and an elbow support. Mushi instinctively held her breath, advancing rather than retreating, and charged forward. With a resounding crash, she struck the serpent's head, causing its immense body to arch backward. The colossal form of the serpent smashed several towering trees into splinters. An endless cloud of dust billowed forth, and the serpent lay motionless thereafter. The trunk beneath Mushi's feet had also broken. He plummeted suddenly, and beneath him, an enormous serpent's maw had appeared, ready to strike. Mushi was taken aback for a moment, and the next instant, a figure enveloped her in an embrace, landing gracefully on a nearby branch. Mushi gasped for breath, gazing at Kong Nai in the mountains. At that moment, she stood before Mu Shi, confronting the formidable serpents. The sudden appearance of the two snakes had taken Mu Shi by surprise, leaving her unprepared. If the moon golden wheel were present, it would have been more than sufficient for Mu Shi to slice through them. Mu Shi perched upon a tree trunk, raising a finger like a sword as the golden crescent moon whistled past. She beheld the serpent before her, severed in twain, plummeting to the ground below. Mu Shi gazed toward Sasuke, feeling rather unperturbed, fully aware of the formidable aura of the protagonist that ensured he would not meet an untimely demise. From his vantage point, he could merely observe the silhouette of Orochimaru. He witnessed the giant serpent's tongue swiftly ensnaring Naruto. As Mu Shi's pupils constricted, she pushed aside the mountain-like figure of Kunai before her, rolling her eyes as she meticulously observed the flow of chakra within Orochimaru's body. Upon Orochimaru's 5 fingers, 5 streams of purple flames gradually emerged, subtly twisting as they danced. The 5 elements seal. Mu Shi exhaled gently, unfolding his palm, as 5 fingers manifested 5 streams of crimson flames. The art of sealing has always been a precious resource. One merely needs to observe the sealing techniques of various villages to understand this, with some villages lacking entirely. In the mountains, Kong Nai gazed at Mu Shi in astonishment, particularly at the technique recently employed by Orochimaru. Has he just mastered that? Such talent! Why is he destined to be my comrade? No wonder he spoke of striving for a future. Orochimaru turned his gaze, intent on confirming Mu Shi's position to prevent any disruption. In an instant, his pupils constricted. The sealing art. How could he fail to recognize it? And there are unexpected gains as well. With a smile, Mu Shi waved the sealing technique in her hand, presenting it to Orochimaru. Are you not going to assist? Kunai in the mountains observed Mu Shi remaining seated, while Sasuke had already summoned his fighting spirit and was relentlessly attacking. Confusion washed over her. What is there to assist with? It is wise to rest and conserve one's strength for a timely escape. She glanced upward. At this hour, Sister Akidu should have noticed by now. Rising to her feet, she activated her Byakugan, fixating intently on his ninjutsu in the state of his Sharingan. She retrieved a piece of paper, diligently recording her observations. Regarding the bloodline limit, Mu Shi believed there were no stringent prerequisites for its activation. Even ordinary eyes could awaken under the right conditions. It merely depended on the state to which the eyes had ascended. For instance, the Byakugan, which she had studied, differed from a typical eyeball in that it possessed subtle ocular pathways and cells exhibiting a heightened state of activity, storing a form of energy. The Sharingan likely shared a similar origin as the Byakugan. In Mu Shi's perspective, the bloodline limit represented a transformation of the body induced by a convergence of energy. This state resonated with his understanding, akin to the sensation he experienced in his previous life when he transcended to the Tai Ching realm, a feeling of encompassing all things. In essence, it was merely a state, an experience of differing nuances. Mu Shi diligently documented the transformations and conditions of the Sharingan. Chapter 51, Half Sold, Half Given. In the mountains, Kong Nai and Ling assisted Mu Shi in organizing the manuscript pages. As they gazed upon the information inscribed, much of it eluded their understanding. Nonetheless, they grasped the essence of its significance. But do not speak of it outside. Suddenly, the voice of Mu Shi echoed, causing the hands of the two to pause in silence. Their attention remained fixated on the fierce battle between Orochimaru and Sasuke. Mu Shi clicked his tongue, noting that Sasuke's combat techniques still bore a hint of immaturity. In an unexpected turn, Sasuke executed a move reminiscent of Lee's style. Was it imitation? He executed a swift maneuver, driving Orochimaru's head forcefully against the trunk of a tree. As they beheld what appeared to be a lifeless opponent, the figure gradually transformed into a puddle of mud. A substitution technique. Sasuke swiftly evaded the impending danger. Mu Shi exhaled softly, promptly retrieving another sheet of paper to meticulously sketch the meridian diagram, annotating it with the title Earth Substitute, Rift. Ling and Kunai paused momentarily, exchanging glances that revealed the excitement sparkling in their eyes. They danced upon the edge of a blade. The prospect of such advanced ninjutsu was exhilarating, regardless of whether they could master it. To learn and wield this power, however, necessitated the village's approval. Their movements quickened and became more delicate, as they feared that a moment's lapse might tear the fragile paper. Before long, Mu Shi presented another sheet, inscribed with the fire release, dragon fire technique. Casting a glance at Mu Shi, they pondered the implications of practicing Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Would it bring them trouble? Regardless, once in their possession, it belonged to them. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted them back to reality. Mushi shot a fleeting glance at the two, urging them to prepare for escape. Their expressions turned dazed. How could Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, possibly be slain so easily? Abruptly, Mushi thrust another sheet into their hands, inscribed with the Naraka technique. One for each of us. Let us flee at once. Mushi's voice was laden with gravity. Her gaze fixed intently upon Orochimaru. And what about you? She exclaimed. I do not require your assistance. You two must flee separately. If an opportunity arises, I shall seek you out. As they were about to utter more, Mushi shouted resolutely, hurry and leave. The two quickly grasped the papers and made their escape in opposite directions. Mushi exhaled softly, having just mastered a new ninjutsu, soft body. He chuckled, tucking the paper into his bosom while his white eyes unwaveringly fixated on Orochimaru. He observed as Orochimaru's neck elongated abruptly, sinking its fangs into Sasuke's neck. Mushi's eyes remained fixed, fearing to miss even the slightest detail. Suddenly, 3 tadpole-like patterns emerged on Sasuke's neck. However, to Mushi, these were not mere tadpole markings. They were cursed seals. During his research on the caged bird and the eradication of the tongue curse, he had come into contact with various foundational elements of cursed seals through Hinata and Sakura. Now, witnessing the complete and intricate process of the technique, he was confident that, given time, he could replicate it. Releasing a slow breath, he tucked the paper into his bosom. Before him, the silhouette of Orochimaru gradually materialized upon the tree, bearing an aged visage. Lord Orochimaru, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Might I request a greeting? Orochimaru paused, taken aback by Mushi's audacity to ask for a gift without a hint of fear. By what right do you demand a gift from me? Observing the ambiguous smile on Orochimaru's face, Mushi settled into a cross-legged position. Konoha, the legacy you left behind in Konoha. After all, I am a rogue ninja of Konoha. Are you suggesting that I provide you? Mushi, with a hint of impatience, interrupted him. Do you harbor resentment towards Konoha? Is it not the place of your upbringing? Orochimaru, deep down, you know whom you truly despise. Who is it? Orochimaru's countenance darkened as he stared at Mushi, rendered momentarily speechless. I've also studied Hongdo. Her constitution is quite peculiar, exhibiting remarkable endurance and an ability to endure pain beyond human comprehension. I refuse to believe you perceive her as worthless. Otherwise, you would not have taken her as your apprentice from the outset. Is it so trivial to be chosen as a disciple by the legendary Sannin? Without certain qualifications and potential, one would never reach their heights. For Hongdo to be singled out by Orochimaru among so many, she undoubtedly possesses extraordinary attributes. Young one, your ambitions are becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. As for me, the Hinata branch family offers scant resources. Our team reflects this predicament, a somewhat awkward guiding jonin and 3 apprentices who were overlooked by their clan. With no love from parents, we must forge our own path. Mushi spread his hands and said, Here, take it. Orochimaru was taken aback. What? The summoning scroll from Longdi Cave. Orochimaru was momentarily speechless. It seemed he did not regard himself as an outsider at all. To reach into his lair so casually? After a prolonged contemplation, he mused. If you wish to exchange. Yes. Whatever you propose for the exchange, I wholeheartedly agree. Orochimaru suddenly felt an urge to strike him. The incessant interruptions during his speech were truly infuriating. His neck elongated unexpectedly, and Mu tilted his head slightly to allow him to bite. He sensed within himself a force akin to malevolence, relentlessly surging through specific meridians. Ultimately, it coalesced into 3 tadpole-like forms upon his neck. The excruciating pain caused Mushi to break out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth to suppress any cries of anguish. Mushi endured the pain and exhaled deeply. She reached out to touch the 3 cursed seals. Sister Hongdo has them too, doesn't she? Are they your earliest creations? Orochimaru remained silent and directly handed Mushi a scroll. Mushi exhaled deeply. With this newfound possession, he felt an unwavering sense of courage. When Sister Hongdo summoned the serpentine creature from the dragon's lair, even the 3rd generation, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, the specter of death loomed ever closer. Mushi surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that Orochimaru had completely departed. He began to decompose and absorb the energy within his body, eradicating the cursed seal. As he relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The strength of this body was still lacking. The sun was on the verge of setting, and Hongdo gazed at Mushi, who lay upon the tree trunk, her emotions tangled. This scoundrel always harbored ulterior motives towards her. Yet he had also offered her considerable assistance. Sighing, she approached to examine his injuries. Upon noticing the bite marks on his neck, her heart skipped a beat. Was it that cursed seal? She hurriedly glanced towards the back of his neck, but there was nothing. How could that be? Was it that Orochimaru had deemed him unworthy, or was there something else at play? Mushi opened her eyes and inquired, "Sister Hongdo." Hongdo, lowering her gaze, furrowed her brows and asked, "Have you encountered Orochimaru?" Mushi did not respond, but handed her the spirit scroll. "This is from him. You must consider our future." Hongdojia. Hongdo was taken aback, her expression darkening. "We must ensure that the third generation is informed." Enraged, Hongdo hurled Mushi against the tree trunk and leaped away. Mushi exhaled a breath, deeming the situation stable. Glancing at the sky, he knew that it would become even more perilous after dark. Thus, he needed to swiftly locate Ling and Kanna. With a vigorous leap, he set off in the direction of Ling. Chapter 52. Are you here for a picnic? In the mountains, Kanna exhibited a relatively strong disposition, rendering her safer than Ling. As long as he maintained a rapid pace, the danger for his two companions would be significantly diminished. With his eyes wide open, he dashed through the forest at remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Hongdo caught up with Orochimaru, only to learn a harsh lesson as she sought mutual destruction. After Orochimaru departed, Hongdo hesitated, contemplating the summoning scroll she had taken out. Orochimaru seemed akin to a taboo for the third Hokage, evoking a complex array of emotions from him. Even she sensed the intricacy in the third Hokage's gaze directed toward her. He desired her to succeed, yet feared her becoming too formidable, wishing to empower her while simultaneously wishing to restrain her. These years had been marked by an awkward limbo. Hongdo took a deep breath. She refused to lead a life of mediocrity, confined to the role of a wealthy matron in a grand estate. Was she to be like Lady Gigi, whose livelihood depended entirely on her husband, a feudal lord, rendering her voice insignificant? She would not settle for such a fate. With determination, she leaped into the air, soaring toward the edge of the forest of death, intent on reporting to the third Hokage that Orochimaru had arrived. Mushi was not mistaken. He had known his deepest desires long ago. Unfortunately, his heart was too fickle. Emerging from the death forest, Hongdo gazed at the spirit summoning scroll in her hand. Upon opening it, she began to form seals as recorded within. The art of summoning 10,000 serpents. In the next moment, an enormous serpent materialized before her, its gaze piercing as it stared intently at Hongdo. After a long moment of scrutiny, the serpent inquired, "Are you a disciple of Orochimaru?" Without uttering a word, Hongdo nudged the summoning scroll towards it, inviting the creature to sign the summoning contract. The serpent contemplated briefly before signing the agreement without hesitation. Once the colossal serpent vanished, Hongdo exhaled a sigh of relief. The three Sannin were not merely associated with the three great sanctuaries. They also represented the collaboration between Konoha and these esteemed locations. Considering the families adept in summoning ninjutsu, such as the Inuzuka and Sarutobi clans, it was clear they belonged to noble lineages. In this light, the significance of the Dragon Cave was paramount, especially since it housed several beings capable of contending with tailed beasts. Following Orochimaru's defection, the bond between Konoha and the Dragon Cave had been severed. Now, with Hongdo rekindling that connection, it would be challenging for her contributions to go unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, she prepared 3 summoning scrolls. She was not naive. She understood the implications of Mushi's 3 little ones. Just as she was about to sprint towards the Hokage building, a sudden surge of cursed seal energy erupted from her neck, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably, robbed of all strength. It was a warning from Orochimaru. Gradually releasing her breath, as the pain subsided, Hongdo rose to her feet, cast a quick glance at the Hokage building, and dashed towards the central tower. Mushi moved swiftly, catching up to Quan Ling, who was by the riverbank drawing water. Her brows furrowed in concern as she cast a worried glance in Mushi's direction. Mushi no longer hesitated. She leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully before her. "Lingya." The sudden appearance startled her, nearly causing her to stumble, but Mushi was there to steady her. "Mushi, are you all right?" "How wonderful." Mushi accepted the water she offered, slightly furrowing her brow. "Do you remember what I told you?" Quan Ling was taken aback but nodded in agreement, aware that even the cleanest water must be boiled before it can be consumed. "Rest assured, this has been boiled." Mushi nodded and took a sip. "Now, I shall meet with Haruno Sakura while I pursue Kanna." "Yes, indeed." Mushi cast a fleeting glance at the squad traversing this stretch of road, relieved that it was nightfall, as many teams dared not act recklessly. Mushi hastened through the mountains in pursuit of Kong Nai, while Ling followed closely, yet quickly found herself unable to keep pace. Oh dear, what is this? With a frown of frustration, she exhaled deeply and resumed her journey towards that direction. By the time she caught sight of Kong Nai's trail, it was already midnight. At that moment, Kong Nai was nestled within a tree hollow, caught between slumber and wakefulness. As Mushi's footsteps resonated, Kong Nai was instantly roused from slumber. Upon seeing Mushi, the kunai he clutched in his hand was swiftly cast at her feet. A silent signal. Mushi was taken aback. When did they ever establish a secret signal? When did we agree on such a thing? Kong Nai, nestled in the mountains, let out a sigh of relief. Pray tell, what hue is my little garment? Mushi was suddenly rendered speechless. How could he possibly respond? Hurry up and speak. The black-clad figure, Kong Nai, hurled another shuriken with frustration, exclaiming, I knew you were spying on me. Mushi narrowly evaded the kunai. Suddenly, Kanai leaped out from the tree hollow, embracing Mushi and weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, Mushi appeared excessively grave, as if bidding farewell to death. She always envisioned the worst possible outcomes. After all, it was Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Mushi gently patted her on the back and said, There. Do not cry. Let us go find Ling all right. Upon locating Ling, they discovered him blissfully indulging in a midnight snack, completely oblivious to the search for Haruno Sakura. Upon seeing Mushi and Kanai, he immediately beckoned for them to join in his meal. Mushi cast a glance, noting that the smokeless stove was still the one he had taught. Letting out a sigh, Kong Nai struck a fist upon Ling's head, inquiring, Aren't you going to ask about the slogan? Ling, tears welling in her eyes, replied with a pitiful tone, Where would such a thing come from? Mushi chose to disregard their playful bickering and directly retrieved food from the dry pot. After the three of them had filled their bellies, they took a moment to rest in silence, savoring the tranquility. Oh, it's you. Kong Nai and Ling were abruptly roused, turning their gazes towards the source of the voice, where Tiantian stood atop a tree, observing them below. Sniffing the aroma wafting through the air, saliva instantly pooled in her mouth. She approached Mushi, greeted Kong Nai and Ling, and unceremoniously seized Mushi's chopsticks to fish out food from the pot. Finding it empty, she produced several sealed scrolls, revealing an array of vegetables and meats, each contained within its own scroll. After a cursory count, she estimated around 10 varieties. Kong Nai and Inuzwa Ling were left astounded. This was indeed a picnic of extravagant proportions. Don't just stare at me, eat. The two, momentarily dazed, retrieved their chopsticks, suddenly enveloped in a sensation akin to dining on hot pot in Konoha. Once satiated, they gathered the scrolls, nestling against Mushi for a brief respite. Tian reclined half-lying in Mushi's embrace, the faint fragrance of youthful femininity wafting into Mushi's senses, stirring a heaviness in his heart that made it difficult to maintain composure. In the blink of an eye, Tian had grown up. He gently caressed her curves. An awkward tension permeated the air, and suddenly Kong Nai and Ling felt somewhat superfluous. Oh dear, I must take my leave. Mushi slightly opened her eyes and observed Tian hastily rise to her feet. I must return now. You should take a different path. Encountering Niji might prove troublesome. Chapter 53. The Great Melody. Mushi smiled and inquired, What scroll do you possess? The Book of Earth. You all stared blankly at Mushi, astonished. Surely you do not intend to seize it from us, do you? Mushi directly tossed the surplus scroll of the heavenly book from her bosom to her. Here, take this. It is excess for us. As she observed Tian departing, Mushi glanced down and noticed her two companions casting her disapproving glances. Mushi felt a touch of embarrassment and cleared her throat. A mouth that is fed cannot speak ill, she murmured. In the mountains. Kong Nai curled her lips in disdain, remarking, Honestly, it seems that someone has been devoured. Perhaps it is you who is lacking. And this is merely a form of compensation. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Kong Nai, who was driving up the mountain, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The prodigal driver has returned. Mushi, how have you transformed into this? Mushi was somewhat perplexed, pondering what that might entail. Indeed. Shan Zhongkong felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, overtaken by a certain lasciviousness. TSK, such words. If you were in my position, you too would find it hard to resist. Do you think everyone is like you? Let us put it this way. Once you are married, you will comprehend my sentiments directly. It cannot be expressed. You must envision it yourselves. Listening to Mushi's analytical discourse, akin to reciting a menu, utterly shattered Shan Zhongkong's understanding. Suddenly, he felt a desire to disregard him, fearing he might lead him astray. Having rested well, the sky was now brightly illuminated. Within this examination hall, instances of sunlight penetrating were exceedingly rare. Mushi let out a breath. The morning air still carried a hint of chill. Their pressure regarding the examination was minimal. However, the gains from this test were substantial. Glancing at the stack of papers in hand, Mushi perused it and noted the existence of the meridian circulation chart, though the understanding of the meridians was incomplete. A few principal meridians were missing, yet she felt confident in supplementing them based on her experience. Is it ready? She called back, finding that dealing with girls could be rather cumbersome, as many matters were not as straightforward as they were for boys. Just a moment, it will be ready soon, but you mustn't peek. Mushi suddenly felt the anticipation of waiting for his girlfriend to finish her makeup, a sentiment that seems to transcend all realms. After finally setting off, he had not ventured far when the figure of Xiaoling appeared before his eyes, accompanied by Xiaoli, which added an intriguing twist to the moment. Come, let us join in the excitement, he suggested. Arriving at the periphery of the battlefield, the three found a vantage point that offered a relatively good view, and they quietly observed the unfolding events within the arena. This was indeed quite captivating. Mushi's murmurs left the two in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? I cannot comprehend. Mushi cast a glance at his teammate. Indeed, Xiaoli's physical techniques were impressive. However, the sound-based attacks of the sound ninja posed a significant challenge for him. The essence of sound lies in the vibrations of matter. And even if Xiaoli blocked his ears, his body would still inevitably perceive the frequency of those vibrations to some extent. Consequently, this would inflict harm upon his muscles, bones, and so forth. So how does one defend against it? Inquired Inutaku Rin. By using a different frequency, came the response. Huh? If two tuning forks resonate at the same frequency, they can perceive each other's vibrations. However, if the frequencies differ, one can simply detach their body from the waveband of the sound waves. The two contemplated this notion. While it sounded straightforward, its practical application proved to be quite challenging. Mushi exhaled deeply. Within our training regimen exists a peculiar exercise. What is it? The tiger-leopard thunder sound. The two instantly recalled something, previously dismissing it as absurd, attempting to mimic the breathing of tigers and leopards, as well as their snoring while asleep, all purportedly to strengthen the internal organs and spinal cord. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting a weighty sense of challenge. Indeed, it appeared daunting. Mushi let out a faint sigh. The methods have been imparted to them. The extent of their progress depends solely on their own efforts. The teachings of Buddhism often convey that the Buddha aids those who are destined to receive his guidance. Some individuals remain oblivious to the treasures they hold, yearning for strength while simultaneously desiring comfort. Such simplicity is a mere illusion. In this world, nothing of true value comes easily. To attain what you seek, you must first relinquish something of significance to grow stronger. One must venture beyond the confines of their comfort zone, compelling oneself to advance step by step. The words of Mushi resonated within their hearts like the rhythmic beating of a drum. Despite the hardships they faced, a profound understanding emerged among them. Oh, look over there. Inuzuka Ring pointed towards the nearby thicket, where the trio of Zhu Lu and Dai stealthily approached. Qin grasped Sakura's hair, shaking her head incessantly. In the presence of this unscrupulous individual, let us vanquish Sasuke. Mushi smacked his lips, finding this proud little girl quite endearing. She possessed a certain charm. In the mountains, Kong Nai was taken aback, her expression slightly displeased. Mushi, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her as well. She was unaware of the number of individuals Mushi had captivated, yet his demeanor undeniably felt awkward. Mushi pointed at her, the standard black long-haired girl, with a piano mallet in hand. I will inform teacher Hongdo. Mushi pursed her lips, remaining silent. There are many experiences the young girl has yet to encounter, unaware of their allure. Quanzhou Ling stared blankly ahead, where Xiaoying was. It was only then that both of them noticed the sudden silence enveloping them. Shall we offer our assistance? Mushi remained silent. Fully aware that the protagonist would not meet their demise, it was an essential path for their growth. Moreover, there were signs of change within Sasuke. And Mushi directed his gaze towards him, noticing a transformation in the chakra coursing through his body. It would likely be some time before awakening occurred. He smiled faintly. For in this world, there are indeed elements that warm the heart, not solely the harshness of reality. There are also things worth steadfastly protecting, such as Lu Sueki, Shinjin Mountain, and Hinata Haruki. In the future, he might have many more treasures to safeguard. Human desire is not entirely devoid of merit when harnessed wisely. It can lead to a life filled with joy. Mushi stifled a yawn, and upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of others, her own spirits lifted. Comrades, you possess me. And I possess you, she mused. However, Yamanaka Kanai wore a troubled expression. Mushi's words made her feel quite uncomfortable, as if there were something more intimate between them. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield shifted once again, and the trio of Zhu, Lu, and Dai made their entrance. It was then that Yamanaka Kanai realized, Mushi, isn't it inappropriate for us to merely spectate like this? Perhaps we should descend and offer our assistance. Mushi remained silent, gazing quietly. Ah, my instrument has been commandeered. In this state of hers, Mushi smiled, somewhat hesitant to contemplate whether it could lead to double the joy. Yet another arrival approached. Inuzuka Tsubaki suddenly remarked. And Mushi and her companion turned to look, noticing that Niji and Tintin had also arrived. Tintin waved enthusiastically at them, while Niji, however, fixated his gaze intently on Mushi. Mushi let out a sigh, realizing the predicament they were in. He wouldn't be contemplating seizing our scrolls, would he? Kongnai from the mountains expressed his concern. They had already gathered their scrolls. Ling, standing nearby, interjected, understood. It's all due to that fellow who becomes utterly immobile in the presence of a woman. Mushi smiled lightly, unfazed by her teammates' jests. Sasuke had awakened. The two were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards him. He was now standing, emanating a formidable amount of chakra, at least in their eyes. They were eager to discover the effects of the curse mark that Orochimaru had placed upon Sasuke. Muki's piercing gaze fixated intently on Sasuke's reaction, observing the fluctuations of chakra within him. Such a degree of change was not particularly challenging. As an experimental subject of Orochimaru, this transformation appeared to be benign at present. Muki exhaled softly, channeling his internal essence, and began to replicate Sasuke's energy variations. Suddenly, a shimmering aura of white energy materialized around him, rendering concealment impossible. All eyes turned towards them. Sakura, glancing at Muki, instinctively released a sigh of relief. They might lose the examination, that their lives were spared. The overwhelming force of energy caused Kanna and Lingwan to falter slightly, and compared to Sasuke's energy cyclone, Muki's presence was far more formidable. With no other choice, they were compelled to position themselves beside Tintin and Niji. Niji's focus remained entirely on Muki, then shifting to Sasuke. Their conditions bore a striking resemblance. Yet Muki's foundational strength was evidently more profound. Mushi observed the transformation of his true essence within, becoming increasingly refined while simultaneously absorbing external energies. How remarkable! What virtuous deeds has he performed? Unlike the dark energy of the Uchiha clan, the energy of the Byakugan is comparatively serene, better suited for such methods without the risk of losing one's sanity. Those influential figures have indeed underestimated the Byakugan. As he surveyed the intricate seals adorning his body, calming the surrounding aura and energy, Mushi realized that his foundational strength had significantly elevated, following his cultivation pace. Such a level of true essence could only be attained at the 8th or 9th layer of the Jade Purity realm. Consequently, when he reaches the Supreme Clarity realm, his strength will surpass that of his previous life. Exhaling deeply, he turned his gaze towards Sasuke, as his transformation was nearing completion. As Mushi observed that Jing Yi had released the heart-turning technique, Chin fell directly to the ground. Casting a glance at the crowd, it was evident that their attention had shifted to Sasuke. What a splendid opportunity! With a swift motion, he darted into the thicket beside Chin, grasped her, and pulled her into his embrace, making his way toward the depths of the forest. They distanced themselves significantly from the battleground, eventually landing on a secluded tree trunk. Only then did Mushi gently set Chin down. After assessing her injuries, which were not severe, he tended to her wounds, watching as she gradually regained consciousness. Lifting her chin, he scrutinized her features. They were rather unremarkable, not particularly beautiful. However, there was an alluring air of pride about her that captivated him. Who are you? Chin scanned her surroundings, failing to locate her teammates, and furrowed her brow, instinctively producing a kunai from somewhere. Yet, before she could throw it, Mushi's silver needle rendered her completely powerless. Crouching before her, he noted the turbulence in her eyes. She was still quite young. Perhaps, as she matured, there would be a chance for redemption. Feeling the weight of Mushi's gaze, Chin's heart sank. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but alas, her body was too weak to even take a single step back. Mushi exhaled softly, her breath trailing down along her chin. In her heart, she recalled the grand verses of the great national epic, a memory not to be forgotten. Life is the essence of humanity. Desires are the benefits of man. Observing the nature of man, one finds a steadfastness and a sense of propriety. The rest remains unsaid, for one should explore it themselves without overthinking. The author is a serious individual, dedicated to the promotion of national culture. A few days later, Mushi donned her attire and, feeling invigorated, stretched lazily. She turned to see Chen behind her, utterly exhausted, her clothing barely covering her, gasping for breath, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Mushi stepped forward to assist her in donning her attire. The unexpected gentleness startled her, and in her gaze towards Mushi, there lingered a hint of trepidation intertwined with tenderness. The sensation from moments ago was delightful. At the mere recollection of it, Chen bashfully lowered her head. As she observed Mushi turning to depart, she suddenly grasped his hand. "What is it?" Mushi inquired, turning back to her. Could we? Perhaps once more?" "Of course." Mushi extended his hand to draw her into his embrace, loosening his belt. Sasuke snapped Sak's arm and advanced step by step towards Tor's. "Stop!" Sakura exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Sasuke. The curse mark gradually faded until Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. Tor's placed the scroll on the ground, helped Sak to his feet, and glanced around, suddenly taken aback. Chen was missing. A living person had vanished right before everyone's eyes. Kong Nai in the mountains wore a perplexed expression as he surveyed the surroundings. Mushi had long since disappeared. What could he possibly be up to? Truly, what a reckless individual. Mushi is also gone. Did he uncover something? He curiously scanned the area, wondering if there were other teams nearby. It seemed reasonable for Mushi to follow them. Observing Kong Nai's awkward demeanor, Tiantian asked, "Kong Nai, did you see where Mushi went?" Kong Nai replied, exasperated. "He probably went to the restroom." "Oh, that makes sense." As she looked at Tiantian, Kong Nai suddenly felt something was amiss. Perhaps Mushi had taken her down? Carefully scrutinizing her, particularly Tiantian's legs, he noted they were rather firm. Suddenly, he found himself bewildered by Mushi. After all, Tiantian was quite beautiful. Why hadn't he acted? After waiting for a considerable time without any sign of Mushi's return, Tiantian pouted, sitting helplessly on a branch. Why hasn't Mushi come back yet? Could he be in danger? Is this the agony of waiting for a loved one's return? Hinata Niji wore a grim expression, dismissing the notion of love-struck antics. Enough of this. We've already delayed for too long. Let us move. Tiantian glanced at the resting 7th Squad and the Inoshikicho trio before turning to Kong Nai and Ling Ling. "Kong Nai, we're leaving now. Goodbye. Let us hurry," they urged. "Well, let us wait a bit longer for Mushi." Watching as Tiantian and the others departed, Ling sat weakly on the tree branch, pondering what Mushi could possibly be up to for such an extended period. Chapter 54. Completion of the second exam. Kong Nai appeared sullen, keeping his head down in silence. Mushi's actions were undeniably infuriating. Meanwhile, Mushi adjusted his attire, catching a whiff of the scent lingering on him, a hint of seaweed. He took Chen to the riverbank to wash away some traces. Mushi, displaying remarkable decisiveness, drenched herself completely, unleashing a vigorous surge of energy that expelled most of the moisture from her garments. Chen, astonished, touched her sleeve, now nearly dry. "Your chakra control is impressively precise," she remarked. "Are you preparing to rendezvous with your comrades?" A thick mist emanated from Mushi, and within mere breaths, her attire was entirely dry. Chen, momentarily taken aback and at a loss, remained silent. Sensing her hesitation, Mushi spoke, "Come with me. From now on, you shall accompany me." Chen hesitated, responding, "No, I cannot. My home lies in the land of sound. Mushi let out a sigh. "Very well, do as you wish, but take care of yourself." With that, she lifted the zither and leaped into the air, soaring back in the direction from whence she came. After locating the two individuals, she set the zither down not far from them. Before allowing her to depart, Mushi asked once more, "If I were to persuade you to stay, would you reconsider?" They were not suited to be companions. The zither player hesitated momentarily, prompting Mushi to speak again. "Come with me, Chen." "No, I must return home," she replied. And with that, she dashed off towards Tosi. Mushi let out a sigh, recalling that the fate of the Chen was not a favorable one. Each soul is bound by its own destiny. Perhaps it is the will of heaven. He had granted her the choice. Back on the original battlefield, Tiantian and the Zhu Lu Dai team had already departed, leaving only Class 7 and Kang Nai, along with Ling. The group was gathered around a dry pot, enjoying their meal, and the atmosphere appeared quite lively. As Mushi descended silently to the ground, she took a few steps towards them. Suddenly, Sasuke turned his head. The two exchanged a glance, yet no words were spoken. "Mushi, you have returned," Ling greeted him with joy. However, Kong Nai maintained a stern expression, offering Mushi no warmth. She appeared as though she were the aggrieved wife awaiting her husband's late return from an evening of drinking, embodying a mix of anger, resentment, and melancholy. Mushi settled herself between Kana and Ling. Kana gently inhaled, and the fresh scent emanating from Mushi brightened her complexion considerably. "What were you up to?" Ling inquired softly. "Oh, nothing much, just tracking someone down to their lair," Mushi replied. After the two small teams had taken their rest, Sakura suddenly remarked, "Have you all gathered the scrolls? Shall we depart together?" Mushi shook her head, expressing that it would be prudent to assess the capabilities of the other candidates, as it would serve to hone their skills and intelligence gathering. "Very well, then. We shall reconvene at the central tower," she concluded. Indeed, Mushi, accompanied by his two companions, observed as they departed, swiftly soaring in an entirely different direction. Upon reaching a secure location, Mushi took out a piece of paper and began to document his observations. Kong Nai and Ling assisted him in organizing the notes, binding them in an orderly fashion. Once completed, Mushi reviewed the entries regarding Sasuke, contemplating the conjectures surrounding the cursed seal and the fluctuations in energy levels. Mushi conceived an idea that could steadily regulate the fluctuations of such energy. If successful, it would significantly enhance the entire team's capabilities. This time, we are destined for wealth. The faces of the two displayed smiles, yet before they could fully revel in their joy, Mushi continued, saying, "Upon your return, you must diligently complete the training regimen. I do not expect you to reach my level, yet you must also reflect upon the past." The expressions on the faces of the two young ones immediately fell. The plan devised by Mushi was, quite frankly, somewhat unattainable. Suddenly, Quanjua Ling caught a whiff of something, her complexion paling noticeably. "What is the matter, Ling?" Kong Nai inquired with concern. "The stench of blood." A significant odor of blood. Kong Nai's gaze grew heavy as he glanced at Ling's thigh, leaning closer to her and whispering, "Ling, is it possible that your relative has arrived?" Ling's face flushed instantly, and she quietly replied, No. "Oh, I see." Kong Nai straightened his posture, realizing that it indicated a nearby conflict. "Mushi, shall we join the fray?" Mushi nodded, tidied up her belongings, and with a roll of her eyes, began to scour the battlefield. The three of them landed on a tree trunk, and Gaara shot a fierce glance in her direction. Locking eyes with Mushi, the fervor of battle ignited within their gaze. Mushi curled her lips in disdain as she surveyed the battlefield. Oil woman Shizai was tirelessly using insects to fend off the encroaching sands. In contrast, Inazukiya had already been ensnared by the shifting dunes. Hinata continued to fight valiantly, employing her palm strikes to disperse the surrounding sand, while seeking an opportunity to assist Inazukiya. Inazuka Rin felt a surge of urgency within her heart, without hesitation. She leaped from the tree, hurling her kunai directly at the sand before sprinting forward. Rin was exceedingly anxious. Mushi nodded, and, just as the bell rang, she swiftly approached Quanjua, delivering a powerful palm strike that expanded in magnitude. With a thud, the palm struck, scattering the sand enveloping Quanjua. At that moment, Ling leaped into action, embracing Ya and Chi Wan, rolling aside to evade the onslaught. An endless tide of sand surged towards them once more, and Ling, feeling a surge of panic, realized that her assault had proven futile against the relentless quicksand. The golden sun will in Mushi's hand was suddenly cast forth, enveloping the three figures, a pair of individuals and a dog, within a magnificent golden shield. In an instant, a wave of sand surged forth, forming a colossal sand dune. Mushi could comprehend Ling's reaction. A prominent family must designate a leader, for without such a figure, the cohesion of the clan would dissipate, leading inevitably to its downfall. Although the scion of a noble lineage may occupy a peripheral position, there remain numerous unseen privileges. For instance, in the realm of commerce, one enjoys the backing of influential allies, as well as access to familiar resources. Regardless of the circumstances, their existence is undoubtedly more prosperous than that of commoners, provided the family remains intact. Mushi no longer paid any attention and turned to Hinata. At this moment, Hinata was still able to endure. A little experience would do her good. However, Shino Aburame was not faring as well. The insects cultivated by his family must not be exhausted. Mushi stifled a yawn and remarked, "Well, Gaara, never mind." Gaara cast a fleeting glance at Mushi before resuming his assault, utterly indifferent to her presence. Mushi curled her lips, regarding him with disdain. She turned to Kong Nai, advising him to take care of himself. In the next moment, she appeared directly before Gaara, launching a powerful kick that pierced through the sand and struck his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Gaara was sent hurtling backward. The sand he had been controlling suddenly scattered across the ground, and Mushi glanced around, noticing that Hinata and the others were now free from their overwhelming pressure. She nodded, signaling them to swiftly distance themselves from the battlefield. As she turned again, a shuriken crafted from sand was hurled toward her. Mushi tilted her head to evade the impending danger. Before she could utter a word, a barrage of circular sand pellets erupted forth, akin to a machine gun's relentless fire. In an instant, the air was thick with them, blanketing her line of sight like a torrential downpour. She exhaled slowly, her speed astonishing as she deftly maneuvered out of the assault's reach in the blink of an eye. The grains of sand, once scattered across the ground, began to coalesce. From the mound of sand, Gaara emerged, his expression dark and foreboding. "Are you seeking your own demise?" Mushi slightly furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of aversion towards such a brazen young man. "Gaara, I am delighted that you can converse with me, but the tone in which you speak is quite displeasing to me." In the next moment, the moonlit golden wheel whistled through the air, towering before Gaara, reaching a height greater than that of a single person. Mushi opened her wide eyes, meticulously observing the ninjutsu of Gaara. The sand shield, accompanied by the moon golden wheel slashing attack, shattered upon striking the shield formed by the gathered sand, resembling an eggshell. The fragments scattered and whistled through the air, their rotational speed increasing severfold. Mushi exhaled deeply, unleashing a manipulation of objects that exerted considerable pressure on both the mind and the soul. At this moment, he had yet to master the art of freely controlling such attacks. The lunar golden blade struck the sand shield once more, spinning rapidly as its edge gradually pressed downwards. Endless grains of sand scattered in all directions. In an instant, Mushi's figure vanished, her palm subtly turned outward as 5 crimson flames flickered to life at her fingertips. With a sudden rush, the sand shield erupted apart, allowing the moon gold wheel to pass through, leaving a trail of endless blood scattered across the air. "Gaara," Temari gasped, hastily advancing as the bandages behind Kankuro surged forth to launch an attack at Mushi. Whoosh! Simultaneously, 2 shuriken were thrown, and 2 figures descended, directly intercepting Temari and Kankuro. It was Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Gaara was cleaved in 2 by the moon gold wheel, and the sand shield, devoid of chakra support, gradually crumbled to the ground. Mushi stood quietly before the sand pile, observing intently. If Gaara were truly so easily vanquished, it would not be possible for him to emerge unscathed from each mission. Indeed, the corpse of Gaara suddenly transformed into sand. In an instant, from within the mound of sand, another Gaara materialized, as if he had sprouted anew. Mushi smiled faintly, noting that Orochimaru possesses similar techniques. It remains uncertain who might have drawn inspiration from whom. Mushi believed that it was Snake Ant who had copied the Sand Ninja's techniques. When Gaara finally made his appearance, Mushi sprang into action, forcefully striking his palm against Gaara's abdomen. Startled, Gaara was taken aback. Although he was unaware of the nature of the technique employed by Mushi, he was resolute in preventing any success on Mushi's part. With a swift motion, he waved his hand to obstruct the attack. Mushi's physical prowess is formidable, beyond what Gaara can withstand. Like a fierce tiger scaling a mountain, the 8 Extremes fist unleashed a powerful barrage, forcefully breaching Gaara's central line of defense. With a subtle shift of weight, his right hand's 5 fingers crashed into Gaara's abdomen. 5-element seal. A newly acquired technique, it was time to test its might upon him. Mushi, devoid of any youthful exuberance, audibly announced each of his moves. After concluding his technique, Gaara collapsed onto the ground, clutching his abdomen tightly, his face contorted in pain, veins prominently visible. "Oh, is it truly that agonizing? Have I executed the technique incorrectly?" In Mushi's eyes, Ai Luo's chakra indeed retracted. The sealing effect was achieved remarkably well, truly a testament to the prowess of Lady Snake's techniques. However, lacking the vast and pure chakra of Orochimaru, the duration of the seal is unlikely to be prolonged. Based on my understanding of the formation, this sealing technique possesses considerable potential. There exists an opportunity for refinement. Mushi stifled a yawn, contemplating whether she could draw even a trace of chakra from the tailed beast, Shikaku. Just as she was about to make a move, Temari's voice rang out sharply, "Stop." Although Kanai from the mountain before her lacked considerable strength, her solid foundation made her quite formidable. Unable to assist Gaara, Temari ceased her actions. "Hinata Mushi, let us converse. What is there to discuss? A romance, perhaps?" Temari suppressed her urge to explode, exhaling deeply as she produced 2 scrolls. "Here, take these. Spare us." Mushi cast a fleeting glance at them, disregarding their presence. She knelt down, placing her palm upon Gaara's abdomen, channeling her true energy inward. Directly siphoning a portion of Shikaku's chakra, and sealing it within a scroll. Gaara's pain intensified. And it was only then that Mushi realized the true nature of the rebellion was instigated by Shikaku. Scratching her head in contemplation, she formed another series of hand signs, invoking the bird in a cage technique. The seal was forcefully inscribed upon Gaara's abdomen, penetrating into Shikaku's essence. Instantly, Gaara's struggles intensified. Mushi observed a slight loosening in the 5-element seal. It was of no concern. She could simply seal it again. The bird in a cage technique she employed lacked the formidable power of Hinata's version. Hers was a diminished form that did not possess the ability to manipulate life and death. The complete bird in a cage seal, however, remained a closely guarded secret of the clan. It is truly remarkable that Mushi has managed to reach this point. Let us proceed. Once again, Mushi has arrived at the edge of the forest. Kongnai in the mountains feels a tinge of disappointment, her enthusiasm just beginning to blossom. After the 6 individuals vanished, Temari rushed to Gaara's side, inquiring, "How are you, Gaara?" The pain Gaara endured has significantly eased, having calmed the protective Shikaku. He begins to attempt breaking the seal. Feeling a trickle of chakra seeping forth, Gaara finally exhales in relief, summoning the sand back into his gourd. With Temari's support, he rises to his feet, stating, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Mushi assists Hinata and the others in tending to their injuries. Inuzuka Kiba's wounds are quite severe, with many of his bones fractured by the sand. After carefully dressing Kiba's wounds and reinforcing the makeshift stretcher, the group collectively breathes a sigh of relief. Taking a brief moment to rest, they place Kiba onto the stretcher. Mushi and oil girl Shino were being carried along. As they approached the central tower, the group quickened their pace. Upon entering the tower, they encountered Gaara's team, and both parties were expressions of discontent. Ultimately, it was Temari who greeted them. After passing each other, Mushi and her companions completed their mission, delivering Ya for treatment, and thereafter, there was little else to attend to. Within the central tower, there were rooms provided for their rest. Once they received their accommodations, Mushi swiftly retreated into her room for a much-needed slumber. Upon awakening, she gracefully stretched and sought her teammates to join her for a meal in the cafeteria. By chance, she caught sight of the J-Nin instructors on the 2nd floor. Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly, choosing to remain unresponsive. "Ah, what? Can't you even greet me?" Hongdo remarked with a look of deep resentment. Feeling that Hinata Mushi was indeed the most challenging to manage. "Hiki, Hongdo, don't you often claim that Hinata Mushi finds his teammates to be a hindrance?" Shiri Hong interjected, intrigued by the so-called problematic youth that Hongdo spoke of, pondering what exactly was amiss. The teachers here were well aware of his academic performance. "I propose, Hongdo, that you allow me to take him under my wing. He is indeed a promising talent." Asuma took a sip from the can of beer in his hand. "Absolutely not. I am managing just fine. Why should I relinquish him to you?" Asuma said nothing further. His gaze fixed on Mushi. He was quite satisfied with the performance of Team Inoshikacho and had no intention of making a change. To him, the value of Team Inoshikacho far surpassed that of Hinata Mushi. His statement was merely an attempt to gauge the significance of Hinata Mushi in Hongdo's eyes. Mushi, while indulging in her snack, suddenly inquired, "Are you curious about the contents of the scroll?" Ling and Kong now were taken aback, their curiosity piqued. "Unfortunately, we have already submitted it. Otherwise, we could have sneaked a glance. It's not too late now." The words of Mushi left them momentarily stunned, as they grasped his meaning. With the examination nearing its conclusion, it was evident that numerous teams had yet to complete their collection tasks. Consequently, they might be inclined to procure another scroll. There was no longer a need to scurry about in search of it. Most of those who had not yet cleared the challenges were congregated around the central tower. Would this not be rather concerning? Ling cautiously surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying them any heed. "When we encounter Gaara, we shall understand. They must have been the first to clear the challenges and could venture out to locate those teams." After Kanai from the mountain spoke, he suddenly felt a bit lightheaded, realizing he was entertaining thoughts akin to those of Mushi. Exhaling softly, he swallowed the morsel in his mouth and fell silent. Once the three had finished their meal, they exited the central tower. Mushi activated his Byakugan and observed numerous teams concealed near the central tower. Mushi exhaled deeply, realizing that a maximum of 13 groups could pass the examination. After accounting for those that had already succeeded, 6 groups remained eligible for passage. Mushi glanced around briefly. There were more than 20 people present, and it was evident that nearly everyone had arrived. "Mushi, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Mushi did not respond but quietly inquired, "Do we still have a choice?" "Oh, indeed we do. We can return and diligently cultivate. The two fell into a profound silence, for without ample resources, their innate talents would ultimately blend indistinguishably with the masses, even though they currently found themselves among the throng. Yet, within their hearts, there always lingered a fervent desire to grow stronger. Mushi selected a relatively approachable team and led her companions to a certain forest. For those emerging from the central tower, these small squads held little interest. They had already passed the examination, rendering any focus on them rather meaningless. Mushi approached the vicinity of the small team with remarkable speed, effortlessly seizing their scrolls. Weighing the scroll in hand, it was the Book of Earth. First, she activated her Byakugan, hoping to discern its contents. Unfortunately, she found herself unable to see anything, as it was evidently subjected to special treatment. Mushi cast a glance at the two curious individuals. Do you wish to hide? Huh? What is the matter? Are you foolish? Since the examination has emphasized the prohibition of opening, it is only natural that certain punitive measures will be implemented. However, we have already passed the examination. Just in case. Mushi smiled gently. The environment in the mountains was quite pleasant, and his intelligence was certainly commendable. Mushi found a piece of cloth to blindfold himself, opting to rely on his white eyes to gaze upon the scroll. He was uncertain if this would be effective. For now, this was all he could do. Mushi turned the scroll outward, allowing the characters within to face the outside world at once. With a sudden, forceful tug, she unfurled the scroll completely. After a brief pause, nothing transpired. It was only then that she flipped the scroll over, revealing a series of runes akin to seals and prohibitions. Mushi possessed a solid foundation and was well acquainted with various subjects. Upon closer examination, he discerned that it was a form of hypnotic sigil, with a gentle exhalation. He deemed this contraption rather intriguing, worthy of his efforts. Turn it around, he instructed. Only then did the two cast their curious gazes in that direction. What is this? I cannot comprehend it. It appears to be a sigil, reminiscent of the one Orochimaru had inscribed upon Sasuke and Mushi. It bore a striking resemblance, yet alas, he was unfamiliar with it. Mushi let out a breath. This is a restraining spell, utilized for hypnosis. Is it effective? Mushi nodded and candidly remarked that illusion techniques are a form of hypnosis. Although this particular seal does not possess the effects of an illusion, it can induce a prolonged state of unconsciousness. If employed effectively in battle, it could prove to be quite an intriguing tactic. The eyes of the two gleamed with excitement. Can we learn it? Indeed, though familiarizing oneself with the runes of the seal is no simple task. Mushi carefully transcribed the scroll and cast the open parchment among the three unconscious individuals, brushing his hands together. He then sought his next target, the celestial tome. Upon identifying the target, Mushi swiftly executed her plan, transcribing the celestial tome with remarkable speed before making her escape. Upon returning to the central tower, she meticulously compared the two scrolls, discerning their differences, and subsequently devised a comprehensive set of hypnotic seals. Should she manage to utilize this through her Byakugan, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. However, Mushi remained uncertain of its efficacy against elite jonin. Within the seals, she infused some of her own elements. After witnessing the soul-corrupting capabilities of the soul-eating staff, her confidence in its potency waned even further. She had once crafted a magical artifact, the soul-holding bell, yet in comparison, her self-assurance was lacking. Should she test it? The thought surged within her. Becoming uncontrollable, it was imperative to avoid someone of Red Bean's mediocre caliber. Kakashi? Asuma? Kurenai? These individuals were elite jonin, after all. Perhaps it would be prudent to test each one in turn. Mushi set her sights on Asuma as her primary target, hoping he would not be overly petty. Mushi moved swiftly, her presence heightened by the Byakugan, allowing her to adeptly track Asuma's movements. Silently infiltrating the path that Asuma would inevitably traverse, Mushi exhaled gently, her gaze fixed on the approaching figure of Asuma, drawing ever nearer. Mushi slowly exhaled a breath, and suddenly, the once serene sunset, which had lingered in the room, burst forth through the door. This fortuitous encounter was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for Bai Yan's own eyes witnessing the event, he might have suspected that Asuma harbored ulterior motives. In Mushi's heart, a sudden pang of uncertainty struck her, contemplating whether to concede. Was Hinata's Genjutsu truly feeble? No. In the realm of illusions, it could counter even the formidable Sharingan, particularly the Tsukuyomi. Despite her defeat, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Hinata employed her own Genjutsu without any enhancement from her bloodline limit. With her presence, Mushi felt a twinge of insecurity. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to confront them directly, boldly manifesting herself and positioning herself in their path. As Hinata and Asuma approached, engaged in light-hearted conversation around the corner, they were taken aback upon spotting Mushi, clearly having been awaited. Mushi saw two individuals, Asuma-sensei and Hong-sensei. She greeted them with utmost courtesy. Mushi, is there something you need? Asuma's tone was neither too distant nor too familiar, conveying his discontent while still showing respect for Hong-do. Asuma-sensei, I have acquired some cursed seals, but I find myself uncertain about certain aspects. I would like to seek your guidance, if it is not too much trouble. Mushi's words were quite flattering, and with Hong right beside them. Such an opportunity to make a good impression was rare indeed. Haha. Well, you are so eager to learn. What troubles could you possibly have? As he accepted the scroll handed to him by Mushi and unrolled it, Asuma was immediately taken aback, momentarily lost in thought, before returning to reality with a grave expression. Chapter 56. The Gift of Illusion. Isn't this the seal from the examination scroll? No, something had changed. There were two distinct seals, each with a markedly different style. The unfamiliar one had been added later by Mushi. Asuma glanced at Mushi, his brow furrowed slightly. This was intriguing. Suddenly, Hong spoke up. As a master of illusion, she couldn't decipher the newly added seals, yet she could make educated guesses. When she began to speak, Asuma was taken aback, realizing that Mushi's intention was not to consult him but rather Hong, which was quite flattering for him. His brow relaxed, and his expression towards Mushi softened significantly. Hong, you are an expert in this area. Could you take a look? Mushi lowered her head in silence, awaiting an answer from the two. The setting sun infused chakra directly into the scroll, activating the seal inscribed upon it, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. Hong, what is the matter with you? Mushi inquired, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape as if about to speak. Yet her expression remained fixed, resembling that of a doll. Asuma, taken aback, exclaimed, Hong, what is wrong? Suddenly recalling the scroll's purpose. He performed a seal to assist Hong in breaking free from her hypnotic state. As the effects were off, Hong gasped for breath, her body feeling somewhat limp, as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber, devoid of any thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally turned her gaze towards Hinata Mushi and inquired, How did you come by this? Mushi respectfully stated that it was inscribed upon the scroll of heaven and earth. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, the original potency of the seal was not nearly so formidable. Its initial purpose was merely to assist individuals in achieving restful slumber. In preparation for this examination, they had modified it slightly, intending only to induce a few days of sleep in those who dared to unseal the scroll. Yet, the version in the possession of Hinata Mushi proved to be excessively powerful, capable of influencing even elite genin. Asuma grasped the scroll and activated the chakra seal. Almost instantaneously, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Had it not been for the foresight of Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma would have been ensnared. Mushi observed this scene with clarity through her Byakugan, meticulously documenting their physical states. A certain force was manipulating their own chakra, affecting their minds through their eyes. Mushi let out a quiet sigh. If one could exert influence through the Byakugan, Asuma-sensei, what do you think? Asuma cast a serious glance at Mushi and nodded. It is indeed an impressive seal. If you can fully develop it, it will be a fortune for Konoha. Mushi expressed her gratitude with joy as she accepted the scroll he offered and dashed away. As the setting sun cast a warm glow, Hong and Asuma observed Mushi's retreating figure, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. Eventually, Hong murmured, This child possesses a remarkable talent for illusionary arts. Asuma nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the ability to conjure such seals from the scroll indeed indicated a gift. Redirecting his gaze towards Hong, he mentioned, I will speak to Hong-do about ensuring that Hinata Mushi's talents are not squandered. He harbored some reservations, after all. For Mushi belonged to the branch of the esteemed Hinata clan, and his allegiances were. No need for that, considering Hong-do's circumstances are also challenging. I shall seek an opportunity to engage with him. Asuma refrained from elaborating further, opting to shift the conversation to another topic. Upon returning indoors, Mushi exhaled deeply, gazing at the scroll in his hand while reflecting on the state of Hong and Asuma, who had fallen victim to the cursed seal. How might I employ my Byakugan to manifest it? Ideas began to form, yet alas, I lacked a suitable test subject. I would have to experiment on my own eyes. Contemplating the possibility of inscribing the cursed seal with my true chakra onto my Byakugan, I ultimately decided against it. Safety must prevail, after all. This pair of Byakugan is immensely powerful, and should they be damaged, there would be no second pair to replace them. The final day of examinations progressed swiftly, and Mushi was summoned to the assembly hall. The last team had arrived. Upon entering the hall, Mushi glanced around. There were 21 individuals in total, and including their group, 8 teams had successfully passed the examination. To Mushi's astonishment, the Shanaisha sisters were notably absent. Had they not succeeded? He exhaled once more, choosing to disregard the matter, and observed the numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha and elite Jonin present, including the third Hokage, who nearly occupied half the hall. As Mushi entered, Tiantian's eyes sparkled with delight. She bounded over to him and embraced his arm, exclaiming, "Ah, you arrived quite late." Mushi affectionately ruffled Tiantian's hair. This little girl was truly endearing. As she lifted her gaze, she met Hinata's timid, yet resolute eyes. She longed to push Tiantian aside, yet her upbringing and courage forbade such an action. Instead, she stubbornly clung to Mushi's other arm. Mushi. Mushi suddenly felt that life was incredibly beautiful. To be honest, he harbored little romantic sentiment towards the 2 young girls. What he truly admired was the long, straight black hair of Sister Chuanmu. His affection for the 2 young girls was more of indulgence than desire. They were close to him, and he welcomed their companionship. May all candidates stand at attention. Mushi gently patted the heads of the 2 individuals and suggested, "Let us converse after we complete our examination." "Indeed," came the reply. Standing in line, Mushi cast another glance around, recognizing numerous familiar faces. The quality of the CHNIN exams was indeed commendable, given the notably low pass rate. Truly, one could unearth treasures from such trials. Next, it was time for Lord Hokage to introduce the 3rd phase of the examination, and Red Bean's voice resonated, urging everyone to listen attentively. Mushi turned her gaze toward the stage, noticing that Sister Red Bean appeared somewhat unwell, her complexion rather pale. With her Byakugan activated, Mushi nearly found herself overwhelmed. Sister Red Bean's audacity was remarkable, daring to face this occasion with such boldness. No wonder the 2 rabbits were more animated than usual. In an effort to alleviate her own tension, she exhaled slowly. This was trivial. However, the condition of her lower half was becoming increasingly intolerable for Mushi. Red Bean respectfully invited the 3rd Hokage to take the stage, expressing gratitude for the tireless efforts of Lord Hokage. Her demeanor was exceptionally formal. The 3rd Hokage stepped forward, his words flowing incessantly. Mushi was indifferent to the chatter, perceiving it as mere drivel, a dismal display of incompetence. His gaze traversed the various elite ninjas present, recognizing only a handful among them. One cannot deny that the overall prowess of Konoha is indeed formidable. Moreover, the village harbors a considerable number of Jonin and elite Jonin. Take the Hyuga clan, for instance. He had encountered 3 Jonin, Hinata Hizashi, the clan's elder, and Sister Haruki. Yet, he was certain that the Hyuga clan possessed far greater strength than what was immediately apparent. To be a clan capable of counterbalancing the Uchiha lineage is no trivial matter. His gaze lingered on Yuhi Kurenai, whose abilities were also commendable. If she were to wield the Sharingan, then Mushi was suddenly taken aback. As the crimson gaze of the setting sun met his, was she that perceptive? Casually shifting his attention to Kai, who stood beside her, he recalled that this individual had nearly delivered a conclusive blow. Chapter 57. What I speak of as the blade tools the 8 gates of Duinjia, in Mushi's eyes, resembled the transcendent state of unity between body and spirit that one experiences upon breaking through to the upper purity. It harnesses the forces of heaven and earth to facilitate personal transformation. He surmised that what the 8 gates of Duinjia lacked was a method to nourish the body with the energies of the universe. As Mushi exhaled a breath, he sensed the gaze of another upon him and turned to discover the familiar hue of the setting sun. Suddenly, an odd sensation washed over him. Was he truly under her scrutiny? Hastily, he averted his gaze, opting for a moment of humility. "Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" The voice of the swift moonlight echoed. Observing the pharmacist's exit, Mushi's thoughts began to stir. Given his status as a branch member of the Hyuga clan, he was unlikely to garner significant attention. To others, his life was a mere pawn, held tightly in someone else's grasp, regardless of his stance. He would ultimately align with the Hyuga lineage. The significance of forming alliances seemed minimal, and the higher one's strength, the more conspicuous they became, increasing the likelihood of being targeted. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat, Mushi pondered as he released another breath. As a mere genin, he could easily distinguish himself from the common folk. With a gradual lift of his hand, he felt the surprised gazes of those around him, including his teammates. A sharp sound pierced the air. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the shuriken clutched in her hand, alongside the blood seeping from her palm. As the pain finally registered, unbeknownst to her, A shuriken aimed at her I had been instinctively deflected by her reaction. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with nearly every gaze fixated on the trajectory of the projectile. It was a shadow guard station to ensure the perimeter. Adorned in a mask and clad in a deep green ninja attire, her graceful figure revealing that she was indeed a woman. Meeting the inquisitive stares of the crowd, she lifted her head, revealing a pair of striking white eyes, and only then did the onlookers come to a realization. A Hyuga, it was hardly surprising. One could not fault their offspring for lacking prowess. A little guidance was not unreasonable, yet the context of this encounter. Mushi gazed into the eyes of Hinata Haruki, where beneath the white irises blazed an inferno of fury. Mushi instinctively retracted her neck. It was still daytime, and the moment for her to dominate her world had not yet arrived. Silently, she placed the kunai down, bowing her head and remaining silent. Even so, Mushi could still sense three gazes fixed upon her. One belonged to Hinata Haruki, another to Mitarashi Anko, and the last, presumably, was from Waihai Kurenai. Mushi lowered her head, remaining utterly still, devoid of any response. It was not until the first group of preliminary matchups was announced that she sensed two gazes shift away. She secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight of familial expectations and hopes placed upon her was truly burdensome. As for Group 1, the match between Chidkai and Uchiha Sasuke, are there any objections? None at all. Mushi raised her head and cast a glance at the two individuals before shifting her gaze to the stage. Once again, she was taken aback. The crimson hues of the setting sun still reflected in the eyes of the one who gazed at her. This left her perplexed. Why was he staring at her instead of his own girlfriend? Being under someone's scrutiny rendered her uneasy, making even the smallest of gestures feel impossible. As her eyes swept across the crowd, she suddenly froze, spotting a handsome upper ninja she had never encountered before, yet his eyes seemed strikingly familiar. Why was she drawn to those eyes? They are often regarded as the windows to the soul, revealing the untold stories of most individuals, unless one has undergone rigorous training. For a master, fixating on an opponent's eyes during combat is far more insightful than merely observing their movements. Those eyes felt achingly familiar. They undoubtedly belonged to someone she had clashed with before, for such a profound impression could not be easily forgotten. Taking a deep breath, she diverted her gaze and activated her Byakugan. Beneath that transformation technique stood a figure she recognized all too well, Orochimaru. Mushi's heart skipped a beat as she exhaled softly. Feigning ignorance of his presence, she ascended the adjacent steps. This was a secure zone, where even the construction materials were of exceptional quality. The defensive capabilities were remarkably robust, verging on military grade. While one might question the character of the third Hokage, the accomplishments of the first and second Hokages remained beyond reproach. Mushi observed the arena as Chi Dong Kai continuously absorbed Sasuke's chakra, piquing his interest in this ninjutsu. Activating his Byakugan, he scrutinized the chakra pathways utilized in the technique. Such an ability certainly exists, albeit with somewhat limited efficiency. Mushi toyed with the moon gold wheel, which exhibited far superior effects than his ninjutsu. Disregarding Mushi's nonsensical ramblings, he cast his gaze upon the arena, where Sasuke's cursed mark had been activated. Witnessing the mark dissipate right before his eyes, Hongdo's pupils constricted. Could this entity truly withstand the force of one's own will? Mushi chuckled softly, remarking that Orochimaru's cursed seal is indeed a remarkable item, capable of altering the attributes of energy. With this, one need not attain the lofty state of refining the internal organs during the transformation of spiritual essence. The time to commence this endeavor has arrived. Hongdo, if I recall correctly, you possess a similar cursed seal, do you not? Hongdo's pupils constricted as she affirmed, yes, this thing is indeed life-threatening. Mushi shook her head, asserting that it was not the curse mark itself that was lethal, but rather the alteration of energy attributes it induced, overwhelming her body and leading to inevitable demise. Hongdo's expression turned grave as she regarded Mushi, acknowledging the child's remarkable prowess. She had accomplished numerous training regimens that Hongdo herself could not fulfill. Chapter 58. Allow me a moment to reflect. It became evident to her that his strength was undoubtedly superior to her own, and his assertion resonated with a certain persuasiveness within Hongdo's mind. Furthermore, his survival at the hands of Orochimaru was a testament to his formidable capabilities. Shadow level. Hongdo caressed the curse mark on her shoulder, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Are you suggesting that this can be entirely resolved?" Mushi smiled faintly, revealing the curse mark upon her neck. Hongdo's pupils contracted in astonishment. This is, as Mushi's true essence circulated, the seals instantaneously dispersed, and enveloped her shoulders before retracting on their own accord. A dark, enigmatic form of true essence manifested upon her palm, followed by a succession of energies and shades of purple, red, blue, yellow, and many others. Hongdo stood in stunned silence, pondering the implications of this revelation. It signified that with sufficient ninjutsu, one could wield powers beyond the confines of their own chakra affinity. Hongdo gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Orochimaru, the innovative ninja, was nothing short of extraordinary. If only he could be confined to focus solely on his research. Perhaps with a little coercion to ensure diligence, one could only imagine what marvels he might uncover. Orochimaru, standing behind the trio of sound ninjas, involuntarily shivered, sensing an ominous presence. He glanced at Mushi, then chose to dismiss the feeling. Meanwhile, Qin gazed at Hinata Mushi, her heart racing uncontrollably. The blend of fear and exhilaration quickened her breath, rendering her legs weak and causing a faint ache in her core. She quickly averted her eyes, keen to conceal the flush that crept across her cheeks. Hinata Mushi chuckled softly, "Sister Hongdo, I can assist you, but first, I need you to indulge me for a moment." Hongdo, bewildered, pondered the meaning of this request. As she caught sight of Mushi's mischievous expression, understanding dawned upon her, and her face flushed a vivid scarlet, unsure whether it stemmed from indignation or embarrassment. Casting a glance at her other two teammates, she exhaled deeply, suppressing her voice as she admonished, "Please behave yourself. I am your teacher." Mushi's eyes sparkled with an added brilliance. Could this be an enhancement of attributes? Hongdo, attributes. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to strangle that insufferable scoundrel. Resolutely, she leaned against the railing, choosing to avert her gaze from him, attempting to temper the tumultuous emotions he had stirred within her. Mushi leaned closer to Hongdo's ear, whispering, "Sister Hongdo, you wouldn't want others to know, would you? Let us keep this a secret." Hongdo promptly delivered a playful smack to his head, exclaiming, "Keep it quiet. You fool." A sense of unease washed over him as he cast a furtive glance at Hinata Haruki, only to find her looking back, which sent a jolt of apprehension through him. It felt rather akin to a main wife catching a mistress in the act. Such a peculiar sensation indeed. Meanwhile, Tiantian's gaze flitted between Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Sasuke, assessing them intently. One was the champion of the previous tournament, while the other was the reigning champion among newcomers. Which of them possessed greater prowess? A sweet smile graced Tiantian's face, for she believed without a doubt that Mushi was the most formidable of all. At that moment, the contenders for the second match were announced. Wai and Shino would face off against Sakuraba R. Mushi glanced around, finding little of interest in the scene. Noticing that Sister Chunmu was gazing intently at her, Mushi turned her head to look. She saw Chunmu subtly signaling her to step outside for a moment. Mushi tugged at Hongdo, and Sister Chunmu called for me. "I shall return shortly, so do not wander off." Hongdo appeared bewildered, sensing an inexplicable advantage had been thrust upon him. Upon exiting the venue, Hinata Chunmu seized his ear, causing Mushi to gasp in pain. "Ouch! That hurts. Sister Chunmu, please be gentler." Pulled into the thicket by Hinata Chunmu, there was no rush to speak. Her piercing gaze was fixed on Mushi, as if attempting to delve into the depths of his soul. "Sister Chunmu? What is it?" he wondered, fearing that his earlier desire to withdraw from the examination had incited her ire. "I believe this examination. Do you have feelings for Hongdo?" Mushi felt a sudden jolt in her heart, nearly biting her tongue in surprise. What? Sister Chunmu, what are you saying?" "Ha. To what extent have you progressed with her?" I have not done much with her. Indeed, the red bean has yet to lose her innocence. Yet you have certainly taken considerable liberties." Mushi felt somewhat helpless, as Chunmu Jia was utterly unresponsive. Moreover, was her intuition and observational acumen truly that sharp? "Allow me to be candid. The prospect of you and Hongdo together is utterly impossible, and I shall not consent to it." Just as Mushi was about to speak, Haruki Hinata interjected, "I have arranged a marriage for you, Lady Hinata. From now on, you shall belong to her." Mushi wore a bewildered expression. "What do you mean I belong to her? Shouldn't she be mine?" "Sister Haruki, I have been ensnared by you, and I shall not seek anyone else. Although we are both part of the Hinata clan, one must extend a modicum of respect to others. Just return to check on me from time to time." "No, Sister Haruki." Hinata Haruki interrupted once more, stating, "I am well aware of your temperament. That little girl you pursue daily deserves some respite. Focus on living harmoniously with Lady Hinata." With a pointed finger, she tapped Mushi's forehead, expressing her displeasure. "Your actions have greatly unsettled me. Even if you harbor feelings for Akane, it infuriates me." "Sister Haruki." Hinata Haruki turned to walk back into the venue, but paused momentarily. as if recalling something. Mushi felt a surge of joy in her heart, just about to speak when Chunmu interrupted her. I am informing you, not negotiating. If you do not comply, you may as well manage on your own in the future. With that, she turned and strode towards the venue, assuming her duties. Mushi appeared dazed, exclaiming in frustration, "Is this the bloodline suppression from my sister?" I wish to interject, yet find myself unable to do so. Is it too much to ask for him to utter a single word? Mushi let out a helpless sigh. The bond between them, nurtured since childhood, was intricate and profound. She knew that this connection could sustain her for a lifetime. Mushi felt a sense of melancholy enveloping her. No. She could not allow herself to remain in this state of despondency. She must invigorate her spirit. Although Cao Cao has perished, his essence endures. He is a paragon for our generation. With utmost respect from Chungu. What are you shouting about over there? Hurry and come in. The voice of Hinata Haruki resonated behind her, leaving Mushi feeling as though she had turned to stone. With a heavy heart, she followed Hinata Haruki and entered the arena. The victor is Oil Girl Shino. Mushi lifted her gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with Chin, only to shyly avert her gaze. She inhaled softly, casting a furtive glance at Chunmu Jie ahead, then at Hinata, as well as the scrutinizing gaze of Yuhi Kurenai. Returning to the stands, Mushi resumed her place beside Hong Do, both of them leaning against the railing. What happened? You seem to have suddenly lost your spirit. Did Chunmu scold you? Mushi shook her head and, upon turning, caught sight of Sister Chunmu gazing intently at her. Chapter 59. The preliminary examination made Mushi feel as though she were part of Orochimaru's scheme to overthrow Konoha. Releasing a deep sigh, she couldn't help but ponder the question. Was she truly destined to marry Hinata? Glancing over at Hinata, she noted that although the young girl had yet to fully mature, her beauty was already taking shape, promising her future as an enchanting beauty. In that regard, Mushi felt she would not be at a loss. Mushi exhaled deeply, relinquishing her concerns. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino had already engaged in a fierce battle. Fixating her gaze upon Yamanaka Ino, she contemplated the unique technique of her family that allowed for the soul to separate from the body. It seemed an opportune moment to seek a chance to connect with her. Mushi stifled a yawn, for within the mountainous realm, she was regarded as an exceptional kunoichi, comparable to the likes of Tsunade. Her gaze fell upon Tiantian, a formidable girl in her own right, particularly blessed with luck. Noticing Mushi's scrutiny, Tiantian turned her head and bestowed upon her a bright smile. Her mischievous and charming expression struck Mushi's heart like a hammer. While her exterior remained composed, turmoil brewed within. Tiantian had certainly grown up, prompting Mushi to ponder how she could possibly let go. A fleeting glance revealed Chin descending from the viewing platform, casting a knowing look in her direction. A flicker of emotion stirred within Mushi as she observed the reactions of Hinata Haruki and Sister Hongdo. Sister Hongdo's attention was entirely captivated by the two individuals in the venue, whereas Hinata Haruki's gaze occasionally drifted towards her. I shall step outside for a moment, Mushi whispered to Sister Hongdo, who nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly indifferent. Under the scrutiny of Hinata Haruki's gaze, Mushi composedly exited the venue. Upon reaching the outskirts of the tower and stepping into the forest, she was suddenly pulled behind a tree by Chin, with her petite form pressed against the trunk. A triumphant smile danced upon her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous girl leading an earnest student astray. Mushi was gently tilting her chin, exclaiming, "Ah! Even the prodigy of the Sunlight family cannot resist temptation?" With a mere beckon, I found myself drawn forth. Mushi smiled gently, grasping the zither firmly, and with a decisive tug, pulled her into his embrace. The work has commenced. Hinata Haruki glanced at the exit with a furrowed brow. Having noted that Mushi had been gone for quite some time without returning, what could she possibly be doing? Turning his gaze back to the arena, he observed that Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were on the verge of determining the victor, both pushed to their limits, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain themselves. The match of Mushi remained shrouded in uncertainty regarding its commencement. Perhaps it shall begin with the next round. To linger here for too long would not be prudent. A sense of irritation wells up within. At this age, should one not possess a modicum of understanding? Exhaling deeply, I observe Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino being escorted from the arena. The scrolling names on the grand screen cause a tightening in Hinata Haruki's chest. It is only when the names halt at the confrontation between Tintin and Temari that he breathes a sigh of relief. A flicker of anger ignites within him. Where has that scoundrel Mushi disappeared to? Having exchanged greetings with him earlier, his temporary absence should not compromise the Umbu's vigilance. Turning away from the tower, he gazes into the seemingly endless forest, activating his Byakugan to seek Mushi's whereabouts. After a thorough search, he finds no trace of him. Furrowing his brow slightly, he ventures deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Mushi, diligently at work, keeps his Byakugan activated, wary of being discovered. Upon spotting Hinata Haruki enter his line of sight, his heart skips a beat in surprise. He takes a moment to catch his breath and calm his racing thoughts. Suddenly, he seizes his instrument with urgency. What is the matter? Is he changing his technique? Mushi offered no response, clutching the zither tightly as she soared deeper into the forest. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Haruki arrived at the spot, furrowing his brow in confusion, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate what it was. Unable to locate Mushi, he resolved to change his course. Concerned that he might miss the examination, he pondered that regardless of whether Mushi could advance, the experience gained from battle could, at times, prove to be a lifesaver. After all, Konoha would not invest such significant resources in the selection of ninjas without reason. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he resolved to properly educate Mushi upon his return, for the distinction between what is trivial and what is substantial seemed lost on him. Mushi felt a twinge of anxiety as she perched on a distant branch, cradling her zither with a bashful demeanor, enveloped in tranquil silence. Once she ascertained that Sister Chuanmu had not noticed her presence, she exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed her tasks. In the arena, Tiantian cast a glance around. Disheartened by the absence of Ri-Xiang Mushi, her gaze drifted towards Hinata, silently vowing not to be outdone. Uncertain of Mushi's whereabouts, she could only focus on her adversary. Over the years, she had diligently trained alongside Mushi, acquiring numerous combat techniques under her tutelage. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself for the confrontation, feeling the thrill of battle igniting her spirit. Mushi traversed the verdant depths of the forest, accompanied by the blushing and somewhat bashful Chen, whose charmingly proud demeanor and spirited energy truly captivated Mushi. As he paused in his steps, the ever-close Chen unexpectedly collided with his back. "Come with me," he urged. "Let us depart from the village of sound and embark on a new life together in the hidden leaf." Mushi's sudden invitation left Chen somewhat perplexed, however. It is always a joyful occasion when a man expresses a willingness to take responsibility. Chen embraced Mushi from behind, declaring, "I do not wish to be a canary. I possess my own aspirations. I apologize." After releasing Mushi, she circled around him and leapt nimbly into the tree, casting a glance at Mushi's triumphant smile. "Hinata Mushi, do not fall in love with me, all right?" Hiki. As Mushi raised his gaze, he noticed that Chen had swiftly departed, leaving only the silhouette of her figure. He sighed, feeling a tinge of regret, recalling that Chen had been offered as a sacrifice by Orochimaru. Activating his Byakugan, he began to search for Hinata Haruki. It wasn't long before he located her. Descending beside Haruki, he gently embraced her and playfully inquired, "Haruki, what brings you here?" Startled, Hinata Haruki pushed him away and sniffed at him, questioning, "Where have you been?" Mushi, unperturbed, offered a faint smile, having gained some insights and wishing to experiment. Hinata Haruki frowned and inquired, "What, then, is the source of the scent surrounding you? Do not tell me you are unaware of what this fragrance signifies." Mushi was taken aback, inhaling the scent of her own sleeve. What fragrance was that? There was none. Hinata Haruki fixed his gaze intently upon Mushi's eyes, observing her unwavering composure, and he let out a sigh of relief. "What insights have you gleaned? Allow me to take a look." Mushi stealthily traversed the path, successfully passing through. He had long devised a method to eliminate any lingering scent. Such a fundamental blunder was simply unthinkable. Grasping Hinata Haruki's hand, he led her to a relatively spacious area, where he swiftly activated his Byakugan. He positioned Haruki in the specific angle that compensated for his Byakugan's limitations, and with a sudden flourish, unleashed his cursed seal. Hinata Haruki felt a jarring thud resonate within her mind, as if a heavy hammer struck her brain. She staggered a few steps, feeling a supportive hand grip her, before an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her, plunging her into a deep slumber. Mushi gently cradled Chunmujia, exhaling softly as she nestled her head in the crook of her neck, leaping towards the tree trunk. Once everything was in place, Mushi took a deep breath and roused Chunmujia. Mushi. With a mischievous smile, Mushi sealed her lips with Hinata Haruki's. In the arena, Tiantian struggled against Shimaru's deft control after deploying her dual dragon technique. Upon landing, her expression soured, contemplating whether to resort to her ultimate move. Exhaling slowly, a grave look settled upon Tiantian's face as she retrieved 6 Chinese short swords, delicately balancing them between her fingers. The peculiar blades piqued the curiosity of those around her. In a sudden motion, Tiantian hurled the 6 short swords forward. Shimaru, wielding her fan, deflected them effortlessly. But her surprise was palpable. The swords did not fall. Instead, they hovered ominously in midair. In an instant, the 6 blades shot forth with agility, attacking Shimaru from various angles. Caught off guard, Shimura hesitated momentarily, then swung her fan with vigor, knocking aside the sword aimed directly at her. However, the remaining blades had already adjusted their approach, and despite her evasive maneuvers, she sustained a wound. Shimaru's face turned pallid as she glanced down at the blade embedded in her chest, frustration bubbling within her. It was evident that Tiantian had held back. Taking a deep breath, Shimaru realized that in order to defeat her opponent, she needed to evade the flying swords while simultaneously launching an attack on Tiantian. Without waiting for Tiantian to strike again, Shimaru twirled her fan, invoking her technique, ninjutsu, scythe wind. An endless barrage of wind blades surged toward Tiantian. It was swift. Tiantian leaped aside with abandon, disregarding her appearance. During her battles with Mushi, she had learned methods of evasion, positioning herself strategically. Once she steadied herself, a searing pain shot through her back. Manipulating the 6 short swords once more, she launched another offensive against Shimaru. This technique, bestowed upon her by Mushi, allowed her to control the specially crafted swords through chakra, treating them as extensions of her own limbs. She recalled Mushi's words. Weapons are an extension of one's body. The 6 blades converged upon Shimaru, leaving her no opportunity to unleash her ninjutsu. Suddenly, Tiantian's expression paled, and the swords trembled in response. Seizing the moment, Shimaru swung her fan once again. Tiantian barely dodged. But a significant portion of her body was wounded, her attire torn, revealing her shoulder. After exhaling deeply, she attempted to command the short swords once more. Though this time her strikes lacked their previous ferocity. The two exchanged several more blows, but eventually the 6 swords clattered to the ground as Tiantian collapsed. Utterly drained and devoid of chakra. "I concede," she uttered. In the 7th round, the victor was Shimaru. Mushi embraced Chun Mu-jie and exhaled deeply. Sun Xiang Chun Mu regained some strength and suddenly struck Mushi's back with a forceful slap, nearly knocking the breath out of him. "Cough, cough, cough, Chun Mu-jie. Why did you hit me?" Mushi exclaimed. "Shouldn't I? What time is it? Stop fooling around. Get up." She pushed Mushi aside and busied herself with adjusting her clothes. Noticing that Mushi remained motionless, she kicked him lightly and urged, "Hurry up. If it comes time for your turn and you fail to win, don't even think about returning." Mushi wore a pained expression as she donned her clothes. No sooner had she stood up than Hinata Haruki seized her by the ear, urging her to return at once. Mushi cast a glance at Chunmu's expression, donning the mask of the dark faction, obscuring her features. Upon returning to the arena, Shikamaru was engaged in a fervent match with Chin. However, in Mushi's eyes, Chin was destined to lose. The reason was simple. Those who play with tactics often harbor a tainted heart. Mushi approached her teammate and, seeing the despondent expression on Kong Nai's face, realized that she had lost hope. After a yawn and working overtime twice, Mushi felt quite fatigued. "So, Kong Nai is lost." "Indeed. Mushi, it all rests on you now." Hongdo embraced Mushi tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mushi, my dear, my reputation hinges on you. We must secure a victory." Mushi, indifferent to the matter, replied nonchalantly, Understood, understood. Is there not still the bell?" Suddenly, Hongdo sniffed around Mushi, exclaiming, What is that scent? It seems to be reminiscent of Chunmu's." Mushi felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Hongdo gazed at Hinata Haruki, who had just returned, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Hiki, were you reprimanded by Haruki? You deserve it for being so." Mushi exhaled deeply. In the next match, Hinata Mushi was to face Rock Lee. "Ha ha, it's my turn. You have all been deceived. I do not intend to be the closing act. Come on, let's begin." Little Lee. Oh. With an expression brimming with excitement, Little Lee shouted loudly. Just as he was about to leap off the stands, Niji caught him by the arm, cautioning, "Be careful, he is quite formidable." "I understand. I relish the challenge of facing a strong opponent." He jumped down from the stands, landing in the center of the arena, eagerly waving at Mushi. "Mushi, hurry down. Let us commence without delay." Mushi cast a glance around, observing the diverse expressions adorning each face. Chin, with a smile, exchanged a meaningful look with Mushi, her lips parting slightly as she uttered something. Mushi understood and said, "You wouldn't be disheartened by the loss, would you?" Mushi shot her a disdainful glance. Her gaze swept over Gaara and the others, and Temari let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that sealing expert did not cross paths with Gaara. Disregarding the situation further, Mushi slowly descended from the platform and entered the arena. Let the battle begin. As the words of Moonlight Gale faded, Lee struck a pose, unexpectedly thrilled to engage in combat with you so soon. Mushi. Mushi took a slow, deep breath, recalling that the watermelon rind was indeed directed at Gaara. He turned to glance at Gaara, who slightly furrowed his brows. Nevertheless, it was for the better in his hands. At least it would not end so tragically. As Xiaoli launched a punch, Mushi deftly sidestepped, seamlessly transitioning into an elbow strike. The blow landed beneath Xiao Li's ribcage, propelling him several steps backward. Mushi exerted minimal effort, as they were merely in the phase of mutual exploration, deeming it unnecessary to engage with severity. Furthermore, they hailed from the same village, making it unlikely for them to resort to harsh measures. Xiaoli quickly closed the distance, leaping with sudden ferocity to deliver a backspin kick aimed directly at Mushi's head, the leaf hurricane. Mushi raised her arm to shield the side of her head, and with a resounding thud, the kick landed on her arm. In a swift motion, she executed a reverse maneuver, ensnaring Xiao Li's ankle with a graceful sweep. And before his other foot could strike, she exerted a powerful force, sending him crashing to the ground. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Xiao Li rose once more, ready to launch another assault. With renewed determination, he advanced again, but Mushi deftly parried each of his attacks, which came at her with relentless speed and precision. Mushi's defense was impenetrable, leaving no room for any slightest attack to slip through. Naruto stared blankly at the two individuals within the arena, astonished. Wow. Mushi is truly formidable. Chapter 60. Xiao Li's technique. Well, he is only slightly inferior to me. Sakura, her face darkened, recalled the encounter in the forest between Mushi and that peculiar individual, which had truly reshaped her perception. Such a powerful person indeed. Coming back to her senses, she landed a punch on Naruto's head, exclaiming, "Of course Mushi is strong. How can you possibly compare yourself to him?" Gaara furrowed his brows as he observed the battle that had just commenced below. Exhaling deeply, he contemplated the prospect of facing this individual himself. What? Xiao Li's attacks are utterly ineffective. Hige, Mushi has grown even stronger. Tiantian gazed dreamily at the arena, her small fist pressed against her chest. Niji shot her a silent glance, deeming her a traitor. After a prolonged stalemate, Xiao Li's patience gradually wore thin. Retreating to a safe distance, he exhaled. Observing Mushi's calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of fatigue, he realized that the recent exchanges had barely exhausted him. Mushi cast a glance at Xiao Li, slowly drawing the abyssal rainbow sword from the sealing scroll. Xiao Li, shall we spice things up a bit? With a swift flick of the abyssal rainbow sword, it sliced through the air, producing a resonant sound as he pointed the blade downwards. Before Xiao Li could respond, Naruto, seated in the stands, suddenly shouted, "Wow! That weapon is just like the one Tiantian has." Sakura, noticing Mushi's gaze, wore an expression of exasperation, silently thinking, "It's obvious. There's no need for you to point it out. All right, I shall take this seriously as well." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Li's speed surged once more, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Mushi abruptly held the sword upright before her chest. With a resounding clang, the Yuanhong sword emitted a melodious chime, its sound gracefully reverberating into the surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Li's fist had struck the blade. In the next moment, Xiao Li executed a spinning kick, aimed deftly at Mushi's left side. The sword in Mushi's hand tilted, its tip aimed directly at the left. Xiao Li's leg halted just short of the sword's point. Is it my turn now? A sudden jolt coursed through Xiao Li's mind as he swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Mushi moved with a speed that rivaled Xiao Li's, forcing him to retreat hastily. Mushi twisted the sword, evading the blade, and struck fiercely at Xiao Li's abdomen. Xiao Li was just a moment too slow, and was sent flying a considerable distance, stumbling back several steps before managing to regain his balance. Clutching his slightly aching stomach, he sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. "Xiao Li, take it off," Kai suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Li hesitated, but replied, "But Teacher Kai." Mushi remained silent. Giving him time, Xiao Li removed the burdens from his legs, and he sensed the ground tremble slightly beneath him. Goodness, just how much weight was this fellow carrying? Come on, Xiao Li. In the next moment, Xiao Li's figure vanished, and Mushi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, a sensation he hadn't experienced in years. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The Yuantong sword in his hand spun gracefully, then struck fiercely to the left. A resonating hum echoed as it made contact somewhere. But it was enough to serve as a formidable defense. Mushi firmly grasped the sword, the dragon of Xingyi Quan twisting swiftly, launching a sudden strike behind him. The atmosphere buzzed with tension, rendering Xiao Li's figure nearly invisible, his speed astonishing. Each gentle chime of the blade signified another assault from Xiao Li, while simultaneously indicating Mu Shi's successful defense. The surrounding elite ninjas were left in stunned silence, their disbelief palpable. The prowess of these two individuals was truly terrifying. How could Xiao Li move so rapidly? How did Mu Shi manage to track him? Sakura's murmured observations did little to rouse the onlookers from their stupor. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, keenly observing the duel, noting that both combatants relied solely on pure physical techniques, with Mu Shi employing his sword merely for defense. It appeared that Mu Shi was at a disadvantage, yet with each attack, he anticipated Xiao Li's moves by a split second. The sword was always poised just in time to intercept Xiao Li's strikes. It was a matter of combat intuition. Akai provided an answer for Sakura and the surrounding participants. Xiao Li's assaults were consistently a fraction too slow. This revelation left the crowd momentarily speechless. It became clear that the one truly at a disadvantage was not Mu Shi, but Xiao Li. Indeed, Xiao Li had been unable to breach Mu Shi's defenses for quite some time. Suddenly, Mu Shi shifted tactics, the blade rotating elegantly before thrusting to the right, coming to a halt mere centimeters from Xiao Li's throat. Xiao Li's figure abruptly materialized, his neck perilously close to the edge of the blade. He swallowed hard, only to vanish once more, darting around Mu Shi in search of an opening. In a flash, Mu Shi's sword lunged forward. Xiao Li reappeared, still in an attacking stance, the tip of the blade just an inch from his throat. He stood before Mu Shi, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, bewildered. What was happening? It felt as though Mu Shi could see through his every move. Why? Naruto, puzzled, recognized that Mu Shi seemed to anticipate Xiao Li's attack trajectory. How was he aware of Xiao Li's timing? Sakura interjected, I told you, it's instinct. Kakashi sighed, elaborating that Mu Shi had discerned Xiao Li's habits and patterns, enabling him to rely on intuition to strike with such precision. How can we possibly fight against that? Naruto exclaimed, exasperated. Why did it seem that anyone chosen at random surpassed his abilities? Shin's expression grew rigid, bewildered by the sheer physicality of the encounter. The elite ninja behind him, Orochimaru, cast an intrigued glance at Shin, affirming that indeed, it was pure martial arts prowess. Hadn't you experienced that firsthand? Such greed. Shin's expression froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master. Don't be anxious. I never said you couldn't. The abruptly lowered her head, refraining from any further reactions. Xiao Li's figure vanished once more, and Mu Shi pivoted the blade, suddenly thrusting backward from beneath her armpit. This time, she had not the chance to turn fully, having to crouch instead. Yet, fortune favored her as she managed to catch him off guard. The sword's tip pierced through Mu Shi's armpit, ascending sharply. Xiao Li's silhouette, appearing unbeknownst to her, found the sword's point directed menacingly toward the tip of his own spear, compelling him to retreat several paces. He swallowed hard, feeling a chill beneath him, his legs trembling involuntarily. The men present instinctively felt a shiver in their loins. Once they regained their composure, they began to silently curse Mu Shi, convinced that this was a deliberate act on her part. Indeed, you are formidable, Mu Shi, Xiao Li murmured to himself. He could not breach her defenses, nor could he draw near her. Xiao Li, do you still have an ace up your sleeve? Xiao Li was taken aback, his gaze toward Mu Shi darkening. But she remained unfazed, turning to face him. That move, the 8 gates of Duanjia? Xiao Li's expression stiffened once more, and his figure vanished in an instant. This time, Mu Shi made no further movements. The sword's point remained poised forward, and Xiao Li's form did not falter. He bore the piercing of the Yuan Hong sword through his palm, closing the distance with fierce determination. A sudden shock coursed through Mu Shi's heart. Instinctively, she shielded her vital points with her hand. Xiao Li attempted to seize Mu Shi's sword, making several attempts, yet her grip on the Yuan Hong sword remained steadfast. With a complete turn, she drew the sword from her hand, crouched down, and, leveraging the strength of the ground, delivered a fierce kick aimed at Mu Shi's chin. Mu Shi smiled faintly, perceiving that Xiao Li had already fallen behind. He placed his left palm beneath his chin. In the next moment, the sole of Xiao Li's shoe made contact. A tremendous force abruptly propelled Mu Shi into the sky. At the apex of his ascent, Xiao Li appeared behind him, bandages enveloping his body. Lotus Blossom. Under the influence of Xiao Li's chakra, the two hastened their descent. Muki exhaled deeply, and the trapped Yuan Hong sword suddenly erupted with a fierce sword energy, cleaving through the bindings. She freed herself from the tight grasp of Xiao Li, turned gracefully, and adjusted her stance. As she landed, the immense energy she had accumulated was released with a thunderous impact. Boom! The ground around her instantly caved in, dust swirling away to reveal a figure standing tall, Hinata Muki. Xiaoli lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at Muki in a daze. She said little, casting the Yuanhong sword before Xiaoli. It spun a few times before plunging into the ground with a resounding thud. Xiaoli, I am not one to meddle in trivialities. I shall ask you but once, do you concede? Xiaoli stared blankly at Mushi, failing to respond. Instead, he inquired, is this what talent is? What talent? It is all nonsense. In the shadows, I have practiced countless times, endured untold hardships, and invested immense effort. Only I truly comprehend the depths of my toil. To attribute my achievements so easily to what? Innate talent? Natural ability? To adorn me with the label of a genius? Is that fair to me? Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mushi in a daze. Since you refuse to concede, then do not lie there like a lifeless dog. Stand up. Let us continue. Mushi approached a flat expanse, preparing for the next battle. Hee ha ha. Xiaoli suddenly felt an exhilarating rush. Unsteadily rising to his feet and pursuing Mushi with fervor, he launched a fierce attack towards Mushi. Mushi turned around and met him with a punch, causing him to stagger. Too late. The force was insufficient. Xiaoli launched an aggressive attack, but unfortunately, the immense burden on his body hindered his ability to unleash his speed and strength. Mushi furrowed her brow. Indeed, Biao Lianhua's technique was formidable. Yet what if one could not control another? Without even the strength to flee, this move proved to be rather lacking. Deflecting Xiaoli's palm, Mushi delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him skidding a considerable distance. Xiaoli rose once more, only to be repeatedly brought down by Mushi. Yet he persisted in getting back on his feet. Mushi suddenly found herself harboring a fondness for this child. In the early days, both he and Zhang Xiaofan had just arrived at Daju Peak, never imagining the future dominance they would exert over the world. Apart from Zhang Xiaofan, who seemed to possess extraordinary luck, Mushi had ascended step by step through her own efforts. The cultivation at Daju Peak emphasized a solid foundation, demanding immense dedication and painstaking effort from her. Xiaoli, give up. You will perish. Tears streamed down Xiao Ying's face as Mushi showed no mercy, each strike growing increasingly severe. Yet Xiaoli rose once more, gasping for breath. His condition was gradually improving, and Mushi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Xiaoli, the 8 gates of Duanjia. Your current state appears incomplete to me. Once the examination concludes, seek me out, and we shall explore this further. Very well, Mushi. You are worthy of my challenge. You shall be my lifelong rival. Mushi's countenance darkened. What was once a perfectly ordinary scene suddenly transformed into a spectacle of youthful exuberance. With a deep sigh, in the next moment, Mushi's figure vanished abruptly. Moving with astonishing swiftness, Xiaoli's form also disappeared. Within the arena, apart from the Jainin and a select few candidates whose eyes could keep pace with such speed, the rest could merely observe the remnants of the battle left behind, thus confirming the state of affairs. The figures of Mushi and Xiaoli suddenly emerged, their arms colliding with one another. Mushi's breathing grew somewhat labored. Xiaoli, with the formidable prowess of Xingyi Quan, moved with the elegance of ascending a mountain, each step a testament to his strength. Caution was imperative. In the next moment, Chen Ji executed a hand gesture, firmly gripping Xiaoli's wrist, transitioning into the three-body stance, gathering his strength in a brief period. Following this, Mushi launched a fierce assault, striking with unrelenting force. After 3 powerful punches, jab, slash, and a booming blow, Xiaoli swiftly pivoted, connecting with a cannon fist as he turned to face Mushi directly. Mushi swiftly transitioned her technique, delivering a series of 3 punches that sent Xiaoli hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall, which crumbled upon impact. He gradually slid down, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. Mushi withdrew his fists and observed Xiaoli's condition. Although the martial arts in the world of Naruto are formidable, they lack the finesse required for true mastery. The only martial technique that Mushi has encountered and can truly showcase is the Hinata's gentle fist, which is rather commendable. However, both Xingyi Quan and Baji Quan, 2 distinct styles of martial arts, could easily outshine the gentle fist by a considerable margin. This particular maneuver left Niji's eyes gleaming with intrigue. Being of the Hyuga clan, he was well aware of the clan's techniques, and he realized that what Mushi employed bore no resemblance to anything within the Hyuga's repertoire. Was this an arcane skill of the Hyuga clan? Many entertained this notion, yet none dared to voice it as boldly as Akai did. However, had anyone ever witnessed a Hyuga clan member employing such a technique? Even within the main family, no one had done so. Yugao stared intently at Hinata, for she had seen it before. She had witnessed Hinata practicing it. As for the skill level of Hinata Sazashi, she was indeed aware. Mushi observed Xiao Li rising to his feet, taking a deep breath as the air around him suddenly became turbulent, surging restlessly. Mushi furrowed her brows and took several steps back. Third gate. Open. The energy within Xiao Li surged violently, an inexhaustible force erupting forth. Mushi, with her piercing gaze, could clearly perceive the terrifying energy emanating from Xiao Li's body. However, she did not deem this method of tapping into one's potential as a commendable approach. Letting out a breath, she mused that absorbing natural energy from the surroundings to replenish oneself was far superior to the 8 gates of Duanjia technique. Suddenly, she recalled a jutsu capable of absorbing another's chakra. A thought sparked in her mind, perhaps with some modifications, she could use Xiao Li as a subject for an experiment. Mushi initially believed that everything had come to an end. Suddenly, the energy emanating from Xiao Li surged once more. The 4th gate, the Gate of Wounds, has been opened. Mushi was taken aback. Was this fool out of his mind? It was merely an examination. Yet it seemed as though they were intent on driving him to his demise. Mushi smacked her lips, a gentle smile gracing her features as she inhaled slowly. Then exhaled with deliberation, her true essence coursing rapidly through her meridians. Is this not akin to having a cheat? I possess that as well. Chapter 61. The combinations of Xingyi Quan with each breath Mushi took, the surrounding energy gradually flowed into her being. A vast reservoir of energy filled her meridians. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, granting her a clear perception of the circumstances within the arena. What is this? Akai, taken aback, inquired about Mushi's state. I am unsure, but I can ascertain it is not of the Hyuga clan's doing. She is absorbing the chakra present in the air. The breathing technique, the Tai Chi Shikong method. In her daily practice, this technique allows her to store energy within her body, drawing upon it when needed to manipulate the surrounding energy for her own purposes. In simpler terms, it is a method of communicating with the heavens and the earth, using oneself as a microcosm to connect with the greater cosmos. However, this method of connecting with the universe can be somewhat depleting, and with insufficient cultivation, it cannot be sustained for long. With a deep breath, Mushi exhaled. And in the next instant, a flash of lightning enveloped him. Xiao Li's figure vanished in an instant, and Mushi's gaze sharpened as electric arcs danced around him, his own form dissipating alongside them. This confrontation vividly illustrated the electric currents and the marks of friction left upon the ground, yet neither combatant was visible. Lightning release. Kakashi. Kakashi, aware of what Guy intended to express, shook his head. His Sharingan spun incessantly, scrutinizing Mushi's current state. The nature of his lightning release diverged significantly from Kakashi's own. The most challenging and pivotal aspect of lightning release lies in the transformation of one's chakra into a potent electrical assault against adversaries. It wields formidable power and necessitates caution, for it possesses the potential to harm both the enemy and the wielder. However, Hinata Mushi's technique appeared entirely different. His lightning release did not inflict harm upon him, but rather served as an enhancement. Kakashi observed that the chakra within Mushi had already begun its transformation into electricity within his meridians. The intricacies of this lightning release and the chakra transformation confounded him. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to replicate the technique with his Sharingan, yet he was unable to decipher its underlying principles after several attempts. Such a secret technique is indeed formidable. Who exactly is this Hinata Mushi? Turning his head towards the Hokage, he noticed a grave expression mirroring his own. Xiao Li and Mushi exchanged a powerful strike, both being repelled, the force of their clash considerable, leaving them both burdened. Time was of the essence. They needed to strike before their buffs dissipated. Yet, an astonishment loomed within, as the effort and training he had invested was known only to him. Despite having opened the 4th gate, Mushi was still able to match his speed. Moreover, his techniques were overwhelmingly powerful. A mere touch would lead to a flurry of retaliatory strikes. He found himself in a position of receiving blows. Anxiety crept in as his muscles began to rupture. Yet he had yet to breach Mushi's defenses. The 5th gate, the door of death. Open. Xiao Li's voice startled Mushi. Did this fellow truly intend to risk everything against him? In an instant, Xiao Li's figure vanished, and Mushi, taken aback, instinctively turned to defend himself. Only to have Xiao Li's fist collide with his arm. The immense force propelled Mushi into the air. Mushi swiftly adjusted her stance, poised for both offense and defense. Li Lianhua. Although Mushi found it challenging to keep pace with Xiao Li's speed. The mere mention of that name caused her heart to momentarily pause. She was awaiting an opportunity, a chance for Xiao Li to advance. The Xingyi Quan began with its initiating posture, the tiger leopard head, sinking palms to gather energy. The drilling fist transitioned into the San Ti posture. Mushi has devised a cunning trap, The moment Xiaoli draws near, a delightful surprise awaits him. Gathering strength in his clenched fist, Xiaoli's Lianhua technique has arrived, as has his presence. Upon confirming his position, Mushi chose not to defend but boldly advanced. With a swift execution reminiscent of the azure dragon rising from the water, he outpaced Xiaoli by a fraction. He successfully deflected Xiaoli's onslaught, swiftly following up with a series of penetrating punches aimed at breaching Xiaoli's defenses. Having engaged in combat with Mushi for an extended period, Xiaoli possessed the acumen to effectively counter his moves. Such knowledge was born from countless experiences forged through relentless bouts. A horizontal punch struck, while a guard was raised to shield his face. A swift kick targeted Xiaoli's lower leg, once again thwarting the force of Lianhua. In that fleeting moment, the potency of Lianhua diminished significantly. Mushi bent down to gather strength, executing the dragon's dance, akin to a cat climbing a tree. In an instant, she leaped forward with feline agility, reflecting the poised energy of a dragon imitating a cat's upward bound. The speed of her advance surged dramatically. At that moment, Xiaoli found escape utterly futile. With a serpentine movement, the hawk dove through the forest, breaching Xiaoli's defenses with ease. The black bear extended its arm, unleashing a powerful strike akin to a great toad leaping through the waters, following up with a cannon-like punch that bore down with tremendous force. The situation was irrevocably turned, compelling Xiaoli into a defensive stance. The black dragon swept its tail, aiming a horizontal strike toward Xiaoli's neck. Xiaoli reacted with a sudden bow. Mushi's drilling fist once again breached his defenses. With a resounding strike, his palm landed squarely on Xiaoli's abdomen, while his double-handed blow forcefully pushed aside Xiaoli's arms. The central gate lay wide open, and the outcome was inevitable. The old monkey withdrew his seal. Xiaoli's figure was sent hurtling diagonally backward. As he fell to the ground, he attempted to rise, but agony coursed through his entire body. Mushi's relentless barrage had rendered him utterly defenseless. "Teacher Akai, I am sorry," he murmured softly before losing consciousness. Mushi released the excess spiritual energy within her body, exhaling softly as if a feather, gently descending beside Xiaoli. "The victor is Hinata Mushi." Mushi knelt down to examine Xiaoli's injuries. His entire body was in a state of muscular spasm, a consequence of overexertion. Exhaling deeply, she retrieved several silver needles and deftly inserted them into key acupoints on Xiaoli's body. Gradually, her vital energy began to flow into him. It was merely an examination. She could not allow him to be incapacitated. Mushi's actions left Akai momentarily stunned, as anger washed over his face, believing he was humiliating Xiaoli. Just as Akai was about to leap from the high platform, Kakashi seized him, offering assistance to alleviate Xiaoli's pain. Observing Kakashi's Sharingan, Akai's expression softened considerably. Many people have observed Mushi's movements, quietly watching as Xiaoli's spasms gradually subside, alleviating the expression of anguish etched on his face. Mushi wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. Saving lives proved to be even more exhausting than engaging in combat. Activating his Byakugan, he observed the internal condition of his comrade stabilizing. However, it was hardly an improvement over his battle with Gaara. With a bitter smile, he lamented the foolishness of it all. Sitting beside Xiaoli, he released a long sigh. Just then, the medical ninja arrived and carried Xiaoli away. Rising to his feet, Mushi made his way toward the spectator stands. "Aha, Mushi!" Hong Do exclaimed, joyfully enveloping him in an embrace, blissfully unaware that he had taken advantage of the situation. After freeing himself from Hong Do's hold, he leaned against the wall and gradually sat down to rest. Ling, ever considerate, offered him a cup of water without uttering a single word. Mushi exhaled softly and took a sip of water, expressing her gratitude. Chapter 62, The Battle of Destiny. The list for the next match quickly scrolled, revealing Hyuga Niji against Hyuga Hinata. Mushi felt somewhat speechless. Surely, there must be some hidden agenda at play. Although the outcome was anticipated as she delved deeper into the narrative, one would expect some semblance of a butterfly effect to emerge. Yet, how is it that Hinata still faces Niji? Glancing at the third Hokage, if there truly were no undercurrents, then let him be consumed by Lady Anko, inciting discord within the Hyuga clan's main family and branch family? Truly reprehensible. Exhaling deeply, she observed the two individuals in the arena. Hinata possessed a gentle disposition, her modesty evident as she concealed her bosom with great care. Mushi let out a light chuckle. The young Hinata was still unaware of the vastness of her own potential. Initially, he too had been deceived, believing Hinata to be merely a stepping stone. Little did he realize the gravity of his oversight, failing to evade the inevitable. Who would have thought he would find himself in conflict with you? Upon hearing Niji's remark, Mushi couldn't help but smirk. as if to suggest that perhaps you had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Hinata bowed her head, obscuring her expression from Mushi's view. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and met Mushi's eyes, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Mushi smiled at her and waved his hand, signaling a greeting. Hinata let out a sigh of relief. Then, let the competition begin. The words of Moonlight Gale brought a subtle smile to Mushi's lips. He was indeed a perceptive individual. Observing how Moonlight Gale's tone shifted when addressing the prestigious clan was quite telling. During the earlier discussion about seizing the third generation, he demonstrated his discernment. The Hokage spoke inspiring words, while the more provocative remarks were left for the subordinates to voice. Otherwise, a single phrase urging them to fight with their lives would tarnish their image entirely. With a soft chuckle, Mushi reflected on the truth that where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Listening to Niji's incessant banter, Mushi noted Hinata's increasingly flustered demeanor and actions. Was this not Yue? Continuously suppressing Hinata's true self to validate his own worth? Perhaps he did not grasp the essence of Yue, yet his actions spoke volumes. Approaching the railing, he rested his hands upon it, choosing silence as he observed the extent of Hinata's development under his guidance. Every form of cultivation hinges on one vital aspect: willpower. The steadfastness of one's resolve influences every facet of their training. To assert that the essence of cultivation lies in the refinement of the heart is not an exaggeration. The same technique, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, was executed repeatedly, with Niji knocking Hinata down time and again, only for her to rise once more. Hinata exhaled slowly. Recalling Mushi's words, true cultivation is about maintaining a single breath, a breath that remains unbroken. After adjusting her state of mind, she launched another attack toward Niji. However, in her understanding of the gentle fist, she fell short compared to Niji, and once again, she was defeated. This time, Hinata did not hastily rise. Instead, she turned to gaze at Hyuga Mushi. Mushi chuckled softly, observing that many gazes were fixed upon her, her expression slightly darkening. Fate is determined by the heavens, yet fortune is crafted by oneself. Hinata turned her head and rose once more. Moki imparted much wisdom to her, initially leaving her in confusion. He merely advised her to remember his words, assuring her that one day understanding would dawn upon her. Hinata exhaled slowly, contemplating the notion that fate is determined by the heavens, while fortune is crafted by oneself. Najiji, I must express my disapproval of your sentiment. Najiji chuckled. Well then, prove it to me. Suddenly, Hinata shed her former delicate demeanor, transforming into a figure of formidable presence and authority. This transformation nearly dropped jaws in disbelief. In the stands, Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brow slightly. Was Hinata truly in control of this newfound state? With a piercing gaze, Hinata recalled Muki's words. One's birthright cannot be altered. Yet one has the power to choose the kind of person they wish to become. Fate. What is fate? Your character, your experiences, your decisions, all constitute a portion of your destiny. Is fate truly immutable? No. Fate appears predetermined, yet it is in constant flux, influenced by our choices and personalities. Thus, one may feel perpetually ensnared by the shackles of destiny. As Mushi expressed his feelings of suffocation and helplessness, he posed a question to Hinata. Why should one strive to alter their fate? What enmity does it hold against you? To defy destiny? Is it a refusal to be governed by the whims of fate? How has the heavens wronged you that you seek to rebel against it? Or perhaps, what has fate done to you that prompts your desire to escape it? Ultimately, what you resent is merely yourself. The conflict between your perceptions and your reality breeds a sense of unfairness. Yet, the truth remains that these are choices you have made. Each individual presents a unique facade. Yet it is all a reflection of oneself. Your understanding shapes your view of circumstances and the world around you. Hinata exhaled deeply. Acknowledging that the only immutable aspect of one's existence is their birth, everything else is within one's control. She assumed the stance of Shingi Quan, raising her hands in an eagle's grasp, transitioning into the sand t-shirt posture. Hinata's style mirrors that of Mushi. Naruto's loud exclamation brought everyone's attention back, their gazes darting between Hinata and Mushi. The dark horse of this examination was undoubtedly Mushi. Lee, having trained under Guy for many years, possessed formidable strength. Yet Mushi was an unexpected revelation from the Hyuga clan. The leading jonin, the somewhat awkward yet reputable Yuyuki Azuki, demonstrated surprising combat prowess. Hinata gradually lowered herself into a crouch, forming the dragon body threefolds, a notably practical technique within Shingi Quan. This maneuver proved useful for accumulating energy, executing swift defensive turns, and more. Suddenly, Hinata sprang upward, launching a powerful strike towards Niji. Observing Niji evade her, she deftly transitioned into a spinning punch, catching him off guard with a direct hit to his abdomen. The sudden impact caused Niji's complexion to darken with pain. He quickly retaliated, attempting to disrupt Hinata's rhythm with a series of counterattacks. The two exchanged several blows, and as Hinata inhaled sharply, she unleashed a half-step collapsing punch. Mushi furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, "Hinata has lost." "What? Mushi, it's not over yet. How can you say that Hinata has lost?" Naruto interjected with a displeased expression, defending Hinata fervently. Mushi cast him a glance and smiled. Deep within, Naruto still harbored feelings for Hinata. Alas, she was destined to become my bride. Hinata was the one who lost. Naruto's loud reprimand did not faze Mushi in the slightest. The noise became unbearable for Sakura, who promptly delivered a punch to his head, demanding silence. Mushi smiled softly. Upon observing the arena, it was evident that Hinata had succumbed to despair. For reasons beyond her control, it was exceedingly difficult to triumph over her opponent, given the disparity in both combat experience and chakra reserves. Before long, Hinata found herself utterly exhausted, ultimately succumbing to Niji's relentless assault. However, this time, Niji did not achieve his victory with such ease. Chapter 63, Intimacy. Mushi leaped down and gracefully landed beside Hinata, gently lifting her in his arms as he made his way towards the edge of the arena. "Do you comprehend where the mistake lies?" I am deeply sorry." Mushi suddenly smiled. The little girl was torn with inner turmoil, fearing that she might blame her. "You performed admirably, yet it still falls short. Your chakra cannot compete with Niji's. The most prudent course of action is not to confront him directly, but to engage in a battle of attrition from a distance." I understand." Her soft, timid tone evoked a sense of affection. It was only then that Hinata realized Mushi had embraced her in public, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. She buried her head in Mushi's neck, akin to an ostrich hiding from the world. "All right, rest well." Exiting the venue, Mushi took Hinata directly to the medical room. After a thorough examination revealed no significant injuries, he chose to remain by her side. If all goes as planned, this little girl may one day become his bride. Mushi sat beside the hospital bed, overwhelmed by a wave of emotions, suddenly feeling a sense of nurturing. As she watched Hinata gradually drift into slumber, Mushi gently placed a kiss upon her face, only to feel her entire body shiver. Realizing that she was merely feigning sleep, Hinata's face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. Why was Hinata's face so red? Mushi chuckled softly, her hand brushing against Hinata's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. Mushi did not confront her directly. Instead, she leaned in and whispered softly into her ear. "Are you perhaps contemplating something rather embarrassing?" Hinata wished fervently to find a place to burrow into, suddenly burying her head deep into the blanket, resolutely pressing it down to prevent Mushi from pulling it away. "Haha, all right, I shall not tease you any longer. Rest well, and I will go check on Shaoli." After Mushi departed, Hinata cautiously loosened the blanket, revealing a small head as she gazed at Mushi's retreating figure, murmuring, "Mushi." Turning to leave, she arrived at Shaoli's hospital room, where he still lay unconscious. She conducted a brief examination of his condition, which appeared dire. If there were no alternative means to mend his body, Shaoli would be rendered incapacitated. Truly, what a reckless beginning this was, in such a perilous manner. He had jeopardized his very foundation and potentially severed his path forward. Mushi murmured to herself, indifferent to whether Shaoli could hear her or not. All she could do was alleviate his physical burdens, which could be considered an experiment in its own right. Mushi infused his genuine essence into Shaoli's body, which absorbed it like parched earth eagerly drinking the dew that fell from the heavens. However, even as Mushi's Tiantian became utterly depleted, Shaoli's body did not exhibit the desired effect. Mushi suddenly experienced a surge of thoughts that could not be suppressed. The essence of the Tai Chi Xinqing Dao is the communication between the small universe of the self and the vast universe, a process also known as Qi refinement. However, within Mushi's recollections, there exists an alternative path. The Taoists often assert that cultivation emphasizes the preservation of life, with the harmonious advancement of essence, energy, and spirit. The pinnacle of Qi refinement culminates in the convergence of the three flowers, transforming into the fundamental primordial spirit. The alternative path, however, pertains to the physical body itself. The human being is, in essence, a vast treasure. Unlocking the treasures within the human form can lead to extraordinary outcomes. For instance, there exists a peculiar red-haired elder in a novel who has pioneered the method of covering the heavens. Mushi exhaled softly, turning to glance at Shaoli, who at that moment appeared to be in a state of uncontainable fullness. Could it be that he had unlocked a certain restraint within the human body? Activating his ocular abilities, Mushi scrutinized Xiao Li's physical condition, only to feel a twinge of helplessness upon discovering nothing amiss. His body seemed perfectly normal. Yet, a thought struck him. He recalled the immense energy that erupted within Xiao Li when he activated the third gate, and perhaps this was. Mushi smiled softly, contemplating the path to unraveling the shackles of her body. It seems that delving into the intricacies of the 8 gates of Duanjia is essential. Perched beside Xiao Li's bed, she found her thoughts meandering. Xiao Li's injuries were trivial to her, merely a matter of procuring a great yellow pill. However, she currently lacked the necessary materials to concoct such a remedy. The Great Yellow Pill, a prized creation of her master Tian Bu, possesses the remarkable ability to facilitate breakthroughs, mend injuries, and even repair souls. Its versatility is unmatched, rendering it far from wasteful. Yet, the name, it leaves much to be desired. In his youth, Master Tian had a large yellow dog, aptly named De Huang. When it came time to name the pill, he, in his indolence, simply dubbed it the Great Yellow Pill. Moreover, the pill's appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the, well, dog, which can be rather off-putting. One cannot help but wonder what thoughts occupied Master Tian's mind at the time. Given the strength of the Hyuga clan, acquiring the requisite herbs or suitable substitutes should not pose a significant challenge. The real question lies in whether she possesses sufficient worth to warrant the mobilization of resources by Hyuga Hizashi. Should she succeed, she could then exchange this accomplishment with a kai for the knowledge of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Mushi exhaled deeply, a plan forming in her mind. She patted Xiao Li on the shoulder before turning and departing. Not long after Mushi departed, Kakashi and Guy entered, both enveloped in silence. Guy examined Li's physique and noted a significant improvement, albeit subtle. That child truly possesses remarkable potential. As he tucked the blanket snugly around Li, Guy turned to Kakashi. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Is it not the most fortuitous circumstance? The Hyuga clan has indeed produced a prodigy, reminiscent of the legendary Hinata Tenrin from days of yore. Alas, it is a pity that he belongs to the branch family. Mushi returned to Hinata's hospital room. At that moment, Hinata had already awakened from her slumber and was seated at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Upon noticing Mushi's entrance, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Mushi naturally sat beside her, taking her hand and placing it in his palm. These opportunistic gestures flowed seamlessly, requiring no practice. Men possess numerous strategies when it comes to women, and pursuing a girl is not as daunting as one might imagine. In truth, most women lack deep emotional connections. The love they harbor often manifests as affection and solace. This explains why many women find it difficult to resist sweet nothings and male confidants. Sweet words are essentially a form of comfort, understood subconsciously, yet seldom acknowledged. A male confidant is someone who continuously breaches her personal space, engaging in affectionate interactions. Such passive feelings can be evoked by anyone, akin to how a daughter can entwine itself around various plants and walls indiscriminately. Of course, this must not provoke resistance or discomfort in terms of cognition or physiology. Ultimately, these emotions boil down to satisfaction, pride, joy, and a sense of triumph, all imbued with spiritual value, alongside harmless vanity. The remaining segment of women possesses the power to alter your family's lineage, influencing its prosperity or decline. Whether the outcome is favorable or adverse hinges entirely on the man they choose to marry. They may be exceedingly rational or profoundly emotional, possessing clarity about their desires. Chapter 64. Provocation and conflict. The rational ones will incessantly correct your mistakes, much like Empress Ma, the quintessential supportive spouse. Should you betray or annoy her, she transforms into Empress Cixi, justifiably dragging you and your family into ruin. Conversely, the emotional women will drown you in their tenderness. Whether they are seen as seductresses or virtuous women depends on your attitude towards them. The foundation of a family standing begins with its values, and its downfall is equally rooted in those same principles. Mushi regained her senses and gazed at the small hand she held, Hyuga Hinata. Still oblivious to the concept of affection, or perhaps unable to distinguish it. At this tender age, most individuals, regardless of gender, struggle to differentiate between mere fondness and genuine emotion. Physiological maturity is typically reached by 20, while emotional maturity often unfolds between 30 and 40. The transition from mere admiration to profound feelings is a lengthy journey, one that Mushi was unwilling to embark upon. Moreover, with the protagonist and that fellow from the moon lurking nearby, it was prudent to secure her affection sooner rather than later. With a firm tug, he drew Hinata into his embrace. Hinata was taken aback. He pressed her head down and kissed her fervently, continually encroaching upon Hinata's comfort zone. Hinata felt her heart racing like a frantic rabbit, pounding painfully, her breath instinctively hitching, her body going limp, surrendering to Mushi's whims. Just as she felt on the verge of losing consciousness, Mushi quickly released her, chuckling at her dazed expression. At Hinata's age, both boys and girls are particularly susceptible to the whims of emotion. The allure of a white moonlight is immensely potent, for reasons unknown. Mushi suddenly thought of Tiantian, letting out a sigh. He was loath to let go, especially as Tiantian blossomed into an ever more exquisite beauty, neither proactive nor rejecting, nor bearing any responsibility. Exhaling deeply, he tasted the lingering flavor in his mouth and declared, "Let us return." Hinata, her head bowed in shyness, dared not meet Mushi's gaze, allowing him to lead her out the door. They returned to the venue. Mushi's expression turned a shade colder. Within the arena, the combatants were none other than Inuzuka Kiba and Gaara. The confrontation between the most formidable and the least skilled was indeed disheartening. The third Hokage's intentions seemed rather dubious. Mushi turned a glance at the third generation, noticing the grave expression upon his face, which stirred a sense of perplexity within her. She chose to ponder no further and shifted her gaze to the arena. The sand nearly enveloped Inuzuka Rin, giving Gaara's formidable prowess. It was no trivial task to defeat her in just a few moves. What was the intention behind this? Was it mere mockery? Indeed. As she observed Rin repeatedly escaping the encirclement, experiencing despair followed by fleeting glimpses of hope, it seemed she clung to the belief that perseverance would yield a chance of survival. Gaara's gaze intensified as he watched Mushi return, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. An endless tide of sand surged toward Inuzuka Rin, ensnaring her. The movements were deliberate, yet the sand that sought to silence Rin's pleas for surrender advanced with alarming swiftness. Driven by the fear of her uttering those fateful words, his eyes shimmered with a blend of madness and exhilaration as he regarded Mushi. Did he harbor a grudge against her? Naruto stood transfixed, witnessing the unfolding spectacle within the arena, a realization dawning upon him regarding Gaara's intentions. Yet, who truly cared? A mere side character from the Inuzuka clan, one who lacked even the privilege of summoning a spirit beast. If she perished, so be it. This was the very reason behind Mushi's concealment. She would only reveal herself when the caged bird could no longer be restrained by the shackles of life. One could never foresee when they might become a stepping stone, the perilous kind. With a chilling gaze, Mushi observed, "What is this? Provocation. Very well." Just as she was about to make a move, Hongdo leaped down, wielding her palm like a blade, directly severing the sands that ensnared Quanzhua Ling, thereby rescuing the unconscious Ling. The moonlight swept through the scene, and with a heavy eyelid, it declared, "Gaara emerges victorious." Being colleagues, no further words were necessary. As Hongdo prepared to carry Ling away, an endless torrent of sand rapidly encircled her, slowly creeping up her legs. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped her waist. Hongdo furrowed her brow, realizing she could not break free. Sand-binding coffin. Whoosh. Crash. On the stands. Mushi's expression darkened as she drew her blade, the Abyss Rainbow Sword. In the blink of an eye, it severed the connection between Gaara and the sands. The speed of the Abyss Rainbow Sword only increased as it pierced through Gaara's sand shield, entering from the front and emerging from the back. It then returned to hover before Mushi, poised for another strike. As Gaara's sand shield gradually dissipated, his face was revealed, marred by a crimson line on his left cheek. Hongdo cast a glance at Gaara, aware of her own capabilities, and refrained from further confrontation. Just as she was about to depart, the sand surged once more. A chilling, maniacal laughter echoed from Gaara, causing the expressions of all present to darken. The Yanhong sword, poised before Mushi, shot forth like a streak of light, hurtling directly towards Gaara. With a resounding clash, the blade pierced through the sand, leaving a trail of crimson and eliciting muffled groans from Gaara. The sand shield proved utterly inadequate. The Yanhong sword, swift as lightning, struck fiercely at Gaara's forehead, penetrating the sand shield with alarming force. This was indeed a lethal assault aimed at Gaara's very life. Hinata Mushi. Mushi. Enough. Cease at once. The onlookers, regaining their composure, rushed to intervene. Irrespective of Gaara's other attributes, the fact that he is the son of the Kazekage rendered it imperative that he not perish here. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro prepared to act, only to be restrained. The hand of Mushi remained unwavering. With a resounding clash, the sword of Abyss Rainbow, propelled with tremendous force and velocity, pierced through the shield of sand. It seemed to collide with an unseen barrier, scattering sand in every direction. Gaara appeared to suddenly lose his strength, the endless grains of sand cascading away to reveal his form. The abyss rainbow sword was embedded directly upon his forehead, though only the tip of the blade had penetrated. Blood trickled down Gaara's cheek, pulling at his chin. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Lord Hokage, this. The third Hokage swiftly intervened, halting the representative of the Wind Country, who was about to speak. The abyss rainbow sword, poised ominously at Gaara's brow, was suddenly deflected with a sharp clang, spinning several times before embedding itself in the ground. Gaara touched the blood on his forehead, seemingly indifferent. Cast a glance at Mushi, and turned to depart, the sand trailing behind him as it returned to his gourd. The spectators' attention shifted to the sword within the arena, an object they often overlooked in their daily use. Now, however, its formidable power had redefined their understanding. Exhaling in relief, they were grateful that no disaster had occurred. The abyss rainbow sword emitted a soft, resonant hum as Gaara halted abruptly, turning to gaze intently at Mushi. Mushi, Akkad exclaimed, watching as the abyss rainbow sword flew back into Mushi's grasp, sheathing itself. Only then did Akkad breathe a sigh of relief, cradling the bell as she moved to tend to Gaara's wounds. Muki gazed at Gaara for a moment, pondering, is it only the Guardian? The one who had just intervened was indeed the Guardian. The Guardian is quite impressive. Chapter 65. Arrangements. The third Hokage paid little heed to the earlier interruption, continuing to observe the match. Inhaling from his pipe, his gaze remained fixed on Hinata Muki, fully aware of the Hyuga clan's capabilities and heritage. They were a conservative family, clinging to their meager pride and traditions, intent on perpetuating their way of life. Fortunately, this mindset led both him and Danzo to believe that the Hyuga clan posed no threat. Now, however, with the Uchiha clan's suppression removed and several exceptional disciples emerging, they shone brightly. The third exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he regarded Gaara. It was unmistakable that this child was a Jinchuriki. His participation in the Chunin exam was both justified and unjustifiable. He was of an appropriate age, and the Land of Wind had given their approval. By chance, he spotted a returning Akamichi, a flicker of nostalgia and conflict crossing his mind. Among his three disciples, Orochimaru mirrored him the most. Tsunade possessed her own talents, the foundation of the Senju clan firmly in place, and Jiraiya was a pleasant surprise, his exceptional abilities somewhat ill-suited to the eclectic teachings he imparted. Orochimaru, however, was different. Born of humble origins and extraordinarily diligent, he had been nurtured under the Hokage's guidance. In the third's eyes, he was the most formidable among the legendary Sannin. A faint sigh escaped him, embodying the bittersweet sentiment of watching a finely crafted talent blossom into brilliance, a source of both comfort and pride. Thus, he held a particular fondness for Orochimaru. This affection extended to Akamichi as well, reminding him of Konohamaru. Regrettably, he had initially intended to pair Akamichi with a powerful and suitably matched lord, ensuring her a life of affluence and safety. Yet now, his perspective might need adjustment. Akamichi's strength was steadily rising, and he ought to make some arrangements. Redirecting his attention, he focused once more on Hinata Muki, furrowing his brow. This child possessed considerable strength, akin to that of an ordinary Genin. However, being overlooked by the Hyuga clan might prove advantageous. A glance at Hinata Haruki, stationed in the corner as a guard, solidified his contemplations. Mushi felt somewhat disheartened. He was well aware that Quan Zhuoling recognized the formidable strength of Iai Luo. During the previous match, she had the opportunity to concede defeat. Yet she chose not to. She resolved to persevere, even if it meant doing so on her knees. As for his two rather unremarkable teammates, both in appearance and skill, they possessed no remarkable qualities. One would expect him to feel elated with such progress, yet Hinata Mushi's spirits were truly low. The joyful moments he had just shared with Chin and sister Haruka had vanished without a trace. Exhaling deeply, he cast a stoic gaze at Duo C, who was playfully teasing Ding Xi. Suddenly, he felt a gentle grip on his hand. Turning to look, he saw Hinata gazing at him with a bashful expression. Don't worry, Ling is fine, she reassured him. Mushi suddenly smiled, gently ruffling her hair before returning his gaze to the match. Hinata, imitating his demeanor, leaned against the railing, remaining silent and contemplative. Thus, the preliminary round of the third exam has concluded. As the sound of the moonlight and the swift wind faded, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the spectators. The official competition is set to commence in a month. Mushi, having anticipated this, understood that the dignitaries from various nations had yet to arrive, rendering any grand performance premature. Mushi stood below, ignoring the incessant chatter of the three generations. Lost in thoughts of Shaoli, The 8 gates of Duanjia seemed trivial at first glance, yet for Mu Shi, it represented the key to unlocking the secrets of the human body. Consider the cancer cells that can proliferate endlessly with sufficient energy. Is that not terrifying? The notion of blood rebirth is enticing, is it not? In the realm of Zhu Xian, he had pursued immortality for nearly 4 centuries, and now it lay tantalizingly within reach. Exhaling deeply, Mu Shi regained his focus. Every method of cultivation is invaluable. The Taoist philosophy emphasizes the preservation of life. Yet in practice, most techniques predominantly revolve around qi refinement. The later transmission of the golden elixir method from figures such as Chun Tuan and Zhou Dunyi touched upon the unlocking of the body's hidden treasures. But it lacked the systematic nature of the golden elixir approach. And then what? Suddenly, Mu Shi was struck with a realization. He had been profoundly mistaken. It was not that there was no method to access the hidden treasures of the body, but rather that he had overlooked it. The martial arts, the way of the fist, was indeed that method. Zhao Kuangyin's long fist, Zhou Tong's iron wall, Li Shuin, Dong Haichuan. They simply had not reached their ultimate potential. Abruptly, someone nudged his leg, pulling him from his reverie. He looked up to see Sister Hong Do standing before him, cradling a box. With a subtle gesture, Mu Shi realized what was unfolding, and he reached into the box to retrieve a slip of paper. Upon opening it, he found the number 10. After reporting the number, Ubixi revealed the combat pairings for their upcoming matches. Mu Shi was momentarily stunned. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Gaara, who happened to be looking back at him. He was the number 9, the one he would face in battle. This is intriguing. Could this be the arrangement of the 3rd Hokage? It was time to probe his own limits and test the prowess of the Sand Shinobi. Exhaling deeply, he lowered his head and chose to disregard the situation. Upon exiting the tower, he noticed that the sky had already darkened. Despite the few matches held, the determination of a victor among ninjas could take varying amounts of time. Between skilled opponents, it often boiled down to mere moments. However, these were novices, entangled in their own deliberations, requiring ample time to contemplate and seek opportunities. After stretching languidly, he exchanged greetings with Sakura and Hinata before following the crowd out of the forest of death. Once he returned to his dwelling, he buried himself in slumber. Upon awakening, it was already midday of the following day, and in the kitchen, Sakura had thoughtfully left him some food. Mu Shi took a breath and hurried towards his usual training ground. Not far away, he furrowed his brows slightly upon noticing that someone had arrived early. As he approached a more open area, he realized it was Hinata. She was diligently practicing the techniques he had taught her, her efforts commendable. Sweat trickled down Hinata's cheeks, falling to the ground as she immersed herself in her punches. The practice of Xingyi Quan differed somewhat from that of Baji Quan. The latter featured simpler techniques with immense power, while the former's movements were relatively intricate, particularly the 12 animals. At this moment, Hinata was engaged in the 12 animals, her shifting center of gravity causing the 2 towering mountains nearby to tremble. Moreover, without the gray-white coat that concealed her youthful features, she appeared even more formidable, embodying a spirit akin to the unyielding mountains before her. As she concluded her set of punches, Hinata noticed Mu Shi's arrival. Her cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to rush over, Mu Shi gestured for her to continue. Hesitating for a moment, she resumed with Baji Quan, though her focus was no longer as intense. "Huh." The girl's clear voice rang out as she suddenly dodged, channeling force from her waist into her elbow. After one strike, Hinata paused, tears welling in her eyes as she hugged her arms, struggling to hold back her sobs. Mu Shi was taken aback. "What happened? Are you hurt?" He approached her gently, inspecting her for injuries. "No, I'm not hurt. It's just too much. It hurts," Hinata replied, her head bowed, her face tinged with embarrassment. Mu Shi, it was only then that he realized Hinata was not merely cradling her arms, but rather holding them up to prevent them from falling. "Ha ha ha. No, please do not mock me." Hinata murmured a plea, her voice gradually diminishing. Mu Shi suddenly recalled her first experience at school, where some of her female classmates felt insecure due to their size. During class, in an effort to alleviate their physical burdens, they placed their arms on the desks. "Do not be afraid. I shall assist you," she offered. Hinata responded with a soft whimper. Observing Hinata's submissive demeanor brought Mu Shi great satisfaction. Having such a wife to tease frequently brought her both joy and contentment. Hinata, in her current state, clearly resembled someone who had engaged in vigorous exercise, gasping for breath yet too shy to vocalize her discomfort. After a day of training, it was indeed exhausting. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan's residence, she found that someone was already waiting at her doorstep. Mu Shi cast a discerning glance up and down, unmistakably identifying them as members of the clan. Observing Mu Shi's return, they slightly elevated their chin. "Hyang Mushi, the elders request your presence," came the cold and rigid tone, indicating that they were not the most amiable of individuals. Mushi's delightful mood for playing was abruptly tarnished. "I kindly request you to lead the way first, esteemed brother." The man swaggered over to Mushi, standing half a head taller than him. Mushi raised an eyebrow. It was inconsequential, as he still had room to grow. When a family separates, one must possess the awareness that comes with it. If it does not belong to you, do not harbor foolish fantasies. The heavy slaps continued to land on Mushi's shoulder, growing increasingly forceful. Do not emulate Hinata Niji's insufferable arrogance. Mushi's demeanor turned completely frigid as she brushed off non-existent dust from her shoulders. Her elder cousin had spoken the truth. Those of lowly character ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. Lacking any true capability, they only knew how to act arrogantly within their own confines. "Who are you referring to?" The man's complexion instantly contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, his gaze directed at Mushi with piercing intensity, akin to a dog barking furiously at its master. "Whoever is being insulted, that is who I am speaking of. You seek death." The man leaped back abruptly, forming a hand seal and murmuring incantations under his breath. In the next instant, Mushi's figure materialized before him, her expression unwavering before he even had a chance to alter his own. She seized him by the throat, lifting him forcefully, the sensation of suffocation prompting him to roll his eyes back in distress. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Who granted you the audacity? Is it Jingru?" With renewed determination, Mushi exerted pressure once more, his desire to eliminate this scoundrel intensifying. However, he refrained, knowing he could not provide an explanation to the clan elder. At this moment, he was unwilling to become a traitor nor expose the undeniable truth that a caged bird could not govern its own fate. The man, summoning his last remnants of strength, feebly struck at Mushi's arm, his energy waning. "Brother of the Zone clan, your visit brings me joy, yet your gaze unsettles me." With his free hand, Mushi retrieved a silver needle, piercing it directly into the vital points of the man's brain, discarding him unceremoniously onto the ground like refuse. Exhaling deeply, he observed the man gasping for breath. Gradually, the realization dawned upon him. Why was everything before him cloaked in darkness? Was it a lack of oxygen? He waved his hand before his eyes, yet saw nothing. Channeling his chakra towards his sight, he felt only a sharp pain, with nothing more to show for it. Mushi gazed down upon him, her expression devoid of emotion. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, one must learn to respect the powerful. Turning on her heel, she prepared to confront the elders of the clan. Her footsteps gradually faded into the distance, leaving the man in a state of utter panic. "Ah, Hinata Mushi, what have you done? What have you done? The clan S-hound dares to bite back at its master. I will see you dead. I will see you dead." Mushi, with a solemn expression, made his way towards the courtyard of the Zong family. This day had long been anticipated in his mind, yet he never envisioned it would arrive so swiftly. In his plans, he intended to sever ties with the Hyuga clan only after acquiring absolute strength. For the time being, he still depended on the Hyuga family to furnish him with the resources necessary for his cultivation. Unlike the 2- to 3-story buildings found in other parts of Konoha, the Hyuga clan's territory predominantly features single-story structures, designed in a closed courtyard layout that embodies the simplicity of traditional Japanese-style Seiyuan. The layout of the Mu family's estate is quite distinctive. The overall configuration of the clan's domain is circular in nature. At its innermost layer lies the residence of the main family, while the outer layer comprises the residences of the branch families. Between the main family and the branches, there exists a formidable wall, the purpose of which remains uncertain. The central area of the residence is one that nearly all members of the branch families find unappealing. Such a stark division, if it were among other clans, would have long since resulted in a complete separation, with each faction leading its own existence. The peculiar arrangement of this family is not solely due to the constraints of being caged birds, but also because the main family is remarkably small in number. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the main family, Mushi noticed a figure already standing there, who, upon seeing her approach, gestured for her to come closer. Mushi stepped inside, finding the place somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Was this not where he had once been a caged bird? Passing through a shadow wall and entering the courtyard, he found himself facing the inner sanctum, where rows of ancestral tablets were displayed. This was the ancestral hall of the Hinata clan. Within the courtyard stood several prominent figures from the branch families, while those seated inside were the esteemed elders of the main family. The gathering was quite significant. It seemed to be a momentous occasion. A cold smile crept across Mushi's face, for he sensed that this assembly was convened with him in mind. After all, What right did a mere junior like him have to be present here? Mushi bowed respectfully to the significant members of the branch family, pondering that at times he might require their advocacy. Among these individuals, some nodded in acknowledgement, some regarded him with smiles, while others maintained stoic expressions, and a few bore a sorrowful countenance. Yet, despite their varied reactions, Mushi discerned a singular message. The situation was far from favorable. Exhaling deeply, he stepped into the ancestral hall. After offering incense to his forebears and fulfilling the customary rites, he saluted the elder members of both sides of the clan. After a brief wait, noticing that no one paid him any heed, he respectfully withdrew. "Hold on, Mushi," came a voice. "There are matters I wish to inquire of you." Mushi slightly raised her eyes to glance at the elder who spoke, her expression turning solemn. "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me. You have ventured out to sell rice balls, have you not?" "Indeed. What a disgraceful act. Where have the values of decorum gone?" Mushi stood upright, her countenance decidedly grim. "Ah, the revisiting of past grievances. How delightful." Both her father and mother had perished in battle for the Hinata clan, and yet no one offered guidance. "Esteemed elders, I beseech your understanding." Mushi's voice resounded, loud enough for the branch family members outside to hear. Within the room, an awkward silence ensued, with no one daring to speak for an extended period. How trivial this matter is. Chapter 67, Dethroning Her. Mushi stood there, her gaze fixed and her mind wandering as she absent-mindedly counted the crevices in the ground. The clan school had commenced. Clan school? What clan school? She had been enrolled in the ninja academy since the tender age of 6. In our Hyuga clan, there exists a clan school. Yet why were there no esteemed elders from the clan to instruct in the art of gentle fist? Mushi cast a glance at the 7 or 8 individuals within the room, hardly recognizing any of them. This group of decrepit elders truly incited his ire. "Esteemed elders, since you are my forebears, I wish to seek your wisdom regarding certain matters of martial practice. However, it seems your affairs can wait. We are currently here to interrogate you." "Interrogate? What crime have I committed?" "You have unlawfully engaged in the sale of goods, infringing upon the interest of our clan. You have violated our clan regulations. Such accusations are laid bare, indeed." "Haha. Esteemed elders, do you not see? My household is on the brink of starvation. Surely you cannot wish for this orphan to perish from hunger? Sister Chuanmu supported me even when she was but a lowly ninja. From 5,000 in remuneration, I am left with only 1,000, and I must allocate that for cultivation and sustenance. The clan offers us no assistance, and we do not burden the clan. How then am I at fault? Elders, you wouldn't wish for my demise, would you? Surely not." The room fell into a heavy silence. Should they continue to invoke clan regulations, it would become untenable to justify their stance. "Haha, the clan desires nothing more than for you descendants to thrive." Eagerly hoping for your success to bolster the Hyuga clan, Mushi cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man, a faint smile gracing her lips as she lowered her head in silence. "Miss Hinata, do you often stay at your home?" A commanding voice resonated, prompting Mushi to glance at the elder, whose sharp brows and striking eyes were framed by flowing white hair. "Indeed, what of it?" She replied. "Our Hyuga clan is a family of great propriety. Such behavior is a breach of decorum. Then why did you not intervene before? Is it only deemed improper now? Mushi of the Hyuga clan, how dare you speak to the clan elder in such a manner? What is wrong? Do you not comprehend? If you require a translation, you may summon the Inuzuka clan." Impudence. The elder formed a hand seal, but Mushi's expression turned icy. The silver needle in her hand flashed and, in an instant, pierced the man's chest. As it obstructed his chakra flow and, in his haste to act, he failed to notice the anomaly. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened. The people in the room were taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "What has happened?" Mushi remained utterly composed as he scanned the interior of the residence. In the entire Hyuga clan, there were only 2 individuals of the shadow level. Just look at the Uchiha clan, where generations consistently produce prodigies, boasting several at the shadow level. With an air of calmness, he approached the elder, deftly withdrew a silver needle, and secured it within his attire. He returned to the center of the ancestral hall, exuding an unparalleled tranquility. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one had noticed when Mushi made his move. Hyuga Mushi. He is an elder of the clan. So what? What is possessing an extra head matter? Mushi scrutinized the elder's face with earnestness. After all, it was just 1 nose and 2 eyes. He too was mortal. Inside and outside the room, everyone stood in stunned silence. The words of Mushi left them in disbelief. What was this? A threat? Intimidation? Did they truly underestimate the caged bird of the Hyuga clan? A caged bird? Had it lost its efficacy? Or was Mushi simply deranged? Once more, one of the clan elders formed a hand seal, intent on teaching Hyuga Mushi a lesson, this time fully prepared for any eventuality. Mushi's eyes suddenly opened. The hypnotic seal imprinted within them appeared like a stamp etched in the air. The energy coalesced, causing the elder to fall into a deep slumber. Truly, you have been granted a measure of grace. However, to execute such a plan is perilous, for it could result in fatalities. Mushi's voice resonated like that of a devil from the depths of hell. They had not anticipated that Mushi's power had ascended to such heights. Casting a glance at the two individuals seated at the head of the table, one remained silent, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. The other, however, fixed a piercing gaze upon Mushi. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips as he formed a hand seal with deliberate precision. The figure of Mushi vanished in an instant. With a sudden gasp, a long sword pierced through the back of the shadow-level elder. Blood erupted from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. Accompanying this gruesome scene were 4 severed fingers that fell as well. Mushi straightened her posture, unceremoniously casting the elder aside like a lifeless dog in the center of the room. A glance was cast towards the other elder, who remained silent with eyes closed. There was no need for words, for his stance was unmistakable. Mushi, what do you intend to do? The reprimands began to crescendo. Mushi wiped the blood from the Yuan Hong sword, reflecting, after years of cultivation and countless resources expended, was it not all for the sake of survival? What of the caged birds? As long as it does not lead to my immediate demise, I can certainly bring a few along. One must be willing to endure sacrifices to unseat the water shadow. Hiss. Wait, that's not right. ISNT at the fire shadow? Why target the water shadow? Mushi, is this truly the crux of the matter? Is this truly the crux of the matter? In such a solemn environment, are you not disrupting the atmosphere with such words? Can the esteemed readers concur? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry, Young is not dead yet. We must act swiftly, lest it be too late. Only then did the few individuals in the room regain their senses and hastily carry Yang down. Mushi turned her head to glance at the elderly man who had remained silent moments before. Noticing her gaze, he inquired once more. Do you harbor a grievance against the Kingdom of Water? That seems unlikely. No, she replied. Then what is the reason? He pressed. The water shadow fulfills their duties admirably. Why would you trouble them? Mushi exhaled deeply, for she was indeed captivating. The reflection of water? The beauty of Yuza? Astonishing? The old man appeared utterly astonished. Could he possibly harbor some peculiar preferences? That Hinata. No, it was not Yuza, but rather Terumi Mei. When one juxtaposes an aged man beneath a steed with a stunning maiden, the choice is unmistakably evident. Yet, she is not that, is she? Soon, it shall be revealed. Why? Because Yuza has perished, the land of water is now under the dominion of the Mizukage, with Terumi Mei in a supporting role. The old man abruptly fell silent, lost in deep contemplation for an extended period. Mushi nodded. The elder of the Hyuga clan is indeed competent. At least knowledgeable in analyzing intelligence and assessing situations. In other words, you intend to bring down Kagayame, huh? Damn it. That woman is truly remarkable. How did I not notice this before? Robust and capable, she is undoubtedly an exceptional asset in any endeavor. Mushi's heart raced like a stampede of wild horses. The remaining elders in the room, witnessing the increasingly skewed direction of the conversation, realized it was time to steer the topic back before costs were incurred. Elder Chen began to speak about Risyang Mu Shi's insubordination. But upon receiving a glare from Mu Shi, he swiftly fell silent. Mu Shi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, akin to the insidious nature of the daughter plant. Much like the politicians of Country M, who once proclaimed their dominance over the world, they now profess a newfound affinity for peace. What has prompted this transformation? Chapter 68. Thus should you greet me when the nuclear bomb possesses the instantaneous capacity to obliterate a city. They suddenly realize that they too are vulnerable to such swift annihilation. In that moment, the prospect of resolving conflicts without resorting to nuclear weapons emerges as the most prudent choice for them. It is easy to be resolute when the blade is not pressed against one's throat. Mushi let out a breath and turned to leave. Wait, Mushi. There's still something to discuss. Mushi cast a cold glance while Elder Chen smiled faintly. The clan leader has decided to facilitate the union between Miss Hinata and Hinata Mushi. Henceforth, Hinata Mu Shi shall be the son-in-law of the main family lineage. As soon as the words were uttered, the expressions of everyone in the room, except for Hinata Mushi, turned grim. Hinata and Hanabi, one of whom is destined to become the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, How could they possibly intermarry with the branch family? The interest and intricate relationships involved in this matter are quite complex. How shall we resolve this? I will speak with the clan leader about it. One person waved their sleeve and departed. Mushi finally understood the situation, so that was what had transpired. She wondered why they had suddenly turned against her. Oh, Mushi, since the chieftain has already arranged the betrothal, why not stay for a meal? Suggested another elder. He had remained silent until now, and Mushi was well aware of his stance. With a smile, she performed a courteous bow and expressed her apologies for the intrusion. One should not strike at those who greet them with a smile. After all, they had not wronged her, so why not offer them a pleasant demeanor? The dinner did not boast any extravagant display, merely a selection of homely dishes. The middle-aged elder was warm and inviting, and the two shared a few cups of wine, thus fostering a bond of camaraderie. After arranging for Mushi's rest, the atmosphere fell into a serene tranquility. Mushi exhaled softly, rising to a seated position. She loosened a few buttons of her nightgown. After imbibing alcohol, her blood flowed with greater swiftness, and a warmth enveloped her body. She settled into a cross-legged posture, calming her mind and spirit, and commenced her cultivation. The accumulation of true essence has always been a gradual process. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. As midnight approached, Mushi slowly emerged from her slumber. It was then that she noticed, to her surprise, the presence of another person seated beside her, their actions a mystery. The room was somewhat dimly lit, cloaked in shadows, allowing only a faint glimpse of a figure, a woman's silhouette. A sudden pang of unease coursed through Mushi's heart, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. After taking a moment to steady her breath, she finally allowed her eyes to roll in exasperation. Indeed, the figure before her was a woman, who was discreetly covering her face while shedding silent tears. Biting her lip to stifle any sound that might disturb Mushi, the woman eventually wiped her face, clearing away the tears with her sleeve. It was then that Mushi caught a clearer glimpse of her features. With an oval face and well-defined cheekbones, her skin was fair and delicately smooth. Her lips and chin exuded an air of elegance and grace. A petite, slightly upturned nose complemented her features, along with a hint of phoenix-like eyes, though not entirely so. From the branch of the Hyuga clan, the evidence was undeniable. Her hair was styled in an updo, adorned in a manner befitting a matron. Judging by her age, she appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. The Hyuga family, true to its ancient lineage, boasted no lack of beauty. Suddenly, the woman let her long hair down, only to reassemble it into a bun once more. While not particularly aesthetic, the style prioritized practicality and security. Mushi had encountered this particular hairstyle before. A woman with long tresses would remove her adornments before slumber, gathering her hair into an elegant bun to prevent any undue pressure on her locks. She would then shed her outer robe, neatly folding it to the side. A sudden realization struck Mushi. She had fallen into a trap. Yet, curiously, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her. As the woman paused, only the innermost layer of clothing remained. She cautiously turned around and gently lifted the covers from Mushi. In this season, the temperature had already begun to drop, and the mere act of unveiling the blankets could rouse one from slumber with the chill. Even though a brazier burned within the room, its warmth was barely sufficient. Mushi tightly closed her eyes, choosing to be a person who cannot be awakened. Today, even with the arrival of the third generation, she would remain in her slumber. As anticipated, the dragon flute sword and the jade pot twirled gracefully, a night filled with the dance of fish and dragons. Of course, it was not truly a night of such length, and when compared to a seasoned warrior like Mushi, the prowess of this woman was rather unimpressive. As Mushi merely warmed up, she found herself at a loss. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, the fierce expression on her face vanishing in an instant, and she abruptly sat up. The woman was uncertain whether she had gasped in fright, swiftly covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Both individuals, with wide eyes, could discern each other's expressions with striking clarity amidst the darkness. Mushi swiftly struck the woman's acupoint, rendering her entirely limp and unable to draw her weapon. Grasping her garments and headpiece, he cast a glance around the room, realizing that the only place to conceal them was within the wardrobe. Exhaling deeply, he promptly shoved both her and himself into the closet. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, and so was the woman. Without uttering much, Mushi turned and tore off the lining of his garment. Beneath it lay a series of runes. For this was a robe of magic crafted using the techniques from the world of exterminating immortals. The elders of Qing and Mountain adorned themselves in such fabric. Mushi attempted to isolate herself from the world's scrutiny. Having tidied her belongings, She was already aware of the commotion outside. Leaving her no time to don her pajamas, she could only cover herself with a blanket, utilizing the art of boiling release. She eradicated the scents within her room and buried her head beneath the covers to sleep. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at her door. It was none other than Hinata Hizashi. The Hyuga clan required no search. With a mere glance of their Byakugan, they could ascertain the situation without any preparation from the other party. After standing for a while, Hinata Hizashi turned and departed. Mushi slowly exhaled a breath, signifying that she had managed to pass the ordeal, though it seemed likely that others would soon arrive. As expected, voices emerged from outside the door. "Great Chief, how could I deceive you? Look closely, it is utterly outrageous what the Hinata clan has done. My nephew has just died, and his wife and child are being bullied." Hiss. "Where is everyone?" The elder's low voice inquired, as if searching for someone. "Is your trickery not enough? Shall we enter and conduct a search?" Hinata Hinzuki's mood was far from pleasant, feeling manipulated, his gaze still fixated on Mushi. This young man certainly had peculiar tastes. He did not don sleepwear, yet he possessed ample resources. The elder recalled Mushi's decisive and ruthless nature. He too harbored intentions to eliminate Mushi in an instant, but that was not feasible. He lacked the lethal finesse required to strike down a caged bird. At most, he could inflict pain, but Mushi was different. With his ruthless demeanor, it would undoubtedly be his end. "Great Chief, please, trust me." Mushi exhaled deeply. "Who is it?" The moment his voice echoed, the commotion outside instantly subsided. Once the sun's rays receded, Mushi rose to his feet, navigating through the darkness. He employed his true essence to inscribe a barrier formation, effectively obstructing any external scrutiny. Observing his handiwork, he deemed it sufficient to last through the night. He opened the wardrobe, evoking the thrill akin to unboxing a mystery gift, and gently retrieved the woman, placing her upon the couch with deliberate care. Meanwhile, the members of the Hinata family were engaged in their martial training. Invigorated by the prospect of a remarkable asset, Hinata women were renowned for their exceptional flexibility. The shadows of their fists danced like rainbows, their graceful forms swaying rhythmically with the fluidity of their strikes. Ultimately, martial arts is a transformation and application of one's entire physical strength, with the pivotal element being the waist. Chapter 69, The Hokage Lineage. Mushi grasped that delicate waist, barely fitting in her hand, and it was truly unimaginable that it concealed such immense strength. Indeed, this has broadened my horizons. Knowledge is power. Mushi exhaled deeply, on the verge of defeat, but managed to regain her composure. "What were you crying about just now?" Upon hearing Mushi's inquiry, the woman was momentarily taken aback. But compelled by Mushi's insistence, she reluctantly replied, "My life is filled with misfortune." Mushi paused his actions, granting her a moment to catch her breath, and softly whispered in her ear, "Would you care to share your thoughts with me? Women are peculiar yet straightforward. At times, one must inflict pain upon them, yet simultaneously evoke their compassion. It is akin to the school days when the girl seated beside you would weep in frustration. She resented your bullying, lamenting the unfair lines drawn upon her desk, yet felt moved by your defense when others tormented her. The principle remains the same. After causing her pain, you offer her solace. Should she fail to recall the scoundrel who hurt her, the author would perform a handstand while washing his hair. What is there left to discuss with you? Mushi was determined not to relent, persistently pressing for answers. Share your thoughts with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice, or even find a solution. Perhaps unable to withstand Mushi's probing nature, or perhaps spurred by her desire to confide, she began to open up. Not long after I gave birth, my husband perished on the battlefield. My own capabilities are limited, and I cannot accept tasks while caring for the child. As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. The elder of the clan insists that I engage in such matters, but what about the child? Mushi gently kissed away her tears, declaring, I will take care of you and your child. The woman chuckled softly. Well, dear sister, I am quite affluent myself and do not require your support, you little rascal. Yet, her expression revealed a profound sorrow. Unfazed by the disdain of others, Mushi had formed an exceptionally close bond with Tiantian's father over the years, to the extent that he would affectionately call him Big Brother from beneath the table. This camaraderie had also brought him considerable wealth. After all, Tiantian was indeed a wealthy heiress, with a network of ninjutsu shops spanning across various nations, all thanks to her family's influence. The esteemed younger sister of Tiantian, whose mother was equally formidable, could easily unleash a barrage of shuriken to vanquish her adversaries if she were displeased. Even Xiao Nen would be compelled to express admiration for her prowess. exclaiming 666 in awe. Mushi extracted a bundle of receipts from beneath her clothing, which were the suppressed tickets from the Hokage building, representing a considerable sum of money. She promptly tucked them into the woman's bosom and whispered softly in her ear, "I am not a mere child. You are well aware of that." The small building listened to the wind and rain throughout the night, as iron steeds and icy rivers entered her dreams, while the tempest momentarily ceased. Mushi cradled the jade figure in her arms, slowly drifting into slumber. Outside, Hinata Haruki was on duty beneath the spring sun. Upon entering the courtyard, he frowned slightly, surprisingly. The house was completely empty. Where could Mushi have gone? The sky had grown quite late. Turning back, he exited the door and made his way to the place where Mushi usually practiced, but found no one there. His furrowed brow remained taut. Until suddenly he thought of Hongdo. Leaping onto the wall of Hongdo's home, he cast a cursory glance, yet still, there was no sign of Mushi. Only Hongdo lay there, sprawled in an ungainly manner, utterly devoid of grace. Hinata Haruki entered the house with ease, rousing Hongdo from her slumber. Observing her dazed expression, he felt both amused and exasperated. Awakened fully. Where has Mushi gone? Hongdo rubbed her eyes, barely regaining her senses. What? Mushi? Didn't he return home? Suddenly, she froze, as if fully conscious now, staring blankly at Hinata Haruki. Did you two have a quarrel? I'm not criticizing you. But Mushi seems quite fine. However, he can be rather stubborn. No, I haven't even seen him, Hongdo replied, now thoroughly alert. She recalled every word exchanged with Mushi at their parting, confirming he had indeed mentioned returning home, not going elsewhere. Could it be that someone called him away? Hinata Haruki was taken aback, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. Hongdo, somewhat bewildered, hurried after him. Hey, where are you going? They arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence, but were intercepted before they could enter. I came to find Hinata Mushi. May I inquire if he is still meeting with the clan leader? Haruki's tone was icy yet still polite. The gatekeeper, glancing at Hongdo, recognized her. He is still inside. He has been retained by the elders for his betrothal to Miss Hinata. Hinata Haruki visibly relaxed at the news. May I ask which elder has kept him? Elder Xiangyang. Haruki's face drained of color, cold sweat beginning to bead upon his brow. He stood there, stunned, unaware of when the ninja before him had departed. Haruki, what is the matter? Hongdo gently tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he realized that Elder Xiangyang was the enforcer of the clan's laws. If Mushi had been retained by him, it could spell dire consequences. Recalling the Hyuga family's stringent regulations, Hongdo's expression darkened. But Mushi has done anything wrong, so why? To marry Miss Hinata is indeed a transgression. Haruki replied. The Hyuga clan had, for a time, prohibited intermarriage with the branch families. Mushi is spirited and cannot endure injustice. I fear for him. As this thought settled in Haruki's mind, an icy dread gripped his heart. If he had truly committed a grave mistake, the elders would show no mercy, even if he were a prodigy. They desired obedient branch families, not those with independent thoughts. Obedience was all that mattered. Hongdo, I implore you. After a moment of silence, Hongdo turned to leave. I will seek out Lord Hokage. In the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage had just settled down for the night when he was abruptly roused by Akamichi. With a resigned expression, he gazed at his disciple as she babbled on for what felt like an eternity before he grasped the essence of her words. He exhaled deeply, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, Is that all there is to it? Ah, Grandpa Sarutobi. The third Hokage tapped his desk with his pipe. Summoning a member of the Anbu to retrieve Hinata Mushi's dossier and deliver it to the Hyuga clan. After issuing the command, he rubbed his throbbing temples and looked at Akamichi, sighing, He is your disciple, and that is sufficient. He will endure some hardship. But they would not dare to kill him. Moreover, at this critical juncture, losing a candidate would be difficult to justify to the daimyo. To eliminate Hinata Mushi would require a labyrinth of negotiations, unless the third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, contemplating the dire alternative of coercing him to take his own life. Akamichi listened attentively, understanding the implications, yet she remained perplexed by the intricacies of the situation. Upon hearing this outcome, she felt a sense of relief. Go now and rest well. Yes, Hokage-sama, you too should take care of yourself. The following morning, Mushi found himself alone, the warmth of company lingering in the air, suggesting that they had departed not long ago. He sat in a daze for a moment, seemingly savoring the wildness and tenderness of the previous night. Chapter 70, A Divergence of Hearts Without Tangible Evidence. Yet possessing a fervent desire to impart knowledge is a peculiar affliction, particularly for those who relish the act of teaching others. Mushi stifled a yawn. Pondering how she could harbor any ill intentions, she merely yearned to provide herself with a sense of home. With a composed demeanor, she dressed and performed a brief morning ritual before stepping out of her room. Outside, a maid awaited her arrival, guiding Mushi into the dining hall. Seated at the table was the elder of the clan, poised and dignified. Mushi exhaled softly, striving to render her complexion less unappealing, and performed a courteous bow. All right then, let us rise and partake in our meal. Mushi sat quietly at the dining table, savoring her meal. How did you feel yesterday? Well, it was quite good, direct and straightforward. I prefer the honest approach. It felt refreshing and resilient. Elder Xiangyang was taken aback. What? Mushi exhaled softly. Were you not inquiring about my impressions of yesterday's meeting? Elder Xiangyang's expression darkened momentarily, before he replied with a smile. I was actually asking how well you slept last night. Oh, it was quite splendid, refreshing and thoroughly enjoyable. That is good to hear, indeed. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my hospitality. After dinner, I shall take you to meet the clan leader. As my son-in-law, it is only fitting that you pay your respects to your father-in-law upon your arrival at the Nichi clan. Mushi nodded quietly, consuming his meal in silence. He understood well that what transpired yesterday appeared to be a farce, yet in reality, it was a fierce struggle between the two factions of the Hinata family. Having wounded the elder of the main family was a grave matter, yet there had been no response thus far, indicating that the outcome of the conflict had already been determined. Mushi exhaled deeply, such is the nature of large families, embroiled in endless strife. A lamentable reality inherent to humanity that one cannot escape. As she followed the maid into the courtyard of the sunlit abode, she chanced upon the sight of the two sisters, Hinata and Hanabi, diligently practicing their martial arts. Mushi gazed quietly for a while, with just a single glance. She comprehended the stance of the little spark's fists, which contained elements of her own, the San Ti-Shur. The fundamentals of Xingyi Quan, in essence, consist of three components: the 5-element fist, the 12 animal forms, and the San Ti-Shur. With a slight furrow of her brow, she pondered the source of this knowledge. Was it Hinata? That seemed improbable. Observing the way the spark shaped its fists, she noted that the foundational stances were not quite standard. Had it been learned surreptitiously? Mushi suddenly smiled. The talent of Huahua was indeed commendable. Upon turning his head, Mushi was taken aback to find Hayashi Hyuga had appeared by his side without him noticing. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, esteemed clan leader." In his heart, he mused that it was only reasonable for a leader of a clan to possess formidable strength. From his perspective, Hayashi Hyuga was quite impressive, exhibiting a flexible mindset. Moreover, he harbored ambition. So what are your thoughts on Huahua? Mushi exhaled softly. Her innate talent far surpassed that of Hinata. However, her accomplishments did not measure up to Hinata's. Oh, why do you say that? Mushi gazed at the two sisters, his expression slightly somber. Hinata, the female protagonist, had left a profound impression on him during his first life. The goddess continually brewed in the hearts of otaku. It is indeed rare to resist the allure of a goddess manifesting in reality. This is precisely why he did not oppose Hinata's desire to learn from him. It is worth noting that Chuanmu only grasped the extent of his abilities. Talent can sometimes serve as a shackle, determining the heights one can achieve as if preordained. In my view, those with lesser talents find the initial steps of cultivation exceedingly arduous, yet their potential remains unpredictable, for they shatter their own limitations. Such individuals are few and far between. Hinata Hazashi did not entirely agree with Mushi's perspective, opting not to elaborate further. Please come in and take a seat. Mushi obediently followed inside and took a seat opposite the table, patiently awaiting inquiries from Riseong Rizu. What transpired yesterday? Mushi was taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. Could it be true? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It's nothing, merely some minor conflicts." When he lifted his gaze, he found Hinata's enigmatic smile, neither confirming nor denying the inconsistencies in his words, simply observing him in silence. Mushi remained utterly composed, savoring her tea with an air of tranquility. Once again, I inquire, what are your thoughts on the Hyuga clan? Mushi cast a glance at Riseong Rizu, who was engrossed in brewing tea, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry he had just posed. The ancient, decaying, and fallen state had become inevitable. Riseong Rizu paused momentarily, retorting, "My Riseong clan is indeed one of the foremost bloodline families in the ninja world, boasting countless geniuses." With a sarcastic glance, Mushi remarked, "A genius? Huh. How does one compare to the Uchiha? Fugaku Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, can they truly be matched?" The Hyuga clan clings to its past glory. What? Pray tell, does the clan leader consider the Hyuga's honor to be? Aside from Hinata Tenrin, can anyone else be brought forth? Relying on caged birds to prolong the life and safety of the clan, doesn't that seem absurd? When has the Uchiha ever required? Thus, it was they who perished. It was they who faced annihilation. Yet we, the Hyuga, still endure. Suddenly, Hinata Nichiza shouted, startling Mushi. Am I striking a nerve? Why such fury? The abrupt silence between them cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Esteemed clan leader, why have you chosen me? Hinata Nichiza did not respond but instead inquired. Do you know when I first contemplated altering our family's traditions? You are correct. The Hyuga clan has indeed decayed. Upon uttering these words, Hinata Nichiza's spirit seemed to wane, his expression growing weary. Noticing Mushi's prolonged silence, he spoke to himself. It was at the time of the Uchiha's downfall. I once felt elated, thinking finally there was no one to overshadow us. The Hyuga would reign as the foremost clan in the ninja world. How could a mere branch dare to stand above us? Yet, not long after, Nichi died. He perished to save me. In a battle where Konoha held all the advantages. We were forced to concede. A clan leader, surrounded by Hyuga clansmen, had his child abducted. What a farce. Without assistance. How could one possibly breach the formidable defenses of the Hyuga, a clan renowned for its reconnaissance? Mushi opened her eyes wide. Observing the desolation around her, there was not a soul in sight. She let out a sigh of relief. The Hyuga clan leader's madness, coupled with his animosity towards the village, could spell disaster if word got out. Once Hinata Hizashi's mood had settled, he spoke. The clan must possess the strength for self-preservation. We cannot end up like the Uchiha, who were inexplicably annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Mushi exhaled deeply. This was a matter for the clan leader. You must be the one who has broken free like a caged bird, correct? The atmosphere grew tense once more as Mushi clenched his fists, weighing his options. If he were to kill Hinata Hayashi, how could he evade culpability? Chapter 71. The Curse Mispronounced. Ultimately, escape seemed impossible. He silently sighed. The clan leader was jesting. Such a legacy from the celestial ninjas could not be unraveled so easily. Hinata Hayashi remained silent, forming hand seals. The silver needle in Mushi's grasp twisted and turned, the murderous intent on his face flickering in and out of existence. As he observed Hayashi complete the caged bird curse seal, veins suddenly bulged on Mushi's forehead, his teeth clenched tightly, with both hands pressed against the table. His gaze fixated fiercely on Hinata Hayashi. At last, unable to endure the excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, rolling about while resolutely suppressing any sound. As the curse seal progressed, Mushi's body swelled with veins, reminiscent of Lee's fifth gate activation. Watching as Hayashi lowered his hands, Mushi collapsed, drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, his eyes glared menacingly at Hinata Hayashi. Crouching beside Mushi, Hinata Hayashi murmured, "It seems I did not recite the execution curse correctly. Oh dear. I mispronounced it. My apologies, I invoked the death curse instead." Huh? Why are you not dead yet? Her eyes, devoid of spirit, reflect a profound emptiness. Alas. What a disappointment. Why is it that a piece of my vision remains forever lost? Sitting on the ground, Hinata appears utterly disheveled, a caged bird. It is at the cost of that singular perspective that the curse was cast. Even if one were to unravel it, that unique viewpoint can never be reclaimed. With a profound sigh, Mushi lamented the unfortunate flaw in such exquisite eyes, a defect that seemed irreparable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps it was not entirely hopeless. For the Byakugan could indeed evolve and integrate, offering a glimmer of hope for restoration. The question remained, however, from whom could such power be seized? The blue of the land of water and the enigmatic beings upon the moon came to mind. Exhaling deeply, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. As another possibility emerged, nurturing the eyes with the energy of the yang attribute. Reflecting on the nature of chakra, Mushi recalled that there were 8 fundamental types, with the most numerous being 7. Figures such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke appeared to embody all attributes. Observing Mushi's newfound ease, Hinata Hizashi paused in surprise, inquiring if she had devised a solution. What method? He asked, to which she replied, "No, I merely recalled some joyful memories." Hizashi then questioned, "Is Hinata's fighting style something you taught her? How did you come to develop it?" Mushi smiled faintly and remained silent, while Hinata Hizashi ceased his inquiries. The realm of geniuses was beyond their comprehension. Could you perhaps instruct Hanabi and Niji? After all, we shall soon be family, he proposed, observing the seemingly affectionate demeanor of Hinata Hizashi, which startled Mushi. "I won't teach anyone else. nor should you harbor such hopes. The rapid transformation of the Hyuga clan is not a favorable sign. Let Hinata handle it herself. Their conversation meandered into various topics, and before they realized it, the sky outside had darkened, marking the end of an unintentional day-long discussion that had traversed from the nuances of fist techniques to the intricacies of gossip, space manipulation, and returning to the heavens. They had grasped the general principles, succinctly unveiling the essence of the techniques in mere sentences. Hinata Hizashi appeared momentarily taken aback. This continued until their mother-in-law arrived to summon them for dinner. At the dining table, Hinata kept her head bowed, seemingly wishing to vanish into the ground. Mushi found this perplexing. Why should he be the one feeling shy and anxious? Hanabi curiously observed him and soon inquired, "Is he my brother-in-law?" After one or two repetitions, it was trivial, but as the questions persisted, Hinata grew impatient and shoved a rice ball into her sister's mouth. They stayed over for the night. Without a hint of modesty, Mushi lay down to rest. When she awoke, still in a daze, it was already the middle of the night. Rolling her eyes, she approached the window and gazed upon the expansive courtyard, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. With a sigh, she resolved to take a leisurely stroll, stepping out of the house with utmost care. Suddenly, she discerned some commotion emanating from the training room. Was someone indeed practicing at such a late hour? Mushi approached, curious to discover which brave soul was exerting such effort. As she drew closer, she noticed a small figure stealthily crouching at the entrance. Grasping the nape of her neck, Mushi lifted her to get a better look. It was Hinata Hanabi. Hee. Sister, brother-in-law, she chirped, her little mouth quite sweet. What are you doing? I'm accompanying my sister in her training. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, peering through the crack of the door to witness Hinata practicing a form of martial arts in the dim light, and to her astonishment, she was also wielding a large weapon. Goodness! No wonder Hayashi Hyuga would discover this. If he failed to notice, he might as well suffer from cognitive decline. What is the matter, father? Hanabi innocently inquired. Nothing much, just praising this old fellow, Mushi replied. Oh, I see. After stifling a yawn, Mushi felt drowsy again. There's nothing to see. Hurry back to sleep. As she placed Hanabi on the ground, Hanabi clung desperately to the door frame, fearing her sister would hoist her up once more. But, dear sister, off you go. With a firm push, Mushi nudged Hanabi through the door crack. Hanabi landed on the floor with a thud. Hinata's movements froze as she turned to look, just as Hanabi sat up, about to chastise Mushi. She was rendered speechless by Hinata's serious demeanor. Why must human hearts be so treacherous? Hanabi exclaimed, her face a mixture of urgency and distress. Sister, I was merely passing by. I did not peek at you. Hinata approached and picked Hanabi up. Why aren't you sleeping? Noticing Hanabi's pitiful expression as she glanced towards the door, Hinata abruptly swung it open, only to find emptiness. With a sigh, she mused, such idle affairs. Who but Mushi would engage in them? Hanabi is the apple of her parents' eye. No one else would dare to toy with her. After returning Hanabi to her room and entrusting her to the maid, Hinata went back to her own chamber to freshen up and prepare for bed. Suddenly, she recalled Hayashi Mushi. Dressed and treading lightly, she approached cautiously. Standing at the doorway, she softly inquired, Mushi, are you asleep? After a moment of silence with no response, she breathed a sigh of relief, tinged with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Just as she was about to turn away, the door swung open abruptly, and a hand, like that of a demon, pulled her into the darkness. Startled, Hinata let out a small gasp, quickly covering her mouth to avoid disturbing anyone else. Mushi inhaled the scent lingering on Hinata's neck, the fragrance of youth flooding her mind. Coming at such a late hour, did you long for me? I know. Sob. Mushi kissed deeply, effectively silencing her words. Noticing Mushi's mischievous hand, Hinata struggled significantly to push her away. Fear gripped her heart. The teachings of the Hyuga clan forbade such actions. Escaping from her grasp, Hinata hurried back to her room, leaning against the door, gasping for breath. She could hear her heart pounding like a drum, her small hand pressing firmly against her chest, attempting to tame her restless thoughts. After a considerable moment, she realized her hands were still trembling, a reflection of the thrill and terror of engaging in mischief behind her parents' backs. Acknowledging the wrongness of her actions, she felt no aversion to them. Leaning against the door, she slowly sat down, murmuring to herself with a hint of a smile, a villain. As Mushi stepped out in the morning, she was confronted by the ferocious Huahua, who had come to settle a score. This incident caused her to lose face in front of her elder sister. Regardless of one's status, even if one were the king of heaven, they must face consequences. With fists clenched, she exuded an air of fierce determination. but her small fingers could barely reach his forehead, leaving her on the verge of tears from frustration. Mushi chuckled softly as she lifted the firework and made her way towards the kitchen. She placed the firework on the dining table. And only then did she settle down considerably. The moment Hinata arrived, she transformed into a well-behaved girl, showcasing her adaptability. Upon stepping out of the Hyuga family's gate, Mushi exhaled deeply, returning to her own courtyard, where she finally allowed herself to relax. A wave of weariness washed over her, a profound sense of emotional fatigue. Hinata Haruki emerged from the house, gazing at her with a frosty expression. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, carefully recalling that she had committed no wrongdoing. Feeling considerably reassured, she revealed a smile. Chuanmu, sister. Hinata Chuanmu scrutinized him from head to toe, noticing that he had suffered no significant loss. Her expression darkened as she remarked, "You certainly have some audacity, provoking the clan head. Elder Yang was nearly killed by you." Mushi let out a faint sigh. Her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness as she spoke. "Sister Haruki, I am utterly terrified. There is no other choice. I can only brace myself and face it." Observing the sorrowful expression on Mushi's face, Hinata Haruki's heart softened just a little. Mushi, with an air of fragility, gently approached and embraced her, seeking solace. "It's all right. It's all in the past now. Focus on preparing for the examination," Hinata Haruki spoke in a calm tone, his face reflecting genuine concern. Mushi suddenly lifted her up, startling Hinata Haruki. "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am being honest with you. Allow me to share how the Hinata clan has dared to mount me and strike me." Mushi spoke candidly, vehemently denouncing the injustices of the Zong family, inciting great indignation from Sister Chuanmu, who was utterly outraged, her face flushed crimson and drenched in perspiration. Her heavy breaths echoed like a tempestuous wind filling sails, akin to the reverberations of thunder. Mushi adeptly showcased the man's insatiable nature and disposition. "They truly bully you." "Indeed, Sister Chuanmu. You are unaware that when I sat down, it felt as if my waist would snap." Raging, Hinata Chuanmu gasped, "Hinata Mushi, you scoundrel." After several days of rest, Mushi finally rose to resume his training. He initially intended to seek solace from Sister Chuanmu regarding the turmoil in his heart. But little did he expect to be nearly rendered incapacitated by her blows. Fortunately, his face bore no bruises. Otherwise, how would he face others? Rubbing his aching lower back, he felt the weight of the past few days had been rather burdensome. Arriving at his usual training ground in the forest, he commenced his martial practice. After warming up, he began to unleash his full potential. Following a complete set of movements, he broke into a light sweat, concluding with a moment of stillness, allowing his true essence to settle before exhaling a breath of stale air. Before long, Hongdo arrived, accompanied by her two unassuming companions. Mushi paused and approached the group gathered around Hongdo. She accepted the water that Ling had handed over. Today, everyone had finally arrived. "And I shall teach you the art of summoning myriad serpents." Mushi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that there were pressing matters yet to attend to. The ninjutsu acquired from Orochimaru had yet to be practiced, and the cursed seal on Hongdo also required attention. That incomplete seal was continually draining her chakra. She tossed the scroll she held into Hongdo's hands. Hongdo, taken by surprise, opened it, and her eyes lit up instantly. Memories of what Ling and Kana had shared with her flooded back, and she realized that Mushi had indeed managed to piece it together. "Very well. Let us summon the Great Serpent." Each of the three held a scroll, for summoning was no trivial matter. It required careful oversight and assistance to establish the summoning contract, necessitating a methodical approach. Mushi glanced at the time. It was noon, and the moment for a meal had arrived. As for the summoning, there was no rush. He could afford to be the last. Exhaling deeply, he retrieved a pot from the sealing scroll and set up a makeshift stove, embarking on the culinary endeavor. Although he had brought lunch, it was insufficient for the four present, necessitating the preparation of a new meal. Observing the first summoning bell standing still, he surmised that it was likely engaged in the assessment of the dragon's cave, prompting him to ask Kong not to keep an eye on the pot. Mushi plunged deeply into the forest. After catching a few wild rabbits, she suddenly noticed a serpent, as thick as an arm, coiled around a tree trunk. Glancing at the plump rabbits, she deemed they were insufficient for her needs. Thus, with a swift motion, she unleashed her sword, sending the creature back to its origin. Grasping her catch, she continued her journey. Along the way, she also gathered several other animals. After tending to her spoils by the riverbank, she returned home. The summoning of Ling was still in progress, so Mushi first simmered the pieces of meat briefly. By the time Ling's invocation was complete, the meal was ready. The trio skillfully distributed bowls and chopsticks, leaving Hong Do momentarily astonished. It was only then that Mu Shi noticed a serpentine creature, either azure or black, coiled around Ling's arm. He held no particular expectations for these spirit beasts. Their presence was not a matter of necessity. In truth, the challenge of forming a bond with a spirit beast lay in identifying the one that resonated with oneself amidst the multitude. At times, these ethereal beings were quite eager to collaborate with humans. Take Chi Wan, for instance. If it were to cultivate on its own, it would require decades, if not centuries, to achieve any significant progress. However, entering into a pact with a human was an entirely different matter, as humans, though short-lived, possessed a rapid cultivation speed that could effectively shorten the spirit beast's training duration. The sound of Hong Do's incessant chatter mingled with the clatter of several individuals fishing for meat from the pot. True to her nature as a foodie, Hong Do was not slow in her endeavors. After feasting to their heart's content, the group settled comfortably beneath a tree. Mu Shi, I had no idea you possessed such talents, Hong Do remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. No wonder Chun Mu returns home for meals so punctually. I have many more skills. Would you care to try them, Sister Hong Do? Certainly, we shall explore them at a leisurely pace from now on. With a playful smile, Mu Shi remarked that if one did not understand, then so be it. Sister Hong Do, how have you reflected on the matter of the curse seal I mentioned last time? In an instant, Hong Do fell silent, realizing that this little rascal was still quite persistent. However, when considering the immense benefits that would arise from resolving the curse seal, it seemed a possibility worth entertaining. Receiving no response, Mu Shi remained unperturbed. After a period of rest, Kenai began to channel her abilities. Kenai's pace had notably accelerated. By the time Mu Shi had completed 3 sets of punches, she had already concluded her task. With a deep exhale, Mu Shi gazed at the imposing python coiled beside Kong Nai, recalling the delectable snake soup from earlier. Rising to her feet, she approached Hong Do and, under her guidance, retrieved the spirit summoning scroll to enter the dragon's lair. Chapter 73. The celestial lady in a state of heightened consciousness, she was met with a throng of serpents, both large and small, their myriad eyes fixed upon her. A wave of anxiety washed over Mu Shi, akin to the exhilarating yet terrifying anticipation before addressing an audience. Steeling herself, her gaze swept across the chamber, landing on a woman standing at the cave entrance, adorned in attire reminiscent of ceremonial garb, resembling a priestess from afar. The classical ensemble resonated with Mu Shi's aesthetic sensibilities. A beauty such as this could not be overlooked. With a pointed gesture, she selected the woman. The figure seemed struck by a bolt of lightning, rooted to the spot, before turning away. In Mu Shi's mind, a voice echoed, I do not seek the younger disciples for spirit summoning. Please choose another. Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the group of serpents. Their wide eyes locked onto her, sending shivers down her spine. Baisuzhen is Baisuzhen. But who would choose an austere and dignified maiden over a writhing mass of serpents? It was an obvious choice. Subsequently, the woman's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. Mu Shi felt a tinge of impatience as he pondered the situation, reaching out decisively. In a state of heightened awareness, he activated the spiritual contract, channeling it directly onto her. Did he truly believe that as a master of formations, he was merely idle? With just a spirit scroll and a contract, it was akin to drafting an agreement for someone to endorse, with all advantages firmly in his grasp. Was it not his duty to avoid crafting a lopsided contract? Could he allow himself to be at the mercy of another? Upon returning to his physical form, Mu Shi exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Swiftly, he formed the necessary seals. Spirit summoning technique. With a resounding crash, a colossal white python, towering several stories high, materialized before him. Its immense head resembled a small mountain. Goodness! It was truly Baisuzhen. The serpent appeared momentarily bewildered, questioning how it had inexplicably arrived in this place. Upon glancing down, it spotted Mu Shi, the very human who had cast the spell upon it. The depth of curiosity in its gaze intensified. A child. You certainly know how to have fun. Mu Shi tilted her head to gaze at her. Of course, Sister Hong Do praised my skills. Hong Do stood nearby, exuding an air of helplessness, and with a swift motion, delivered a light blow to his head, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. She then quickly adopted a different demeanor, addressing Lord Ji Chuanjin, and requested his understanding, for the child was yet unaware of propriety. The great white serpent raised its head high, surveying the humans below, who appeared as mere ants. And after a prolonged contemplation, its vertically slit eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Mu Shi's body appeared almost transparent in her eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply, filled with disbelief. The chakra within him was not merely a blend of physical essence and natural energy. Rather, it predominantly consisted of natural energy, existing in a remarkably harmonious state suited to his physique. Sage chakra? No. As one of the three origins of sage chakra, the dragon cave was quite familiar with this. Lord Jichuanjin? The voice of Hongdo roused her from her reverie, and upon regaining her composure, she hesitated. At her level, there was no longer a need for summoning to enhance her training. While summoning with humans was indeed swift, it carried significant risks. Nevertheless, the type of chakra residing within Mu, she piqued her curiosity. Her pupils narrowed once more as she examined Mushi's body. She discovered that all the chakra in Mushi's abdomen converged there, forming a small orb. The chakra in that area was exceptionally pure, almost tangible. What about the summoning contract? Hongdo suddenly looked up. Jichuanjin's words startled her. Surely, his master, Orochimaru, did not enjoy such privilege, did he? The esteemed Lord Jichuanjin of the Dragon Cave, one of the three celestial maidens. At that moment, her mind was filled with incessant questions, cycling through them endlessly. Exhaling deeply, she had just taken out the summoning contract when she noticed that Mushi had already prepared it, having dripped his blood onto it beforehand. With a swift motion, Jichuanjin bit into the serpent's tail, allowing blood to drip to the ground before gently licking the tail. Mushi gazed at the scene before her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her, reminiscent of Sister Chuanmu consuming a cucumber. She swiftly shook her head, unwilling to entertain such thoughts, as the interspecies communication felt like the onset of something perverse. Suddenly, Ji Chuanjin's expression shifted, and with a flick of her serpentine tail, she retrieved the spirit contract, only to discover it deviated from the usual agreements. Its meaning eluded her, yet an unsettling feeling crept in, making her believe she had been duped by this young man. Anger ignited within her, but as she was about to erupt, a tightness gripped her heart. As if targeting Mu, she would unleash unforeseen consequences. Bewildered, she pondered the profound connection they shared, an unshakable belief in the unseen forces at play. With a penetrating gaze, she looked intently at Rixiang Mushi. And with a resounding thud, she dissolved the spirit connection, returning to the dragon's lair. Mushi carefully tucked away the contract, marking the successful completion of their spirit communication. Upon turning her gaze, she noticed Quan Zhuoling playfully engaging with a snake. Her spiritual beast was slowly slithering along her arm, while she wore a beaming smile. For reasons unknown, Mushi felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering the consequences of such playful interactions with serpents. Would it lead to a transformation akin to that of Orochimaru? Just look at how Uncle Snake had become Annie Snake. Some things, once lost, can never be reclaimed. A peculiar chill crept beneath her. As Mushi inhaled sharply, a chill ran down her spine. How could she have been so careless to have summoned a spirit snake? In the ensuing days, for the sake of her mental and physical well-being, Mushi engaged in some self-guidance. She adorned her bedroom with numerous portraits of beautiful women, aiming to stave off any descent into abnormality. After isolating herself for a few days, Mushi commenced her cultivation, for time was of the essence. Taking advantage of Sister Chuanmu's shift, she arrived early at her training grounds. Aside from her daily tasks, Mushi devoted the remaining hours to quiet meditation, accumulating her inner strength. Exhaling deeply, she felt as though she had been sitting for an eternity. As she stretched her limbs, she noticed Tiantian approaching, waving enthusiastically from a distance. Moments later, she dashed into Mushi's embrace. Mushi transferred the impact force to the ground, embracing Tiantian, and directly sat down on a nearby stone. How did you know I was here? Over the past month, those who have passed the exams have been cultivating. Since you often come here, it was only natural for me to be aware. Mushi gently ruffled Tiantian's hair. Forever etched in his memory was the image of that little girl, akin to a hamster, devouring her rice ball. He couldn't help but ponder when her feelings for him had begun to alter. Unbeknownst to him, the realization had dawned upon him through Tiantian's father's demeanor, an expression of heartbreak as if his own daughter had been whisked away by a yellow-haired rogue. Tiantian presented the meticulously prepared lunch, arranging it upon a smooth stone. The meal was quite sumptuous. After dining, Mushi guided Tiantian in practicing her swordsmanship, highlighting her shortcomings and areas for improvement. As he gazed at the young girl before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting him back to Qingyan Mountain. Chapter 74. My cat can do backflips. Exhaling deeply, Mushi returned to the present. It was impossible to exist in this world without leaving behind a trace of longing. Regardless of how resolute one's spirit might be, it is futile to remain entirely unperturbed. Fortitude does not equate to a lack of sentiment. There will always be a few individuals who captivate your gaze, and a handful who etch their marks upon your heart, like Tiantian, like Hinata, like Shaoli. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mushi felt as if he were an elderly sage, perpetually reminiscing about days gone by. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that considering the ages of his previous lives, he had surpassed 400 years. Mushi, how are you? Tiantian bounced over, wrapping her arms around his. Her voice filled with enthusiasm. Quite well indeed. Your progress is remarkable. Come, give me a kiss, he replied. Instantly, Tiantian's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. Mushi chuckled softly, preparing to tease her as usual when, unexpectedly, he felt a warm sensation upon his lips. The little girl's face filled his entire field of vision, her awkwardness evident. Mushi gently encircled her waist and settled upon a stone. Tiantian's body was soft and nearly melded against Mushi. At that moment, she could no longer contain her breath as she sat up. Her complexion flushed a deep crimson. Gasping for air, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she regarded Mushi with a smile reminiscent of an enchanting sorceress. Ho ho, Mushi, are you feeling a bit flustered now? She lightly lifted Mushi's chin, gazing down upon him like a queen surveying her realm. Indeed, Lady Tiantian has taken advantage of me, yet she must also take responsibility. Very well, then I shall marry you. Mushi chuckled softly, remarking that if your father were to find out, he would undoubtedly strike me down. Then let us keep it a secret from her. As Tiantian leaned in for another kiss, Mushi swiftly intervened, suggesting that it was getting late and they should return home. Tiantian's expression instantly fell. Questioning Mushi, is it because of Hinata that you are rejecting me? Mushi gazed upon Tiantian, whose lips were pursed so tightly they resembled a stubborn muless. Reaching out, she gently pinched her cheek. No, you are a virtuous girl. I have no desire to bring you harm. Oh, come now, really, I told you. Mushi suddenly pressed his hand against her lips, urging her to contemplate carefully. Little girl, this is a significant matter, one that pertains to a lifetime. You must understand, our fate is sealed. Hinata and I are already betrothed. Tears cascaded down Tiantian's cheeks in an instant as she sat facing Mushi on his lap. Unable to contain her sorrow. It was I who fell for you first. Why? Mushi let out a sigh, wiping away the incessant tears that flowed ceaselessly. Suddenly, Tiantian removed the headpiece from Mushi's forehead, revealing the curse mark of the caged bird, surrounded by additional symbols. Gently caressing Mushi's brow, she wondered if it was due to the caged bird. Had they threatened her? She abruptly embraced Mushi, resting her chin atop her head. The uncontrollable sobs, mingled with the sweet scent of the young girl, resonated through Mushi's senses. Mushi let out a sigh. Hinata and Tenten, the two young ladies, held a special place in his heart, embodying the essence of friendship intertwined with an undeniable attraction between the sexes. This, in itself, was not a matter of concern. Hinata, in particular, seemed destined to assume the role of a devoted wife, a prospect that Mushi welcomed with open arms. As for Tenten, if circumstances allowed, she would be most suitable as a disciple, a worthy successor to carry on the legacy. However, by the time Mushi discerned her misaligned sentiments, it was already too late. Once Tenten had wept her fill, Mushi embraced her tenderly. Suddenly, Tenten seized Mushi's lips in a fervent kiss, silencing his words, rendering them unnecessary. The unspoken sentiment lingered in the air. I am willing. I am willing. Mushi was momentarily taken aback. Had she perhaps misunderstood something? Just as she was about to speak, Tiantian had already succumbed to slumber in her embrace. With a sigh, Mushi pondered the intricacies of emotions, of which he possessed scant experience. Despite being over 4 centuries old, he had only ever had one wife, and Lusweki had maintained a strict hold over him, leaving little room for opportunity. His pursuit of Lusweki had relied heavily on his thick skin, akin to layers of pastry, taking advantage of her youth and naivety regarding matters of the heart to win her over. By the time she came to her senses, the child could already be running errands. Thus, he could only resign himself to the situation. It is often said that young girls of their age are the easiest to deceive. My cat can perform backflips, yet I find myself unable to advance. As dusk settled, Mushi gazed at Tiantian, who remained tightly clutched to him, and a sense of melancholy washed over him as he called her name a few times, but she did not awaken. Mushi was well aware that she was a person impossible to awaken. With no alternative, she embraced the situation and returned home, gently placing Tiantian onto the couch and prying open her tightly clenched hands before proceeding to prepare dinner. With a sigh, she readied the evening meal, awaiting the return of Sister Chunmu. Sitting at the entrance, Mushi found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Never mind. What does it matter for a grown man to be so conflicted? As soon as Sister Chunmu arrived, her first words were, after the examination, "Accompany me to report to the dark department." Mushi was taken aback, wondering how he found himself in the dark department. Chunmu did not provide him with an explanation. As she changed her shoes, she suddenly froze, for standing at the door of Mushi's room was a young girl. Tian, you're back," she said. Hinata Chunmu cast a meaningful glance at Mushi. Fully aware of his character and how he would never let go of an imminent opportunity, the three of them shared dinner. And Tian willingly assisted Mushi in clearing the dishes. "Hinata is engaged to Mushi," Hinata Chunmu suddenly declared. Tian's expression stiffened for a moment before she forced a smile. "I don't mind." "Hinata does," she continued. Tian once again froze, and Hinata Chunmu elaborated. "The main family will not allow Mushi to fool around outside. You are putting him at risk." Tian lowered her head, struggling to hold back her tears. "I will talk to Hinata." Hinata Chunmu sighed. She did not dislike the young girl, but what could be done when they belonged to the Hyuga clan? How could the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family possibly share her affections with another? With steely resolve, Tian stepped into Mushi's room. Seemingly unperturbed by the notions of a girl's modesty, Mushi sighed in the kitchen, pondering what else he could do. Upon returning to the room, he found Tian already fast asleep. As Mushi reclined upon the couch, she sensed the familiar tremor of Tian's body, a clear indication that she had once again succumbed to a deep slumber, unresponsive to the world. Holding her close, Mushi reveled in the warmth radiating from her. Tian's heart raced almost audibly, a tumultuous blend of hesitation and longing, desire and trepidation, igniting a complex fervor that simmered within her. Clenching her fists tightly, she sought to alleviate her mounting anxiety. Mushi let out a long sigh and began her earnest pursuit of cultivation. Tian, I implore you to assist me in this endeavor." Despite biting her lip fiercely, heavy breaths still escaped her, sometimes gentle, at other times muffled groans. Chapter 75, Gale Winds. She would never ascertain the intensity and urgency of the next moment, always caught off guard by the unforeseen. This unpredictability stirred a tumult of yearning within her. At times, the weight and pain became inescapable. It was akin to the sensation she experienced upon returning from her first mission, greeted by her mother's lavish feast. After a prolonged hunger, the sudden aroma of meat ignited a profound longing. Her stomach felt somewhat distended, as if the food were indigestible, a constant pressure building within her. The satisfaction and comfort of a full meal rendered her utterly lethargic. After a considerable time, Tian felt as though she had merely slipped into a fleeting dream, enchanting yet ephemeral. The following morning, Mushi rose from her slumber, intending to prepare breakfast, when she caught sight of the unkempt father of Tian in the courtyard. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. "Uncle, you've arrived. Shall we share breakfast?" The father of Tian disregarded her, emitting a cold snort as he forcefully pushed past Mushi, who had been blocking the doorway, and entered the house, heading towards the slightly ajar room. Just as he was about to proceed, he noticed Tian emerging while yawning, her hair in disarray, clearly just awakened. "Who is it, so early in the morning?" The father examined his precious daughter with a stern expression, failing to discern anything amiss besides her somewhat disheveled kimono. Observing her complexion, which appeared rosy and vibrant, and the hint of pride and mischief in her eyes, reminiscent of her mother, she hardly seemed like a victim of any wrongdoing. "Dad, what brings you here?" Tian exclaimed. "You didn't come home last night, nor did you inform us. What are you up to?" The father's thunderous roar jolted Tian fully awake. She offered a sheepish smile. Well, I forgot. Come back with me. I want tea. I still have training to do. I intend to stay here for the next few days. Next few days. My dear aunt, is there not enough room for you at home? Can you teach me ninjutsu?" The father of Tian suddenly froze, falling into a contemplative silence. Heaved a sigh, this daughter of his. It felt as though she had been given away without a second thought, a pang of heartache rendering him nearly breathless. "Return home early. I understand, Dad." As she watched her father turn to leave, Mushi felt compelled to say something as his primary ally. "Uncle, how about some breakfast?" In an instant, the father of Tian transitioned from heartache to a somber demeanor, his patience with Mushi having worn thin. In the blink of an eye, he was before her, delivering a swift slap without restraint. Mushi's pupils constricted, and her heart felt as though it was about to shatter from the alarm bells ringing within. "A master, one who posed a genuine threat to her very existence. If such a slap were to land, it would not only be fatal but leave her in a state of ruin. Is this intended to render your daughter a widow? The energy within Mushi surged explosively, as the true essence swiftly circulated, forming an almost translucent shield around her. The force of her father's palm struck fiercely against the energy, which then flowed and dissipated the impact to other areas, transforming the shield into her own strength to counter the force of his hand. The power of her physical cultivation is indeed formidable. Mushi's complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she braced herself against the overwhelming force of Tiantian's father's slap. Yet it still descended slowly. The resounding sound of the heavy hand striking her shoulder felt as though it merely grazed her. How infuriating! The seemingly harmonious rapport between the two was abruptly revealed. Tiantian's father, with a stoic expression, departed, and once outside, his demeanor softened considerably. Was that a return to the heavens? It seemed unlikely. He had previously interacted with Hinata Hayashi, and such a return did not possess the capability of harnessing force in that manner, nor was it as gentle as an aura. Mushi had grown up under his watchful eye. Despite being from the branch family of Hinata, being a son-in-law was not a poor choice. Yet, at some point, this man had transformed into such a lecher. How could he allow his own daughter to endure such indignities? Alas, it seemed, raising daughters was a mistake. To have them deceived, leaving one breathless with heartache. Raising a son to deceive others' daughters. As Tiantian's father stepped out of the Hinata clan's territory, his silhouette appeared somewhat desolate. Tiantian pursed her lips and smiled, thinking to herself, my father is impressive, esteemed. She was aware of her father's prowess, yet remained unaware of its true extent. Although she could not comprehend the earlier exchange, she understood that the two had indeed crossed paths. Mushi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the immense pressure of his father-in-law's expectations. Each day, he forced a chuckle, playfully saying, hee. Go ahead and prepare the meal. I shall rest a while longer, as he lamented the sleepless nights that deprived him of peace. Mushi exhaled softly, sensing that Sister Chunmu was on the verge of awakening, and hurried to prepare a meal. As Mushi was chopping vegetables, Chunmu rose, her countenance dark and her deep-set eye bags betraying a restless night. Leaning against the kitchen door, she fixed her gaze upon Mushi, causing him to bristle with unease. Chunmu, why are you looking at me like that? He stammered. Confronted with her enigmatic half-smile, Mushi felt a weight in his heart. Had he erred in some way? Would this affect his relationship with Chunmu? Chunmu, he began, but she ignored him, briskly instructing. Hurry up and prepare the meal. Before turning away, Mushi seemed as if she had been reborn, exhaling a sigh of relief. For it is indeed challenging to endure the favors of a beauty. Remembering the newfound knowledge of the K character learned daily, Mushi felt a surge of warmth. In a moment of inspiration, all other emotions faded away. She resolved to seize the opportunity to review diligently, ensuring nothing slipped from her memory. After the meal, Sister Chunmu proceeded to her duties. Mushi, still somewhat dazed, was about to head for training when Tiantian suddenly grasped his arm. Right. We should first go check on Xiaoli. Mushi was suddenly taken aback, realizing that she had completely forgotten about that child. Xiaoli. Let's go together. Upon arriving at the hospital, they proceeded directly to the back courtyard. As soon as Mushi entered, she beheld Xiaoli tirelessly practicing in the yard. With reckless determination, he paid no heed to whether his body could withstand the strain. Bandages were wrapped around his hands as he performed one-handed push-ups, sweat dripping down in steady streams. Mushi stood there, observing Xiaoli in the courtyard as he tirelessly performed push-ups. Her thoughts began to drift. Little junior brother. There is no need to exert yourself so. Your aptitude is lacking. Simply follow your heart, for Master will not hold it against you. If you manage to defeat me, I shall marry you. Each person has their own fate, predetermined by the heavens. Chen Ji, your abilities are insufficient in your quest for advancement. You resorted to secretly learning the forbidden techniques of my burning incense valley. What punishment shall you face for this transgression? Chen Ji, are you truly an undercover agent of the demonic sect? Then from whence did you acquire this blood-refining technique? The comfort of my elder brother, the promise made by Lu Sueki, the disapproval of my mentor, the inquiries of Li Sun, and that public trial on the Jade Clarity Hall of Qingyun Mountain. Why does one linger in a particular place? Because that location holds individuals worthy of their affection. Mushi suddenly regained her senses, glancing at herself with a touch of worry as she reached out to grasp her aunt's hand, signaling that she was fine. 199. Just one more time. Once more. Xiaoli's voice echoed in her mind. Mushi exhaled deeply. Some individuals are truly despicable. consistently presenting the sharpest knives forged from their own most humiliating shadows. They drive the blade deep into oneself, inflicting pain that is heart-wrenching. For they alone comprehend where the deepest wounds lie. This manner of cultivation you pursue is futile, merely a waste of time. Xiaoli lay sprawled on the ground, gasping heavily. Are you denying me? She stammered. No, I merely assert that your method of cultivation is ineffective, Mushi replied. Why do I say this? Because you cannot defeat me. Xiaoli turned over, looking at Hinata Mushi, somewhat speechless. Why not rest and recuperate your body first? Then train with me for a few days? A flicker of despair crossed Xiaoli's eyes as she murmured, I can no longer cultivate. Mushi knelt down, channeling his true essence to mend the injuries sustained by Xiaoli. Xiaoli gazed at him in astonishment, pondering the possibility of seizing the opportunity to speak with teacher Akai and inquire whether the 8 gates of Duanjia could be imparted to him. Mushi, I practice the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan, yet there exists a distinction between my style and that of the Hyuga. Surely you can discern this. To surpass Hinata Tenrin, I require a vast accumulation of both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Mushi lifted Xiaoli into his arms, who was now utterly exhausted. I shall not withhold my teachings from you. Allow me to share my martial arts, he declared, revealing his sincerity. He escorted Xiaoli back to the hospital room, aiding him in mastering the simplest methods of circulating spiritual energy. Though the progress was slow, it was unparalleled in the realm of ninjas. After bidding farewell to Tiantian, Mushi and Xiaoli dedicated an entire day to earnest training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tiantian wished to return home with Mushi, but he firmly declined, believing she had absorbed enough knowledge for the time being and needed space to digest it. Excessive study would only wear her body down. After sending her home, Mushi observed the look of satisfaction on her father's face, surmising that it was the first time he had felt content with him since their acquaintance. Stay for dinner, Mushi, her father-in-law insisted, though the true intent behind his words remained uncertain and would ultimately depend on her mother-in-law's sentiments. Oh, what's the harm in sharing a meal? He continued, but soon enough, the mother-in-law had spoken. Following dinner, Mushi took his leave. As he walked alone toward the Hyuga clan's territory, he contemplated how to alleviate familial discord when faint sounds of combat drew his attention. Suddenly, a sword plunged into the ground before him, a genuine katana. Mushi furrowed his brow and looked up to see 2 figures entangled on the rooftop. The distance was too great, and the darkness obscured their identities. Mushi drew his blade, examining it closely. It was the ninja sword of the Leaf Village. With a sudden leap, he ascended to the rooftop. Only moments ago, he had been some distance away, but now, bathed in moonlight, he discerned that one among them belonged to the Leaf Village, though the identity remained shrouded in mystery. As he witnessed the imminent threat posed by that figure, Mushi swiftly hurled his knife. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air startled the individual, prompting a hasty retreat to evade the edge of the blade. Mushi landed not far from the 2 individuals. Fearing the revelation of their scheme, one of them transformed the wind into a blade, forming a single-handed seal before striking directly at the Leaf Ninja. Mushi cast a fleeting glance and discovered it was Yugao Jifeng and Maki. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, causing her imprint to expand instantaneously, effectively blocking Maki's blade. Lord Maki, why the haste to resort to violence? Have you engaged in something reprehensible? However, Yugao Jifeng's words were abruptly cut off as Mushi swiftly turned her head. Behind Yugao Jifeng, an enigmatic figure emerged, shrouded in sand. The grains pierced through the heart of Yugao Jifeng, resulting in immediate demise. Mushi's face turned pale with anger. Maki, you owe me an explanation. Who do you think you are, demanding answers from me? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Get lost. With a sudden flourish, Mushi brandished the abyssal rainbow in her hand. Standing a short distance away, Ma-ji wore a chilling smile as he evaded the attack and observed Mushi intently. Mushi sheathed his sword before his chest, his left hand gently caressing the blade, channeling his true essence as he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The swordsmanship of Qingyun Mountain reached its zenith at Longsho Peak, renowned for its fierce precision, cunning intricacies, and comprehensive mastery, truly formidable in nature. At Longsho Peak, generations of disciples descended to hone their skills, gathering martial techniques from across the realm, studying, refining, and ultimately forging the unparalleled Qingyun sword art. Ma-ji wore a look of disdain. Indeed, Mushi's prowess was impressive, yet regrettably, it fell short. In comparison to the true elite of the upper ninjas, he remained insufficient. Little brat, keep that mouth of yours tightly sealed, and I might spare your life, he mused inwardly. plotting to end him once he let his guard down. Mushi let out a cold chuckle, as if he believed he was unaware of their scheme. Gazing at Maki in the distance, he mused, "Do you think I am oblivious to your collaboration with the Sand Shinobi and the Sound Shinobi to sow chaos in Konoha?" Maki's expression darkened instantaneously. "You foolish child, you have brought this upon yourself." He exhaled a plume of smoke, which dispersed into the surrounding air. Mushi's pupils constricted as he swiftly unleashed a blade of energy, which vanished in an instant. Maki's heart skipped a beat. He hastily dodged, astonished by the speed. If it weren't for the particles of smoke providing him some sensory awareness, he might have been caught off guard. Exhaling slowly, he regarded Mushi with a newfound gravity. Realizing he had underestimated him, Mushi's strength was likely far beyond his initial assumptions. Gently touching the minute wounds on his face, inflicted by the wind blades generated from the energy strike, he wiped away the blood and tasted it. The metallic tang invigorated Maki's senses, stirring a thrill within him. In an instant, Mushi vanished from her original position, swift as lightning, charging toward Maki. Maki's figure also disappeared, equally rapid, yet somehow a fraction faster than Mushi. An endless torrent of wind blades surged forth, resembling a whirlwind, a technique of wind release. Windblade. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, Maki's ninjutsu was laid bare, prompting Mushi to exhale deeply, acknowledging the effectiveness of the technique. Grasping the abyssal rainbow sword, its brilliance flickered as it clashed effortlessly against the ceaseless wind blades. For Mushi, such encounters were merely trifles. When the two figures re-emerged, Mushi forcefully swung the abyssal rainbow sword downward, leaving a long streak of blood across the rooftop. Maki, astonished, glanced down at the sword piercing through his chest. His gaze towards Mushi transformed into one of incredulity. The silhouette of Mushi illuminated by the moonlight sways gently with the breeze, bearing only a few tattered edges of her attire. After countless exchanges, has she ultimately suffered a loss? Today, Mushi possesses something remarkable. The prowess of an elite jonin merits earnest consideration. Do you possess any other ninjutsu? Maji was momentarily taken aback, then promptly executed another technique, ninjutsu, whirlwind technique. Mushi shook her head, finding it rather dull. After such a prolonged encounter, this Maki could only execute 3 ninjutsu techniques. Chapter 76, The Collapse Plan. In light of this, it is best to part ways without further ado. Mushi wielded his sword before him. His surrounding energy surged violently, coalescing into a formidable wall of wind. The righteous essence of heaven and earth, ever enduring, seeks not the annihilation of immortals, but the vanquishing of demons and gods. The art of slaying demons and gods. As Mushi vanished like a fleeting ray of light, he reappeared directly above Maki, delivering a swift and decisive strike. Maki, caught off guard by the astonishing speed, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror in that moment. He comprehended that his demise was inevitable. There was no evading this blade. It was utterly inconceivable that Hinata she possessed the prowess of a shadow-level warrior. Just as the abyss rainbow sword descended, a figure suddenly lunged forth, colliding with Maki and sending him crashing off the rooftop. With a thunderous crash, the roof caved in, while Mushi landed solemnly in a secure spot, gazing down upon the two individuals below with an air of authority. Maki, paralyzed with disbelief, could scarcely fathom that Mushi had attained such shadow-level strength at such a tender age, surpassing even the wind shadow in experience and skill. The specter of death loomed large in his mind, and within a fleeting moment, it felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime, from birth to this very moment. Swallowing hard, he finally regained his senses, only to realize that his entire body had turned to jelly. Mushi cast a sweeping glance at the two individuals. Those capable of saving lives under her command possessed considerable strength. Senior Do, do you not intend to provide an explanation? The medic, Do, slumped onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and gasping for breath. Mushi, you have concealed yourself quite profoundly. He continued, do you know how Uchiha Shursui met his demise? Noticing Mushi's silence, Do reiterated, Konoha cannot accommodate individuals of excessive genius, especially those from the ninja clans. Aside from the Sarutobi and Shimura families, the other Hokage lineages only permit the talents of commoners. Mushi remained silent, gazing at him intently. He was well aware of this, and it was precisely for this reason that he chose to conceal himself. Should another Uchiha Itachi arise, one could only speculate on the absurdity of his demise. Ever since the death of Senju Rope Tree, it seemed as though Konoha had flipped a switch, with prodigies succumbing one after another on the battlefield. Dying in battle is one thing, a fate that can be rationalized. However, the most ludicrous of all was the demise of Hitaki Tsukumo, who perished due to unfounded rumors. A master of body techniques of the elite level from Konoha, yet his resolve proved so fragile. Hinata Mushi, do you truly believe this? Do you genuinely believe it? Mushi remained silent. These matters bore no relevance to him. His sole purpose was to survive and grow to a point where he could disregard all dangers. Your response does not satisfy me. The pharmacist's pocket produced a scroll from within his robe and tossed it to Mushi. This contains intelligence gathered by Lord Orochimaru from the Hokage building and the route. As Mushi opened the scroll, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart. It contained intelligence about himself, intricately detailed from his birth to the present. Particularly striking was the revelation concerning his biological parents, who perished on that fateful night of the Nine Tails upheaval. As he delved further, Mushi's pupils constricted. The connection with Sister Chunmu became evident. He carefully tucked away the scroll, harboring no intention to conceal its contents. He had prepared himself for action against Sister Chunmu from the very beginning. Theoretically, Mushi, you are considered the successor of Lord Orochimaru, who holds you in high regard. Otherwise, why would you accompany us? Lord Orochimaru. Mushi let out a cold laugh. What can you offer me? You can provide me with nothing. We can ensure that you and your women live together harmoniously. Mushi raised the sword in his hand. It was not what he desired. When he chose to become a scoundrel, his concerns dwindled to just a few. Hinata Mushi, the third Hokage, and Danzo seek to end your life. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating various possibilities. It indeed seemed plausible that their investigation had uncovered certain aspects of her information, confirming the reality of her concealed prowess. Given the nature of those two old silver coins, it was entirely conceivable that her origins from the Sunward clan destined her to remain outside the core of the Hokage lineage. Yakushi Kabuto once again tossed her a scroll, which meticulously detailed the process, particularly emphasizing the eradication of control through the use of tongue-based techniques. Mushi exhaled softly. Many events are often heralded by omens. The third Hokage may not truly harbor intentions of murder, yet one cannot be certain of Danzo's resolve. Moreover, the root of the calamity can only be eradicated upon Danzo's demise. With a breath released, the intelligence proved to be valid. Mushi inquired once more, do you intend to eliminate the third generation? At that moment, he suddenly realized that this was a scheme devised against himself. By a twist of fate, the blade of Moonlight Gale fell before him, coincidentally revealing the scene of Moonlight Gale's demise. Moreover, Yakushi Kabuto had already prepared the necessary intelligence. It seemed he had caught the attention of Orochimaru, and that was far from a favorable situation. Yakushi Kabuto exhaled deeply. Lord Orochimaru is aware that you have summoned the 10,000 snakes and has specifically arranged for you to face an adversary. When the time comes, you need only to confront him, without concerning yourself with anything else. Mushi exhaled deeply, and with a sudden leap, vanished onto the rooftop. The apothecary, observing the approaching shadows from the dark division, swiftly assisted Maki to rise and retreated into the obscurity. Upon returning home, Mushi found Chunmu sitting at the table. Lost in thought, he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Chunmu, have you eaten? The sudden query jolted Hinata Chunmu from her reverie, and she regarded Mushi with a somewhat peculiar expression. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to prepare something for you. Mushi entered the kitchen and skillfully began to chop vegetables. Hinata Chunmu gazed at her silhouette, entranced, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. Once Mushi had set the dishes on the table, he observed Chunmu's somewhat haggard countenance and inquired, Chunmu, what troubles you? Hinata Chunmu offered no reply, quietly finishing the meal alongside Mushi. Later that evening, as they were resting, Hinata Chunmu suddenly remarked, Are you afraid of the dark tonight? Mushi suddenly smiled, her smile laden with significance. Sister Chunmu's face flushed as she stepped into the room. Before long, Mushi stealthily entered, cradling a pillow, allowing herself to indulge in her antics. The bond between them had deepened, a profound understanding forged over time. They knew each other intimately, after all. Sister Chunmu had watched him grow up, and Mushi could discern her weight with a mere tilt. In a similar vein, both traversed the path of truth in parallel, with Sister Chunmu fully aware of Mushi's capabilities. Mushi measured the conscience of Chunmu Jia. Otherwise, how could one describe a woman's heart as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean? What she truly thinks remains an enigma. However, Mushi clearly perceives that Chunmu Jia is feeling quite warm, her complexion flushed. How could she not feel the heat? Even the gentle rubbing of her hands generates warmth, let alone the constant friction. Chunmu Jia leaned against Mushi's chest, breathing softly, and suddenly uttered, Mushi, you should become a rebel. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a thought struck her. and tears began to flow instantly, like a caged bird, unable to escape. Chapter 77, Trials and Rewards. Hinata Chunmu boldly captured Mushi's lips with a fervent kiss, gripping his head tightly, preventing any chance of escape. In that moment, Mushi felt a sudden warmth at the root of his tongue, and upon opening his eyes, he understood the implication. It was the preliminary preparation for the curse of tongue disaster. The essence of it was undoubtedly in the hands of Danzo. Such preliminary groundwork was not particularly difficult, yet it represented a significant attitude. As Mushi gradually drew Sister Chunmu closer, she allowed her to cast her spell. Once Sister Chunmu released him, he let out a long sigh, and the two nestled together, drifting into a deep slumber. During their daily training, Mushi often felt that time flew by. Despite his limited progress, over half a month had already passed. After retracting his fists and concluding his forms, Mushi stretched languidly and glanced at the time, realizing he still had a bit more time to practice. In the realm of Xingyi, the most challenging movement to master is the dragon walk. Yet, even the most formidable techniques have their methods, and the dragon walk involves the practice of searching for bones. This maneuver is not one of overwhelming power, nor is it a clever trick of turning or swiftly pivoting. Rather, it is a training method focused on stretching the tendons and pulling the bones, complemented by the technique known as lazy dragon lying down. The searching for bones posture possesses an additional benefit. It strengthens the spine and can even enhance marrow cultivation. While the posture may appear ungraceful, its practical applications are boundless. Mushi let out a breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He roughly wiped them away and turned to gaze at the figure of the white-haired man standing by the tree. In his 50s, the forehead protector he wore did not bear the emblem of Konoha, but rather a symbol of oil. Jiraiya? Mushi felt a sense of perplexity. Why would His Highness the Crown Prince seek her out instead of receiving guidance? Who, indeed, was this individual before her? Jiraiya observed Mushi with keen interest. How intriguing. What is it that you practice? Mushi did not respond. Instead, he gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. Regarding the vices of Konoha, he felt little inclination to engage with anyone about gambling, let alone the other two. After securing the sealing scroll, he made his way toward Konoha. Ah, are the youth of today truly so lacking in manners? You little brat. Observing Mushi stride forward without a backward glance, the boy leaped directly in front of him. Is there something you need? I heard from someone that you have created your own ninjutsu. What does that have to do with you? Mushi sidestepped Jiraiya and continued on his path. Jiraiya, somewhat exasperated, mused on the Hyuga clan's emphasis on etiquette. I too find it improbable, so I came to see for myself. Did you discern anything? Naturally, your chakra is quite extraordinary. It bears a resemblance to sage art. Innate, indeed. Mushi gazed at Jiraiya, who was persistently following her, and abruptly came to a halt. Could you impart to me the art of ninjutsu? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a brief silence, he replied, not everyone is suited to learn from me. Understood. Mushi nodded in acknowledgement. The legendary Sannin inherently carried political significance. Their disciples, as natural heirs to the Hokage lineage, were deemed worthy of succeeding the title. The selection of apprentices was approached with utmost caution, a principle that even Orochimaru adhered to. Of course, having lofty aspirations was one aspect of it. Mushi continued to walk forward, while Zelaya felt somewhat helpless. He wished to engage in conversation with this young Hyuga, yet the latter's indifference rendered him hesitant. Approaching him directly would undoubtedly compromise his dignity. After Mushi's departure, Jiraiya felt a tinge of melancholy, pondering how to navigate the situation. The third Hokage had sent him a message, requesting him to investigate the background of Hinata Mushi. As his ninjutsu and chakra seemed rather peculiar, one might cast doubt upon the character of the third Hokage, yet his abilities were beyond reproach. Suddenly struck by an idea, Jiraiya leapt into action, soaring towards Konoha. He landed in the courtyard of the Yamanaka clan, where he awaited the return of Akkad, reclining on a nearby chair for quite some time. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiraiya opened his eyes to see Akkad staring at him in utter astonishment. He yawned, having been somewhat neglectful of sleep in his recent endeavors. Akkad, why are you looking at me like that? Akkad snapped back to reality, addressing him as Lord Jiraiya. I heard you've taken on a disciple. They conversed for a considerable duration, discussing Hinata Mushi and his previous encounters with Orochimaru, at which point Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Orochimaru had taken an interest in Hinata Mushi, or perhaps Hinata Mushi was one of his test subjects. This revelation made everything fall into place. Orochimaru was indeed a remarkably skilled developer of ninjutsu. which could explain the origins of Hinata Mushi's techniques. Additionally, since Orochimaru could not utilize Sage Mode, it clarified Mushi's chakra state as well. After bidding farewell to Akkad, Jiraiya departed, his mind racing with thoughts that perhaps he could find Orochimaru through Hinata Mushi. How should he approach this? Suddenly, a name came to mind, prompting a smile to break across Jiraiya's face. Meanwhile, Mushi stood before the imposing Wangwu and Tying Mountains, realizing the challenging terrain ahead. Asuka stood with her hands on her hips, her crimson eyes fixed on Hinata Mushi. Teacher Asuka. He bowed his head in respect, only to notice the bandage-style leggings she wore, incredulous at the sight. A fashion aficionado, how fortunate to sport such bandages. Mushi coughed softly, yet after a prolonged moment, she received no response from the setting sun. She raised her gaze once more. Teacher Hong. Follow me. Mushi appeared somewhat dazed. What has been happening lately? Why are so many people seeking him out? Following Hong into a narrow alley, he noticed her hands trembling incessantly behind her. Reminiscent of the time when he had been rejected by Lu Sueki while professing his affections, mimicking the motions of crafting. Mushi was taken aback as Hong suddenly turned around. In a fleeting moment of confusion, she vanished before his eyes. Ensnared by the spell of the enchanted trees, he abruptly regained his senses only to find himself bound by branches. A chilling aura of imminent danger enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. Mushi was taken aback. Is this an illusion? Sunset Red is a master of illusions, yet she is lacking in physical prowess. But why would she strike at me? A test? Teacher Hong, have I passed the test? Is there a reward? A reward? You are quite greedy, aren't you? Very well, if you manage to pass the test, I shall treat you to ramen. Sunset Red's voice echoed from all directions, leaving one utterly unable to discern her whereabouts. Mushi exhaled a breath. Is it beneath Teacher Hong? If it is not beneath Teacher Hong, then I shall not partake. Ha, little imp. You wish for me to personally descend? Very well, but only if you can succeed. Mushi closed his eyes, allowing his body to relax and attune to a serene state. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within him. In the realm of reality, centered around Mushi, an infinite array of silver-blue threads emanated from his form, fluttering in all directions like gossamer strands of a spider's silk, continuously expanding. This was Mushi's true essence, relentlessly exploring the tangible world around him. Hinata Sakura stood in astonishment, pondering, what is this? Chakra. The precision of its manipulation is astounding, a feat unattainable by many elite Genin. She recalled the stringent and almost outrageous requirements that Akane had shown her. In Chapter 78, Sakura's home, the realization dawned upon her. Before long, the threads extended toward Sakura, who furrowed her brow and took a step back, perplexed about the purpose of such phenomena. She kicked a pebble towards it, and at the moment of contact, the stone disintegrated into dust. Sakura paused, finally understanding. This was a safeguard against ambushes targeting his true self. In the next instant, Mushi opened his eyes, revealing a sweet smile. Teacher Sakura. It's time for you to prepare me something to eat. From initial shock to a sense of reassurance, Sakura acknowledged that Hinata Mushi indeed possessed a talent for illusion techniques. Yet, the test was far from over. Illusion technique, 3 absolute cherry blossoms, Sakura declared boldly, simultaneously alerting Mushi. In the following moment, he was met with a sky filled with petals and an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Mushi was momentarily taken aback as a petal gracefully descended upon his shoulder, as if instantaneously merging with his very soul. A sharp pang of anguish pierced through him, rousing Mushi from his stupor. Raising his gaze, he was met with a torrential downpour of petals, causing his complexion to pale in fear. This was indeed an illusion aimed at the soul. Was Hong intent on bringing about his demise? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he opened his Byakugan, only to be struck with disbelief. The Byakugan was incapable of unraveling the illusion. It dawned on him that he had indeed underestimated the mystical arts of this world. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a realm governed by a complete system of cultivation. How could it possibly be feeble? He had merely yet to encounter a formidable adversary. Now, faced with one, he found himself on the brink of disaster. What, then, is the essence of illusion? It is a deception that preys upon the soul and perception. In other words, if one's essence and life force are sufficiently robust and inseparable, one can transcend all forms of sorcery. Exhaling once more, Mushi reopened his eyes. The cascade of petals had settled, accompanied by waves of pain. Amidst this discomfort, Mushi resolved one truth. His body must indeed be responding. If he could seize that fleeting connection, he would be able to extricate himself from this predicament. The notion of illusion, known as Ihuan, suggests that if one possesses awareness, they remain entangled in the illusion. Conversely, those who are devoid of awareness find themselves equally ensnared, thus rendering the dissolution of illusion as a state of immobility. Mushi suddenly opened his eyes, and everything before him appeared strikingly vivid. In his understanding, the concepts of illusion and perception represent a spiritual state deeply explored in Buddhism, existing above the void, yet transcending it. Illusion and cognition have always been two elements that both conflict and rely upon one another. All manifestations of sentient beings are inherently deceptive. When one gazes intently at an object for an extended period, a realization dawns. It no longer appears as pleasing as it did at first glance. For instance, when writing a character repetitively, it transforms from the familiar into the unfamiliar, growing increasingly alien until it becomes unrecognizable. The dissolution of illusion remains unchanged. It is similarly profound. Stifling a yawn, he noticed the sky had darkened and the setting sun, ablaze with crimson hues, seemed to scrutinize him. What is it, Teacher Hong? Nothing much. I merely find you impressive. How do you achieve this? It is quite complex. The body and soul are inseparable. The soul is born of the body, while the body is dependent on the soul, and there exists a profound connection between the two. Mushi revealed a smile and inquired, Teacher Hong, may I partake in the meal you have prepared? Hong suddenly recoiled, pondering why Mushi was so insistent on consuming the dish she had made. Let us go to my home. The sky had completely darkened, and as they walked through the shadowy alley, both remained somewhat silent. Mushi surveyed each household, all of which stood vacant, devoid of any glimmer of light. This was the ancestral land of the Shiyu family, yet the scarcity of its inhabitants was striking. Mushi hesitated to voice her inquiry, swallowing her words instead, quietly trailing behind Sunset Hong. Teacher Hong? How much longer until we arrive? I'm famished. A sudden smile graced Sunset Hong's lips as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Not long now, we are almost there. Upon entering Sunset Hong's residence for the first time, Mushi surveyed her surroundings. The daughter of the clan leader, though her home lacked the grandeur of Hinata's abode, the house remained empty, and Mushi refrained from asking too many questions. It was either a fate of battle or a demise in conflict. Surely, it couldn't be a result of schemes by the third Hokage or Danzo, could it? Please take a seat. I will be downstairs shortly. By the way, what kind of braised dish would you like? Anything will do, as long as it's made by Teacher Hong. I adore your cooking. Suddenly, Sunset Hong felt a peculiar sensation. Pondering it carefully, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. With an apron tied around her waist, she ventured into the kitchen. Mushi did not remain seated obediently on the sofa. Instead, she ventured to the kitchen doorway, first visiting the girl's home. When she was cooking, it was imperative not to wait idly outside, but rather to offer assistance, even if one lacked culinary skills. Standing at the entrance to engage in conversation could significantly strengthen their bond. After preparing 2 bowls of noodles and some braised dishes, the two sat at the dining table, savoring their meal. As Mushi lavished her compliments, the girl's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I'm not that skilled at cooking, she confessed. Most of my meals are from restaurants. Compliments should be measured. Moderation is key, for the principle of excess applies universally. Mushi shifted the topic. Teacher Hong, what challenge do you have for me today? Teacher Shiri Hong took a sip of the noodle soup and sighed softly. Fewer and fewer are learning the art of illusion. If we do not seek out new students, it may soon be lost to time. Mushi was taken aback. Illusion techniques are indeed formidable. Why did the third generation allow the art of illusion to fade away? The Uchiha clan is not. Suddenly, Yui Kurenai fell into silence, pondering for a long time before she spoke. They are different. Their illusions stem from the Sharingan, whereas our Yui clan's bloodline limit was born from illusion techniques. At this juncture, Yui Kurenai fell silent once more, waiting for an extended period before continuing. The only clans that specialize in illusion techniques are our Yui clan and the Kurama clan, and now both clans have been rendered extinct. Mushi exhaled softly, pondering the complexity of the matter at hand. One might attribute the tribulations to the sins of 3 generations. However, the oppression of the shinobi clan commenced during the era of the Thousand Hands. From the perspective of the rulers, such suppression could be deemed justifiable, akin to the actions of the great aristocratic families throughout the annals of their first history. In the pursuit of a prosperous future, this stance appears to be undeniably sound. Yet, the crux of the issue lies in the significant decline of the shinobi clan, which inevitably signifies a diminishment of strength. As war looms on the horizon, the very foundation risks collapsing. Mushi felt a tinge of sentimentality. The voices of dissent within the Uchiha clan had always resonated profoundly, a consequence of prolonged suppression and oppression. It was no secret that Tobirama had imposed restrictions on the Uchiha. "When do you plan to teach me, Red Sensei?" "I am eager to learn any knowledge," he inquired. Sia chuckled softly, for every teacher appreciates a diligent student. Chapter 79, Encountering Danzo perhaps tomorrow. "I have discussed your training with Hongdo, and we concluded that your overall progress lacks in the realm of Genjutsu. Furthermore, Hongdo and I will devise a comprehensive training regimen for you, and I will oversee both of your training sessions alongside Shino. I assure you, that will not pose any difficulties." Mushi was aware of what Yuhi Kurenai intended to convey. She regarded Akamichi Choji as somewhat mediocre. A student like Mushi, possessing the prowess and potential of a high-ranking ninja, merely needed a name to establish their reputation. To genuinely instruct him would be to misguide him. Consequently, Yuhi Kurenai set her sights on Mushi, as she had a cordial relationship with Choji, and her intentions were not offensive. An elite jonin, upon further advancement, approaches the rank of Hokage. However, this title does not necessarily equate to actual jonin strength. Take Kakashi, for instance, who exemplifies true Hokage-level power. Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma, among others, are certainly formidable as well. While they may not rival the legendary Sannin, they still possess considerable strength. Leaving Yuhi Kurenai's residence, Mushi strolled back to the Hyuga clan territory, stifling a yawn. Indeed, this past month had been quite eventful. Upon returning home, he found Sister Haruki had been waiting for him for some time. Seeing Mushi arrive, she eagerly pulled him into the room, her impatience palpable. Mushi's countenance brightened with joy as she began to disrobe, just as she was about to embrace her. Sister Chuanmu swiftly tossed over a black garment, catching Mushi off guard. Upon inspecting it, she realized it was the attire of the Dark Division. Her expression stiffened. She had no desire to become a pawn for others. "Hurry, put it on," Chuanmu urged. Perhaps sensing Mushi's reluctance, she continued, "For individuals like us, choices are a luxury we cannot afford. To survive, we must acquiesce to the whims of others." Mushi sighed softly, donned his attire, and adorned himself with the mask brought by Sister Chuanmu, assuming a guise akin to Kakashi's. Life, it seemed, was to be endured. Following Sister Chuanmu into the shadows, they swiftly exited the dwelling and soared towards the outskirts of the village. Clad in the garb of the Umbu, inquiries regarding Hinata Chuanmu's identity had been made, but no further questions arose. After racing through the village for nearly an hour, they landed in a clearing where Hinata Chuanmu promptly revealed an entrance to a hidden passage. Observing Sister Chuanmu already stepping inside, Mushi hesitated momentarily, taking a few steps before stumbling and falling to the ground. Sister Chuanmu glanced back briefly, pausing her stride to wait for him. With a hint of embarrassment, Mushi rose to her feet, exhaling softly. Beneath her unnoticed sleeve, a dark spot emerged. Upon entering, Mushi discovered that the walls here effectively shielded against prying eyes. After verifying her identity, she followed Sister Chuanmu to the core of the underground fortress. The area was heavily fortified, with guards positioned every few steps. Taking a deep breath, Mushi matched her pace with Sister Chuanmu's until they arrived at an iron door, where Sister Chuanmu knocked. An operative from the shadows opened the door, revealing the figure seated deep within. Mushi's pupils constricted. "Danzo." After a slow exhale, Hinata Haruki stepped inside, remaining silent as he stood there. Mushi lowered her head in silence, acutely aware that Danzo was scrutinizing her, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. "Here comes our Konoha genius, haha." Mushi remained silent, her head bowed, leaving Tuanzong feeling disheartened. Amidst the fluttering leaves, the fire burned brightly and incessantly. Many were captivated by the trees, the leaves, and the flames, yet they overlooked the roots, which draw nourishment and energy from the depths of the earth. The root system operates in such a manner, supplying sustenance and vitality to the leaves, thereby sustaining their life force. Hinata Mushi, would you be willing to entrust all that you are to the leaves and the roots? Mushi rolled his eyes, exclaiming in disdain at the absurdity before him. He was utterly weary of the brainwashing tactics, which had become all too familiar, reminiscent of the teachings from the Konoha Ninja Academy. With a deep exhale, he spoke in a grave tone. "As for the so-called will of fire that Lord Danzo speaks of, I confess I do not comprehend it. What I do understand is that I must heed Lord Danzo's words. How to propagate the will of fire and advance the village is a matter for Lord Danzo to address. My sole responsibility is to rally support for him and to witness the grandeur of his vision." Danzo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. caught off guard by Mushi's declaration. After a prolonged silence, before Danzo could respond, Mushi took the initiative to speak again. Lord Danzo, I humbly request that you eradicate the roots of dissent. I, Hyuga Mushi, shall henceforth follow only in the footsteps of Lord Danzo. Mushi knelt before Danzo, gazing at his expression of utter bewilderment. You do not put on such a performance for me. Mushi pinched her thigh fiercely, striving to squeeze out tears. Lord Danzo, I have long admired you, and today I finally meet the unsung hero of Konoha. Danzo, caught off guard, wore a perplexed expression. After the matter was resolved, Mushi was taken by Hinata Haruki to rest. A sense of unease lingered within Danzo. He felt that misfortune was imminent. Hinata Mushi, a prodigy of the Hinata clan, had shown remarkable restraint in concealing her brilliance during her youth, indicating a resilient spirit. Now that the crisis had been averted, his heart remained unsettled, reminiscent of his past encounters with Orochimaru, events spiraling beyond his control. What do you think of this, Hinata Mushi? Danzo inquired. Lord Danzo, I believe that with the crisis resolved, there should be no further issues, was the reply. A sense of calm washed over Danzo. He dismissed Mushi's admiration as mere flattery, recognizing that she had hardly glimpsed his true self and was well aware of his reputation. This was merely a transaction between him and the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Mushi followed Sister Haruki to a stone chamber. Upon entering, she discovered a spacious room, seemingly a training ground, with few occupants. From within emerged a figure clad in umbu attire, face obscured, yet unmistakably a woman. New arrival? Hinata Haruki noted Mushi's silence, her gaze distant and lost in thought. She spoke, Yes, please, I would appreciate your training. A gentle nudge from Haruki snapped Mushi back to reality. She glanced at her sister before following the woman deeper into the chamber. Turning back until Haruki's figure faded from view, Mushi began to scrutinize the woman's graceful silhouette. Upon reaching the center of the training room, Mushi realized that the stone chamber was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Unlike the umbu, the root's identity was shrouded in secrecy. Exposure would lead to severe consequences, death. Yet, as the woman spoke, Mushi found herself at a loss. Grappling with a significant challenge, her mastery of the body flicker technique and the substitution technique was waning. Mushi yearned to reclaim her original form, alas. The woman before her chattered incessantly, oblivious to the need to turn aside and grant her a moment of respite. Mushi's heart raced with fervor. This was the territory of the roots, and escaping from it would not be an easy feat. What troubles you? In her heart, Mushi felt a sudden jolt, and with a resounding thud, the ninjutsu was dispelled, revealing her true form. Chapter 80, The Curse of the Celestial Demon. At this moment, Mushi cradled a piece of wood in his arms, upon which the inscription Tongue Disaster Root Eradicated was engraved, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Mushi was taken aback. In an instant, he incinerated the wood with his solar wheel, swiftly seizing the woman's neck to stifle her voice. Casting a glance at the adjacent small room, he hastily dragged her inside, pushing the door open and surveying the interior. He noted it was filled with various everyday items, evidently belonging to this woman. Mushi gently pushed her inside, cautiously glancing around to ensure that no one was paying attention before letting out a sigh of relief. Observing the woman from the roots collapsed on the ground, Mushi hesitated, not out of reluctance to strike, but rather due to the potential consequences that would follow such an act. The headquarters of the roots would undoubtedly sense something amiss with the sudden disappearance of an individual. It was a conclusion one could draw even without deep contemplation. How much better it would have been had she been on an external mission. As Mushi exhaled a deep sigh, he found himself in a moment of profound difficulty. The potential revelation of the news regarding the eradication of the tongue's curse could lead to unforeseen consequences, especially at the hands of Danzo. Presently, his strength was sufficient for self-preservation, yet what of Sister Chunmu? He was in a position of great promise and opportunity within Konoha. What was the necessity for such peril? The woman, noticing that Mushi did not immediately resort to violence against her, felt a quiet sense of relief. She was unaware of the concerns that plagued his mind. However, an opportunity had presented itself to her. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret, she declared. In exchange, you must assist me with a certain task. Mushi slightly raised her brows. Oh, what is it? Please assist me in locating someone. Mushi let out a silent sigh of relief. How can I trust you? Only the deceased can eternally guard a secret. You must believe in me. Once I am gone, your exposure is inevitable. Surely, you do not wish to become a traitor. Do you? Mushi suddenly felt a sense of peculiarity. The tone of voice was somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. After a moment of contemplation, he smacked his lips, removed his mask, and gazed upon the mature visage, which exuded an even greater allure. Grasping her chin, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Yao Shi Yinayu," she replied. Mushi was taken aback, unable to believe her eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Yena did not respond, instead asking with confusion, "Do you know me?" Mushi's pupils constricted slightly as she forcefully lifted the fabric of her abdomen, revealing the Wangwu and Taiying mountains. A conspicuous scar stretched from her chest to her belly, unmistakably evident. Her expression darkened. Could this truly be Yinayu? She pried open her mouth and tugged at her tongue, observing the root of the calamity nestled at its base, causing her countenance to further cloud. Upon her exposed fingers, a series of azure auras materialized, forming an intricate array. With a sudden force, she pressed her finger against the root of Yinayu's tongue. And around the source of the calamity, an array of distinct patterns emerged anew. Releasing her tongue, Yinayu was seized by a violent fit of coughing, accompanied by bouts of retching. She collapsed onto the ground, embodying a sensation that was both pure and desirous. Mushi gazed intently at Yinayu's reaction. Once she had calmed down, Mushi inquired, "The person you asked me to find is Yakushi Kabuto?" Yinayu was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of delight. "You know him?" "I am acquainted, though not intimately," Mushi replied. "How is he faring now? Is he eating well? Has he grown taller?" Yinayu bombarded her with numerous questions, yet Mushi remained silent, gradually leading Yinayu to regain her composure. Observing Mushi's demeanor, she appeared somewhat pitiable. "The threat posed by the curse has ceased to jeopardize your life. I have conducted experiments. I am confident that the woman who brought you here is clearly." Yinayu suddenly paused, failing to continue her thought. It seemed she had recalled something significant, opening her mouth hesitantly, contemplating whether to speak. "Is there something you wish to ask of me?" "Yes." "Could you assist me in looking after Kabuto?" Mushi let out a cold laugh, questioning, "Why should I assist you? What benefit could I possibly gain?" Yinayu was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed devoid of any money at present. Mushi paid no heed to the incantation she was weaving with her hands. He possessed no means to control others. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he did have something, indeed. The beguiling methods of the demonic sect from the world of Zhu Xian. Mushi pondered lightly, contemplating whether the Azura incantations inscribed on the Fulong Ding might hold any significance here. She extended her hand and gently touched the forehead of Yinayu, invoking the sacred words of the Brahman cloud demon, which disrupt and obstruct, creating turmoil within both body and mind, hindering virtuous practices and undermining auspicious endeavors, all born from malevolent intent. The incessant disturbances, the accumulation of desires, culminate in the grim Reaper's dominion, wielding evil under the guise of divine freedom. Impermanence, lack of joy, absence of self, and purity turned upside down manifest as the demonic. The longing for desire begets sorrow. The yearning for sustenance breeds thirst. Indulgence in passion leads to attachment. The heart's ignorance manifests as slumber. The presence of fear materializes as dread. Indecision straddles two extremes as doubt, and the affliction of body and mind manifests as poison. The ethereal chant of Mushi resonated continuously, leaving Yinayu in a trance, utterly at a loss. Upon concluding the recitation of the scriptures, Mushi exhaled softly, casting a glance at Yinayu with a sigh. He remained uncertain of its efficacy. However, at this moment, the atmosphere felt decidedly forlorn. Mushi felt a tinge of melancholy, fearing that Yinayu might disrupt his carefully laid plans. After exhaling deeply, he stated, "I can assist you in locating Yakushido, and I can arrange a meeting for you both, but it must remain a secret. No one else can be privy to my affairs." "Very well, I agree," came the response. "Now what should I learn?" Yinayu proceeded to elucidate the regulations pertaining to the route and the methods of entry, along with the necessary identity verification. As Mushi emerged from the subterranean stronghold, she exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss. From that moment on, the sunlight felt like a mere passerby. Stretching languidly, she stood by, awaiting the arrival of Haruki. When Hinata Haruki finally emerged, she appeared somewhat weary. The training in the depths was no trivial endeavor, compounded by an array of indoctrination techniques. Mushi, filled with compassion, embraced Sister Chuanmu. Upon returning home, they exchanged no words, finding solace in each other's presence as they drifted into slumber. In the subterranean sanctuary, the apothecary Yenao lay in a state of half-dream, half-wakefulness. The faint echoes of a Buddha's chant reverberating in her ears, its meaning eluding her grasp. Suddenly, Yugao was jolted awake, gasping for breath. In that moment, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, an awareness that she was irrevocably changed. Memories of that boy from Hinata surfaced, his recitations of scripture stirring something within her. Yet she found herself unable to recall the verses. It was as if she were grappling with an entirely different linguistic framework. She, who should not comprehend, did indeed understand. Namo Moritenzi. Humanity venerates the Buddha while fearing demons, seeking liberation from the latter. How misguided this is. The Buddha cultivates tranquility, while demons thrive on desire. The essence of Buddha and demon is one. Understanding the demon is also a matter of the heart. Unbeknownst to the masses, they remain ensnared by the Buddha's veil, enduring prolonged suffering. Reflect upon the past as an illusion, this life as a dream, amidst the myriad sorrows of the mortal realm. Can there be a realm devoid of suffering, a pure land untainted by the trials of existence? All instruct me to forsake self for the benefit of the world. Why not disrupt the tumultuous times to serve my own interests? Only through the act of killing can one demonstrate courage. Beauty alone can manifest power, and possessing the wealth of the world defines true richness. Yugao's face contorted in terror. Why? How could she utter the scripture? A profound dread seeped into her core, causing her to tremble. She must save herself. If this continued, she would plunge into the embrace of death. No, something far more terrifying. Save oneself. Rescue oneself. I must see him once more. I must see him again. The following morning, after breakfast, Mushi commenced her studies and training, refusing to pause even for a moment. Noticing the time, she made her way to the usual training grounds where Hinata and the others practiced. From a distance, she spotted Yuhi Kurenai supervising their training. Upon seeing Mushi approach, Kurenai promptly instructed the trio to continue their exercises. You seem to have arrived a bit late, she remarked. Mushi scratched her head and bowed in apology. The setting sun's red hues were of no concern to her as she led Mushi to a shaded spot. Do you believe that illusions hold any truth? Mushi remained silent, lost in contemplation. The illusions of the Onma family were indeed terrifying, capable of altering reality, truly the brush of a deity. In Mushi's understanding, illusion was a form of magic primarily centered on the soul, with its effects and harm directed towards the opponent's essence. However, he had yet to delve into the realm of illusions within the Naruto world and thus found himself lacking in authority regarding the unfamiliar. I do not know, he admitted. Red Sunset nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from judgment, and began to discuss illusions with Mushi. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. As it was Mushi's first time training with them, Red Sunset treated several individuals to ramen. Hinata trailed behind Mushi, gently tugging at his sleeve. Mushi turned her head with a smile and gently inquired, "What is it?" "Mushi," her father said, "he wishes for you to visit when you have the time." Mushi was taken aback by Hinata's flushed cheeks, and she smiled gently. Hinata was not one to tell lies. Her upbringing was exceedingly strict. And even though Hyuga Hayashi possessed an open-minded perspective, he would never relinquish the teachings of decorum instilled in his daughter. It was the first time Hinata had uttered a falsehood, her face a rosy hue, and her timid demeanor ignited a warmth within Mushi's heart. "All right," she said softly, squeezing Hinata's small hand, leaning closer to whisper, "Next time you miss me, just tell me directly." Hinata appeared flustered, on the verge of tears, fearing that being discovered in her deceit might tarnish her image in his eyes. "Mushi, I am so sorry." Just as she was about to flee, Mushi swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her firmly into an embrace, and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. Hinata was completely taken aback, her body going limp as she surrendered to Mushi's advances. Holding her in his arms, Mushi finally noticed Hinata's lovely figure, concealed beneath her oversized gray-white coat. As Mushi's mischievous hand advanced toward Hinata's rear, he was suddenly jolted by a light tap on his head. With a displeased expression, Mushi turned to see Yuhi Kurenai, her eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly wishing to strike him down. Hands on her hips and a stern countenance, she glared at him. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Mushi's anger dissipated considerably. "Teacher Kurenai," she exclaimed, as Kurenai pointed a finger and emphatically poked Mushi's forehead. "What are you doing?" "Bullying Hinata. You naughty boy, aren't you afraid that your clan leader will have your head for this?" After reprimanding Mushi, she swiftly redirected her ire toward Hinata. "And you possess considerable strength. Why do you allow him to bully you?" Observing Hinata's dazed demeanor, uncertain whether it stemmed from a lack of oxygen or sheer embarrassment, she muttered incoherently, Dame. In any case, it was evident that none of her words had registered with Hinata. Kurenai sighed deeply. "I am aware of your feelings for Mushi, but you cannot allow him to take advantage of you, can you?" A young girl like you will eventually be left in tatters by him. It seems I must impart the ways of managing a husband to Hinata. As she watched Mushi continue his brazen antics, Karina's ire flared once more, and she delivered a sharp rap to his head. Still not letting go? Mushi let out a bitter laugh and released her grip. Hinata, still somewhat unsteady, managed to stand and gradually regained her composure. Casting a glance at Sunset Red, she instantly stiffened, her heart racing as she confirmed they were indeed in the bustling street, with numerous onlookers present. Hinata's cheeks flushed an even deeper crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. She covered her face and turned to flee. Mushi reached out but grasped nothing. Alas, unable to see the path due to covering her face. Hinata collided headfirst with a pillar, staggering momentarily. Yet undeterred by the pain, she continued to run while still shielding her face. Mushi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is she truly this shy? Upon turning her head, she caught sight of the indignant face of Shiri Hong. I am aware of your engagement with Hinata. But she is still so young. She is merely a lower-ranked ninja. How could you possibly have the heart to act so? Mushi awkwardly responded, I'll go check on Hinata. With that, he dashed away, fearing that Yuhi Kurenai might catch him. Yuhi Kurenai let out a deep breath, still feeling somewhat aggrieved. Hyuga Mushi had gone too far. She picked up an orange and hurled it fiercely at Mushi. Mushi turned back and caught the orange, giving it a gentle shake. Thank you, Teacher Hong, for your encouragement. Go away. As Mushi pondered whether the crimson sunset had also traversed time, a weighty sentiment enveloped her. Following Hinata, she arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence and subsequently entered the house with her. Mushi cast a fleeting glance. Noting the absence of the Hinata couple and little Hanabi, with only a few servants tending to the courtyard. Paying them no further heed, she proceeded directly to Hinata's chamber. Gently pulled the door and secured it from within. Mushi let out a breath, exerting strength to unlock the door. Upon entering the room, she beheld Hinata sprawled on the daybed, her head buried deep within the covers. She cannot see me. She cannot see me. She cannot see me. Mushi, it feels as if I have become the big bad wolf pursuing Little Red Riding Hood. Hinata, I shall take my leave now. Mushi stretched languidly and closed the door behind her. Hinata shivered, as if sensing the occurrence of something dreadful. After a prolonged wait without hearing Mushi's voice, Hinata cautiously peeked her head outside to ascertain the situation. Not spotting Mushi, she finally exhaled in relief, her tense body gradually relaxing. Oh dear, how am I to face anyone? What if Teacher Hong sees me? Mushi suddenly reached out and embraced her, causing Hinata to stiffen instantly. Mushi, you didn't leave? Indeed, I have ventured into the depths of your heart. Hinata abruptly buried her head in the blanket, revealing only her body. Becoming an ostrich that only cared to hide its head, Mushi looked at her with a playful smile, not bothering to stop her. As she peeled the fruit with great delight, Teacher Hong has given us an orange. Would you like some? Chapter 81. The orange is too sour. Hinata remained silent, and Mushi was in no rush. While peeling the orange, she transformed Hinata into a little white poplar, unable to endure Mushi's antics any longer. Hinata's flushed face emerged from beneath the covers. We cannot. Mushi remained silent as she bit into half an orange, the tangy sweetness blossoming in the air. Suddenly, she pressed her lips against Hinata's, allowing her to savor a gift from Teacher Hong. Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yearning to flee. Yet she found herself unable to escape. Mushi taught Hinata another character, uncertain whether it was the tartness of the orange or the bitterness of knowledge. Hinata furrowed her brows, gently biting her lip, and soon the sound of her whimpering began to emerge. How cruel. Teacher Hong is truly wicked for giving us such a sour orange. In her efforts to facilitate Lady Hinata's studies, Mushi has undoubtedly exerted considerable effort. Perhaps the knowledge has proven to be too challenging, leading Hinata to adopt a lackadaisical attitude. However, Hinata is compelled to muster her resolve. As Mushi settled in, he observed Hinata's expression, fraught with the burden of knowledge, and felt a pang of compassion. It was essential to strike a balance between work and rest, so he decided to allow Hinata a moment of respite. As he began to teach her the intricacies of Chinese characters, his gaze lingered on Hinata, who was panting heavily. And Mushi found himself momentarily lost in thought. The content of their lesson had been 3 poems from the frontier, which explained Hinata's evident exhaustion. They had indeed covered too much material. With a sigh, he couldn't help but be captivated by the timeless beauty of these verses. Observing Hinata regain her composure, Mushi gently patted her thigh, signaling the continuation of their lesson. The trials of today, though arduous, would undoubtedly yield great rewards in the future. After a considerable period of study, he called out, Hinata, are you in the room? Instantaneously, their movements froze as they exchanged glances. Hinata's delicate face drained of color. To stifle any noise, she bit down on Mushi's shoulder, and soon, the two began to playfully compete against one another. Hinata? Why are you silent? The sound of her mother's footsteps grew increasingly closer, sending both of them into a state of panic. Hastily, they donned their clothes, in the rush. Hinata could only manage to throw on her outer garment. Noticing Mushi still struggling to get dressed, she quickly gathered the excess clothing and stuffed it into his arms. In a moment of urgency, Hinata lifted the bedding, urging Mushi to hide beneath it. Mushi took a deep breath and resolutely dove in, donning his coat, which bore a magical array capable of obstructing prying eyes. He sought to calm the tumult within his heart and steady his breath. Yet, as memories of studying alongside Hinata ignited a thrill within him, tranquility eluded him. The footsteps drew nearer. The door creaked open. Hinata, are you training? Hinata appeared as though awakening from a deep slumber, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue that evoked a sense of tenderness. Mother, what is it? Mushi listened to Hinata's calm tone and activated his Byakugan to observe the situation within the room. Hinata's expression was serene, and she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This demeanor and tone truly reshaped his perception of her. Is it any wonder that women are natural actresses? Hinata's mother approached, gently tucking away the disheveled strands of her hair. Why are you sweating so much? And why is the room in such disarray? Hinata felt a wave of panic surge through her, her mind nearly short-circuiting. Mother, I'm sorry. After training with Teacher Hong, I felt on the brink of a breakthrough. Her mother's expression brightened, her tone considerably more relaxed. Then continue your training. Just remember to tidy up the room afterward. Yes, Hinata replied in a timid voice, reverting to her bashful self. As her mother's footsteps faded into the distance, Mushi let out a profound sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. Had Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, discovered that he had caused any distress to his daughter, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Although there was a betrothal in place, they were not yet wed, and he remained one of the candidates. Exhaling deeply, he crawled out from beneath the couch, feeling an inexplicable, peculiar sensation. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she dared not meet his gaze, scarcely able to believe she had engaged in such audacious behavior. Why, you should leave now. Mushi smiled gently, lifting Hinata into his arms and softly murmuring, please remain silent. You wouldn't want your mother to discover us, would you? Today, we must impart the weight of culture upon Hinata. The extent of that weight was unknown to her. In the dead of night, Mushi stealthily ventured out from the Hyuga clan's main house. Upon returning home, he exhaled a long sigh. Chapter 82, Training Resources. Sister Haruki was still awake, and upon seeing Mushi enter, she inquired, why are you back so late? Teacher Hong taught me some illusions, and I found a place to practice, Mushi replied. Just as Sister Haruki was about to respond, he had already made his way into the bathroom. Furrowing her brow, she discreetly picked up the clothes Mushi had left outside, taking a cautious whiff. Aside from his own scent, there were no other traces. This eased her mind, assuring her that he had not been cavorting with those wild women. Silence enveloped the night. The following day, Mushi arrived early. After executing several rounds of punches, Hong Yui cast a knowing glance at him. At that moment, Hinata approached with her head bowed. Observing her timid demeanor, Hong Yui felt something was amiss. Having not undergone the same trials, she was unaware of the transformations occurring within Hinata. Teacher Hong, the oranges you gave me yesterday were far too sour, Hinata remarked. Mushi's words instantly flushed Hinata's face with a rosy hue. Enough with the banter, hasten your training. Mushi continued her previous training, delving deeply into the vast realm of illusionary arts. Meanwhile, Akai stood before Xiaoli's hospital room, his brow furrowed in concern. A smile finally graced his face upon hearing that Mushi might be able to heal Xiaoli. Teacher Akai, Xiaoli began. Akai gently ruffled Xiaoli's hair, affirming, he speaks the truth. Only by nurturing your health can you cultivate your abilities. The more effort you exert now, the greater the strain on your body. Xiaoli exhaled, placing his trust in Akai's words. As for the 8 gates of Duanjia, should he succeed in healing you, teaching him would not be out of the question. Akai pondered, recalling the time he and Kakashi examined Xiaoli's condition, noting that it indeed alleviated the burden on Xiaoli's body. If possible, the practice of the 8 gates would become significantly less arduous. Exiting the hospital room, he cast a glance at Kakashi, who was leaning against the wall by the door. He held trust in this dear friend. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? Akai inquired. The method Xiaoli employs to refine chakra and nurture his body has been attempted by others before, yet chakra is originally drawn from the body. Isn't returning it merely a futile endeavor? Akai responded, I have just conducted some research. This method is somewhat distinct. By integrating and assimilating 40% of natural energy, it can indeed replenish the body. Akai sighed, contemplating the implications for Hinata Mushi. He was reluctant to impart the 8 gates technique to those with ulterior motives. However, given the identity of the Hinata clan's caged bird, they could ensure he does not stray from the right path. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Akai understood how to proceed. Kakashi added, moreover, someone has already approached him. Let us wait a while. Akai nodded in agreement. Xiaoli's recovery was still some time away, so waiting seemed prudent. After dispersing from the team led by Yuhi Kurenai, the day was still relatively young. Mushi glanced at the time, realizing he still had ample opportunity to complete his studies. Upon arriving at his usual training grounds, before he could even commence, a figure appeared before him on a nearby tree trunk, Jiraiya. Higi, Mushi, why have you arrived so late? Have you been slacking off? A voice called from behind. It was Naruto. Turning to glance back, Mushi felt a peculiar sensation, akin to the feeling of someone having stolen his beloved. Had he not intervened? It seemed likely that Naruto and Hinata would still be a couple. Alas, he had claimed Hinata for himself, and he could still feel the lingering ache in his waist. What do you need from me? I heard from Hongdo that you have completed the summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. Mushi furrowed her brow slightly. She held a profound aversion to the tendency of divulging matters indiscriminately. And then, subsequently, we engaged in our cultivation. Upon turning around, an overwhelming multitude of Naruto surged forth. Dense and relentless. With a sudden intensity, Mushi's expression shifted, and an eruption of energy radiated from her, expanding outward in ripples as if disturbed water. All of Naruto's clones were vanquished in its wake, and the force propelled his true self backward, sending him crashing to the ground some distance away. Jiraiya, perched upon a tree, narrowed his eyes at Mushi, recognizing her near shadow-level prowess. The emergence of yet another prodigy in Konoha could only be deemed a fortuitous event. As Naruto sat up, bewildered, he exclaimed, "What happened, Mushi? When did you become so powerful?" Mushi remained silent, drawing forth the Yuanhong sword. And with a gentle flick, the sound of slicing through the air resonated. If one is to cultivate, then let them demonstrate their true abilities. After uttering these words, Mushi cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, curious to see whether this individual, so closely associated with Orochimaru, would endorse his disciple. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow slightly. This was intriguing, and he was uncertain of Mushi's intentions. All right, Mushi, prepare yourself. Naruto sprang to his feet, suddenly rendered speechless and trembling, as he envisioned the horrifying sight of the Yuanhong sword piercing through his skull. In moments of extreme terror, one's body often acts beyond conscious control. Nai Luo's vision. A technique that, through sheer murderous intent, allows the enemy to witness their own gruesome demise. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. How could he possibly withstand Orochimaru's ninjutsu? Memories surfaced like the tarnished reflections in an ancient mirror, slowly coming into focus, only to realize that not much time had passed. Mushi did not employ any other ninjutsu. From his sleeves, an endless cascade of serpentine forms suddenly surged forth, lunging towards Naruto with intent to bite. Shadow Serpent Technique. A python descended upon him, and instinctively, Naruto raised his hand in defense, only to be bitten on the arm. The pain jolted him back to reality, rendering him momentarily speechless. This was the ninjutsu of that monstrous figure that had attacked them in the Death Forest. Mushi, this is the technique of that fiend. Enough of your prattle. Are you going to fight, or not? Without the slightest hint of mercy, Mushi's serpentine limbs ensnared Naruto, rendering him immobile. In a moment of desperation, Naruto resorted to his shadow clone technique to escape. Just as he broke free, Mushi's sword was upon him. With a surge of momentum, the blade was wielded with maximum force. The murderous intent, honed over 4 centuries, infiltrated Naruto's mind. His complexion turned ashen. Mushi was truly intent on taking his life. Suddenly, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's being. The Ninetales. This chakra was remarkably pure, surpassing even the essence of Mushi's own energy at that moment. With a single slash, the blade cleaved through the air, slicing through the chakra with astonishing ease, halting merely inches from Naruto's form. Mushi did not linger in entanglement, but instead advanced with the flow, delivering a devastating punch that sent Naruto flying. Standing where Naruto once stood, he observed Naruto's labored breaths, filled with lingering trepidation. In that moment, it seemed as if death was truly imminent. Mushi turned her head to sheath her sword, picking up her belongings as she made her way towards the village of Konoha. Hey, Mushi, where are you going? It's getting dark. Return home. Naruto glanced at the sun, still high in the sky and far from setting, feeling somewhat exasperated. You truly are being lazy. Mushi, disinterested, pondered whether it would not be better to return and rest with the young lady. Naruto, summon forth, he exclaimed. With a sudden jolt, Naruto sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Haha, Mushi, brace yourself. The surge of energy behind him erupted violently, sending a gust of wind that caused Mushi to stumble. Such power was truly formidable. Turning around, a wall materialized before Mushi, a wall of flesh, resplendent in crimson. Looking up, he beheld an enormous toad that nearly obscured half of his vision, towering over him, its height comparable to that of a 3-story building, just barely reaching the creature's equivalent stature. The expression on Mushi's face was somewhat grim. Jiraiya truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. With a sudden leap, he soared towards Konoha, eager to uncover the truth. First, to see whether the third Hokage would acquiesce. Sensing a force sweeping in from behind, Mushi sprang upward, landing on another tree to continue his flight. Not daring to glance back, with each leap, guided by his instinct for battle, Mushi deftly evaded the assaults pursuing him. Finally, he looked up to find a colossal shadow eclipsing the sky above. The toad had already leapt into the air. Mushi was momentarily taken aback. It had truly leaped quite a distance. Without hesitation, she turned around and changed her direction. As Mushi's figure gently touched the ground, Jiraiya materialized before him. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any instructions? In the brief moment that passed, a toad had already positioned itself behind Mushi, blocking his path. Mushi's eyes dimmed slightly, concealing her discontent. Rest assured, little one, we shall not trouble you. We merely wish to discern the nature of your relationship with Orochimaru. Is it not patently obvious? My mentor is Mitarashi Anko, who is a disciple of Orochimaru, despite her incessant proclamations of severing ties with him. It is evident to all that this is merely a fade. Over the years, Anko has refrained from employing the ninjutsu she learned from Orochimaru. This statement is a blend of truth and falsehood. Indeed, Anko possesses some of Orochimaru's techniques, albeit not extensively. He is wagering that Jiraiya remains unaware of the extent of her knowledge. Indeed, Jiraiya appeared somewhat perplexed. Anko's ability to utilize the Shadow Snake Hand is no longer a secret. Might I inquire if Lord Jiraiya has any further questions? Muki's demeanor left Jiraiya somewhat perplexed. Why did she exhibit such a poor attitude towards him? Even considering the influence of Orochimaru, it seemed excessive. Muki discerned Jiraiya's confusion and directly inquired, Lord Jiraiya, will you teach me ninjutsu? No, came the reply. Then will you offer me guidance? That too is not possible. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, I am not held in high regard. I can only persistently strive for improvement. Only by enhancing my strength can I secure my life and assert my voice. Mushi cast a glance around and continued, thus, I can only cherish time. Do you understand my meaning? Jiraiya fell silent. At that moment, in his eyes, Hinata Mushi appeared as a spirited individual, continually battling against fate. This reminded him of someone. Just as he was about to utter some words of encouragement, he suddenly realized something was amiss. It is quite rare for someone under 20 to be approaching the level of a Kage-level ninja, is it not? Unless you are a Jinchuriki. He glanced at Naruto, who had yet to reach such heights. Or perhaps you possess a remarkable bloodline limit. Observing Mushi's Byakugan, he acknowledged its formidable nature, yet it still paled in comparison to the Sharingan. Jiraiya suddenly came to his senses, noticing that Mushi was about to walk away. He swiftly leaped forward, blocking his path once more. May I inquire about the unique taijutsu you practice, which deviates from the Hyuga style? Who did you learn it from? Mushi was taken aback. Don't ask. Just know that it was taught by Sister Hondo. Jiraiya remarked. He seems to have understood. Mushi is unable to explain the origins of ninjutsu and taijutsu. No wonder the old man called him back. One may question the character of the third Hokage, but his insight is beyond reproach. Is the third strength formidable? He is hailed as the strongest Hokage, while there may be some exaggeration. If we set aside Hashirama and Tobirama, isn't he indeed the most powerful? A chill coursed through Mushi's heart as she sprang up abruptly. A colossal tongue suddenly lunged at the very spot where she had just stood. Mushi stood on the tree trunk with a sullen expression, feeling the impending threat to his very existence. How dare they underestimate me? Mushi formed seals with his hands, invoking the spirit summoning technique. It was not so much that he wished to shout it out loud, but rather that the nature of the technique demanded such a display. Tiantian arrived. Looking utterly bewildered, glancing around and spotting Winnie the Frog. Ah, a familiar face. Sensing a presence above her, she needed no further contemplation. It could only be Mushi. I recall that you possess the ability to fly, she remarked, a hint of silence enveloping her, for in her current state, she was unable to take flight. Mushi nodded earnestly, urging, quickly, transform into the serpent maiden. Tiantian Ji. Mushi gazed at the increasingly perilous expression in the eyes of Frog Wentai. Realizing that this fellow was poised to take action, she stamped her foot, signaling Tiantian Ji to hasten. Tiantian Ji glanced at Frog Wentai, acknowledging that this confrontation was evidently unavoidable. However, given the massive size of her true form, wouldn't she possess the upper hand? Mushi lowered her gaze and wondered if you were unable to assume human form outside the dragon's cave. Tiantian Ji cast a disdainful glance at Rihua Mushi, and in an instant, her colossal serpentine body transformed into a girl of exquisite beauty, with long chestnut hair adorned with a golden crown, atop which rested a golden orb. Her striking features were accentuated by pink eyeshadow, extending delicately to her nostrils. Her complexion was pale, and she donned a flowing white robe, embellished with 3 jade-like green ornaments on her chest, occasionally flicking a cerulean tongue that revealed her sharp fangs. The figure of Mu, she descended to the ground, glancing at the soaring Tiantian Ji, and nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, the immense tongue of Wentai struck once more. Mushi leaped into the air, charging directly towards Tiantian Ji. In her moment of bewilderment, he embraced her, and together they plummeted downward. As they ascended, the tongue of the toad appeared rather elongated. Tiantian Ji steadied herself, observing Wentai's sudden leap and his outstretched tongue, and promptly soared higher with Mushi in tow. The moonlit golden wheel in Mushi's hand flashed and vanished in an instant, absorbing the surrounding energy of the world entirely. The enormous blade, nearly the size of Wentai's face, descended violently, initially cleaving towards its tongue. Alas! The sound echoed repeatedly. Wentai's face turned a shade of green. This fellow was indeed quite malicious. As the blade struck the ground, Wentai swiftly retracted his tongue. Although the wound on his tongue began to heal, the pain was excruciating. He cast a malevolent glance towards a distant point in the sky. Mushi lowered her gaze to the large toad beneath her feet and smiled gently. As the moonlit golden wheel returned to her hand, spinning ceaselessly within her palm. Take me back to Konoha. After a brief moment of waiting, she noticed that Tiantian Ji had not moved. Instead, she was staring in a daze at Mushi's precious treasure, truly a remarkable treasure. Mushi spread her palm before her, inviting her to observe closely. This object, could it truly be both large and small? Mushi exhaled softly, contemplating not only the duality of her strength but also the possibility of vulnerability. She cast a glance at Tiantian Ji's expression, pondering whether, should she comprehend her words, she might be cast aside. Fortunately, the woman remained oblivious to her musings. As Tiantian Ji soared through the air towards the direction of the leaves, a sense of reluctance compelled her to glance back at the toad on the ground, inquiring, "Are you certain we shall not engage in a battle?" Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning the existence of grievances. Tiantian Ji remained silent, retorting that if there were no grievances, then there was no point in the conversation, and requested to be returned to her village. Tiantian Ji hastened her speed in the air, while Mushi gazed at the moon gold wheel in his hand. A frown forming on his brow, he sensed a peculiar aura of bloodthirst. This was the very essence he had initially forged under the guise of the Bloodthirst Pearl, a creation of the malevolent elder, which, despite its name, merely absorbed malevolent energy. According to the principle of yin and yang balance within the human body, blood and soul bear the brunt of this malevolence. The moon gold wheel functioned as an alternative bloodthirst pearl. The remarkable aspect of blood refining lay in its ability to absorb the opponent's blood essence to replenish one's own. However, the drawback was that if one failed to refine the bloodthirst properly, it could easily lead to demonic corruption. Mushi furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing the distinct aura of bloodthirst emanating from Wentai. Wait a moment. Tiantian Ji regarded Mushi with curiosity, asking, "Have you changed your mind? Let us engage in battle. Even if you're gravely injured, I shall still be able to carry you away." Mushi regained her composure. Yet her hands continued to move with fervor, a crimson elixir coalescing in her palm. "What is this? Do you truly harbor a past grievance against him? Were you once wronged by him? Nonsense. Speak such folly again, and I shall cast you down. Who would ever take a mere frog to heart? Even if one were to, it must be akin to the likes of Orochimaru." With a light chuckle, Mushi gazed at the crimson elixir in his hand. The moonlit golden wheel had vanished, replaced by a swirling orb of blue and purple flames. These flames incessantly scorched and refined the sinister energy within the blood-red pill. The spiritual essence was gentle, while the malevolent energy was tempestuous. Both could be harnessed for cultivation, albeit through different methods. After a brief moment, The elixir in Mushi's grasp transformed into a lustrous orb, reminiscent of a blood-red pearl. Mushi cast a fleeting glance at Tianji's figure, and only then did she realize that the serpent demon's alluring grace was indeed unparalleled. No wonder Su Xian found it irresistible. Perhaps it would have been better if Lu Xiaohui had been in his place. What is this? Tianji inhaled the fragrant aroma of the elixir in the air. Thoroughly enraptured, Mushi deftly split the elixir in two, placing one half directly into Tianji's mouth. It melted instantly, evoking a delightful sensation that stirred the soul. The gentle flow of natural energy, no longer tempestuous, continuously coursed through her meridians. Mushi gazed at the flushed face of Tianji, feeling a tinge of peculiarity, as if something had transpired between them. How do you feel? Tianji, snapping back to reality, stared blankly at the other half in Mushi's hand, swallowing hard. This object had spared her several years of arduous cultivation. That, as Mushi hastily swallowed the elixir before Tianji could finish her sentence. She gazed at him with an expression of deep discontent. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, she averted her gaze elsewhere, declaring her indifference with a tone of defiance. I have no need for it. Mushi smiled gently, feeling the pure essence of true energy continuously washing through her meridians, a process far swifter than her own cultivation. The chakra of the toad, Wentai, was remarkably refined, a testament to centuries of accumulation. Observing the concentrated true energy gathering in her Tiantian, forming into a pill, Mushi exhaled a breath of turbid air, realizing this spared her from years of arduous practice. With her wide eyes activated, she began to assimilate this true energy within her Tiantian, transforming it until it became a brilliant blue. Turning her gaze towards the toad beneath her, Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In her previous life, at the age of 24, she had attained the upper clear realm, thanks not only to the devoted teachings of her master, Tianbai, but also to the countless elixirs found atop the great bamboo peak that laid the foundation for her skills. Regrettably, the esteemed alchemist, Tianbai, had produced a disciple skilled in weapon crafting instead. Mushi possessed knowledge of but two elixirs, one being the great yellow pill, and the other, the blood pill, refined with the aid of the solar and lunar golden wheel. Tianji, did you find that sensation delightful? She inquired playfully. The half pill you just consumed was derived from Wentai's blood and his celestial chakra. I can refine his blood and chakra into the very elixir you just ingested. Tianji's eyes brightened, her gaze towards Wentai transforming. For the first time, she found him utterly endearing. Let us collaborate to extract blood and chakra, and then we shall divide the spoils 7-3. What do you say? The smile on Tianji's face became impossible to conceal. 7-3. How much could a human truly consume? At their level of cultivation, the only thing that mattered was the pursuit of further enlightenment. Very well, she declared, her excitement propelling her to dive down eagerly. Mushi was startled, thinking she had fallen. Upon glancing at Tianji's expression, she was taken aback by the sheer madness reflected on her face. Goodness, this woman has gone insane. After landing, Tianji transformed once more into a colossal serpent. The span of time was merely a few breaths, leaving Wentai and Jiraiya utterly astonished. Those who had already departed would actually catch them off guard. As Tianji descended, her massive serpent head suddenly elongated, sinking its fangs into Wentai's neck. A surge of alarm coursed through Wentai, prompting him to leap instinctively. Alas, it was too late, as Tianji had already clamped down on his leg. In an instant, Wentai felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, his body succumbing to numbness, utterly beyond his control. Mushi stood atop the colossal serpent's head, observing Wentai's reaction and instantly realizing he had fallen prey to the trap. The moon gold wheel flickered and vanished, its razor-sharp edge piercing through Wentai's flesh, embedding itself halfway within. To prevent Wentai's wounds from healing, the moon gold wheel unleashed its full power, voraciously drinking in Wentai's blood and chakra. By the time Jiraiya comprehended the situation, Wentai's countenance had already grown feeble. Fire release, fireball technique. Jiraiya's assault was upon them, and Mushi exhaled, pivoting to confront the foe. The sun gold wheel manifested upon his outstretched fingers, and as Mushi pointed, the upright blade expanded, absorbing an endless torrent of flames. It was effortless. Jiraiya was taken aback. Had this weapon truly become so formidable? Fire release, great fireball technique. As Mushi experienced a sudden toothache, he remained undeterred. The golden sun will trembled gently, and the golden array patterns seemed to be etched into the void, incessantly devouring the potency of the flames. The greater the strength of the flames, the more radiant the light became. Jiraiya was taken aback. It appeared that ordinary ninjutsu would be insufficient to subdue it. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. The might of the flame surged once more, and the area of combustion continued to expand. Mushi wore an expression of utter exasperation. Was he truly so obstinate? Or was Jiraiya merely putting on an act, intending to use his own hand to eliminate Wenta? Was this the extent of his cunning? Feeling a tremor beneath his feet, he noticed the pained expression on Tianji's face as her serpentine body writhed in agony. And it dawned on him that Jiraiya's target was not solely himself. He summoned the sun's golden wheel, continuously drawing in flames around him to ensure Tianji remained unharmed. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. Mushi found herself at a loss for words, realizing that Jiraiya was merely going through the motions. Despite being fully aware that the sun's golden will countered fire-style ninjutsu, he still recklessly unleashed it. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that the ground beneath Taki Tsukiheim had transformed into a quagmire, her body sinking further. Yet, she resolutely clung to Gamabunta. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Mushi's expression was grave as she continuously formed hand seals. The serpent array. An endless stream of serpents surged forth from beneath Tianji, aiming to fill the mire and delay her descent. Mushi cast a fleeting glance at Wentai, who had now become somewhat deflated. Tianji, muster your strength. Vanquishing your former lover today shall be a mere formality. Tianji rolled her eyes, regretting her inability to speak, for she would undoubtedly express her disdain for the ancestral lineage of the Hinata family. Suddenly, Tianji was taken aback. Wentai had emerged from the illusion. Kid, flee. Tianji promptly warned Mushi, for Wentai was formidable, particularly in a frenzy, and she was uncertain if she could contend with him. Transforming into her human form, she noted that her attire had been singed significantly by Jiraiya's fire techniques, with some areas completely scorched. Mushi deftly maneuvered the moon golden wheel, swiftly reclaiming it in her grasp. Observing her body descending, she remained utterly unperturbed. In a fleeting instant, the figure of Tianji vanished, seizing Mushi and soaring rapidly towards the heavens. Just as Wentai the frog regained control of his body, his tongue lashed out with fervor, but Mushi deftly deflected it with the sun golden wheel. A hissing sound echoed, reminiscent of searing flesh, followed by the tantalizing aroma of bullfrog meat. The sounds of quivering notes emerged. Wentai, infuriated, contorted his nose as he hurled his smoking pipe with vigor. In Mushi's hand, a crimson satin and amber silk unexpectedly materialized, a renowned treasure from his mentor's wife, Su-Ru, during her youth. Later, it was bestowed upon his junior sister, Tianlinger, who had studied its intricacies while researching weapon patterns. The amber silk was skillfully wrapped around a smoking pipe. Chapter 83. The division of 30 to 70. The figure of Tianji suddenly sank, yet she quickly steadied herself and soared into the sky. Grateful for the welcoming gift from the toad, Wentai, the young man felt a sense of guilt for accepting it. Wentai's face turned an ashen shade of green. Observing their flight path, he leaped forward, pursuing them. However, he soon found himself fatigued and anemic, his chakra nearly depleted. It dawned on him that the rascal Jiraiya might have conspired with outsiders against him. Unable to handle a mere child? Feeling the weight of another person atop his head, Wentai wore an expression of irritation. Jiraiya, are you playing me? What do you mean? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished by the words of his old friend. Your ninja tools are rather peculiar, suppressing fire attribute chakra. As for another tool, you have experienced its formidable power. Have you not? The Sage of the Six Paths tools? I have not heard of them. Naruto arrived belatedly, having been unable to intervene in the previous battle, merely observing from a distance. Shortly after, Konoha's Umbu arrived, noting Jiraiya's presence in the traces on the ground, surmising that a confrontation with Orochimaru had occurred. The Umbu squad leader greeted Jiraiya before turning to depart. When I lay powerless on the ground, gasping for breath, it was then that Jiraiya realized the extent of Wentai's misfortune. What is the matter? Are you all right? Bah, Jiraiya, it's all your fault. My century-long accumulation is gone. All right, I'll find a way to help you recover. Is that acceptable? That is more like it. And my smoking pipe? Very well, I shall retrieve it. Mushi was embraced by Tianji and brought to a place of safety. She gazed at Mushi, who had collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Is it really necessary? It's merely a Jiraiya, not a battle of life and death, dear sister. That is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Can you truly be certain that you can defeat him? How old am I? This is absurd. Mushi cast a lingering glance at her. Without the extraordinary bloodline limit, even Orochimaru would find it challenging to surpass Jiraiya in terms of stamina, much like the unpredictable nature of a 50-50 chance. Unleashing a few powerful techniques would soon leave one drained of chakra. one must ponder the awkwardness of such a situation. The fluctuations in combat prowess are perplexing, characterized by a tendency to thrive in the presence of strength while faltering against weakness. In contrast, Tsunade, upon activating her Ein seal, appears to possess an almost supernatural advantage. Mushi's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The Ein seal? How could I have forgotten about that? The human body constantly emits the spiritual energy and malevolent aura absorbed from the heavens and the earth, and Mushi is no exception. If I were to possess the Ein seal, would it not save me considerable effort when absorbing the spiritual energy and malevolent aura of the universe? As Mushi lifted her gaze, she beheld the alluring attire of Tiantian, which offered a tantalizing glimpse of her figure, a blend of grace and desire. Beneath her serene visage lay a hint of avarice. Can you envision a woman, adorned in the style reminiscent of the water moon Guanyin, standing before you in disarray? For words encapsulate her essence, pure yet desirous. Especially when considering the inadequately covered white steam bun, is this not a test for one who has long been starved? Who could withstand such a trial? Which soul could resist temptation? Tiantian regarded Mushi with a peculiar expression. What was amiss? Why the hesitation? Mushi lightly coughed, pausing momentarily. She retrieved the sun and moon golden wheels, extracting essence from the moon wheel and infusing it into the sun wheel to refine it into a pill. Tianji took a deep breath, already sensing the rich aura of the celestial chakra emanating from the Miaomu mountain. Such a concentration of chakra must have completely drained that deceased toad, hadn't it? Tianji examined the state of the blood closely, realizing for the first time that blood could indeed harbor energy. How did you achieve this? Mushi did not look back, her attention entirely focused on the radiant sun-like orb. One after another, crimson elixirs emerged, each the size of a pigeon's egg, of a quality far superior to those they had previously consumed. I believe the human body possesses several systems for energy circulation. One is the meridian loop. Another is the energy absorption system of the internal organs, and a third is the circulatory system. Unlike the meridians, which are localized, the circulatory system can reach every part of the body. It is the blood vessels that facilitate this, being able to traverse throughout the human form. Furthermore, blood vessels are wider than meridians, enabling a swifter transport of energy, yet they come with a significant drawback, an excessive reliance on the heart. Tianji nodded, acknowledging the marvels of the human body, where cultivation can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. This is one of the reasons they must maintain their human forms. However, this theory has some limitations. Of course, this approach was not originally conceived by Mushi, but rather derived from the malevolent elder of the Zhuxian realm. The primary function of blood refinement is not to absorb the essence of others, but to refine one's own blood to carry spiritual and malevolent energies for cultivation. Unfortunately, the path ultimately taken led to a misstep, resulting in a backlash from the malevolent energy that turned one towards darkness. Mushi exhaled deeply. Having refined over 30 crimson elixirs, after carefully sorting them, she reluctantly handed over nearly 20. Tianji wore an expression of sheer delight, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents as she patted Rixiang Mushi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Young man, my admiration for you grows ever more profound." In her exuberance, her gestures were somewhat exaggerated, causing the bun to burst open, transforming it into a filled pastry. Mushi gazed intently for a while. This was hardly smaller than Hinata's. As she inhaled, a faint fragrance mingled with a subtle aroma of danxiang filled her senses. Such bountiful rewards were a testament to the diligent efforts of Lady Tianjin. There are few like Lady Tianjin, a serpent embodying beauty, wisdom, strength, and discernment. With her eyes nearly squinting in delight, Lady Tianjin regarded Mushi with increasing satisfaction. I, too, am not so remarkable. I have merely claimed a fraction of what is offered. You must be weary. Allow me to escort you home. As Mushi listened to the altered tone of Tianji's voice, soft and gentle, she tilted her head slightly, glancing behind her. If she had a tail, it would surely be perked up and wagging at this moment. Much gratitude to Lady Tianji. Shortly thereafter, Mushi stood at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village bidding farewell to Tianji, observing as she dispelled the summoning technique. With a long exhale, Mushi returned home, promptly conjuring the sun and moon golden wheel, and crafted over 150 crimson elixirs, each the size of an egg. Remarkably, it seemed that when Tai was quite affluent, this accumulation was nearing the level of his past life's Qing dynasty's 6th layer. After tidying up, the crimson elixirs were sealed within a scroll. Mushi reclined on the couch, exhaling a long breath. She had kept her word. The agreement of a 70-30 split was honored. She received 70, while her companion received 30. With a red elixir in hand, Mushi slowly consumed it, diligently refining the essence of this celestial chakra. Channeling it into her Tiantian, she relied on her own energy for assimilation. The purity of Wentai's celestial chakra was overwhelming, making the process somewhat arduous for her. However, with these resources, advancing from the 8th to the 9th layer of Yuqing posed no challenge, and she could indeed lay a solid foundation behind her. Chapter 84. The Cultivation of the Soul After Refining the Red Elixir. Mushi sighed contentedly and rose to prepare a meal. During her leisure time, she outlined her cultivation progress, following her current trajectory. Once she broke through to the 7th layer of Yuqing, it would be time to focus on soul cultivation. At that juncture, she would undoubtedly require Ino's assistance. In the ensuing days, Mushi conveyed her requirements and the methods for enhancing her soul to Yugao. Despite her puzzled expression and evident skepticism, Yugao agreed to summon Ino to assist her. The intricacies of communicating with the clan in the mountains were beyond her understanding, yet a date with Ino was arranged. In the meantime, Mushi visited Shaoli several times. His response time was commendable, reflecting the high caliber of medical ninjas in Konoha. As the finals of the Chunin exams drew near, the pressure on Hongdo and Haru increased significantly, even more than on Mushi herself. To ensure that Mushi maintained her spirits, Hinata Haru insisted that Hongdo stay with her, fearful that Mushi might entertain any troubling thoughts. Mushi greeted and stepped out to cultivate. Today marks the day agreed upon with Jingyi. As Mushi arrived at the daily training session of the Setting Sun group, she found that the others had already gathered, and the atmosphere was tinged with a hint of boredom as they awaited her arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ino soon joined them. "Good morning, Red Sensei Mushi," she greeted, casually adjusting a lock of hair. "Ino has arrived. Have you had breakfast?" inquired the Setting Sun. "I've already eaten. Shall we begin now?" Mushi exhaled softly and nodded. "Well done." Jingyi and Mushi stood facing each other. Jingyi made a gesture, invoking the art of heart-turning. As Mushi suddenly sensed his body becoming crowded, he felt confident in his strength to contest for control with Jingyi. Yet, he chose not to engage in such a struggle, relinquishing his hold on his body with ease and settling cross-legged atop his own head. Slowly, he began to absorb the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth. Utilizing Mushi's body, Jingyi experienced an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her. This sensation was profoundly pleasurable. With each breath, she felt the length of Mushi's inhalation extending infinitely. The energy she drew into her being seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, flowing autonomously and gracefully. "Wow, Teacher Hong, Mushi's body feels truly delightful." Hong Yui paused, momentarily speechless. "What kind of statement is that? Please refrain from engaging in inappropriate actions," she cautioned, her tone reflecting Jingyi's spirited nature. Gazing upwards, she became aware of the energy currents swirling around her, swiftly forming seals for a perception technique. Instantly, she could discern the movements and fluctuations of energy with crystal clarity. Although she could not perceive the soul of Hinata Mushi, the ebb and flow of energy indicated a mysterious disappearance, allowing her to trace his soul's location. This was indeed remarkable. Apart from the clan in the mountains, she had never encountered a soul that could leave its physical form. "Ah, Jingyi." Hong Yui returned to her senses and turned to Jingyi, only to find Hinata Mushi playfully carrying Jingyi around. "Hey, Teacher Hong, Mushi's body is incredibly comfortable," Jingyi exclaimed, seemingly apprehensive that Hong Yui might not grasp her meaning. She elaborated, "Mushi's embrace feels so effortless, and it seems his body nourishes the soul. I sense my own essence growing stronger." Setting her body beneath a tree, she positioned herself comfortably. Just as she was about to move, she noticed something amiss and adjusted the hanging bun, knowing it would cause discomfort upon her return. Hong Yui pondered. Is she taking advantage of her own situation? Bouncing energetically before Hong Yui with an undeniably feminine grace, her presence caused Hong Yui's brows to furrow in unease. Teacher Hong, residing within Mushi's body is truly wonderful. It provides a warmth to the soul that feels remarkable. Moreover, Mushi's strength is quite formidable. Approaching a boulder nearly half her height, she struck it with a punch, producing a resounding crash. Suddenly, Jingyi realized that the invigorating sensation of nurturing her soul enhanced her speed and clarity during movement. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she found herself unable to cease her activities, engaging in everything without a hint of pause. Hong Yui glanced upward, wondering if Mushi was aware of this development. As noon approached, she called out, "Mushi, shall we go eat?" In a state of the soul, Mushi took a deep breath, observing the self beneath her, clumsily climbing trees and scaling walls. With a slight furrow of her brow, she found herself at a loss for words. Upon returning to her own body, Jingyi seemed to sense the shift as well. Once ensconced in her corporeal form, a wave of discomfort washed over her aches, pains, and a heaviness in her breath that felt burdensome. She lifted her arm, only to be met with a singular sensation of soreness. How could it be compared? Mushi, why is your body so utterly at ease? Mushi meticulously organized her clothing, exhaling deeply as her soul seamlessly melded with her body, harmonizing their energies in a slow and steady equilibrium. She felt an exquisite sensation at that moment, a result of her diligent cultivation, which had allowed her to transcend certain physical boundaries. Concerned that Jingyi might not comprehend her, Mushi continued, explaining that invisible chains bound the strength of her body. Only by shattering these chains could one unleash their true potential. Shiri Hong smiled, noting that this theory closely resembled that of a Kai. To break the chains, she began, but Mushi abruptly paused, choosing not to elaborate further. What else can we do? Let us go have a meal, she suggested. Jingyi, undeterred, pursued her with curiosity, pressing, what else can we do? Cultivate, Mushi replied, glancing at Shaoli. Jingyi's expression fell completely. At noon, Shiri Hong treated the two to ramen. Mushi's appetite surged, yet she hesitated to indulge. Upon returning to the training ground in the afternoon, they found Hinata and the others had also arrived. Shiri Hong's focus became divided, particularly fixating on young Shino, as he was the sole member of their group who had successfully passed the second examination. Mushi remained in a meditative state high above, engrossed in her cultivation. Upon learning that the soul residing within Mushi belonged to Ino, Hinata was taken aback. She hesitated, feeling it imperative as Mushi's fiancé to caution Ino against any excessive actions. Yet, Ino was the first to share a bond with Mushi, which rendered the situation rather peculiar. Mushi paused. What is it, Hinata? Suddenly recalling matters concerning the Hyuga clan, realization dawned upon her. Affectionately patting Hinata's shoulder, she reassured, do not worry, I shall exercise discretion. Hinata felt a wave of guilt wash over her, especially in the face of Ino's bright smile. Yes, I apologize. Chapter 85. Is the sun shining brightly? What of it? It is entirely reasonable to keep a closer watch on one's own partner. My mother did the same. Hinata felt somewhat relieved, softly exhaling as she whispered, please refrain from any extreme actions. Extreme actions? Mushi Ino scratched her head in confusion. After pondering for a while, her eyes brightened as she instinctively glanced around. Teacher Yui Kurenai was instructing Kiba and Akamaru in their training, while Shino was diligently practicing nearby. Noticing no one was paying attention to them, Ino gently draped her arm around Hinata's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Hey, Hinata, have you and Mushi been up to something naughty? Hinata froze, hastily denying, no. Mushi would never do anything wrong. The clan elders are watching. I wouldn't either. Ino paused, evidently not grasping the meaning, and whispered a few words into Hinata's ear. Hinata's face flushed crimson. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She now understood how to write the characters for Big and Wood. Seeing that Hinata remained silent for an extended period, Ino smirked playfully. Hinata, what is that kind of experience like? Hinata lowered her head, wishing she could bury herself in her own hill. Ino glanced at Hinata and discerned that she was quite easy to tease, likely having been thoroughly bullied by Mushi. Teacher Kurenai, Hinata and I will step out for a moment. Return promptly, Kurenai replied. Ino nodded and swiftly pulled Hinata away. They strolled, dined, and engaged in various activities, resembling a couple in the throes of young love. Hinata felt a sense of relief as Ino refrained from probing into the embarrassing matters. However, she experienced an odd sensation. She had never gone shopping with Mushi before, which imbued her with a feeling akin to being in love. She quickly patted her slightly dazed face. After all, Ino now inhabited Mushi's body. As evening approached, Mushi opened her eyes, her soul feeling remarkably clear and invigorated. The sensation of having rested well was exceedingly pleasant. A glance around caused Mushi to freeze in shock. She had lost herself. The soul endlessly wanders about, accompanied not only by the crimson sunset, the dog with sharpened teeth, and the oil woman, Shino, but also by a figure leaning against a tree, Akino. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Mushi's heart. Surely, Jingyi would not resort to using his body for something so dire? No, it couldn't be. Her spirit surged forth, propelled by an instinctual urgency. As the crimson sun set, she lifted her gaze, a slight frown creasing her brow. The sensation of energy coalescing had vanished. Had it departed? Mushi arrived above the hidden leaf village, casting a sweeping glance, yet failing to catch sight of Ino. Following a subtle intuition, she soared towards a narrow alleyway. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. Indeed, one fears what one does not wish to encounter. Entering the alley, she beheld herself pinning Hinata against the wall, poised to force a kiss. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she struggled valiantly, uncertain whether her eyes deceived her. Meanwhile, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. By the heavens! Ino, you wretched fiend! Mushi surged into the body, vying for control, rubbing her wrist as a stormy expression darkened her face. Jingyi, do not act this way. Mushi's expression darkened as she recalled what Ino had just done. Was she really going to gift him a hat? Ino, whose spirit had been forced into the recesses of her body, wore an awkward expression. Hinata, it is I. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident. Clearly having been deceived by Ino moments earlier, Mushi took a deep breath and leaned close to Hinata's ear, imparting knowledge related to H, W, K, and Z. Only then did Hinata exhale in relief, nestling into Mushi's embrace with a sense of vulnerability. After a moment of tenderness, they made their way back to the training grounds of the Yuhi Red team. Upon returning to her own body, Ino furrowed her brow and stretched lazily, immediately feeling an array of discomfort. It was not merely the result of having maintained a single posture for too long. She also missed the comforting sensation that Mushi's body provided, which nourished her soul. As she exhaled and twisted her neck, she caught sight of Mushi regarding her with an unfriendly expression. Oh, haha, I just wanted to test it out. Mushi, disinterested in her, noticed that the sky was rapidly darkening. A few of them returned to Konoha for dinner. This time, Mushi generously treated them, for her gains had been substantial. During the meal, Ino suddenly inquired, Mushi, will you continue to train like this tomorrow? Mushi was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with astonishment as she turned to issue instructions to Hinata. After agreeing on their battle cry, she cast a vigilant glance at Ino. Ino offered an awkward smile, continuing to savor her meal. As Yuhi Kurenai observed the trio, her brow furrowed slightly, perplexed by their complex dynamics despite their youth. Tomorrow, we shall train for the entire day and then take a break afterward, Kurenai proposed, prompting a collective pause among them. Teacher Kurenai, why is that? Inazuka Kiba inquired. Woof. Akamaru. Kurenai continued, in just a few days, we will face the third round of the Chunin exams. Previously, Shino and Mushi have already communicated, leaving a few days for them to adjust their conditions. Rest is also an integral part of training. She slurped a mouthful of noodles and added, moreover, individuals from other nations will be returning, nobles, high-ranking officials, and so forth. We must remain vigilant, as there are indeed many who wish to see Konoha's dissolution. The group fell silent. Such topics were laden with heaviness, often intertwined with the specter of war. Who among them had not suffered loss due to conflict? Enough of such discussions. Let us focus on our meal, Kurenai advised, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The following day unfolded. In the lofty skies, Mushi's spirit began to absorb the ethereal essence and malevolent energy of the heavens and the earth. In the meantime, Ino, brimming with excitement, eagerly pulled Hinata out for a shopping spree. This time, Hinata, having gained experience, was no longer rendered bashful by Ino's antics. Ino, too, exercised restraint, shedding the brazen demeanor she had displayed the previous day, instead embracing the innocent joy of a simple outing between young girls. The anxiety that had long weighed on Hinata's heart finally dissipated. Yesterday had merely been a prank orchestrated by Ino. Suddenly, Ino trembled, her previous gentleness replaced by the confident, carefree demeanor of Mushi. With a sigh of relief, Hinata whispered, Mushi, you have returned. Mushi nodded gently and embraced Hinata, causing her cheeks to flush with color. Shall we find a place? Without waiting for Hinata's response, he took her hand and led her toward the alley. Wait, the password. Hinata abruptly released Mushi's hand, eyeing him with suspicion. Mushi's expression stiffened as she swallowed hard. Please, go ahead. Hinata cleared her throat and asked, Is the sun shining brightly today, Mushi-kun? Ino, observing Hinata's unwavering gaze, was left utterly speechless. What kind of absurd code was this? She looked up at the sky and contemplated its brightness. Hinata then turned and walked away towards the training grounds, with Ino trailing behind her, dejected. After Mushi concluded her training and returned to her body, she shared a meal with Shiyu and the others. Chapter 86, Another Disturbance. Together with Hinata, she ventured to the Hyuga clan's territory. Mushi suddenly inquired, Is the sun shining brightly, Hinata? Hinata, caught off guard, broke into a smile and promptly nestled into Mushi's embrace, feeling a touch of shyness as she softly recounted Ino's mischief. Mushi tenderly ruffled her hair. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan's doorstep, Mushi watched Hinata enter. Suddenly, Hinata turned back to gaze at Mushi, her face flushed with embarrassment. Mushi. My cat can do backflips. Aye. Mushi was taken aback. This was the excuse she had previously used to deceive Hinata, and now it was being employed against her. Ha. Hinata, my cat can even concoct elixirs for immortality. Would you care to witness it? Hinata, flustered, stamped her foot and was about to flee in embarrassment when Mushi grasped her hand. Do not say that your cat can perform backflips. I would be eager to see even your ants nesting. Mushi gently grasped Hinata's hand and quietly slipped into her room. The scene was much the same as the last visit. Mushi felt that after a few more visits, she would be more familiar with this place than her own home. She entered the bathroom directly to freshen up, emerging afterward wrapped in Hinata's bath towel, which felt slightly too small. Hinata's cheeks flushed with crimson, and she dared not look at Mushi, repeatedly questioning herself as to why her courage had grown so audacious. The etiquette instilled by her mother was entirely forgotten, leaving her in a state of confusion about what to do next. Should she expel Mushi? Yet, a part of her felt reluctant. Miss Hinata, do you require my assistance? Mushi inquired. Startled, Hinata realized Mushi's hand had already ventured too close. And no, it's fine. I can manage myself, she hurriedly replied as she rushed back into the bathroom. Mushi waited for an extended period, yet Hinata did not emerge. He was well aware that Hinata possessed a rather timid disposition, rarely displaying boldness. The sounds of water from the bathroom gradually diminished, yet she remained inside. It appeared he needed to intervene. Rising to his feet, Mushi approached the bathroom with deliberate slowness, fully aware that Hinata was likely attuned to his every movement. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Hinata's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat, as she lamented her own confusion. If her parents were to discover her predicament, how profoundly disappointed they would be. As Mushi's footsteps drew ever closer, Hinata heard the sound of the door opening, her face flushing a deep crimson. She instinctively reached for a towel, only to realize with a jolt that her own was already wrapped around Mushi's form. An alternate towel? Suddenly frozen in place. She was struck with the alarming realization that her spare towel was nowhere to be found. Hinata felt on the brink of tears, at the threshold of the bathroom. Mushi's silhouette loomed like some mythical creature of the mountains or the sea. In an instant, it brought back memories of the torment she had endured in the past. Helpless, she smothered her rabbit in despair. With one hand shielding her modesty, she tightly shut her eyes, repeating to herself, You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Mushi, utilizing her true essence, unlocked the bathroom door and beheld Hinata cowering in the corner, murmuring to herself. How amusing it was. As if she were trying to mask her own trepidation. As Mushi approached, the words of Hinata became discernible, nearly eliciting a chuckle. Where has Hinata gone? She pondered, recalling her presence just moments ago in the bathroom. She gently closed the door and extinguished the light, positioning herself in a spot where Hinata could scarcely detect her. After a brief moment of silence, Hinata exhaled slowly, and upon opening her eyes, she was indeed met with emptiness, prompting an instinctive sigh of relief. Yet an overwhelming sense of despondency washed over her. The vulnerability in Hinata's voice, fraught with a near sob, tugged at the heartstrings, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Mushi quietly appeared behind her and suddenly pulled. Ah! Hinata exclaimed in fright. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her mind went blank. She was utterly unaware of how she had returned to the couch. Just as Mushi was about to make a move, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Hinata? Have you returned? In an instant, both of them came to their senses, staring wide-eyed at each other. Mushi turned over with Hinata in his arms, positioning her to lie sideways facing the door while he nestled behind her. Speak softly, lest my mother-in-law should enter, he whispered. Hinata's heart raced, and she endeavored to compose herself. Mother, I have already gone to bed, she called out. So early? The door creaked open. We're doomed, they both thought. Mushi suddenly covered his head with the quilt, pressing closely against Hinata's back, striving to conceal their presence as two individuals. His arms encircled Hinata's waist. Was the training too arduous? The voice of his mother-in-law resonated above him, and Mushi could hear Hinata's heartbeat. The room was dimly lit, and once assured that his mother had not discovered them, Hinata exhaled in relief, revealing a smile. It's fine, Mom. Teacher Hong takes good care of me. That's good to hear. Hong is much more capable than your father. He only knows how to urge you on in your training. Not having been found. Mushi also breathed a sigh of relief. If they were caught, Hyuga Hizashi would have torn him apart on the spot. The last encounter had been so perilous. And this one was no different. It seemed that a change of venue was in order, His own home would be preferable. As he relaxed, Mushi realized how closely he and Hinata were pressed together. Hinata was warm, soft, smooth, and fragrant. Her expression shifted through various shades as she maintained a facade of composure while conversing with her mother. Gritting his teeth, Mushi silently cursed. What was this rascal doing? His actions left her in a state of discomfort, nearly driving her to madness. Suddenly, Mushi's hand was seized by his mother-in-law. Hinata was on the verge of tears, desperately suppressing her emotions. Mushi swallowed hard. This was dire. The tension made him feel a twinge of pain, almost causing him to cry out. Unbeknownst to his mother-in-law, the hand she had grasped was not Hinata's. Hinata, soon you'll be a grown woman. I've spoken to you about many things, she said. Hinata discreetly extended her pinned hand, lightly pressing her fingers against her lips, sucking on them. This was a gesture only infants exhibited, but Hinata felt compelled to do so to stifle any shameful sounds. How old was she, still gnawing on her fingers? How rude. Releasing Mushi's hand, his mother-in-law quickly seized Hinata's hand instead. Hinata was on the verge of tears, struggling to contain herself. She could only restrain Mushi's movements, gripping his thigh tightly. Wah, Hinata, what's wrong? Her mother-in-law noted something amiss in her voice and felt Hinata's forehead. Why are you so hot? And no, it's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. After a closer examination, her mother concluded it was not a fever, but rather the warmth from physical exertion. In the future, after training, don't lie down immediately. Take some time to calm your body. Understood, Mom. Well then, you should rest. Training can be quite exhausting. Hinata, as if grasping a lifeline, watched her mother depart and gently closed the door behind her. Chapter 87. The Enigma of Stamina. The sound could no longer be suppressed. Mushi turned Hinata over and kissed her. Her mother-in-law had not wandered far and could still overhear something. As midnight approached, Mushi stealthily exited the Hyuga clan residence. Making her way back home, Mushi exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity and refreshment. A thought struck her regarding the clan. She recalled the woman she encountered at the elder's residence. She had promised to provide for her and ensure her well-being. Mushi let out a sigh, turning to walk in another direction. Having long since inquired about her home, she arrived at the door and cast a discerning glance inside. The woman was sound asleep, cradling a child, her brow furrowed in deep sorrow. Observing their circumstances, it was evident that life was a struggle, particularly as the child was still quite young and dependent. Even with some modest means, it was insufficient to weather the trials they faced. Mushi exhaled softly, leaping into the courtyard and scaling the widow's wall. After catching her breath, she gently knocked on the door. Who is it? The woman was instantly roused. Sister, it is I. The woman furrowed her brows. Pondering for a moment, unable to recall, Mushi added, your man. It seemed the woman remembered something, her complexion flushing slightly, only to be followed by an icy demeanor. Noticing her reluctance to open the door, Mushi directly used her spiritual energy to unlock it. In the midst of the woman's astonished gaze, she placed a stack of silver notes upon the nearby cabinet. Mushi smiled gently. I have promised to take care of you, she said, lightly caressing her somewhat wan face before turning to leave. Upon exiting the door, she slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to ask her name. Her intentions were solely to assist her kin, not driven by any desire for beauty. With this thought, Mushi felt her spirits lift considerably. Upon returning home, Sister Chunmu had already retired for the night. Mushi refrained from intruding, primarily because he felt content. With only a few days remaining until the third round of the Chunin exam, time was of the essence. Muki accompanied Hinata and others to the hospital. Not out of his own desire, but rather because Hinata insisted on his presence. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she possessed a far superior understanding of social niceties compared to Muki. Since it was Muki who had injured Lee, he made it a point to visit frequently, ensuring that their relationship would not deteriorate. The Hyuga clan offers specialized courses to instruct its members in such matters. Mushi has only just learned. Observing Hinata as she selects flowers from the Ino family and fruits. In the midst of this, Sakura Haruno has also joined them. Mushi followed behind three girls, indeed carrying items. Glancing at the sky, she realized it was nearly noon. Mushi still lacked vitality, having been dragged up early by Hinata, seemingly as a form of retribution, refusing to allow him the luxury of sleep. The affairs at hand revealed the natural advantages held by women. Mushi had initially displayed a fierce demeanor, with the fatigue only manifesting later. The memory of Hinata's captivating yet timid expression sent a shiver down his spine. The skirmishes resembled a tiger descending from the mountains, while the prolonged battles felt like a common flaw among men. Mushi, hurry up. What's wrong with you? Ino suddenly turned around and called out, snapping Mushi back to reality. He exhaled deeply and quickened his pace to catch up. The endurance of women has always been an enigma. When engaged in serious matters, they tire quickly, yet when indulging in frivolities, they seem to possess boundless energy, often yielding to exhaustion only after numerous attempts to keep pace. Upon mentioning shopping, it was as if a genetic switch had been flipped, unleashing unlimited stamina and chakra. Even Mushi, a professional body-refining ninja, felt the ache in his feet, while they remained exuberant. Finally, they arrived at the hospital, where Mushi felt as though he had spotted a savior. At the entrance, the staff were absent, having gone for a meal. Sakura picked up a notebook. Oh, what day is it today? So many people have come to visit the patients. She pointed to the name on the list, Nara Shikamaru. After filling out the entry and visitation records, the group proceeded towards the hospital room. As Mushi hastily followed, he suddenly paused, glancing back towards the entrance, yet perceiving nothing amiss. With a slight furrow of his brow, he sensed an uncanny accuracy in his intuition, one that had accompanied him since his initial foray into this unfamiliar realm. Someone had entered the hospital, trailing closely behind them, following in the footsteps of a few others. They arrived at the door of the ward, where the group dispersed, neither too few nor too many. Their collective presence would have disrupted the tranquility of the room. Hinata, leading the way, made her way towards Xiaoli's hospital room. In that moment, she was no longer the timid figure she once was. A subtle smile graced her lips, reflecting her remarkably buoyant spirits. Mushi followed closely behind her, observing the exuberant Hinata, who seemed almost ready to take flight. What could be the source of such joy? Hinata's movements froze momentarily, but she quickly reverted to her gentle demeanor, lowering her head bashfully. Mushi, my esteemed father has invited you to our home for dinner this evening. Mushi smiled gently and leaned closer to her ear, inquiring, can you endure this? Hinata's expression instantly froze, but she soon responded, no, I cannot allow you to stay overnight. Very well, let us both take a rest. Ignoring the bashful Hinata, Mushi entered Xiaoli's hospital room. Pushing the door open, she found Xiaoli deep in slumber, clearly practicing the technique she had imparted to him. Activating her Byakugan, she observed the smooth flow of his chakra, noting that the majority of the celestial energy he had absorbed had contributed to his recovery. Nodding in approval, she acknowledged that this method was far more challenging than merely consolidating chakra, and its efficiency was considerably lower. Nonetheless, Xiaoli's progress was commendable. After placing her belongings down, Hinata arranged the flowers in a vase. Xiaoli, Mushi has come to see you. You must rest well. He is eagerly awaiting your duel. Just like Teacher Guy and Teacher Kakashi. Without concern for whether Xiaoli could hear her, she spoke a few words before taking Mushi's hand and departing. Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly, noting that Hinata harbored quite a few grievances. The state of Rock Lee was of little consequence. Whether he could hear or not mattered not, for this was merely a means of conveying information to others. The Umbu guarding the infirmary were likely Kakashi's former subordinates. It is only natural to consider that Hinata, being groomed as a clan heir, would receive some form of special training. As she turned a corner, she came face to face with someone. Gaara. Gaara glared at Mushi with a menacing aura, yet remained silent. Mushi cast a scrutinizing glance at him. Sensing the imposing demeanor of Gaara, was he about to take action? Just as she was about to speak, Hinata unexpectedly positioned herself in front of Mushi. Regarding Gaara with an unfriendly expression, Mushi observed Hinata with amusement, akin to a mother hen guarding her chicks. He understood Gaara's sentiments. Having suffered a setback during their encounter in the Forest of Death, now he merely sought to reclaim his lost honor. He and Gaara were slated to compete in the same examination, and he anticipated facing him there. However, the collapse of the Konoha plan cast doubt on whether he would ever have the opportunity to confront Mushi again, as the competition was likely to be halted. Suddenly, the cork from Gaara's gourd fell to the ground, and sand began to flow gently downward, gradually making its way towards Mushi. Mushi positioned herself protectively behind Hinata, poised to demonstrate the fruits of her recent training. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Might Guy, the examination is imminent. I advise you to conserve your strength for the competition ahead. Chapter 88. Resilience of the body. Gaara fixed his gaze upon Might Guy for an extended period, while the grains of sand continued to advance cautiously. Mushi, peering from behind Guy, smiled amiably at Gaara. Did he still wish to test his mettle against Might Guy? One swift kick would send him packing, a one-way ticket to oblivion. With a firm stomp, Might Guy scattered the approaching sand with a shockwave. Gaara cast another glance at Might Guy, his expression revealing an acknowledgement of his inability to prevail. Undeterred, he shot a look at Mushi, who responded with a gentle smile. Observing Gaara as he gradually retreated, accompanied by the relentless swirling of sand, He returned to his gourd. Once Gaara vanished through the doorway, my guy turned to scrutinize Hinata, ensuring that this little ancestor was unharmed. Only then did he shift his attention to Mushi, about to utter a remark, but instead swallowed his words and opted for, prepare well for the examination. As he passed by Mushi, Kakashi appeared behind her, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Mushi raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone who maintains an equal footing with everyone undoubtedly possesses considerable skill. Teacher Akai, what are your thoughts on the matter I previously entrusted to Shaoli? Akai paused, turning around to gaze deeply at Mushi. I must forewarn you about something. The 8 gates of Duinjia, oftentimes, can only be employed once, for once utilized, it leads to one's demise. Mushi nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Hinata's complexion turned pale as she grasped Mushi's arm, urging her to refrain from learning such perilous ninjutsu. One must possess adequate physical prowess to even consider it. As you are aware, Teacher Kai, I can match Lee's speed when he opens the 5th gate. So I am not lacking in taijutsu, she asserted. Teacher Kai nodded in response, instructing her to see him after the examination concluded. Very well, thank you, Teacher Kai. She replied graciously. Muki gazed at the 2 departing figures, her heart heavy with concern for Hinata as she walked away. Kakashi turned slightly, ensuring that Hyuga Muki had indeed left, and inquired, are you certain you wish to teach him? The 8 gates technique has always lingered on the verge of obscurity. I fear that if something were to happen, it would vanish entirely. Hyuga Muki is commendable. He is capable of keeping pace with Lee, yet has not surpassed his physical limits, indicating that his physical attributes are evidently superior to those of Lee. Niji is also impressive, yet lacks the extraordinary physique that Lee possesses. Entering Lee's room, he found him still enveloped in slumber. A concerned guy inquired about his condition. Kakashi activated his Sharingan to assess the situation and remarked, there appears to be no serious issue. I have also sought the counsel of others, and it seems to be indicative of a slight presence of sage chakra. Guy nodded in acknowledgement. Mushi and Hinata visited other wards once again. Hinata clasped Mushi's arm and said, Mushi, I entrust you with the techniques of Huitian and Kongzhang. Please refrain from learning that perilous ninjutsu, all right? Mushi was taken aback for a moment, then affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, rest assured, I have no intention of perishing. I am not so despondent. I pursue knowledge merely to broaden my horizons. Hinata momentarily accepted this, though her concern lingered in her eyes. Upon encountering Choji and Naruto, Hinata greeted them briefly before taking Mushi by the hand and walking away. Arriving at their usual training ground, Hinata assumed a 3-body stance and said, Mushi, I humbly request your guidance. Mushi gazed at her earnest demeanor and smiled gently, adjusting her attire. She noted that neither of them was clad in their training garments today. Their clothing was relatively loose, rendering it unsuitable for sparring. Mushi tossed a roll of bandages to Hinata, wrapping her loose garments around her hands and feet before assuming her stance once more. With a playful smile, she initiated a basic punching posture, transitioning into a 3-body stance. Hinata gazed intently at Mushi, preparing herself, and immediately launched an attack, engaging in a spirited exchange with Mushi. What, one might ponder, is the essence of martial arts. The crux of combat lies in a singular objective, to vanquish the opponent. In this realm, the ultimate aim is to eliminate the adversary. Thus, the purpose of a striking technique is to maximize lethality while conserving energy to the greatest extent possible. It is quite clear that martial arts, in essence, distills these techniques into the realm of skill. In other words, martial arts remain unaffected by the nature of the world in which they are practiced. In an early cultivation world like Xuxian, the core of martial arts revolves around true essence, and its efficacy remains unchanged. In Mushi's original world, devoid of true essence or spiritual energy, the driving force behind martial arts was sheer physical strength, and its effectiveness was likewise unaltered. Now, with the core of operation transformed to chakra, one can naturally expect no detriment to its influence. Mushi deliberately lured her opponent, engaging in a spirited exchange with Hinata. Eager to achieve results, Hinata fell into Mushi's trap. A punch landed on her abdomen, not with great force, but enough to inflict a momentary pain, serving as a reminder. The essence of a punch lies not merely in strength, but in delivering that strength deep within to inflict true damage. Gradually, Hinata became drenched in sweat, her stamina waning. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Wiping the perspiration trickling down her cheeks, she accepted the water Mushi offered, and, after taking a sip, she suddenly realized. Mu surprisingly felt no sweat. That evening, she accompanied Hinata to meet Hyuga Hisashi. Where is father? Hinata inquired, stopping a servant. Miss Hinata, The clan leader is in the study. Without hesitation, Hinata led Mu to the study, but upon reaching the door, she suddenly faltered. Mu, you go in. Mu, she felt a sense of confusion, as if she had stepped into a scene reminiscent of an execution ground. Very well, you may take your leave now. But do remember to cleanse yourself. Mushi whispered softly in Hinata's ear, inhaling deeply. The mingling scent of sweat and Hinata's fragrance filled her nostrils. The warmth emanating from Hinata's neck flushed her cheeks crimson, and coupled with Mushi's entranced demeanor, it made Hinata wish she could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Do not jest. There are others watching. Are you implying that when no one is around, it's acceptable? Father, Mushi was about to elaborate, but Hinata abruptly interrupted her and promptly hurried away. Mushi raised an eyebrow, her expression transforming into one of solemnity. Chief, she said, please come in. Mushi pushed the door open and stepped out. The study was adorned in a relatively simple manner. Where Xiang Rizu sat at the desk, lost in deep contemplation. Mushi stood before him, uttering not a single word, simply remaining there in serene silence. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent contest, both utterly still. After an extended period of this stillness, Xiang Rizuo finally spoke. After Mushi took her seat, she remained silent, and Xiang Rizu did not press her for answers. Following the Chunin exams, there was no turning back. Mushi understood the words spoken by Hinata Hizashi. He was aware that the third Hokage was destined to perish, a fate he could neither prevent nor wish to thwart. Following the third's demise, it was likely that Sister Akane would be heartbroken, for the third had shown her a measure of care. Mushi bowed his head in silence, while the sun, too, was lost in its own world. Oftentimes, matters between men are quite simple. They merely require an utterly tranquil space for contemplation. Chapter 89. The Reason Behind the Fall of the Thousand Hands. After the demise of the third Hokage, who do you believe is capable of ascending to the position of Hokage? Mushi glanced at Hinata Hizashi with a hint of surprise. How could this fellow possess such keen insight? His calm demeanor, akin to that of a divine observer, was indeed remarkable. Even now, he was contemplating the distribution of benefits following the demise of the third Hokage. Given Hinata's current prowess, he undoubtedly held significant influence at the negotiating table. However, was this something I could involve myself in? After all, I am not part of the Hinata leadership. I calmly sipped my tea, feigning ignorance. Hinata Hizashi, undeterred, patiently awaited my response. After a considerable pause, Mushi tentatively inquired, Danzo? Hinata Hizashi smiled and nodded, affirming my thoughts. Thus, I advise you to refrain from overthinking. Mushi interrupted directly, stating that Danzo's ascension to power would not necessarily find favor with Mito Menyen and Tien Kamaki. Hayashi Haijie expressed some surprise, inquiring why that might be the case. A man who has long dwelled in the shadows, possessing spies within every ninja clan, how could one possibly admire such a figure? Compared to the third Hokage, every ninja clan would prefer Danzo's demise. While he could not ascertain the thoughts of others, he was certain of his own. A leader who cannot compromise or balance interests will only subject his subordinates to undue hardship, incapable of quelling dissenting voices. Such a fool would find no loyalty among his followers, unless, of course, he offers them substantial rewards. Hayashi Haijie suddenly fell silent and asked, Who do you think it might be? Mushi pondered how to express himself in a manner that would instill belief in him. With a deep exhale, a strategy formed in his mind. He was uncertain who would ascend to power. Should the third Hokage truly have perished, it would inevitably lead to the elevation of someone from the Hokage lineage, with the legendary Sannin being the most esteemed candidates. Firstly, one must possess the ability to mediate and resolve the conflicts among the various ninja clans. Secondly, it is essential to command significant respect and influence among both the common folk and the feudal lords, possibly even stemming from noble lineage. Suddenly, Mushi fell silent, realizing that the individual chosen by the third Hokage was none other than Naruto. However, Naruto still had much to learn, and his path had yet to be fully established. Thirdly, one must have substantial power within the village. Hinata Hizashi observed Mushi, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he were on the verge of revealing someone's measurements. What a pretentious display. The Senju clan was indeed well suited for this role. Hizashi understood well that the direct descendants of the Senju clan were nearly extinct, yet many of the collateral branches had integrated into the village. They were far from eradicated. There must be some remnants to trace. Commoners, ninja clans, and even high-ranking officials close to the feudal lords, along with the wives of various lords, all contributed to a remarkably rich political legacy and an immense reservoir of prestige. Mushi gradually realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder the heir of the Senju clan, Ju, had to face such a dire fate. The threat was simply too immense. However, with such overt and covert actions being taken, how could there be no traces left behind? What led to the demise of the direct descendants of the Senju clan? Hyuga Hazashi observed Mushi's cautious demeanor, his expression darkening slightly, as if he had recalled some unfortunate events. Are you aware of how Tsunade's hemophobia originated? Mushi was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned. In the past, Senju Hashirama had subdued the Nine Tails using wood release, which subsequently led to the establishment of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. However, after Hashirama's demise, the wood release technique fell into obscurity. The only means left for the village to suppress the tailed beasts was through the Sharingan. Yet the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan was strained, culminating in the catastrophic events of the Night of the Nine Tails, when the Sharingan was employed to control the rampaging beast. This incident further plunged their relationship into an icy chasm. The death of the fourth Hokage dealt a severe blow to the Hokage lineage. And I suspect that the animosity towards the Uchiha clan was sown during that tumultuous time. Hinata Hayashi's voice drifted softly through the air, recounting these historical events as though narrating a tale. Long before the conflict erupted in earnest, Konoha had embarked on an ambitious endeavor, dedicating the collective efforts of the village to research Hashirama's cells, hoping to produce another would-release user. The dual motives were to suppress the Uchiha clan and to control the Nine Tails. Alas, this endeavor ultimately met with failure, and the plan was left in ruins, sealed away. Hinata Hayashi cast a glance at Mushi and posed a rhetorical question. Can you guess where those who participated in the experiments came from? Mushi's countenance darkened, astonished that any clan could be so foolish as to allow themselves to be slaughtered. Slaughter? Heh, you remain unaware of the formidable nature of wood release. Once you grasp its essence, the notion of slaughter will seem utterly misplaced. Hinata Hayashi murmured softly. The Senju clan has once again given rise to a new Hashirama Senju. And now the entire shinobi world is under the dominion of the Senju family. It was merely a gamble, albeit one they lost. After a brief silence, Hinata Hayashi continued. Since you have faith in Tsunade, let us lay the groundwork for her ascent. Mushi was taken aback. No, I merely meant to say. A person capable of liberating a caged bird from its confines must possess remarkable insight. In the realm of genius, one is always set apart from the ordinary. Mushi, upon hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, the two immediately shifted the subject of their conversation. To what stage have you progressed with Hinata? Mushi felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how to respond. Having done both what was right and what was wrong, was it truly expected of him to assume the role of a grandfather at such an early stage? Noticing Mushi's silence, the speaker continued, Hinata is still young, gentle in nature, fragile, helpless, and pitiful. Do not take advantage of her vulnerability. As Mushi reminisced about Hinata's fervent dedication during her studies, her somewhat frenzied demeanor nearly caused him to strain his back, prompting him to clear his throat. Father, dinner is ready, Hinata's voice echoed, bringing a sigh of relief to both, as their forced conversation had been rather uncomfortable. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, rose first and made his way outside. After dinner, Mushi chose not to stay the night, stepping out of the main family gate under Hinata's wistful gaze. He couldn't fathom why, despite her youth, Hinata possessed such a relentless obsession. Upon returning home, he found Sister Chuinmu busy preparing a meal, and he offered to assist her. After sharing a meal with her, Mushi retreated to his room for some rest. However, he found himself restless, as he had become accustomed to the presence of another person over the years. Sleeping alone felt oddly disconcerting. Sitting cross-legged to find his center, he took out the red dan and commenced his training. In the dead of night, a powerful aura erupted around Mushi, dispersing like a gust of wind before coalescing back around him. The surrounding spiritual and malevolent energies rapidly converged, being absorbed into his body. He had reached the 7th layer of the Jade Purity realm. At this level, he was capable of engaging with some ordinary practitioners of the Upper Clarity realm. Most mid-tier combatants on Qing'an Mountain were at this stage. In this world, Mushi had finally acquired a measure of self-defense. As long as he wasn't dealt a decisive blow, he could evade many adversaries. Rising from his meditative state, Mushi found himself coated in a fine sheen of perspiration, slightly sticky, prompting him to take a quick shower. The following morning, he was roused early by Sister Chuinmu, who chattered incessantly, reminiscent of a mother's repeated admonitions before an important exam. Mushi quietly listened to Sister Chuinmu as she spoke of the precautions to take during the battle. Chapter 90. Before entering the arena, Mushi understood that at this moment, Haruki-chan was even more anxious than herself. With a faint smile, She suddenly felt that the Chunin exams resembled a Konoha version of the college entrance examination. Did you hear that clearly? Seeing Haruki-chan's somewhat unfriendly expression, Mushi quickly replied, I've noted it down. I've noted it down. Now, please repeat it once more. Hinata Haruki cast a disgruntled glare at him, fully aware of the troublesome thoughts consuming this little brat's mind. To heed his words would mark the beginning of her torment. In battle, some adversaries feign weakness, appearing to struggle, while they secretly gather their strength for a decisive blow. Listening to Haruki's incessant chatter, he suddenly felt that this lifestyle was rather agreeable. Upon stepping outside, just as he exited the Hyuga clan's territory, he spotted Hinata standing at the entrance. She was clad in a cerulean jacket and cropped trousers, revealing her delicate ankles. Not long ago, he had held those very ankles in his hands. Cough, cough. Best not to dwell on that. Further contemplation would surely invite trouble. Hinata, somewhat bored, was idly kicking at stones, her gaze cast downward, lost in her thoughts. Mushi quietly approached and covered her eyes, wondering which family's girl had been caught by her. Though she intended to drag her into the thicket, Hinata's face flushed, and she swiftly turned to deliver a punch to Mushi. She wished to utter words of encouragement, but upon recalling Mushi's prowess, she swallowed her words. Mushi reached out and pulled Hinata into his embrace, reminding her to be cautious while watching the match. Hinata, caught off guard and slightly bewildered, was about to inquire further when suddenly, Mushi kissed her. In an instant, her body went limp, and all thoughts faded away. After releasing Hinata, Mushi glanced at her drowsy form and let out a soft chuckle before turning to depart. As he passed by Tiantian's shop, he spotted her figure from a distance. Upon noticing Mushi approaching, she greeted him with the same enthusiasm as in the days when he sold rice balls, waving her hand in salutation. Not content with just that, she swiftly dashed over and leapt into Mushi's embrace. Mushi felt a sense of helplessness. Is today's fortune and love truly so abundant? He opened his arms to embrace Tiantian. The little girl, a year his senior, became increasingly clingy after their relationship blossomed. She nestled her head against Mushi's chest, saying, I missed you so much in these 12 days, Mushi. I missed you too. You are my greatest love. Mushi affectionately ruffled Tiantian's hair. Suddenly, Tiantian raised her head sharply, her expression filled with doubt. Greatest love? Why not the only one? Mushi felt a sudden pang of anxiety. It seemed that growing up indeed rendered one less gullible. Tiantian suddenly displayed a cunning smile, giggling mischievously. Mushi was taken aback, held captive by another, paralyzed with fear. Glancing around the bustling street, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He couldn't fathom how, despite his tightly fastened belt, he had been ensnared. Let me go at once, he urged. I refuse. With Tiantian maintaining her grip, Mushi's heart raced. The moment anyone cast a glance their way, suspicion would surely arise. Please, stop this ruckus and behave, he said, softening his tone in an attempt to calm Tiantian. You wicked one, engaged to Hinata yet still seeking to provoke me. Mushi's complexion flushed with a mix of urgency and fear. The woman spoke with two mouths, relying solely on her words. Observing Tiantian's increasingly outrageous behavior, Mushi felt her temper rising, rolling her eyes as she sought an unnoticed corner, where she picked up Tiantian and strode over. What are you doing? Tiantian exclaimed in a state of panic, hastily urging her to release him. This thing is dangerous. Mushi let out a breath, remarking that the trouble you have caused must be shouldered by you alone. As for me, it seems my turn to be perpetually anxious has arrived. Cornering Tiantian against the wall, Mushi gazed into Tiantian's somewhat dazed eyes and said, Tiantian, you must believe that in this world, there exists someone who loves you in the most unpretentious and sincere manner. With a soft whimper, she grasped Tiantian's calf, supporting her waist, and led her into a gentle sway. Mushi tidied her clothes and let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed. Following closely behind her was Tiantian, who kept her head down, her face flushed and adorable, exuding a charming innocence that made it difficult to associate her with the little witch from moments ago. Mushi glanced back at the results of her strict disciplinary methods, finding them rather satisfactory. Kanagakur lacks many things, yet it is never short of space. Mushi raised her gaze towards the arena, which had been transformed into a battleground. The atmosphere was electric with the cacophony of voices, and even now, throngs of individuals from various nations continued to stream inside. Observing the ticket booth nearby, Mushi realized that Konoha had profited handsomely from this event. It was no wonder they required a month's time. It was to afford these esteemed spectators the opportunity to arrive. Stepping into the arena, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of people. Outside the arena stood the elite of Konoha, a precautionary measure to prevent the escape of chakra energy that could harm the audience. With resolve, Mushi straightened her posture, facing the spectators. For the daimyo was watching intently from the front. Mushi then noticed a structure resembling a city tower in the stands directly ahead. With his keen vision, he could discern the face of the renowned figure clearly. Exhaling slowly, he suppressed the inexplicable rebellious feelings within and bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, he felt a surge of murderous intent approaching. Turning his gaze, he found it was Gaara, his brow furrowing slightly. He could not recall having any grievances with Gaara. What was the matter with this fellow? As the first match commenced, Mushi ascended to the audience area. No sooner had he settled in than someone sat beside him. It was Sister Haruki. A slight tilt of his head revealed that both Akamaru and Kurenai were present, along with Hinata and Tiantian. However, the atmosphere between Hinata and Tiantian felt rather peculiar. His heart sank momentarily, noticing that no one was paying attention to him. He quietly stood to leave. Yet, Sister Haruki swiftly pulled him back. "Haha, Sister Haruki, I need to go to the restroom," Mushi whispered. Hinata Haruki sniffed the air around him, and her expression darkened instantly. She pinched the flesh at Mushi's waist, spinning him around a few times. "You truly have a knack for bringing disaster upon anyone you encounter. Who will be next? Akamaru or Kurenai?" Hinata Haruki's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was enough to catch the keen ears of ninjas. As Akamaru and Kurenai turned their gazes towards them, Mushi's face turned pale. "Sister Haruki." Such words should not be spoken carelessly. Hinata Haruki was nearly bursting with anger. "It's not just careless talk. You are the one who acts directly." Mushi, defamation. "It is undoubtedly defamation. I have no relationship with Sister Hongdo whatsoever. Isn't that right? Their connection is as simple as green onions mixed with tofu, utterly innocent." Sunset Hong gazed at Hongdo with a look of curiosity and suspicion, observing her unwavering calmness, and felt an inexplicable sense that she was merely putting on a facade. She scrutinized Hongdo's figure, which was voluptuous, ample where it should be, and slender where it ought to be. Such a physique possesses an unparalleled allure for men of any age. Chapter 91. The Greatest Victor, Shikamaru. Sunset Hong's gaze remained fixed on Hongdo. Initially, Hongdo could tolerate it, but as time passed, impatience began to brew. "Why are you staring at me?" she exclaimed. Suddenly, Sunset Hong burst into laughter. Leaning close to Hongdo's ear, whispering in atonement only for their ears, "Hongdo,